It was once a terrifying water monster, an ancient divine beast that had ruled vast stretches of the ocean. A single sneeze from it was enough to strike fear into the hearts of lesser creatures, sending them fleeing in a panicked frenzy. Yet such a magnificent being had willingly become the familiar of an ordinary young man, a youth so destitute he was reduced to selling fish at the market just to survive. Not only did it serve him, but it also proactively guided its master to find rare spiritual herbs, aiding his daily cultivation and growth. It was because of this creature that the boy began to gradually unravel the earth-shattering mysteries of this world. Shui was originally a young man from the modern era who had transmigrated into this unfamiliar world of cultivation following a freak accident. The original owner of his current body was a frail, sickly youth, emaciated to the bone. He had lost his mother at a young age, and his father had mysteriously vanished 3 months ago. Only now did the truth come to light. It turned out that the uncle he once trusted had long since conspired with others. Not only had he harmed Shui's father, but he also intended to seize all of his inheritance and property. Today, that conspiracy finally reached its climax. The Jiao family had somehow recruited a martial artist to secretly lay a trap, using Shui as live bait to lure out a legendary water monster. In this world, water monsters were extremely precious cultivation resources, capable of helping a martial artist break through their bottlenecks and soar to new heights. However, no one expected the monster in these waters to be a massive behemoth over 30 feet long. Even the martial artist hired by the Jiao family at a great expense was powerless against it. In the moment of crisis, the treacherous uncle, desperate to save his own skin, ruthlessly slashed Shui. He used the boy's blood as a lure to distract the monster while he made his escape. Wounded and bleeding out, Shui was dragged into the depths. He thought his fate was sealed. But at that life and death moment, the system inherent to him as a transmigrator finally activated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the Z-Ding system. In that instant, a strange power surged through his body, and his water manipulation skills awakened immediately. Shui felt a profound change. Not only could he breathe normally underwater, but he also felt his wounds healing at an incredible rate. He could even control the surrounding currents at will. Watching the water monster charge toward him like a jagged arrow, Shui instinctively raised his hand. He conjured a massive whirlpool to trap the beast. However, there was a problem. The skill had a time limit. If the stalemate continued, he would eventually succumb to exhaustion. Just then, the Z-Ding within his mind suddenly vibrated, and a strange rune on its surface flared with light. The blood rune. It allowed the user to control aquatic tribes. By inscribing the character for water on an aquatic creature using blood, there was a chance to become its master. Realizing this was his only hope, Shui cried out internally, "This is it!" But at that moment the water monster struggled free and lunged again, its massive tail slamming into the water's surface. A colossal wave surged toward Shui. Without hesitation, he quickly harnessed the system's power to manipulate the current. The monster was bound once more, but its struggles grew even more violent, and in a flash it broke free again, heading straight for him. Fortunately, Shui dodged just in time. At the critical moment, a brilliant light burst from his palm. Ancient script emerged, transforming into a glowing talisman. Shui swiftly pressed the mark onto the water monster's body. Under the influence of a mysterious force, the two were bound together. The mark etched itself onto the scales through his fingertips as a blood-red light bloomed in the darkness. A powerful surge of spiritual energy bored into Shui's mind, and he gritted his teeth, holding on with everything he had. Is this a battle of wills, he wondered. Red veins gradually spread across his skin, and his pupils began to distort. Within moments, one of his eyes had completely transformed, and fish scales even began to appear beneath it. Shui clenched his jaw. "I won't accept this. Am I going to fail?" The sealing technique appeared in his hand once more. With a final burst of strength, he forcibly slammed the mark into the monster. He roared in his mind, "Vile beast, submit to me." The lake's surface returned to a calm state, the moonlight casting shimmering ripples across the water. Shui stumbled onto the shore and collapsed onto the grass, gasping for air. I survived. On the water's surface, the behemoth slowly emerged and swam toward him. Staring at the massive creature, Shui sat up and muttered to himself, "I finally tamed it." He gave a light chuckle and reached out to poke the monster's snout. "Don't worry, you stay here. When I need you, I'll call for you." Watching the monster turn and swim away, he realized that a mental connection had been established between them. They could now contact each other at any time. Shui stood up and rubbed his growling stomach. He needed to go home, find some food and rest. The night breeze blew through the reeds and he sighed in relief. Luckily, the memories he had merged with included a map of the area. Home wasn't far. Meanwhile, the water monster swam slowly toward a cave deep at the bottom of the lake, merging into a quietly floating lotus. The next morning, Scabby Zhang stood in front of Shui's house with a group of men. He turned to Steward Zhang with a fawning tone and said, "Steward Zhang, this is the place." The man addressed as Steward Zhang had a grim face and cunning eyes. He walked forward silently under Zhang's guidance. A nearby villager glanced at them and whispered, "Who are they? Are they here for a Shui?" Another replied, "It's Scabby Zhang and people from the Jiao estate." A young man named Li Liba heard this and frowned, thinking worriedly, "Bodyguards? Could a Shui be in trouble?" Scabby Zhang's group quickly reached the door. He smirked, feeling smug. "If that brat Liang Ku is dead, won't his property belong to me? It'll make up for my losses last time." Thinking of the previous night's failure, the veins on Zhang's forehead bulged and he cursed under his breath, blaming that useless martial artist named Zhang. Then he delivered a sharp kick, shattering Shui's front door. He bowed to steward Zhang, please after you. But the moment they stepped inside, his gaze froze. There was Shui still on his bed mid-yawn. Scabby Zhang's eyes widened and he pointed a trembling finger, shouting in terror, "You, how are you still alive?" Shui squinted one eye and asked tonelessly, "What are you doing here?" Under steward Zhang's cold gaze, Zhang's voice became low and self-reproaching. "What's this talk of life and death? Why are you always so clumsy?" Scabby Zhang narrowed his eyes and forced a flattering smile, answering tremulously, "Master Zhang, this is the boy Liang Ku." Zhang Shang curled his lip, his eyes full of disdain. "Oh, so you're Liang Ku. I didn't expect you to survive. You certainly have a stubborn life," Scabby Zhang added with a cold mocking sneer. "Indeed, bad weeds grow tall." Zhang Shang wasted no more words and barked an order to seize him. His henchmen swarmed forward, roughly grabbing Shui. Shui struggled in panic, shouting, "What do you think you're doing?" Before he could say more, one of the men punched him hard in the stomach and warned sharply, "Shut your mouth." Scabby Zhang stepped forward, looking down at the kneeling Shui with a sinister grin. "What are we doing, HMPH? To benefit the village, Master Jiao hired a martial artist to subdue the water monster. Master Zhang gave his life for the cause, yet you had the audacity to conspire with the monster, causing Master Zhang's death, resulting in heavy losses for the Jiao estate and putting the villagers in danger." Shui looked up, fire burning in his eyes. He retorted, "It was you. You set me up and used me as bait to lure the monster." Scabby Zhang's eyes bulged with rage and he roared, "You killed Master Zhang and you still dare to talk back? How arrogant, you're nothing but a monster." Shui thought to himself. "So I'm a monster now? If that's the case, I'll be ruthless enough to survive." The cowardice was gone from his face, replaced by grit and determination. Shui knew that even if he had to reveal his abilities, it didn't matter. Bowing his head was never his style. He no longer hesitated. With a sudden burst of strength, he broke free from the two guards and delivered a brutal headbutt to Scabby Zhang's vitals. "Arg!" Zhang screamed, clutching his stomach as his face went pale from the pain. Shui used the momentum to dive forward, knocking over a water basin. The basin hit the floor, creating a large puddle. He frowned and pushed himself up, thinking that even if he truly were the monster they claimed, he wouldn't let them trample him. If necessary, he would bite back. His fist tightened as power gathered at his fingertips. Facing 100 men, Shui showed no fear, but Scabby Zhang refused to give up, pointing at Shui threateningly. "You still dare to resist, Steward Zhang? I say we just drag him back to the Jiao estate." A wicked smile crossed Zhang's face, his eyes venomous. "Aren't we short on people to feed that thing? This orphan brat seems like a perfect fit." Zhang Zhang's lips curled into a cold smile. "Boy, if you are willing to become Master Zhao's adopted son, then the matter of Master Zhang can be wiped clean. Otherwise, I'll personally break your legs today." As soon as he spoke, the spectating neighbors began to murmur, "Another adopted son? I heard that anyone who enters the Jiao estate is never heard from again. The Jiao family has been recruiting people frequently lately. It is indeed strange." Amidst the whispering, a deep, powerful voice suddenly rang out, "All of you shut up, let's see who dares to bully young Shui." Every eye turned toward the speaker. The village elder approached with Li Liba, his expression stern. He glared at Zhang Shang and shouted with authority, "I'm not dead yet." Zhang Shang looked at him sideways and sneered, "Hey, so what if you aren't?" The elder's brow furrowed in anger as he roared, "What did you say? Do you know the consequences of attacking a public official in front of the people?" Zhang Shang was momentarily speechless, his face twisting with rage, but he could only remain silent and grit his teeth. The elder refused to let it go, continuing his rebuke, "Even your Master Jiao shows me some respect when we meet. If you keep flapping your mouth, I'll just collapse right here and then we'll see who dares to move." Liba stood by, terrified, and quickly supported the elder, fearing his temper might get the better of him. Zhang Shang remained silent, the veins on his forehead throbbing with fury. He hissed through clenched teeth, "That old fossil." Glancing at the elder, he grumbled lowly, "I won't argue with you today. Once I report this to Master Jiao, this won't be over." With that, he waved his hand for his men to leave. He didn't forget to hurl one last cold grunt before departing. Li Liba flashed a triumphant smile, but Scabby Zhang turned back for one final jeer at Shui. "Just like your father doesn't know what's good for him." Once they were gone, the elder and Liba hurried into the house. Looking at Shui, the elder's voice softened as he advised, "Try to avoid trouble when you can." Shui lowered his head and replied, "Thank you, elder. I'll keep that in mind." The elder nodded slightly and left with Liba. Before leaving, he looked at the crowd still gathered at the door and shouted, "What are you still looking at? Disperse." The villagers grumbled a few words and gradually went their separate ways. Shui stood up, his heart heavy. He clenched his fists and pondered in a low voice. He didn't know how many more times things like this would happen. Watching the elder's receding figure, Shui murmured, "The elder can save me once, but he can't save me every time." His grip tightened and his eyes grew resolute. Just then, the system's voice rang out again. "Detected aquatic essence. Beast familiar evolution increased by 0.1. Shui frowned at the notification, looking puzzled. Aquatic essence. Before him lay the vast lake. He raised his hand to feel the fluctuating spiritual energy. After taming the Taihua crocodile, he could summon it at any time through their mental link. The water's surface rippled slightly. Shui watched intently, sensing something about to emerge. Suddenly, the lake churned violently, and a small creature landed on the shore in front of him. Shui raised an eyebrow and asked in disbelief, "Where is my giant crocodile?" The little guy looked quite proud of itself and let out a chirp. The system promptly informed him, Tamed water beasts can adjust their size at will to control energy consumption. Aishui looked at the tiny creature, his lip twitching. So it can shrink, Evolution 1. The little crocodile moved, its round eyes sparkling, consuming very little energy. Aishui stroked his chin and sighed softly. It even has a function like this, truly worthy of being a system. He then knelt down and looked at the little fellow. By the way, where did you find that aquatic essence the system mentioned? Lead the way. No sooner had he spoken than the water rippled and splashed. The mini water monster dove nimbly into the lake, and Aishui followed without hesitation. Together, man and beast plunged through the water toward the depths. He reached out to part the dense aquatic weeds, his eyes shining with curiosity. It appeared to be an underwater cave. Aishui looked around and was suddenly stunned. He discovered strange, elongated objects connected by vines that emitted a dazzling glow. How magnificent, he couldn't help but marvel, his gaze fixed on the nearest object as he wondered to himself, could these be the legendary treasure plants? At that thought, Aishui reached out to touch a shimmering fruit on the vine, and the system immediately prompted, detected treasure plant containing aquatic essence. Does the host wish to absorb it? Aishui was dumbfounded. These plants, rumored to hold miraculous powers, were actually real. He fell into deep thought. This world truly possessed heavenly materials and earthly treasures capable of absorbing extraordinary power. These plants with special properties were known as treasure plants. An image flickered in Aishui's mind. Within an ancient sprawling manor, the back courtyard of the Jiao estate, lay a frigid pond. Rumor had it that several unique spiritual herbs grew at the bottom. In his hazy memories he had heard that Master Jiao had been collecting rare treasure plants to attract martial artists from all over. Aishui grinned with excitement. He quickly harvested all the treasure plant fruits before him, muttering to himself, I want to see exactly how much aquatic essence these plants can provide me. He then glanced at the little water monster lying lazily nearby and called out, Ama, come give me a hand, will you? However, the creature simply patted its belly, let out a long yawn, closed its eyes, and drifted off into a deep sleep. Aishui squinted at it, teasing helplessly, so lazy, I might as well call you Stillness. Once the harvesting was complete, he placed the fruits on a large rock and climbed to the edge of the cave. He sat down, looking at his haul with satisfaction. After a moment of contemplation, Aishui slowly picked up a fruit, brought it to his lips, and took a small bite. The system quickly displayed a prompt, Aquatic essence discovered, can be used to increase marsh spirit synchronization and water beast evolution. But Aishui ignored the flashing notifications entirely. His face was full of bliss, his cheeks flushed as he praised repeatedly, so delicious. He let the system continue its stream of updates. Aquatic Essence 1, Aquatic Essence 1. Aishui remained focused on enjoying the treasure plant in his hand, showing no hesitation. By the time he had finished them all, his stomach was as round as a little ball. He breathed a sigh of relief and lay on the ground, feeling the energy surging through his body. The system continued to display, refining marsh spirit, water ghoul synchronization at 7.5, aquatic essence 0, 800 points of aquatic essence required for evolution. Aishui gazed thoughtfully at the information panel, thinking, what does synchronization and evolution matter for now? The most important thing is to improve myself first. He hesitated no longer and immediately pressed the add button. In an instant, a burst of power erupted. Behind Aishui, a blurry phantom emerged. It was a fierce and majestic tiger, its powerful pressure enveloping him. Aishui marveled as he could clearly feel his body growing stronger at a rapid pace. Now, if he were to face those who once looked down on him, he would be more than capable of putting up a fight. If I combine this with the power of the currents, he raised his hand, slowly gathering strength, and a sphere of water gradually formed in his palm, the system displayed. Water manipulation capacity has reached approximately 50 pounds. Aishui gently patted his stomach and murmured, I'll have to save up for a few more days. I really can't eat another bite today. Suddenly, he thought of the little water monster sleeping soundly in its nest, and he realized that the most pressing issue at hand was his future finances. Autumn was coming to an end, and a crocodile's metabolism would gradually slow down until it entered hibernation. This meant he couldn't rely on fishing to make a living for the time being. Just then, with a thump, a fresh fish was suddenly tossed onto the shore. Aishui was startled. He looked back to see the little water monster plodding toward him. Seeing it wagging its tail triumphantly, Aishui couldn't help but burst into laughter. He picked it up and happily rubbed its head in praise. You have a bright future, a very bright future indeed. With this, his temporary economic crisis was solved, it was clear. As long as he took the fish to the market to sell, everything would be fine. The next morning the sky was clear and flocks of birds soared high above. Aishui held his small coin pouch, a satisfied smile on his face. A single large yellow croaker sold for 80 wen, made a bit of a profit. Recalling the scene at the fish stall where he haggled with the owner, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. The merchants in this world were much easier to deal with than the market antis from his previous life. Hey, Aishui tightened his grip on the coin pouch, his expression turning serious as he pondered. Now that the aquatic essence issue is settled, the next step is to find an opportunity to settle the score with Scabby Zhang. As the saying goes, speak of the devil and he shall appear. Just as he thought of the man, Scabby Zhang appeared behind him. He even waved and greeted him with a smile. Yo, if it isn't Shui, he was all smiles, carrying a fish in one hand while reaching out with the other to pat Shui's head, his tone unusually affectionate. What happened the other day was just a small misunderstanding. Little brother, I was just planning to find you and apologize. I didn't expect to run into you here. With that, he gave a thumbs up and lifted the fish, saying in a fawning tone, my boat is nearby. Why don't we have a nice meal together and clear up this misunderstanding, haha? Scabby Zhang squinted and smirked, adding, don't worry, it'll just be the two of us. But in his heart, he thought sinisterly, hey, just two people. Let's see where you can run this time. A meaningful cold sneer touched the corner of Shui's mouth. He replied in a low voice, great, just the two of us, that puts me at ease too. The previous night in the courtyard of the Jiao estate's side villa, Scabby Zhang had been kneeling on the ground with two guards standing over him, their gazes icy in front of the old man. Zhang Shang stood with his hands behind his back, his tone flat yet threatening. There have been problems with the estate's experiments lately, quite a few people have died. He turned to glance at the man kneeling at his feet and continued, the estate is short on alchemy ingredients, and that boy Liang Ku is an orphan with no family or connections, you understand, don't you? Scabby Zhang quickly put on a fawning smile and nodded repeatedly. I understand. That brat Liang Ku definitely won't escape. I'll tie him up and bring him back myself tomorrow. Seeing this, Zhang Shang nodded with satisfaction, leaned down to his ear, and whispered an instruction. If you do this well, Master Jiao will ask those lords to help you achieve ascension. Scabby Zhang's eyes lit up instantly, and he was so excited he almost shouted. Really? Zhang Shang straightened up, a mocking smile on his lips. Of course it's true. Scabby Zhang trembled with excitement, muttering to himself like a madman. I'm going to become an immortal. I'm almost there, finally about to succeed, ha ha ha. He laughed hysterically, then suddenly tore open his clothes to reveal a bright red mark on his abdomen. Then he tilted his head back and screamed in exhilaration. Meanwhile, on the calm river a small boat drifted slowly through the clear water. Scabby Zhang unhurriedly stirred a pot of fish soup, his tone full of feigned interest. Shui, look at how beautiful the scenery is here, isn't it? Just as he said, the surroundings were silent, with no other boats in sight. Simultaneously, he secretly dropped a small pill into the pot, a flash of cunning in his eyes as he continued his hypocritical act. Let's have a wonderful meal and settle our past misunderstandings. Shui glanced at him and asked suspiciously, are you sure there are no other boats around? Scabby Zhang squinted and laughed triumphantly. Of course. I scouted it out long ago. In his mind he could already see Shui clutching his throat in pain after being poisoned, foaming at the mouth and struggling in vain. HMPH, as long as you drink this soup you can scream until your throat is raw and no one will save you. Hey. However, the scene he anticipated did not occur. Instead, Shui suddenly stood up, his cold gaze piercing through him. His right hand tightened slightly as power began to gather around his body and his lips moved. That's good then. Sensing the approaching aura of danger, Scabby Zhang jumped in fright and stammered, Shui, you? Before he could finish, a mass of water suddenly shot out, sealing his face tight. With a thud, Scabby Zhang fell backward, struggling frantically and letting out muffled shrill cries. Unable to breathe, his eyes bulged and his body convulsed violently. Just as his consciousness began to fade and he was on the verge of fainting, Shui's contemplative face suddenly appeared in his line of sight. A breeze swayed the reeds. The high-hanging full moon shone silently upon the earth. Scabby Zhang woke up in a daze, letting out a confused whimper. But immediately after, a piercing chill set in, and he discovered to his horror that he was bound hand and foot. Before him, Shui was leisurely weighing the coin pouch in his hand, looking at him playfully while resting his chin on his hand. Oh, you slept quite soundly, didn't you? Scabby Zhang fell into a panic, his pupils shrinking as he screamed, what do you want to do? Shui squinted and shook the pouch, his tone half smiling. It seems you got quite a few benefits for trying to get me into the Jiao estate, didn't you? He gently shook the bag and the crisp clink of silver came from within, worth at least 2 taels of silver, I'd say. Scabby Zhang was scared out of his wits, desperately trying to sit up, but the ropes were too tight for him to move. He pleaded in a panic, Shui, listen to my explanation. Shui didn't even bother to look at him, his gaze scanning the surrounding scenery indifferently as he said calmly, does this place look familiar to you? Scabby Zhang's heart skipped a beat. As he began to look around, after a moment of shock his face turned deathly pale. Isn't this the place where we tried to catch the water monster that night? No sooner had he spoken than there was a loud rumble. The water surface suddenly boiled and a massive black shadow emerged from the riverbed. The water monster had appeared. Shui lowered his head and let out a low cold laugh. Scabby Zhang broke into a cold sweat, his lips trembling as he muttered, Wah, water monster. Shui calmly reached out to stroke the monster's chin, his tone gentle. It was a water monster, yes, but now it is my pet. He then tilted his head, his eyes piercing Scabby Zhang. Didn't you say I was a monster? Scabby Zhang trembled all over, curling into a ball as he shrieked hysterically, Monster, you really are a monster. Extreme terror made him almost lose his mind. He kowtowed incessantly, his forehead slamming hard against the boat deck. Monster, Shui, don't eat me. I'll tell you everything you want to know. Shui arched an eyebrow, his tone lazy. Oh, then tell me, why has Steward Zheng been so insistent on getting me into the Jiao estate lately? And why have they recruited so many guards? Scabby Zhang didn't hesitate. the words practically tumbling out of his mouth. Those people are all raw materials for Master Zhao's ascension. Shui narrowed his eyes slightly. Ascension? Scabby Zhang swallowed hard, his voice shaking. He wants to refine immortal elixirs. Terrifying memories flooded his mind. Piles of corpses and those evil marks that continuously drained the life force of living people. He shuddered violently, his voice barely audible. All those people were taken to be refined into pills. Shui fell silent, rubbing his chin thoughtfully as he asked, "So you've kidnapped many innocent people before, haven't you?" Scabby Zhang's body stiffened, a twisted and awkward smile forced onto his face. That was because I was forced into it. I had no choice." In his heart he roared with rage. "You bastard, just wait until Master Zhao and his followers turn you into alchemy fodder and make you wish you were dead." However, when Scabby Zhang tremulously opened his mouth to say, "Shui, can't you give me a break?" Thump! Shui had already raised a large stone and brought it down without mercy. "But you've seen too much." Shui's face was splattered with blood, yet his eyes remained bright and devoid of emotion. As Scabby Zhang's head was pushed into the water, his body slowly slid down with it. His face turned purple as he watched in terror the water monster's massive claw reaching toward him. Shui pondered for a moment. "Trying to drag me into the estate just for alchemy. If I didn't kill him, I'd be the one dead." The bright moonlight spilled over the lake, reflecting his solitary figure. Shui murmured to himself, "It seems I need to find a powerful backer to buy myself some time to grow stronger." Underwater, Scabby Zhang had gradually sunk to the bottom. Suddenly, a strange mark lit up on his body. The next morning, the river was so calm it was as if nothing had happened. An egret perched on the gunwale, holding its head high. Suddenly, a hand shot out from the water and slapped onto the boat. The egret flew away in a fright, and Shui climbed aboard, water dripping from his clothes. He gently stroked the little water monster perched on his shoulder and breathed a long sigh of relief. With abundant power surging through his body, a slight smile touched Shui's lips. Having real strength is indeed convenient. He tilted his fish basket, revealing the plump fresh fish inside, and murmured, "It's been 3 days since I killed Scabby Zhang. During this time, to avoid drawing suspicion, I continued to pose as an ordinary fisherman, heading out to sea early and selling fish late." Shui no longer visited that lotus pond. However, his brow furrowed at the thought of the experts within the Zhao estate. With Scabby Zhang's sudden disappearance, the Zhao family's forces would certainly not let the matter rest easily. Sooner or later, they'll find clues linking back to me, he thought, eyes narrowing as he pondered. The only way to protect himself was to become a martial artist as quickly as possible. In Shui's memory, a grand gateway flickered into view. Engraved upon the lintel were 4 large characters: Yang's Martial Arts Hall. Shui fell into deep thought. The fastest way to become a martial artist was to join a hall. There were 3 martial arts halls in Pingyang town, and the strongest among them was undoubtedly Yang's. The figure of a majestic man appeared in Shui's mind. He held an exquisite longsword, his gaze sharp, radiating an extraordinary aura. Shui thought to himself, "I've heard that the master of Yang's martial arts hall possesses legendary power, capable of cutting through gold and stone. It is precisely because of this that they have stood tall for so many years. If I can join this hall, the Zhao family certainly won't dare to touch me lightly. After all, if a member of the martial arts hall were to suddenly vanish, it would be a major problem that even the Zhao family wouldn't want to face." Shui squinted one eye, reached out to rub his head, and muttered lowly, "But to enter the hall I need at least 58 taels of silver." Looking at his coin pouch, he currently had only 2 taels and 8 mace. It seemed his only option was to find a way to earn more money. Just then, the little water monster perched on Shui's shoulder spat out a spray of water, and he couldn't help but laugh at the sight. Haha, it seemed he was worrying needlessly. Since his last upgrade, his body had adapted to the growing power within him, and his mental strength had improved significantly. Shui thought for a moment, then nodded and whispered to himself, "Maybe now I can tame 2 or 3 more. I can't hesitate any longer." He stood up abruptly. "Let's go. Keep fishing." Shui quickly dove into the water with the monster. Since his awakening, he felt his body becoming increasingly agile in the water. Looking at the monster beside him, the corners of Shui's mouth curled slightly. "Budong, let's continue our race." This racing against fast-moving aquatic creatures was Shui's recent method of training. The monster looked at him with a helpless expression but didn't object. In an instant, a whirlpool appeared as he activated his power and surged forward. This was a technique of water manipulation, achieved by compressing immense water pressure beneath his feet and then releasing it for acceleration. Shui laughed inwardly. The drawback of this technique was its lack of endurance and extreme consumption of physical strength, but for a short duration this speed was unrivaled. Suddenly, with a whoosh, a shadow flashed past him at incredible speed. Shui's eyes widened and he thought in surprise, what was that? Focusing his gaze, he saw a peculiar fish entirely red and shimmering in the water. He cried out in shock, "A treasure fish! It's a treasure fish, a rare species that lives in marshes." Legend had it that their flesh contained extremely powerful medicinal properties, even helping martial artists break through their limits. Before he could recover from his shock, another whoosh sounded, and a second treasure fish appeared nearby. Shui's eyes lit up, and he cheered excitedly in his heart. One was already rare enough, but today he had actually encountered 2. The 2 treasure fish began to streak away at top speed, turning into 2 flashes of light before Shui's eyes. He didn't hesitate, immediately ordering the water monster, "Budong, go catch that one." In an instant its tiny body reverted to its original form, transforming into a massive beast that pursued the first treasure fish. As for me, Shui pursed his lips, gathered his power into his feet and accelerated toward the remaining fish. Curse it, if only I'd known to bring a fishing net. He concentrated his mind, compressing the surrounding currents into a whirlpool as he sped forward. Just as he was about to close the distance, Shui raised his hand and the system prompt water manipulation activated. Instantly, a water bubble appeared, enveloping the fish and trapping it firmly within the current, without missing a beat. Shui reached out and grabbed the plump large fish, hugging it tightly to his chest. Caught it, he was overjoyed, quickly stuffing the fish into his basket, thinking that today's haul was truly excellent and would fetch a high price. But just then, with a boom, a massive black shadow suddenly appeared behind him. Shui grinned, but before he could react, a giant tail slammed into his waist, violently dragging him away. "You bastard!" He looked ahead in terror as a horrific monster emerged. It let out a roar and slammed him toward the riverbed. Thud! Shui felt a surge of sharp pain spread through his entire body, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out. The monster moved closer, its face mere inches from his. Shui gritted his teeth, asking himself in a panic, what kind of monster is this? He quickly swam backward, trying to maintain distance as his mind raced. Could this be the rumored man-eating six-bearded catfish of the Yixing River? What rotten luck, he hadn't expected to run into it today. Just then, the catfish suddenly opened its massive mouth, and a rotating ball of water formed within. Shui grew alert, immediately realizing it was preparing to attack. He didn't hesitate to activate the water character skill. Instantly, a string of bubbles shot violently toward the catfish, blocking its path. The catfish paused in place, confused by what had happened. Shui breathed a sigh of relief, secretly glad. That was close. Luckily, my reflexes were fast. However, with a snap, the catfish's strange long tail swept over, hitting him with immense force. Shui dodged in a panic and grumbled, "This fellow is truly cunning." The catfish narrowed its eyes and suddenly bared sharp teeth, emitting a strange sound underwater. Shui froze. "Wait, it's laughing." Right then, with a boom, a powerful side strike landed heavily on the catfish's head. The monster wailed in pain. Shui was stunned. It turned out the crocodile had arrived just in time, delivering a resounding slap to the catfish with its tail. It didn't stop there, turning to continue its attack with movements as fast as lightning. In the next second, crunch! The crocodile opened its massive jaws and bit down hard on the catfish's neck, causing it to thrash violently in pain. Shui gently patted the crocodile and praised, "Well done, Budong." Then he approached the catfish, reached out to touch its body, and said in a heavy voice, "While we have the chance, I must seal you." Shui raised his hand, concentrating all of his mental strength. "Since things have come to this, if I can't defeat it, I'm dead." Instantly, a glowing red mark appeared on the catfish's forehead. Dominating blood rune activated. Shui poured all his mental strength into the effort, trying to control it, thinking it should be enough to subdue the beast. However, the system warnings began to chime incessantly. Warning, mental strength too low, backlash possible. Host, please stop immediately. Warning, mental strength is reaching the critical point. Sharp pain tore through Shui's mind, his pupils gradually turning orange and the veins on his face and neck bulged. "Ah!" he screamed in agony. The catfish stared at Shui with wide eyes, its body trembling as something seemed to change within it. Suddenly, a roar echoed from the bottom of the water. Shui released his grip and hurriedly swam to the surface. He climbed onto the boat and collapsed onto the deck, exhausted and gasping for air. He was finally back. He muttered to himself and then gave a bitter laugh. He hadn't expected the catfish's mental strength to be so powerful. He had almost lost his life. He glanced absently toward the lake's surface. The catfish was still there, but now the crocodile was swimming around it, and they no longer seemed to be enemies. Shui began to laugh, his eyes shimmering. Today's harvest was indeed significant. Just then, a system prompt announced the successful taming of the six-bearded catfish, which could be evolved into a tiger head catfish by consuming 800 points of aquatic essence. Shui propped himself up, squatting on the boat to look at the newly tamed catfish. It opened its mouth in a goofy grin, its chubby appearance actually looking somewhat cute. He lightly tapped its head and laughed. "You're so fat, I'll call you Fei." Then Shui poured all the fish out of his basket and gave a brilliant smile. "Time to handle the loot." Budong opened its mouth, revealing a small treasure fish seedling inside. Shui blurted out in surprise, "Ah, it's a treasure fish fry." He rubbed its head in praise. "Budong, you're truly reliable." Fei also started to laugh, its eyes full of interest. By now, Shui's boat was piled high with fresh fish. He picked up one treasure fish and put it in a hot pot to try, thinking he'd eat a small one first to see if it could increase his strength. A moment later, only a set of white fish bones remained in the pot. Shui pinched a fish scale and sighed happily. "If only I could keep this little piece as a souvenir." System prompt, aquatic essence 18. Shui's eyes glowed as he looked at the panel. 18 points of essence. This gain was equivalent to 18 spirit puppet essences. But then he rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. If a small one could provide 18 points and a large one would surely give 3 times as much, perhaps even reaching 54 points. Shui checked the information. His current synchronization was 7.5, and with these large and small fish it would be easy to break 10. He crossed his arms, seriously looking at the pile of fish on the boat, his thoughts heavy. But he had to be patient. The most important thing right now was to save enough for tuition. The Yixing City estuary market, every corner of the street was filled with a bustling atmosphere. The calls of vendors and the sounds of laughter and conversation intertwined to create a busy, crowded scene, and the aroma of food coming from the stalls was mouth-watering. Shui pursed his lips, slowly observing his surroundings. Suddenly, he noticed a group of people gathered together in heated discussion. He thought curiously. The Moon Festival just ended last month. Why is there another festival today? At the center of the crowd, Chen Jichang held a massive fish in his hand, looking arrogant. Someone beside him shouted loudly, "Everyone look, this is a treasure fish that only appears once every 5 years, weighing a full 3 taels and 6 mace." The crowd erupted instantly. "A treasure fish? Really? That Chen kid is truly capable." Hearing this from a distance, Shui was slightly taken aback and remarked, "Oh, he caught a treasure fish too." He immediately squeezed through the crowd and spoke up, "However, hold on a moment." As soon as they saw Shui, several people who recognized him sneered, their voices dripping with sarcasm. "HMPH, isn't this the Liang boy? What are you in a hurry to reincarnate?" Shui ignored them and walked straight to the center of the crowd. He stared at the fish in Chen Jichang's hand, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint, ambiguous smile as he said half-jokingly, "Ahem, the Shangrao Pier is truly blessed by the water god. We actually caught 2 treasure fish in one day." Everyone froze and some frowned in disgust. "You brat, what nonsense are you talking about? The Chen family only caught 1. Shui unhurriedly reached into his fish basket and gave a calm smile. "The second one isn't with him." Then he pulled out a pale pink fish and displayed it before the crowd. He announced confidently, "It's right here with me." The crowd was silent for a second before a burst of laughter erupted. "Haha, you call that a treasure fish too? This ugly fish is fit to be compared to a century-old treasure fish. It's clearly just a common piece of trash. He must have picked it up somewhere and wants to sell it at a high price to trick people." Shui looked at those mocking him, his cheeks puffed out in annoyance. Chen Jichang stood by, looking at the fish in Shui's hand with a contemptuous sneer. Suddenly a voice came from the distance. "Oh, isn't that a red snow sea bass?" The crowd was stunned and turned to look at Hu Qi, their eyes filled with surprise followed by excitement. Chen Jichang was startled, his face instantly freezing, and the surrounding villagers began to stir. "Isn't that the martial master from Yang's martial arts hall? It really is him. His bearing is indeed extraordinary." Hu Qi stepped forward, his gaze calm as he looked at Jichang and asked softly, "How much for this fish?" Jichang raised his eyebrows, looking somewhat flustered as he scratched his cheek and replied, "Master, whatever price you think is appropriate, that is what I'll take." Hu Qi continued. "How heavy?" Jichang answered quickly, 1 jin, 7 taels and 6 mace." Without hesitation, Hu Qi flatly offered, 3 taels of silver. "Will you sell?" Hearing this, Jichang's eyes widened, and he nodded repeatedly in excitement. I'll sell, sell." At that moment, Shui held up his fish and shouted loudly, "Master Hu Qi, please look at my fish." The crowd that had been mocking him just a moment ago began to whisper again. Someone sneered, "Still trying to compete? Liang boy, you're truly shameless. If you annoy the martial master, we'll all be dragged into it." "Exactly, get lost." But just then, Hu Jie suddenly let out a gasp. "Oh, isn't this an oxhorn pomfret?" Shui smiled and immediately replied, "Indeed, it weighs 1 jin and 5 taels." He thought to himself, "So this kind of fish is called an oxhorn pomfret." Hu Ji stepped closer and asked in a steady voice, "Will you sell this fish for 6 taels and 5 mace of silver?" The crowd froze for a second, then erupted into a chorus of gasps. 6 taels and 5 mace, good heavens, some of these families hadn't seen 6 taels of silver in generations. Chen Jichang stood frozen on the spot, his mouth hanging open and his eyes filled with shock. The surrounding crowd began to whisper, and someone let out a scornful cold laugh. "HMPH, better be careful. You might have the life to earn that money, but not necessarily the life to spend it." Chen Jichang bit his lip, silently watching as Shui happily replied to Hu Qi, "I'll sell it, selling it right now." Once the transaction was complete, Chen Jichang picked up his own fish basket and turned to leave without another word. Shui cupped his hands and asked curiously, "Sir, may I ask why my fish is worth more than double the red snow sea bass?" Hu Qi smiled and explained, "The hard scales of the oxhorn pomfret can be used in medicine, to be refined into honeyed pills. This medicine has the effect of refining one's qi and blood, helping one break through the blood gate bottleneck. I am currently stuck at this very stage, so it is extremely useful to me." Shui nodded in realization and gave a respectful bow. "I see, thank you for enlightening me, sir." Afterward he looked down at his fish basket and suddenly remembered, luckily he had secretly kept a few scales for himself earlier. Evening finally arrived, the sky gradually staining with orange and red. The sunset cast a tranquil and warm veil over the small town. Shui squatted in a corner, clutching a pouch of money, muttering as he counted, 6, 7, 8. Suddenly a tall dark shadow loomed over him from behind. Shui jumped in fright, but then a burst of hearty laughter rang out. "Good lad, you've really brought honor to our fellow townsfolk," he replied awkwardly. "Oh, it's you, Liba. I didn't have a chance to thank you properly the other day." Liba flashed his white teeth and joked, "That's easy, just give me 6 taels of silver." Shui squinted and pursed his lips, casually stuffing the money pouch into his robe as he shifted the topic. "Ah, right. I wanted to ask you something. Do you know how much the registration fee for Yang's martial arts hall is?" Liba laughed and patted his shoulder. "You're asking the right person. My father is planning to send me there too." He then quickly explained, Yang's martial arts hall charges 7 taels of silver for tuition, not including room and board, 10 taels includes lodging, and 20 taels includes lodging and medicinal baths. Food expenses are calculated separately. Compared to the other 2 halls, although Yang's is more expensive, its professionalism and reputation are higher. It's worth the price. Shui's lips curled up slightly as he calculated. 7 taels, with my savings from the past few days, the previous sponsorship, today's 6 taels and 5 mace, and the 130 wen from catching regular fish, I have a total of 9 taels and 2 mace. It's enough. He stood up abruptly and pointed to himself excitedly. Then let's go sign up together tomorrow. Liba was thrilled, and gave Shui a light punch on the chest, teasing. So you're a wealthy man after all? Then it's definitely settled. But just then a strange and majestic voice suddenly rang out in Shui's mind. Abalone detected. He froze, frowning slightly. Meanwhile, deep within the Jiao estate, Zhang Shang reported in a low voice that Scabby Zhang's whereabouts are currently unknown, but the clues point to a brat named Liang Ku. A man stood in the shadows, his voice icy. Don't bother me with such trivial matters every day. Solve it yourself. Zhang Shang remained silent after hearing this, his eyes filled with hatred. That night, on a small boat drifting upon the quiet river, Liang Ku began to cook, showcasing his practiced culinary skills. His movements were swift as he sliced tender bamboo shoots, his technique so skilled it was as if he had practiced thousands of times. Next, he mastered the heat, placing eggs and fish into the pot together. A moment later, a rich aroma spread through the space. Liang Ku opened the lid, looking at the pot of steaming, clear-colored tender fish soup with a heart full of joy and satisfaction. He no longer hesitated, and immediately scooped up a spoonful, blew on it gently, and took a sip. In that instant, a sweet, fresh taste flooded his palate, a delicious flavor that made him feel as if he were soaring through the heavens. He shouted excitedly, so fresh. Beside him, Fei and Budong watched the soup pot with greedy eyes, their mouths watering. Liang Ku generously tore off some fish meat and tossed it into the water to feed them. He smiled and said, here, you guys have some too. System prompt, Aquatic Essence 24. Liang Ku clenched his fists, his heart raising with wild joy. As expected of a treasure fish, the aquatic essence it provides is truly generous. Simultaneously, he could clearly feel the power surging within his body, every inch of muscle seemingly reinforced by a new layer. He glanced at Fei, his tone full of delight. We really struck gold this time. Suddenly, Liang Ku slapped his thigh in excitement. Right, time to upgrade. He quickly checked his accumulated points. 18 remaining from last time, plus 24 from this time, totaling 42 points. He clicked the refine button without hesitation. Instantly, a spirit beast phantom shimmering with holy light emerged behind him. Liang Ku felt a mountainous power surging in his palms, his entire body trembling with excitement. The system displayed a series of new parameters and skills. He tried throwing a punch into the air, and even the atmosphere vibrated in response. If only I could find someone to spar with right now. As he spoke, he snapped his fingers. Ripples immediately appeared on the water's surface as a current of water spiraled, lifting Fei into midair. Liang Ku was extraordinarily excited. My water manipulation has grown stronger again. He looked at Fei, pondering with a frown. It turned out that just feeding it a few scraps was enough to activate the evolution process. System display, tamed water beast, Taihua crocodile. Consuming 779 points of aquatic essence will evolve it into a Jamu crocodile. Liang Ku took out an object, a flash of surprise in his eyes as he muttered to himself, this thing is truly strange. Is it man-made or natural? He held it in his hand, turning it gently as he fell into deep thought. One side of the object looked like a winged dragon. Another side was a great ape, another side depicted a figure with a human head and a snake's body, and the final side was a mysterious emperor draped in a black cloak. The more Liang Ku looked, the harder it was to understand, but then he suddenly gripped the object tightly, his gaze turning resolute. Whatever, there's no use overthinking it. His heart was filled with fighting spirit. I'll go to the martial arts hall tomorrow. I must become stronger as quickly as possible to deal with the Jiao family. Time passed quietly. Just as the sky was beginning to brighten, Liang Ku and Liba sat on a bumpy cart heading toward the county town. Liba raised his hand and shouted excitedly, let's go. After traveling for a while, Liba leaned out anxiously and asked the cart driver, Uncle, how much longer until we arrive? He acted like it was his first time seeing the world, finding everything fresh and new. Liba shook Liang Ku's shoulder vigorously, pointing ahead with excitement. Look, Liang Ku only gave a faint glance before turning his head away indifferently. In Pingyang town, the streets were bustling with the thick atmosphere of daily life. Before getting off, Liba happily waved goodbye to the cart driver. The two quickly found a small restaurant nearby. Liang Ku looked at Liba's wide-eyed expression and felt a bit helpless. It was just a few steamed buns, yet Liba looked so moved he was almost in tears. Afterward, they visited a dough sculpting stall, curiously watching the artisan mold clay figures. Next was the martial arts arena. In the noisy environment, a martial artist was performing a stone-breaking feat, attracting a large crowd of cheering onlookers, in stark contrast to this lively scene. In a dark corner of the town, a man with a fierce face and gloomy eyes spoke, Are you sure that brat will really pass through here? The man opposite him crossed his arms and said with certainty, Of course, I heard him tell that Lee kid with my own ears that he's going to Yang's martial arts hall to register today. He smiled sinisterly and pointed to his two accomplices, interjecting, "That brat made a full 6 taels and 5 mace selling fish yesterday. Do you know how much money that is?" Another fellow mocked. "Even if you sold your wife, I doubt you could scrounge up that much." The man across from him showed a hint of worry. 6 taels and 5 mace. If we make a move, we might be hauled off to the magistrate's office. The leader snorted coldly, his tone full of contempt. "What do you know? It's a waste to hand over that much money to a martial arts hall. We're just helping him manage his finances." They gathered in front of an alleyway, the only path to the hall. There was no one else around now. The timing was perfect. Just then, Liang Ku and Liba appeared. The thugs immediately blocked their path. One of them laughed coldly and lowered his voice. "Say no more, here they come." On the other side, Liba was still waving his hands excitedly. "Shui, I've finished my training. Guess how many I can take on at once?" Liang Ku replied coolly. "I don't know." But in his heart, he was also secretly calculating, with my current strength, exactly how many people can I handle? Suddenly, one of the thugs shouted, "Charge!" but was immediately pushed aside by his leader. The lead thug wore a sinister smile. "We meet again. Kid, hand over all the money on you," he continued with threatening words. "You have 2 choices. One is to hand over the money yourself. The other is to lie on the side of the road." The lackeys beside him followed suit with jeers. Liang Ku just stood there with a cold smile and answered softly, "Oh, then I choose the plan where I leave you lying on the side of the road." At that moment, the men clenched their fists simultaneously and charged forward aggressively, roaring, "Kid, you're tired of living." However, before they could even move, one of them took a heavy, powerful punch from a shui, sending him flying back. Seeing this, the accomplices surrounded him from behind, shouting, "Brat, give up your life." Before the words even left his mouth, he was struck heavily in the face by an elbow. Immediately after, a heavy punch slammed into his head. He let out a groan of pain and was thrown toward his comrades before he could even resist. The remaining man's eyes widened in terror as he saw his brother being tossed toward him. Before he could react, his vision went dark. Bang! A shui's nonchalant yet precise punch knocked him straight to the ground. He was out cold. Li Liba witnessed the scene, his mouth agape in surprise as he cried out, "So fast, you took them all down in just 9 moves? Shui was also somewhat surprised. He subconsciously looked down at his palms and clenched his fists, thinking, "It seems my constitution has indeed improved significantly." Liba approached from behind and asked curiously, "When did you become this powerful? Why even bother seeking a master?" Hearing this, Shui just smiled awkwardly and replied, "Who knows, maybe I'm just a genius." With that, he turned and patted Liba's shoulder, saying in a deep voice, "Let's go. If we dally any longer, we might miss the enrollment time." Liba clearly still didn't quite believe it, eyeing him with a dark expression, but he didn't say anything more and simply followed behind. At Yang's martial arts hall, the two had just entered when a young man with a carefree aura approached them. He cupped his hands and smiled. "I am Shang Chongsong. You 2 junior brothers can call me Senior Brother Shang." Shui and Liba returned the greeting politely. "Greetings, Senior Brother Shang." Shang Chongsong smiled brightly. He waved and said, "Please follow me. I will take you to see an instructor to test your bone structure and explain the world of martial artists to you in detail." With that, he led the two to a spacious training hall, where a man with a sturdy build and a resolute face stood waiting with cupped hands. Shang Chongsong pointed to the man and introduced him. "This is Senior Brother Hu, a direct disciple of Master Yang. He will guide you personally." As soon as Shui saw him, he gasped in surprise. "Isn't this the martial artist who bought the fish that day?" Only then did Hu Qi turn to look at the two. A flash of joy appeared on his face as he nodded. "So it's you two?" Hearing this, Shang Chongsong asked curiously, "What a coincidence. Does Senior Brother Hu know these 2 junior brothers?" Hu Qi laughed and replied, "The ox-horn pomfret I used to break through my bottleneck was bought from this young brother's stall." After hearing this, Shang Chongsong immediately pointed at Hu Qi and said to Shui and Liba, "That's great, you can practice martial arts under Senior Brother Hu from now on. You can stay at the hall for the night." Shui and Liba bowed respectfully and thanked him. "Thank you, Senior Brother Shang." The two bowed again and greeted together. "Senior Brother Hu." Hu Qi turned and gestured for them to follow. "Come with me, junior brothers." He began to lead the way, saying in a steady tone, "Next I need to test the bone structure of you both." Hearing this, Shui frowned slightly and repeated, "Bone structure?" Hu Qi chuckled and waved his hand to reassure him. "Don't worry, it's just to choose the right cultivation manual for you based on your aptitude." Shui nodded, but something suddenly occurred to him. He looked up at Hu Qi and asked earnestly, "We still aren't quite clear on what the Martial Dao actually is. Could you please explain the specific principles behind it, Senior Brother?" Hearing this, Hu Qi pondered for a moment. The principles, martial arts, are rooted in the body and based on cultivation, divided into 4 gates: skin, flesh, bone, and blood. He paused before continuing his explanation. The first is the skin gate. By tempering the skin until it is as tough as rhino hide, one's defense is greatly increased. The second is the flesh gate, where physical strength surges, allowing one to lift a person with a single hand effortlessly. Upon reaching the bone gate, the skeletal frame becomes rock hard and explosive power intensifies, allowing hands and feet to shatter stone and snap timber. The final stage is the blood gate, where chi and blood circulate with immense power, providing a comprehensive upgrade to all physical attributes. This is the final crowning stroke. Speaking to this point, Hu Qi emphasized with a stern expression that the core remains the word practice. However, even the most grueling practice has a limit for mortals. To break through that limit, both method and medicine are indispensable. Hearing this, Liba's eyes widened and he asked curiously, "Method and medicine?" Huji nodded and smiled. "Exactly. Method refers to the cultivation techniques. For example, the 3 sets of fist techniques at Yang's martial arts hall are the ladders that allow you to climb higher." After listening, Shui summarized internally, "This should be like cultivation manuals or skills. But what about the medicine?" Huchi smiled and explained, "The method is the ladder, but it is steep and treacherous. To climb quickly and steadily, you need a handrail. That handrail is medicine." He offered a warm example. "That ox-horn pomfret you sold is exactly the kind of medicinal ingredient we need." Hearing this, Shui's heart stirred as he secretly felt a surge of relief. "This is perfect. With the Z-Ding, won't I be able to obtain these things easily?" Seeing this, Huji maintained his calm demeanor and gave a soft reminder, "But there is no need for you 2 junior brothers to rush. The path of martial arts is long. First, you must watch the path beneath your feet." Shui reached out to Huji and bowed slightly, saying slowly, "Thank you, senior brother. In that case, please test our bone structure for us." Huchi nodded, his eyes flashing with appreciation. However, not far away, a group was gathering in secret, unnoticed by the 2. They were conspiring. The leader was a man with dark green hair named Lu Yansai. With a venomous look in his eyes, he leaned toward the man beside him and asked in a low voice, "Third young Master Jiao, is this the one you were talking about?" The man nodded slightly, his voice deep. "Correct. As long as you drive these 2 out of the martial arts hall, the reward will be generous. You have nothing to worry about." This person was none other than Zhao Shuiyuan. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent as he looked toward Shui, stating icily, "I can make the decision on this matter myself." Meanwhile, in a silent study, a steward knelt respectfully before old Master Jiao, his tone cautious. Reporting to Master, "This Shui has just turned 15 and is indeed excellent material for alchemy. He is close in age to the 3rd young master and is an orphan." He paused slightly before whispering, "If we refine him into a pill, the young master's constitution..." Old Master Jiao pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Yuaner has been frail and sickly since childhood. Finding a medicinal primer of the same age is indeed not easy. This Shui is the most suitable material." Outside the study, under the dim night sky, a figure silently listened to the entire conversation. Inside, old Master Jiao frowned and continued in a heavy voice, "But I heard the boy intends to join Yang's martial arts hall. With Yang Dongsheng's temper, it might be difficult to make a move." Hearing this, the steward bowed respectfully. "Master, then I shall take my leave." However, as he turned to depart, a portrait of a Shui accidentally slipped from his hand. The person hiding in the shadows slowly picked it up. Fingers gently traced the face on the paper, his gaze deep and profound. "I must obtain this immortal elixir. I must transcend the mortal realm." Having spoken, he suddenly gripped the portrait tightly. In an instant, the paper turned to dust and a cold word escaped his lips, "Die." Inside the martial arts hall, Liba stared with terrified eyes, pointing a trembling finger at Shui as he cried out, "I didn't expect this kid to have a supreme bone structure." Looking back at himself, he let out a bitter sigh, "And I'm only above average." At this, he suddenly stomped his foot and roared in anger, "A conspiracy? This is definitely a conspiracy." Shui waved his hand helplessly and interrupted with a sigh, "It's just talent." Liba was full of resentment, but he still hurried to catch up, shouting breathlessly, "Wait for me." Shui didn't look back, answering calmly, "Hurry to the drill ground, don't dally." Liba jumped in surprise, his mouth hanging open. "Ha!" On the way, the 2 unexpectedly ran into someone. Liba froze, unable to believe his eyes. He stuttered out 3 words, "Chen Ji Cheng." Liba marched forward aggressively, blocking the man's path and asking with a glare, "What are you doing here?" The man was not to be outdone, crossing his arms and retorting coldly, "Why can't I be here if even you can come? Why can't I?" Before he could finish, the 2 lunged at each other aggressively, looking as if they were about to come to blows. "Brat, you want to fight?" Just then, a Shui quickly stepped in to pull them apart, his tone helpless. "We're all from the same town. Let it go, let it go." He then turned to the man and gave a gentle greeting, "Brother Jia." Chen Ji Cheng merely gave a faint, looking indifferent. At that moment, a thought flashed through Shui's mind. Chen Ji Cheng is also from Xingcheng and is 2 years older than me. He's a well-known fishing expert in town and had a decent relationship with the original owner of this body. Thinking of this, he asked, "Are you here to practice martial arts too, Brother Jia?" Chen Ji Cheng's gaze turned solemn as he clenched his fists and nodded slowly. "That's right. In this day and age, who doesn't want power? After I sold all my fish last time, I scraped together enough money to come here." Shui smiled and said, "Then let's go to the drill ground and join the training together. Senior brother who is over there, he should have started the lesson already." Liba nodded anxiously and urged, Right. If we don't go now, we won't make it." Inside the drill ground, everyone was practicing hard. Heavy punches were thrown, breath was focused in the dantian, and strong bodies were soaked in sweat as gusts of wind from their fists whistled through the air. However, amidst this bustling atmosphere, Liba had a look of distress on his face, looking utterly miserable. Not only him, but Shui and Chen Jicheng weren't faring much better. Finally, Huqi raised his hand to signal a stop. After scanning the crowd, he announced loudly, "Everyone may take a free break for a moment. Instructor Lu will continue the guidance this afternoon." Hearing this, the 3 gasped for air and quickly found a large tree to lean against, none of them wanting to even lift a hand. Liba sighed and complained in a low voice, "This is too exhausting, I want to give up." Chen Jicheng just curled his lip and let out a cold snort. Useless, suddenly a mocking voice rang out. I was wondering where this fishy smell was coming from. The three frowned slightly and turned to face them. Lu Yansai crossed his arms, his eyes scanning each of them with contempt as he sneered. It stinks to high heaven, can you lot get lost? Behind him, Shui Dingyi joined in the taunting. Exactly, did these three crawl out of a fish's belly? Lu Yankai's lips curled into a slight smile, and he suddenly reached out a hand, his tone light. Give me 2 taels of silver each and I'll let you stay here a while longer. Liba couldn't control his rage and immediately lunged at him, but just then Chen Jicheng caught him in time, reminding him in a heavy voice, calm down. Don't cause trouble for senior brother Hu. Shui stood to the side, his gaze darkening, feeling very displeased. With my current strength I can't handle these three yet. Lu Yansai clearly had no intention of letting it go, a sneer hanging on his lips. He cracked his wrists and stepped forward, his tone sinister. What, want to go a few rounds? Come on then. I'm just about to break through the skin gate anyway, so I could use the practice. Hearing the word skin gate, Shui's eyes flickered. The skin gate back at the river Liba would have already exploded with rage. He gritted his teeth and cursed, damn it. But just then a voice suddenly rang out from behind, startling the three. Lu Yansai, what are the three of you doing? It was Hu Qi. His gaze swept over them and he pointed forward with displeasure, commanding, if you have nothing to do, go over there and hold a horse stance for half an hour. Lu Yansai clenched his fists in resentment but didn't dare disobey the order. He could only stare at the three of them through gritted teeth, warning in a low voice, kid, consider yourself lucky. But remember, there's no room for cowards here. Hu Qi barked coldly. Didn't you hear me? Only then did Lu Yansai obediently reply, understood. Seeing him leave senior brother Hu, Liba hadn't cooled down yet, making an angry gesture and cursing under his breath. Bastard damn fellow, Chen Jicheng replied flatly. Enough, cursing behind his back is useless. Shui watched the scene, his internal resolve growing even firmer. It still comes down to strength. I must seize every moment to become stronger. Thinking of this, he turned to the two. Liba brother Jia, I need to go home for a bit. Before they could react, he sprinted away, leaving only a hurried message. Please ask for leave for me this afternoon. Liba was stunned and asked in confusion, what's wrong with Shui? Jicheng didn't know either, merely replying casually, who knows? Shui ran forward with everything he had, his heart burning with anxiety. The lotus pond is in danger. If there are enemies, the things inside are the key to helping me get stronger. Nothing must happen to it. A day passed and night fell. On the way back to their quarters, Liba looked up at the sky and sighed. It's been a whole day and that kid Shui still isn't back. Jicheng crossed his arms and replied coldly, the emperor isn't worried but the eunuch is. Shui probably has his own business. Liba flared up instantly, his eyes bulging as he roared. What do you mean by that? Are you provoking me? Jicheng arched an eyebrow and rolled up his sleeves with a cold laugh. Brat, are you looking for a beating? As the two were arguing back and forth, a strange noise suddenly came from the shadows. Click, both became alert instantly, quickly scanning their surroundings. Suddenly a series of crisp claps rang out in the silent space. It seems heaven has eyes, letting me run into you two here again. From the shadows a figure slowly emerged. Under the faint moonlight, Lu Yankai's treacherous face was clearly visible. He gave a sinister laugh, his tone mocking. Senior brother Hu isn't here to back you up today. Liba roared through gritted teeth, it's you, but Lu Yansai was not alone. Behind him, a group of people appeared one after another, surrounding them. He crossed his arms and spoke leisurely, as if everything was within his grasp. Watch me cripple the two of you. Meanwhile, on that same night, as the moon rose, a small crab was moving slowly through the soft mud at the bottom of the water. Shui was riding on Budong's back, silently gliding past it. Fei followed closely behind. Shui's gaze was deep and his expression serious, as if he were searching for something. What exactly is it? Both Budong and Fei were nearly at the skin gate level, yet they were actually feeling fear, even signaling me for help. Shui frowned. Suddenly Budong stopped and let him down. He pushed aside the seaweed and stared ahead, a sense of unease welling up in his heart. They had arrived. Before his eyes were strange, deep tracks etched into the mud. The tracks were so large he couldn't help but let out a curse. Damn it, whatever left these marks must be massive. Behind him, Budong and Fei suddenly issued warning signals. Shui jumped in fright, his nerves tight as he immediately became vigilant, calculating in his mind. After eating the treasure fish last time, my synchronization reached 11.7, and my water manipulation capacity increased to 70 pounds. More importantly, my sensing ability in the water has expanded by 1 meter. His sensing range had now reached 6 meters. But at that moment what he sensed made his body freeze. Shui's pupils contracted and his breathing became erratic. What on earth is that? Before him, a portion of a massive body was revealed in the deep blue depths. Shui swallowed hard and murmured in disbelief. Is this a crab? The massive shadow made his heart turn cold. It was a supersized crab, its body covering a vast area of the riverbed. This crab was far too large. Had it become a spirit? What then? Instructor Hu's words immediately flashed through Shui's mind. Monsters that exceed the skin gate level are called spirit beasts. Thinking of this, he turned to look at Budong. But then another thought flashed through his mind. Wait, if it were really a powerful spirit beast, Budong and Fei wouldn't have been able to escape and alert me. Thinking of this, Shui took a deep breath, his gaze turning solemn. He couldn't afford to act rashly. He had to observe carefully first. Facing the behemoth before him once again, Shui couldn't help but ask himself, can I really do this? There's no concrete plan and there's no way back. He tightened his grip on his weapon, his eyes resolute. To become stronger he had no choice but to charge forward, but just then those loathsome memories flooded his mind once more. Scabby Zhang's contemptuous eyes and mocking tone, every word stabbing into his heart like a sharp blade. Just like your father, doesn't know what's good for him. And Lu Yansai, who had sneered with mockery, there's no room for cowards here. Every action and every word acted like a flame, searing Shui's logic and igniting a fierce determination within him. He had already settled into an offensive stance, his sharp eyes locked onto the monster. His life had never lacked surprises and dangers, and changing one's fate always required a gamble. Those significant turning points often appeared at the most unexpected moments. Only those who harbor fear and only know how to retreat would waste time crafting perfect plans for trivial matters. Shui gritted his teeth, rage boiling in his chest. I won't accept this. I'm not in the habit of handing over what I've already earned. The killing intent in his eyes deepened. Scabby Zhang wanted my life, so he died. He took a deep breath and narrowed his eyes at the monster. If you want to steal my lotus pond, let's see who has the greater skill. Budong and Fei were already in position on both sides. Shui signaled the attack without hesitation. Scene shift. Elsewhere, Jicheng lay on the ground in a pitiful state, his face swollen and badly bruised. Ding Kai approached, his tone dripping with sarcasm. You're quite the tough one, aren't you? Where's that fellow townsman of yours? Jicheng didn't answer. Instead, he grabbed a nearby brick and swung it without hesitation, slamming it hard against Ding Kai's head as he roared, "Go to hell!" The force was immense, producing a sharp crack, but strangely not a single mark appeared on Ding Kai's forehead. On the contrary, he simply narrowed his eyes, his face twisting with rage. A surge of tyrannical fire rose within him as he delivered a sudden, brutal kick to Jicheng's face, pinning him to the ground with his foot. His eyes were vicious and his voice grim. I think you two really are tired of living today. Ding Kai glanced at the accomplices behind him and issued a cold command. You three, go guard the door. I'm going to personally torture these two. They let out playful laughs and replied contemptuously, Yes, sir. Liba gritted his teeth, his hatred reaching its peak as he clenched his fists, and roared, Damn it, if you have the guts, fight me one-on-one. What kind of skill is relying on numbers? Before he could throw a punch, his wrist was seized by Ding Kai and violently twisted behind his back. Ah! A scream tore through the night. Ding Kai sneered, his tone provocative. Damn, you talk too much, keep going with that. He grabbed Jicheng's hair as if no one else were there. Jerking his head up, he stared straight into Jicheng's eyes with a sinister look, his tone eerie. And you, these eyes of yours are quite spirited. As he spoke, he extended two fingers, slowly reaching toward Jicheng's eyes, his voice as dark as a demon's. I'm going to gouge these eyes out to let those two lapdogs practice their moves. Liba's eyes widened and he screamed in terror, You bastard, stop it. But the demonic hand did not stop. Just as the fingertips touched Jicheng's eyes, arg! A scream echoed through the night sky. Liba lay to the side, watching his companion fall into agony, able only to howl powerlessly. Stop! Scene shift elsewhere. Shui was locked in a life-and-death struggle with the crab monster. With a gentle pinch of its massive claws, a boulder was crushed to dust. Shui was agile, doing his best to dodge, but he had already sustained several injuries. He gritted his teeth in anger. Curse it, is this thing's shell really indestructible? A flash of resolve crossed his eyes, and he quickly signaled Budong. The water monster understood instantly, roaring as it charged forward to bite down on the crab's massive claw, though it was unclear how much damage it could actually do. A brilliant blue light erupted, enveloping the entire battlefield. Shui poured all his effort into manipulating his mental strength trying to suppress the behemoth, but things were not looking good. His power wasn't yet enough to fully control this spirit beast. An angry roar sounded as the crab monster struggled frantically, breaking free of its restraints. Shui was thrown back a great distance by the recoil. Damn it, he clenched his fists, his heart filled with shock. No, I can't fully master this mental power yet. If I keep forcing it, I'll likely suffer a backlash and get injured. Watching the monster struggle wildly, Shui's gaze darkened. This battle wouldn't end easily. Fei quickly seized the opportunity, breaking through the monster's defense. The moment the water bubbles burst, it immediately coiled its body around the monster, giving it no chance to resist. Seeing this, Shui was thrilled, praising in his heart. Beautifully done, Fei, but the crab monster grew even more frenzied under the attack. It let out a roar, kicking up a massive wave that sent mud and spray flying everywhere. It began to frantically trample the soft mud, crushing the precious lotus roots beneath it. Seeing this, Shui gritted his teeth and cursed, Damn it, my lotus! But before he could react, the monster swung its massive claw in a fierce attack. A gust of wind bore down on him, and unable to dodge, he took a direct hit. His entire body was sent flying, slamming heavily onto the water's surface. Sharp pain surged through his body, but Shui did not yield. He forced himself to stand up, his gaze sharp and his fighting spirit rising. Today you must die here. Facing the behemoth, Shui's small frame was like a drop in the ocean, but just then a glimmer flashed in his eyes. Impossible. No matter how huge you are, you must have a weakness. The monster ignored him entirely, swinging its claw again. Shui gritted his teeth, barely blocking the powerful strike. At that moment he issued a low command. Budong, Fei, do it? The two water beasts understood perfectly, charging out in unison as if linked by mind, locking down the crab monster's two massive claws. Shui narrowed his eyes, calculating silently. No matter how much damage it takes, it instinctively protects its belly. In that case, the belly is its weakness. The thought flashed by, and Shui had already firmly raised his spear, aiming at the monster's soft abdomen. I've been preparing this move for a long time. his mental strength was compressed to the limit, enveloping the tip of the wooden spear. Currently he could only manage to create 2 small water whirlpools to provide 2 stages of acceleration for the spear. Just then the system issued a cold warning. Warning, mental strength too low. The next action may cause a backlash from the water beasts. Host, please stop immediately. But Shui ignored it entirely. He gripped the spear shaft even harder, concentrating all his remaining strength into one final thrust. Even as his body showed signs of resistance and his mental strength was nearly depleted, he still did not give up, because from the very beginning, he had said he wanted to see whose skill was greater. As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling light burst before his eyes. In that instant, no one could be sure who had the upper hand. Could this final blow decide the outcome? The sharp spearhead pierced straight into the monster's belly. Shui gave it his all, roaring with overwhelming momentum. The lotus pond is mine. The spear transfixed the massive body. The monster's giant shadow trembled violently, then shook frantically. Seeing this, Shui showed a winner's smile and declared loudly, "I won." But no sooner had the words left his mouth than his body gave out from exhaustion and he collapsed into a faint. The lake's surface returned to a state of calm. A series of bubbles floated to the surface one after another, then burst and vanished. After a while, Shui woke up with a start, his eyes snapping open as he gasped for air. He sat up and reached out to hold his forehead, feeling a piercing pain that left his mind in a daze. How did I pass out? Looking to his side, he saw the 2 little fellows, Budong and Fei, obediently standing guard. Shui patted their heads and gave a gratified smile, asking softly, "Did you 2 save me?" "Thank you." He then tried to stand up, but before he could take a step, a surge of sharp pain erupted within him. The sudden agony made him stumble and he instinctively cried out, "It hurts." Shui frowned and sighed. "It seems I'll have to be careful using that move next time." Just then his gaze accidentally caught an object nearby, right beside him. It was a massive black shadow. It looked familiar, but he couldn't quite place it at first. He frowned in hesitation. What is this?" Once he saw it clearly, Shui's pupils contracted sharply and his face changed drastically. He blurted out in horror, This is the crab monster." He snapped his head toward the 2 little fellows and asked in disbelief, "You 2 brought this thing up as well?" However, in a flash, the terror in his eyes was replaced by wild joy. Shui swallowed hard, his eyes shining as his mouth practically watered. He clapped and laughed. "Haha, how much aquatic essence can this crab provide me?" Just then, Budong slowly crawled to the monster's belly and pointed with its tail. Shui walked over curiously and squatted down to observe. Seeing the scene before him, he couldn't help but freeze. "Wait, this thing is female?" Pushing aside the monster's abdominal shell, a row of round translucent spheres was revealed, shimmering with a pearl-like luster. Shui's eyes widened. "What is this, crab roe?" He couldn't help but let out a regretful sigh. "What a shame. If I could have tamed a crab this big, my strength would have skyrocketed." But then his eyes lit up as a thought occurred to him. He stared at the pile of eggs, a calculating smile slowly curling his lips. "Wait a minute. I can't tame this big crab, but aren't these eggs little crabs?" Looking at the eggs before him, a problem surfaced in his mind. He asked slowly, "Can the blood rune tame things inside eggs?" Shui did not hesitate to raise his hand and use a sharp knife tip to slice a small opening in his palm. Bright red blood immediately gushed out and dripped onto the eggs before him. He gently pressed his hand against the eggshells, activating the dominating blood rune. The moment he moved his hand away, a profound rune slowly emerged on the shell's surface, emitting a brilliant red light. Shui swallowed hard, an inexplicable tension rising in his heart. He asked himself hesitantly, "Will it work?" Just then, the egg in front of him vibrated slightly. At first it was just a tiny movement, but it soon began to shake violently, as if something inside were struggling. Crack, a tiny fissure appeared on the shell. Crack, crack, the cracks spread rapidly, and then a small crab claw suddenly poked out, breaking through the fragile shell. Shui held his breath, staring intently as a round little crab, shimmering with specks of starlight, slowly crawled out of the shell. It was a newborn, and its round little eyes immediately turned toward Shui, shining with curious light. Just then, with a ding, the system prompted a successful taming. The familiar sound echoed in his mind, followed by a new line of information. Successful taming of Stoneclaw Crab. Can be evolved into the Stoneclaw Crab King by consuming 8,000 points of aquatic essence. Without a moment's delay, Shui immediately began processing the massive crab monster. Steam rose and a rich aroma permeated the air, seeping into every breath and greatly stimulating his taste buds. Before long, he was feasting on the firm crab meat. With every bite he swallowed, a wave of heat surged through his body. Powerful qi and blood emerged like a tide, flowing to his limbs and trunk as if every inch of muscle were being reshaped. When the last bite of crab meat hit his stomach, ding, the system prompted. Synchronization has increased significantly, jumping from 10.4 to 36.6. Simultaneously, the energy within his body suddenly exploded. Shui could clearly feel the majestic qi and blood surging within him, and he clenched his fist tight. Boom, power flowed through every inch of muscle and every vein. Ah! With a roar, a powerful aura radiated from Shui and a terrifying pressure swirled wildly around him. The phantom behind him gradually solidified, becoming increasingly lifelike. The 3 pets standing nearby were all stunned, their eyes wide as they stared at their master. They felt a terrifying pressure, one so powerful it made them tremble. Only after a moment did that energy gradually subside. Shui's body had completely recovered. The scars from that brutal battle vanished without a trace. His 3 spirit beasts stepped back in unison. In their eyes, their master now stood like a divine weapon descended to earth. Shui raised his hand, marveling at the profound changes within his body as he whispered in shock. He hadn't expected his synchronization to skyrocket to 36.6. Not only had his constitution improved significantly, but the synchronization had brought with it a massive surge of energy. Furthermore, he could feel a majestic torrent of qi and blood surging through his veins. Its sheer intensity was startling. This reminded Shui of what Instructor Hu had mentioned. My current energy is already close to the instructor's, perhaps even stronger. He quickly divided the remaining crab eggs and refined crab meat between Budong and Fei. Eat up, crab meat doesn't keep well. As for these eggs, each one only provides 6 points of aquatic essence, which is far too little. His gaze fell upon the newly hatched little crab and a slight smile touched his lips as he gave it a name. From now on you'll be called Fist, but as soon as the words left his mouth, Shui suddenly froze, his gaze turning deep as a thought flashed through his mind. Cannibalism, perhaps it's too cruel. He fell silent for a moment and shook his head gently. Forget about Fist for now, let's not mention it. Shui sat quietly, sinking into contemplation as he began to plan his future path. As long as I can break through the skin gate within a month, I'll have the chance to become a formal disciple of the martial arts hall. By then the Jiao estate will no longer be able to threaten me. He clenched his fists, his eyes burning with iron-like resolve. The next step was to return to the martial arts hall and prepare for tomorrow morning's training. Meanwhile, Lu Yansai was reaching out coldly, intending to gouge out Chen Jicheng's other eye. Suddenly a roar like a clap of thunder erupted, shaking the entire area. Lu Yansai frowned and turned to see a middle-aged man in martial robes approaching, holding a shimmering badge, the instructor's badge of Yang's martial arts hall. This was Lu Xiaohui. His gaze was icy and his voice deep and powerful. Lu Yansai, that's enough. The hall has its rules. Lu Yansai's lips curled into a mocking smile as he stood up leisurely. Oh, it's Instructor Lu. He tilted his chin up, his tone provocatively arrogant. But don't say I didn't warn you. Dealing with these two wasn't my idea. I'm simply following the orders of the third young master of the Jiao family. Lu Xiaohui's brow furrowed slightly, a flash of surprise in his eyes, but Lu Yansai didn't stop. He took a step forward, staring straight into the instructor's eyes and sneered. So, as a family dog, do you intend to follow the rules of the martial arts hall, or the rules of the Jiao estate? Lu Xiaohui gritted his teeth, his hands clenched into fists, but in the end he offered no rebuttal. Seeing this, Lu Yankai's henchman erupted into a burst of laughter. Look at this dog, he's only been away from the Jiao estate for a few days and he's already forgotten who his master is. Lu Yansai walked closer, his tone contemptuous. If the Jiao estate hadn't taken you and your father in back then, would you even be here today? A cowardly running dog should just obey orders. He paused, his tone turning hypocritical. If you're obedient, perhaps I can put in a good word for you with young Master Jiao. He narrowed his eyes and threatened in a low voice, don't forget, your father is still back at the Jiao estate. Lu Xiaohui's fist tightened until his knuckles cracked, his eyes filled with rage, but ultimately he lowered his head and spat out 2 words filled with humiliation. I'm sorry. Lu Xiaohui kept his head bowed, his heart twisted with pain like a knife. As long as I can protect my family, anything is fine. Seeing this, Lu Yansai grew even more arrogant and burst into laughter. Ha ha, that's more like it. You must recognize the situation. Calling you Dog Lu actually suits you quite well. The surrounding thugs joined in with gleeful laughter. However, at that moment, a glob of spit suddenly flew onto Lu Yankai's face. He froze and the laughter of his men stopped abruptly. Despite his face being heavily swollen, Chen Jicheng held his head high and sneered. Ha ha, I've always looked down on low-life tactics like yours. You're a disgrace. Lu Yankai's mouth twitched violently. He reached out to wipe the spit from his face, his gaze turning dark and terrifying, his voice dropping to a frightening low. Hey, still talking tough? No sooner had the words left his mouth than he raised his foot and slammed it down hard on Li Liba's arm with a sickening crack. Arg! A piercing scream tore through the sky as Li Liba turned deathly pale, cold sweat pouring down like rain. Lu Yansai leaned over with a mocking smile. A hero are you? Keep it up, he shrugged, his tone playful. I won't hit you, but I'll torture your friends to death. Damn you, Chen Jicheng roared, his eyes bloodshot with hatred. If you have the guts, come at me. Lu Yansai curled his lip and gave him a contemptuous glance. Do you think anyone is coming to save you? He sneered. Instructor Hu isn't here. You 2 pieces of trash. Who can you rely on? Just as he spoke, bang, a figure flew out like a kite with a broken string. Rolling a long way across the ground, Lu Yansai turned back in shock to see the dust clearing as a dark shadow stepped forward. The newcomer radiated killing intent, his gaze cold and his build as sturdy as a god of war. It was Shui. He scanned his friends lying on the ground, battered and on the verge of death, and the rage within him instantly exploded. He clenched his fists, his knuckles making a terrifying cracking sound. His eyes were filled with killing intent, and his voice sounded as if it came from the depths of hell. I only want to do one thing. Just one. He took a step forward and boom, a violent aura erupted. He tightened his fists, his eyes burning like a fire of rage. And that is to knock out every single one of your teeth. High upon the eaves, the pale moonlight bathed 2 figures. Huji and Hallmaster Yang were secretly observing the battle below. The evening wind whistled between the tiles, the chill piercing to the bone. Huji sighed softly, his face full of guilt. It's my fault. I was so happy to break through the blood gate today that I drank too much and arrived late, otherwise things wouldn't have reached this point. He paused, his gaze darkening as he looked toward Lu Xiaohui. a flash of contemplation in his eyes. "This fellow, I used to think he was cold, but I didn't expect him to be able to endure to such an extent." Hallmaster Yang nodded thoughtfully. "Though his personality is cold, he is kind at heart. It's a pity he's been driven to a dead end today." He shook his head and sighed. "But because of this, he cannot break through the blood gate. If a martial artist loses their spirit, it's like a person losing their breath. They're just an empty shell," Huja replied. "Shui only entered the hall today, while Lu Yansai is already close to breaking through the skin gate. Against him, Shui likely has no chance of winning." But just then, Hallmaster Yang's eyes suddenly lit up as he stared intently at Shui. His tone carried a hint of interest. "Wait, this boy's chi and blood, how interesting." On the training ground, Lu Yansai was laughing maniacally, his tone dripping with disdain. "You want to knock out our teeth?" He tilted his head back and sneered. "Can you even do it?" Shui gritted his teeth, his icy gaze seemingly freezing the surrounding air. His voice was low and waves of killing intent radiated outward. "I said, today I'm going to knock out every one of your teeth." As soon as the words left his mouth, boom, he lunged forward like a cheetah. "You're nothing but a lowly fisherman," one of Lu Yankai's henchmen roared as he charged. But in an instant, Shui moved like lightning, delivering a brutal leg sweep to the man's head. Bang! The man flew backward and slammed heavily into the ground, knocked unconscious instantly. The second henchman seized the chance for a sneak attack. He aimed a heavy punch at Shui's head, but at the critical moment Shui dodged to the side. Whoosh! A lightning-fast counterpunch slammed directly into the man's face. "Crack, arg!" He let out a blood-curdling scream as blood sprayed from his nose like a fountain. The third man lunged immediately, throwing a flying kick toward Shui's chest, but with a whoosh Shui lightly spun away, avoiding the attack. "Brat, don't you dare act wild here." Just as the man finished shouting, thwack, a thunderous punch landed square on his mouth. Splat! Blood splattered as he staggered back a few steps and collapsed. Shui slowly turned his head, his gaze as sharp as a blade, staring straight at Lu Yansai. His voice was low, every word feeling as though it were being carved into bone. "Your turn." Lu Yansai narrowed his eyes, a faint smile curling his lips. "You think beating them makes you my equal?" Waves of fluctuating chi and blood began to radiate from Lu Yansai, rolling like a raging tide, a sign that he was on the verge of breaking through the skin gate. The two faced off, their gazes like blades and their killing intent thick. Boom! They collided like wild beasts, fists and feet clashing. Every impact created a resounding boom in the air. Lu Yansai threw a series of sharp, heavy kicks, but Shui was agile in his dodges, and his counterattacks were as swift as thunder. Bang! A front kick landed heavily on Lu Yankai's stomach, stalling his movement. Immediately after, bang! A heavy punch struck him square in the face. Lu Yansai staggered back, and before he could react, crack! A vicious hook slammed into his jaw. Blood sprayed from his nose and mouth, his body reeling. Shui stood tall, his gaze full of contempt. "Is this all you've got?" "You bastard!" Lu Yansai roared, pulling out a shimmering dagger. "You're just a fisherman reeking of fish guts. What right do you have to challenge me?" He charged forward, the blade flashing. Squelched! The dagger sank into Shui's abdomen. Intense pain flared and blood flowed freely. But the look in Shui's eyes did not waver for a second. Lu Yansai laughed hideously, jerking the knife out to swing it again. "You have no background, no backing. You're just a pathetic orphan. Let me send you to hell." Clack! Shui suddenly reached out, incredibly using his bare palm to grip the blade tight. Blood surged from his hand, but he didn't retreat an inch. His eyes as cold as an unsheathed sword. Despicable coward. Bang! A fatal heavy punch landed. Boom! Lu Yankai's head hit the ground, his face covered in blood. He trembled, his voice distorted by terror. Don't come any closer." He turned his head toward Lu Shaohui and screamed shrilly. "Are you just going to watch? As an instructor, are you really going to stand by and watch him murder a fellow student?" Lu Shaohui gritted his teeth. But before he could speak, a thunderous "enough" erupted. Boom! A massive sword descended from the sky, slamming into the ground to separate the two. Yang Dongshang leaped down from the roof, his hand resting on the hilt of the sword. His sharp gaze swept over the crowd, his voice resonating like thunder. "Lu Yansai, Shui Dingyi, Wu Wei, Longshang, Yu Ji, Wu Da. The six of you need not return to the hall." He turned to Lu Shaohui. "Go to the confinement room and wait for me to deal with you." Lu Shaohui lowered his head, his tone respectful. "Yes, master." Hearing this, Shui was shocked. Master, could this be the legendary Yang Dongshang? But immediately, Shui thought of his own actions. "I caused such a big mess today. The hall definitely won't keep me, damn it." Lu Yankai's mocking voice surfaced in Shui's mind. "Who can be your backing? You're just an orphan. Is it really not going to work out?" But just then, Yang Dongshang suddenly turned to look at Shui. "Your name is Shui?" Shui nodded. Yang Dongshang looked solemn and asked in a deep voice, "Would you like to become my direct disciple?" Shui was stunned. "What?" Seeing Shui's blank expression, Yang Dongshang stepped forward and reached out to help him up. 2 weeks later at the Yang estate, everywhere in the manor, servants were moving in a hurry, busy preparing for a grand event. Whispers came from a corner of the corridor. "I heard the master is officially taking his 9th direct disciple today. I also heard this new junior brother is quite a handsome young man. Really, I'd truly love to see for myself what he looks like." In an elegant room, a young girl with a light, graceful presence and a gentle demeanor entered. She carried a deep green martial robe and an exquisite wooden box. She spoke with a smile. She lowered her head and said softly, "Young Master Liang, these are the clothes and supplies prepared for you by your senior brothers and sisters. We have also been ordered to assist you in changing." Shui, feeling a bit awkward, waved his hand hurriedly. "No, that's quite all right. If you could please wait outside for a moment, I'll change by myself." The girl let out a soft giggle, her eyes twinkling with amusement as she gracefully withdrew. Once the door closed, Shui stood in the center of the room and took a deep breath. 2 weeks had passed. Shui clenched his fists. The memory of that battle remained vivid, as if it had happened only yesterday. He recalled his own wounds and the severe injuries sustained by Chen Jichang, Li Liba, and his other fellow disciples. Fortunately, Master Yang had intervened to treat them, and everyone had now fully recovered. Today, I am no longer alone. Shui looked into the bronze mirror, his gaze sharpening with resolve. I have a master now, along with senior brothers and sisters. I have a backing. A cold glint flashed in Shui's eyes. Jiao Estate, now it's my turn to take you down. Meanwhile, in another room of the Yang Estate, the atmosphere was exceptionally lively. The senior disciples were chatting happily, discussing their newly initiated junior brother. Hu Ji said with a smile, "In my view, junior brother Liang's situation that night was truly a close shave. Can you imagine? Someone who had only been in the martial arts hall for a single day managed to defeat an expert on the verge of breaking through the skin gate." Sitting nearby, the fourth senior brother, Shu Zizhou, shook his head and gestured for him to stop, his tone laced with helplessness. Enough, Shao Qi. I've heard you drone on about this countless times over the last 2 weeks. The eighth senior brother Shang Changsong burst into a hearty laugh and clapped Hu Zhi firmly on the shoulder, but it can't be denied, for master to pick junior brother Liang at a glance, he must be a paragon among men. Beside them, the sixth senior brother Cao Rang also nodded with a smile of agreement. Just then, the fifth senior sister Zhou Shaoqin let out a soft laugh and shot a meaningful look at Shu Zizhou. Fourth senior brother, you aren't jealous of our little junior brother, are you? What welcoming gift did you prepare for him this time? Shu Zizhou immediately crossed his arms and puffed out his chest with pride. HMPH, I gave him a pair of bracers. They're top quality and cost me quite a bit. Beside him, the third senior brother, Lu Gang, and the second senior brother, Yu Kun, both smirked. Hu Ji laughed merrily. Senior sister, stop teasing fourth senior brother. You know how hard it was for him to save up that much money. Laughter filled the room, the atmosphere incredibly warm. Little junior brother is out. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone's eyes turned toward the door in unison. Shui stepped out, dressed in a deep green martial robe, his hair neatly groomed. Under the glow of the lanterns, his facial features appeared more defined. His dark, deep eyes were sharp yet carried a hint of pride. His appearance drew silent admiration from everyone. Greetings, senior brothers and sisters, Shui said, cupping his hands in a respectful salute. His tone was respectful. Shui looked around, his eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you all for the gifts. At that moment, the sixth senior brother stepped forward and clapped Shui firmly on the shoulder, laughing boisterously. Haha, I haven't given mine yet. He pulled out a piece of iron and held it up with excitement. Junior brother, I've prepared something special for you. This is a piece of high-grade refined hard alloy. Come find me when you have time and I'll personally forge a weapon for you. Shui bowed gratefully. Thank you, sixth senior brother. Hu Zhi clapped his hands and announced loudly. All right, now that the gifts are done, let's head to the main hall. Don't keep master and mistress waiting. The group responded in unison. Let's go. Laughter and chatter echoed through the long corridors as Shui followed the group toward the hall. Meanwhile, inside the Jiao estate, the middle-aged butler bowed as he entered the study, his expression extremely tense and cold sweat beading on his forehead. He lowered his head, his voice trembling as he reported. Master, Scabby Zhang has been found, but he swallowed hard, his voice shaking even more violently. The thing inside his belly is gone. What? Master Jiao spun around abruptly, his sunken eyes as cold as blades of ice. With a sharp crack, a redounding slap landed heavily on the butler's face. The butler stumbled back, a red swollen handprint left on his cheek. Useless, do you have any idea how much trouble we'll be in if that thing leaks out? Master Jiao roared through gritted teeth. If the authorities come knocking, you can pay for the crime with your own head. Terrified, the butler pleaded desperately. Master, it was all that Shui's doing. He must have killed Scabby Zhang and let that thing escape. Master Jiao narrowed his eyes, a flash of ruthlessness appearing in their depths. Shui, he had heard from his son Yuan that the boy had already become a direct disciple of Yang Dongshang. He clenched his fists, his voice dropping to a low, icy tone filled with killing intent. Do you want to test how sharp Yang Dongshang's blade is? The butler pressed his head against the floor, not daring to breathe. Master Jiao took a deep breath and gritted his teeth, his voice low like the growl of a trapped beast. Listen well. I don't care what methods you use, you must find that thing immediately no matter the cost. Yes, yes, sir. Wiping his sweat, the butler bowed and withdrew. In the study, Master Jiao stood still, his gaze as venomous as a snake as he waited in the shadows for his prey to fall into the trap. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Yang estate, a solemn atmosphere enveloped the spacious room. 2 rows of disciples stood in a tidy, respectful line, their gazes full of admiration as they looked toward the center. Seated in the primary chair was the majestic Yang Dongshang, his deep eyes like the vast ocean. He spoke with steady authority. Shui, you are grateful, courageous, sincere, and diligent. I wish to take you as my disciple. Are you willing? Shui knelt on one knee. He lowered his head deeply, his voice resolute. This disciple is willing. Yang Dongshang nodded slightly, a look of satisfaction appearing in his eyes. Entering my sect, you must maintain a heart of humility and diligence as you advance. You must honor your master and the way and show filial piety to your elders. You shall not harm your fellow disciples. You shall not be disobedient or unfilial, and you shall not commit evil or bully the weak. He paused, his sharp gaze fixed on Shui, his voice steady. "Have you committed this to heart?" Without hesitation, Shui's voice rang out loud and full of determination. "This disciple, Shui, understands." Yang Dongsheng smiled with gratification and picked up the teacup from the table, his eyes reflecting both kindness and majesty. "Good, once you have drunk the apprentice tea, you will be my 9th direct disciple." He paused before continuing. "From this day forward no one shall bully you, and no one shall humiliate you. Your master is your backing, do you understand?" Shui cupped his hands and bowed deeply, his tone clear and decisive. This disciple, Shui, has taken it to heart. In the early morning on the training grounds, the rising sun pierced through the shade of the trees, casting light upon the wide open space. The disciples were training hard, sweat pouring from them as the sounds of punches and kicks echoed through the air, their moves vigorous and powerful. A drum roll sounded, and the instructor shouted in a booming voice, "Break for half an hour." The disciples immediately ceased their movements to relax, walking in small groups toward the shade of the towering trees. Some wiped away sweat. Others sat cross-legged and pulled out their water skins for a deep drink. Murmurs began to rise from various spots. "Hey, did you hear? I heard that kid Shui has actually become a direct disciple of Master Yang." "Yeah, who would have thought a pauper could have his day? It's truly hard to believe," another person snorted coldly, his tone indignant. "The most satisfying part is that Lu Yansai and his gang were kicked out of the hall. They used to be so arrogant. Who could have imagined they'd end up so miserable? They deserved it. I heard there was a mastermind behind them called young Master Jiao." From behind, a figure listened silently to it all, his eyes flashing with a venomous light. "Damn you, Shui, damn you." Inside a room, Shui and Hu Qi sat facing each other. Hu Qi spoke slowly. "Junior brother Liang, do you know what the 4 gates and 7 paths are?" Shui thought for a moment before answering. "I only know that skin, flesh, bone and blood are the first 4 gates. I'm not yet clear on the 7 paths that follow." Hu Qi nodded with a smile. "The 4 gates are the basic foundation for beginners, used to temper the physical constitution. But the 7 paths represent the true realms of the Martial Dao. Let me explain them to you." He paused for a moment and continued. "The 7 paths consist of galloping horse, rising smoke, beast roar, elephant tamer, heavenly dragon, melting furnace, and rainbow transformation." Shui listened intently, his eyes full of curiosity. Hu Qi went on, "In the galloping horse realm one can firmly restrain 10 galloping steeds, remaining as immovable as a mountain. In the rising smoke realm, one's qi and blood surge so powerfully they rise like light smoke several feet high. When one's aura erupts, it is like a god descending to the mortal world, making those nearby feel as though they are surrounded by a wolf pack. In the beast roar realm, qi and blood surge like the tide. Upon eruption, it radiates immense strength and pressure, making the faint-hearted tremble as if facing a tiger. In the elephant tamer realm, every gesture can shake the earth. A single punch is enough to collapse mountains and stop rivers. Those who reach this realm can be hailed as great generals on the battlefield. Finally, in the heavenly dragon realm, those who step into this stage are like celestial dragons descending, no longer bound by the rules of the world. With one step, they can leap 3,000 yards and enter the clouds. This is the martial saint realm, the backbone of the nation." At this point, Hu Qi stopped, his gaze turning distant. "As for the melting furnace and rainbow transformation, even I know very little. I've only heard that those who reach these realms have touched the threshold of transcendence. Their wings are fully formed and they can ascend in broad daylight." After hearing this, Shui fell into deep thought. Is the Martial Dao of this world truly powerful enough for that? If I can ascend, would I have a chance to return to my original world? Unbeknownst to him, a flame of persistence ignited in his heart. "Master, exactly what realm have you reached?" Hu Qi looked at Shui and suddenly asked. "Little junior brother, do you know how many martial arts halls there are in Pingyang town?" Shui immediately replied, "About 3, I believe." Hu Qi nodded with a smile. "Correct, but do you know why the other 2 haven't been eliminated and have survived to this day?" Shui shook his head. Hu Qi explained, "Those 2 halls only have enough strength to maintain a foothold. They cannot go far. Our hall has remained the undisputed leader for years because our Master Yang is the only martial artist in Pingyang town to have reached the Beast Roar realm." Shui's heart skipped a beat. "Beast Roar realm," he clenched his fists. "With the support of the system, I will surely reach that realm soon." Hu Qi stood up, his gaze gentle. "That is all for this morning's lesson, little junior brother. Do not be too hasty regarding the realms. Only by moving step by step and steadily accumulating internal power can you go further." Shui cupped his hands and bowed. "Thank you for the guidance, senior brother." Despite saying this, his decision was already made. The Jiao estate had momentarily withdrawn, and the pressure had eased. "My next step is to use the treasure fish to break through the skin gate and become a true martial artist." The oars paddled gently as the small boat swayed on the vast water. Layers of waves lapped against the hull, carrying the salty, fishy scent of the mist. Shui looked at the cabin filled with fresh fish and let out a sigh. "I can't catch any more. There's no room left in the cabin." A flash of regret crossed his eyes. "Perhaps I should consider getting a bigger boat, but the biggest pity is that I still haven't found a treasure fish. I don't know when I'll catch one. Synchronization is at 37. If I can get a treasure fish, I can take the opportunity to break through the skin gate." Suddenly, a feather as bright and red as flame swept past his eyes. Shui was startled and watched in surprise. At that moment, with a thunderous boom, the water beneath the boat suddenly erupted in a frenzy. "What's happening?" Before he could regain his composure, an incredible sight appeared before him. A giant toad was locked in a death grip with a massive bird. The two behemoths engaged in a fierce struggle in the middle of the river. The wind howled and water splashed everywhere as the giant bird flapped its wings with all its might to escape the toad's grasp. Soaring straight into the sky in an instant, the toad lost its balance and its massive body plunged into the river. Boom! The surface of the river exploded as if a massive boulder had been dropped from the heavens. A violent wave roared toward the small boat, striking it head-on. "Oh no!" Aishway only had time to cry out in alarm. Crack! Under the terrifying pressure, a small boat was instantly shattered. The fish in the cabin were swept away by the torrential currents. "My fish!" Aishway desperately grabbed a piece of debris, struggling to maintain his balance in the churning water. But before he could steady himself, a piercing cry suddenly rang out. Chirp, 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 chirp. Boom! An invisible shockwave swept across the area. It was as if waves of sonic energy were slamming directly into his mind. Aishway's entire body went numb, and his head began to throb with a persistent ringing. "This is bad," a mental attack. Before he could react, his vision went black and his body tumbled into the murky river water. It was unclear how much time had passed before Aishway gradually regained consciousness. Splash! The faint sound of flowing water reached his ears, and sunlight danced upon the surface, shimmering with a million ripples. A familiar figure appeared before his eyes. It was his small, azure-colored crab. Aishway looked around blankly. He saw that Budong and Fei, the two familiars he had tamed, were standing guard nearby. He rubbed his eyes, trying to force himself into alertness. "I passed out just now. Did you two save me?" Looking up at the sky, he still felt a lingering sense of dread. The cry of that bird from earlier had made him dizzy with just a single note. The demons of this world were truly terrifying. If someone could actually capture that bird, wouldn't their strength be even more horrifying? He took a deep breath, a flash of disappointment crossing his eyes. This trip seemed to have been for nothing. The boat was destroyed and the fish were all gone. His plan to break through the skin gate would have to be put on hold for now. Just then, Budong suddenly opened its mouth and a red light flashed from within. The glow was crystal clear, like blood-red jade. Aishway's eyes widened and his heart began to race. "Is this a red blood perch?" Intense excitement instantly erupted in his eyes. "Now I can try to break through the skin gate." The chi and blood within a martial artist's body was not merely the blood flowing through their veins. It was a testament to strength, the crystallization of a powerful constitution. A martial artist grew stronger not because they were filled with chi and blood, but because their body was resilient enough for that chi and blood to condense and flourish. The human body contained infinite power, but unlocking and mastering it was never an easy task. Chi and blood were not the cause but the result. A fruit ripens because its roots are deep. Chi and blood are abundant because the physique is robust. When the body is strong, chi and blood will surge like a tide. The two complement each other in an endless cycle. As night fell inside the dim little grass hut, the faint lamplight cast flickering shadows on the walls. A stick of incense was stuck in a burner, releasing ethereal trails of smoke that swirled in midair. Aishway sat cross-legged with his upper body bare, eyes closed in a meditative trance. Fine beads of sweat broke out on his forehead, sliding down his cheeks to join the steam rising from the pot of fish soup before him. A faint aroma drifted through the air, accompanied by thin white smoke that enveloped his body as he entered a deep state of cultivation. In his mind, Hu Chi's steady voice seemed to drift from afar. "This is called concentration incense. It helps martial artists break through gates more easily." The heat within Aishway's body continued to rise, like a fire burning in secret. He recalled Hu Chi's instructions. The key to breaking through the skin gate lay in tempering the chi and blood in the chest. He picked up a piece of fish meat and slowly placed it in his mouth. Hu Chi had said that immediately eating fish to replenish the body after tempering chi and blood would aid in rapid recovery. Aishway's breathing grew heavier and his face showed a mixture of patience and anxiety. This was already the 38th time. He was still just a bit short. Just one final push. For the key to breaking through the skin gate, Hu Chi's instructions rang in his ears once more. Is to use the internal power of chi and blood to stimulate the muscle membranes and skin, thereby achieving the effect of skin refining. Aishway held his breath and concentrated, eyes tightly shut as he calmly circulated his power. Within his chest, a stream of bright red air began to condense, surging like boiling spring water. Chi and blood, Hu Chi's voice continued. That is the energy generated during fist practice, the condensed essence of the body and the foundation of life. The fragrance of the concentration incense spread out, merging with the scorching aura within him. At this moment, the bright red chi and blood spread across his chest like lava, heat radiating into every muscle and vessel. The burning sensation continued to climb as a warm current spread from his chest, merging with the chi and blood before flowing toward his limbs, seeping into his bones, following his meridians, and finally surging toward the surface of his skin. Aishway's skin vibrated slightly. As if a thin membrane were gradually being tempered, heat enveloped his entire body, his muscles filled with a sense of power, and his aura rose like golden flames wrapping around every muscle. Aishway sensed it carefully, thinking to himself, is this skin refining? Suddenly his heart beat violently, emitting a faint golden light. Every pulse was steady and powerful. Aishway opened his eyes, and let out a soft sigh, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. It was already the 40th time and he was still that tiny bit short. Just then a system prompt appeared. Host Aishway has refined the marsh spirit water monkey. Synchronization 49. Aquatic Essence 0. Shui looked at the system panel, resting his chin in his hand as he murmured, 49, but I still haven't broken through the skin gate. I'm always just a hair's breadth away. But then his eyes lit up and his spirits rose. He clenched his fists and asserted confidently, but I have a hunch that as soon as I reach 50, there will definitely be a massive change. He reached out to rub the back of his neck and looked around, finding that the fish soup before him was empty. Not a single drop left. Shui calculated his next move. The fish meat is gone too, and lotus roots are no longer of much use to me. It seems I'll have to go catch another treasure fish. He glanced out the window and noticed that sunlight was already streaming into the room. Is it dawn already? He exclaimed softly. Just then, knock knock knock, there was a sound at the door. Shui stood up to open it, and was somewhat surprised to see Chen Cheng and Li Dekong standing there. Chen Cheng spoke first, his tone urgent. Shui, you came home yesterday, didn't you? Your uncle has something he wants to ask you. Shui responded warmly. Uncle Li, please tell me what's on your mind. He felt a bit puzzled. Aren't these the fathers of Li Liba and Chen Jicheng? Why have they come looking for me? Li Dekong gave a hearty laugh and said, It's nothing major. I just wanted to ask about that brat of mine. He hasn't been home for days. Is he still at the martial arts hall? Or has he gone off to fool around somewhere again? Chen Cheng nodded in agreement. That's right, my boy hasn't come back either, so I came specifically to ask. Shui scratched his head and smiled to reassure them. I came back late yesterday and forgot to tell you. The three of us performed well in training and were highly regarded by the martial master, so the hall specifically arranged a dormitory for us to make practicing easier. That's why we haven't been home. On the surface he smiled naturally, but in his heart he thought of those two fellows, one covered in bandages and the other limping. Yet they still had the energy to argue. Thinking of this, Shui let out a helpless sigh. Actually, their injuries haven't fully healed, they just don't dare go home and face their fathers. Hearing Shui say this, both men burst into loud laughter, their voices filled with joy. Li Dekong patted his thigh and said proudly, Ha, truly worthy of being my son. Someone from our Pingyang town has finally been recognized by a martial master. Chen Cheng also nodded repeatedly, his eyes full of delight. Ha ha ha, I've watched Shui grow up with those two brats, and I knew these three children would definitely have a bright future. Before he could finish, Li Dekong suddenly remembered something important. His expression turned serious as he looked at Shui. Right, Shui, I have some news for you since I'm here. Our hometown is about to hold a grand river god sacrifice ceremony. Hearing this, Shui frowned slightly and repeated in confusion, River god sacrifice. He searched his memory. His hometown did indeed have this custom, but hadn't they just held one 3 months ago? Chen Cheng nodded, his expression solemn. That's right. But this time is different. Yesterday, the river god manifested. Li Dekong added in a low, awe-filled voice. Indeed. The river god emerged from the riverbed and seized that giant flaming bird, shaking the very heavens. Hearing this, a flash of surprise appeared in Shui's eyes. He immediately linked it to the scene on the river from a few days ago. Two demonic beasts in a fierce struggle, his boat shattered by massive waves, his freshly caught fish fleeing in all directions, and himself fainting and drifting to the shore. Could the river god they're talking about be that giant toad? The sun had gradually risen. Shui pulled back his thoughts and nodded decisively. Uncle Li, I understand. I'll contribute funds to participate when the time comes. Li Dekong patted his shoulder, his tone kind but firm as he gave a final reminder. Good, make sure you remember. Inside the lotus cave, the clear water surface reflected the play of light and shadow from the dark stone walls. The depths of the cave were dim and quiet, with a vast expanse of lotus ponds emitting bursts of fragrance. Emerald green lotus leaves stood tall on the tranquil water. Suddenly, with a boom, a massive pillar of water erupted from the center of the lake. Amidst the splashing screen of water, Shui's figure soared into the air. He held a long wooden pole tightly in his hand, his posture as light as a swallow. But the moment he landed, the water surface suddenly churned with violent waves, and pillars of water shot toward him one after another. Whoosh, 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 spiraling currents shot out like spears. Shui immediately spun his body, his toes lightly tapping the water as he dodged with consecutive leaps. But bang, a water whirlpool suddenly rose, trapping him firmly. A heavy sinking sensation followed, and his body rapidly plunged into the icy depths. In the deep blue depths, a pair of glowing red eyes slowly opened. A giant crocodile had been waiting for a long time, its massive jaws full of razor-sharp teeth wide open. Shui reacted with lightning speed, delivering a powerful kick to the crocodile's head and using the momentum to burst back to the surface. He tightened his grip on the wooden pole, squinting as he quickly calculated. The power of the current can control about 300 pounds. Compressing and detonating it in 10 liters of water means 1 liter of water can generate 30 pounds of force. In an instant, Shui swung the pole, unleashing a water blade technique. As soon as the move was initiated, the surrounding water surged immediately, gathering at the tip of the pole. As he swung in a full circle, the water power erupted into a brilliant blue light, heading straight for the giant crocodile and the massive catfish. However, just before the force could touch them, the attack suddenly dissipated. Shui frowned, silently analyzing in his heart. My underwater combat capability has already surpassed the skin gate level. Perhaps I could easily defeat Lu Yansai now. Just then a voice rang out in his mind. System prompt, host Shui has refined the marsh spirit water monkey. Synchronization 49. Aquatic Essence 0 Evaluation. The water monkey marsh spirit originates from the Lord of Waiwo but has not yet fully awakened. Current persona small and fragile. Aishui glanced at the wooden pole in his hand, a sense of regret rising in his heart. If he had a proper weapon for this water blade move, its power would surely double. Images of super VIP divine weapons couldn't help but flicker in his mind. Strange shapes and extraordinary colors. Third senior brother had once told him that in this world, there was a type of weapon called a spiritual weapon. They could repair themselves and even be upgraded, however. To forge a spiritual weapon, one must use a heavenly treasure as the core. Aishui imagined a sword as black as ink with golden light swirling around it. He tightened his grip on the wooden pole and sighed dejectedly. I wonder when I'll be able to own a weapon like that. Just then he was suddenly startled as a strange heat wave surged through the water. Aishui looked up and saw that the giant catfish had suddenly stopped. Its eyes fixed intently on a pile of rubble ahead that was emitting a faint glow. What's going on? Puzzled, Aishui immediately followed. Moving closer, he found a dazzling red-hot feather pinned under the rocks, radiating a singular brilliance. His pupils contracted slightly. This is the feather of that giant firebird from the other day. The scene of the battle on the river instantly flooded back to him. The firebird burning in the sky, diving down to fight the water monster. Had this feather fallen from its body? Aishui stared wide-eyed at the shimmering feather. This red feather is definitely the one I saw yesterday. His eyes were full of surprise. Looking at this shape, could it be a heavenly treasure? While pondering, Aishui cautiously reached out to pick up the feather. I happen to be going to the blacksmith shop to see 6th senior brother Lu Gang about a weapon later. I'll ask him about it then. In Pingyang County, the sun hung high in the sky, casting long shadows from the rooftops onto the ground. Aishui walked quietly against the crowded flow of people. His mind was still on 3rd senior brother's blacksmith shop, trying to remember the exact location. Suddenly his eye caught a movement. A pillar of pitch-black smoke rose billowing into the clouds. His gaze immediately darkened. What's going on there? It looks quite close to Pingyang County. The thought flashed by, and he decided, forget it, I'll just go ask senior brother Lu. Finally, Aishui arrived at Lu's blacksmith shop, the continuous sound of rhythmic hammering reaching his ears. Red sparks flew in every direction. Lu Gang was about to wipe the sweat from his forehead when he saw Aishui approaching and let out a hearty laugh. Is that you, junior brother Liang? Aishui stepped forward quickly, handing over an object with an excited expression. I picked up a rare and difficult piece of loot while fishing this morning, and I came specifically to ask for your advice, senior brother. On the inner side of the hall, the 3rd senior brother heard the voice and turned around, but the moment he saw the object in Aishui's hand, his eyes erupted with a brilliant light. A red firebird feather, he cried out in shock, the fiery glow from the feather reflecting in his admiring eyes. Seeing this, Aishui couldn't hide his joy and asked urgently, is it really a good item? He immediately looked at senior brother Lu. How much do you know about this, senior brother? The 3rd senior brother smiled slightly and explained slowly, Junior brother Liang, do you know where this crimson feather comes from? As he spoke, a scene gradually unfolded. A giant bird wreathed in flames as magnificent as a phoenix was cutting through the sky with an aura of majesty. This feather belonged to a monster known as the red firebird. Whenever it faces a life-threatening danger, the red firebird condenses all of its life essence into a specific part of its feathers. These feathers burst with a bright red light and scatter in all directions to mislead enemies, allowing the bird to seize the opportunity to escape. The violent power emanating from that vivid red feather seemed to manifest right before Aishui's eyes. The 3rd senior brother continued. Among these feathers there is one that contains the most life essence, known as the red fire golden feather. After shedding its feathers, the red firebird transforms into a red bald bird, much like a lizard shedding its tail to survive, but unlike a lizard, it loses not just a part of its body but everything afterward. It uses the red fire golden feather to complete its rebirth. As soon as he finished speaking, Aishui couldn't contain his excitement. It's actually that powerful. Then is my feather a golden feather? Lu Gang narrowed his eyes and flatly remarked, of course not. This cold splash of water hit Aishui square in the face, leaving him stunned. Huh? Lu Gang crossed his arms, his tone calm. If it were truly a golden feather, neither of us would even be able to get close to it. I suggest you forge it into a spiritual weapon rather than simply absorbing its energy. The 3rd senior brother looked at Aishui and asked slowly, Junior brother, have you decided what weapon you want? Aishui's expression was composed, his tone full of confidence. I've thought it through. He recalled his fierce battle with the giant crab monster and his previous struggle with the stoneclaw crab underwater. A polearm had an absolute advantage, as it could extend attack range and easily complement his self-created skills. His eyes were resolute as he stated decisively, I want a spear. Upon hearing this, the 3rd senior brother couldn't help but be a bit surprised. Spears are not common in the martial arts hall. While it has an advantage in attack distance, it is extremely difficult to control. Once you strike, changing moves is slower than with short weapons. You must go through grueling training to use it freely. Aishui looked down at the glowing red feather in his hand, his tone unwavering. My mind is made up. He cupped his hands and requested in a deep voice, I must trouble you, senior brother, to forge this feather into the weapon. As he spoke, a strong thought rose from deep within him. He wanted a weapon with spirit, a divine artifact that truly belonged to him. Lu Gang stared at him for a long time before nodding in agreement. "All right, once it's finished. I'll send someone to notify you." Shui bowed and said respectfully, "Thank you, senior brother." But remembering his previous confusion, he asked again, "By the way, third senior brother, what was that thick smoke outside all about?" At the question, Lu Gang's face darkened instantly, and his hand tightened instinctively, causing the wooden table beneath him to creak and crack. "Fawa Temple," he said, his voice low and raspy. "A massive fire broke out there this morning." Shui was slightly startled. "Fawa Temple?" Lu Gang's eyes grew somber as he continued. "In that fire, something appeared that shouldn't have been there." Hearing this, Shui instinctively felt a chill run down his spine. "Something that shouldn't have been there." Lu Gang clenched his fists and spat out 2 words through gritted teeth. "Mountain ghosts." Time turned back to early morning when Fawa Temple was still peaceful under the sunlight in the dense jungle. The sound of dry leaves crunching echoed as a figure fled in panic. Hua Lan was gasping for air, her hands protecting her protruding pregnant belly as her legs didn't dare stop for a second. Her breathing was ragged and she had only one thought: help, help up ahead. The mountain gate of Fawa Temple gradually appeared. A young monk who was sweeping the grounds reflexively looked up and saw the figure of the woman stumbling toward him. "Amatuafo." Before he could react, he heard the woman let out a weak plea, "Little master, help me." Before the words even finished, Hua Lan's body collapsed. The young monk rushed over, crying out in terror, "Benefactress!" A moment later, in a quiet room, Hua Lan gradually woke up, met by the worried face of the young monk. Seeing her open her eyes, the little fellow immediately turned around and shouted, "Master, the benefactress is awake." A kind voice responded. The abbot smiled slightly and joined his palms in a prayer, his eyes gentle yet tinged with a hint of worry. "Benefactress, you are finally awake." Hua Lan's eyes snapped open, her breathing still uneven. She sat up, clutching her head, her gaze terrified. "Where is this?" the abbot answered softly. "This is Fawa Temple. What happened to you, benefactress?" Hearing this, Hua Lan's body trembled slightly, her pale face filled with horror. "I am a native of Huazhou County. 3 months ago I went to Pingyang County to visit relatives, but unexpectedly," her voice trembled as horrifying memories flooded her mind. "On that cold rainy night in total darkness, a group of people had blocked their path. A group of strangers in bizarre clothing emerged silently from the shadows. Before they could resist or cry for help, they were bound with ropes and blindfolded. Next came the sound of being dragged for a long time." Hua Lan clenched her fists, her breathing rapid. "When I opened my eyes, I was surrounded by emaciated, deformed and grotesque people. But their bellies were abnormally large. The scene was like something out of hell." After hearing this, the abbot's face also turned solemn. "Did they capture you to extort money?" Hua Lan's face was deathly pale, and she shook her head. "No, no." A bizarre low voice that sounded as if it came from hell echoed in her mind. "We are alchemy ingredients. When the pill is formed, that will be your release." She remembered being in a dim room where a man was pinned to the ground, his expression panicked and his whole body shaking. Those men in black joined their hands before their chests, chanting incantations. Under his disheveled clothes, the man's belly suddenly glowed and blood-red runes appeared one after another. A figure called the emissary approached, holding a strange long blade. The hilt looked as if it were made of human flesh, with textures as jagged as blood vessels. He raised the long blade high, its cold light flashing in the darkness. Squelched, the blade pierced straight into the man's abdomen. Arg! A horrific scream echoed. Blood spattered everywhere and organs were torn out in pieces. Then from that bloody mess a dark red sphere of flesh slowly condensed. It was smooth and eerie. The emissary excitedly held the flesh ball high, blood dripping down his hand. The surrounding men in black knelt one after another, their eyes filled with fanaticism. Linecia stood to the side, cold sweat pouring down, his voice trembling. This is truly divine." He turned and swallowed hard. "Brother Lan, those bellies, what exactly are they?" The leader, Lan Jiang, had deep eyes. He seemed accustomed to the scene and answered solemnly, "That is a fetal bead pill, refined personally by the Lord Emissary." After a pause he explained, "They force people to drink a soup made from mountain ghost meat regardless of gender. After drinking it, the belly gradually swells and a flesh fetus ball grows." He glanced at the shriveled corpse on the ground, his tone indifferent. 3 months later, these flesh balls condense into fetal pellets. Refining several fetal pellets creates a fetal bead pill. I heard eating them allows one to become an immortal." Linecia frowned and asked in confusion, "If the pill forms in 3 months, what happens if it exceeds 3 months? As soon as the words were spoken, Lan Jiang's face changed drastically, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. "If it exceeds 3 months and hasn't been taken out," he clenched his fists, his voice choking, "it will hatch." Linecia's face went pale, and he hurriedly asked, "Hatch? Hatch into what?" Lan Jiang took a deep breath, his face full of terror. "You don't want to know." The scene shifted back to Fawa Temple. The abbot instructed, "Your senior brother has already gone into town to report this to the authorities. Go take some vegetarian food to the benefactress." Ji Ming joined his hands and took the order. "Yes, master." He then carried a tray of food and walked slowly toward Hua Lan's room. The young monk pushed the door open gently and called out, "Benefactress, are you there?" There was no response. In the quiet room, only the sound of the breeze passing through the window could be heard. On the bed, the blankets were bunched into a human shape as if someone were lying there. The young monk frowned slightly. "Is she asleep?" Suddenly a chill rose up his spine. Beneath the young monk's feet a pool of bright red liquid appeared. He stopped, his gaze darkening. "What is this?" Just then, with a creak, the door behind him quietly opened. A pair of legs covered in blood appeared behind the door, but it was only the lower half of a body. The young monk's body froze, his face deathly pale. Ji Ming's eyes widened in terror and he turned his head tremblingly to look at the bed. Beneath the blanket only a pale face remained, eyes wide open and filled with agony. It was Hua Lan. Ji Ming screamed and knocked over the tray, a drop of blood falling onto his head. He held his breath and slowly looked up. On the ceiling beam a hideous mountain ghost was clinging tightly, revealing a bizarre smile. On the path to Fawa Temple, the road was muddy, and the trees rustled in the cold wind. Constable Wang turned to look at Lu Xiaohui, his face full of gratitude. "I'm grateful for your proactive help this time, young hero Lu. Otherwise I'd have to trouble the magistrate to find someone else." Lu Xiaohui answered flatly. "No need to be polite, this is within a martial artist's duty." But in his heart, Steward Zheng's instructions kept echoing. "When you go to Fawa Temple this time, you must help the Jiao estate cover things up. There are some corpses in the temple that need to be disposed of, and at the same time you must bring out that thing." He frowned. "What is that thing?" Old Zheng had only smiled mysteriously. "When you see it you'll naturally understand." Suddenly, Ji Qing spoke up, pulling everyone back to reality. "Officers, Fawa Temple is just ahead." They looked up and saw an ancient pagoda towering in the thick fog, shrouded in deathly silence. An invisible chill swept across their backs. Ji Qing lowered his head, his voice deep. "This is Fawa Temple, where I practice." With that, he stepped forward and pushed the door open. With a creak, the main gate swung wide. The sight before them made everyone freeze in their tracks. Corpses were strewn everywhere in a haphazard mess, and the ground was covered in dark red pools of blood. No one knew what had happened here. Ji Qing's eyes widened, his breath catching, and he suddenly rushed out, shouting, "Master, I'm coming to save you, don't run off." Xiao Luo was startled and shouted sternly, "Stop!" But it was already too late. Constable Wang immediately ordered, "Xiao Luo, catch up to him quickly. The two of us will investigate the scene first." Xiaohui slowly squatted down, staring at the severed arms on the ground. Those mangled bodies were covered in bite marks with sharp tooth indentations deep in the flesh. It didn't look like sword wounds, it looked more like the work of a beast. Could it be a tiger? But what kind of tiger could grow to such a size? Even worse, not a single corpse was intact. He remained silent for a moment and said softly, "Or maybe," but his heart was already filled with killing intent. "Damn you, Zheng Shang, are these the corpses you wanted me to help dispose of?" Just then, Constable Wang's voice interrupted his thoughts. "These bloodstains." They looked down and saw a series of mottled red streaks where something had been dragged across the ground. Constable Wang frowned and said in a heavy voice, "The blood is almost completely dry, yet there are still drag marks. It's as if someone dragged all these corpses away." Their gaze followed the bloodstains. The marks stretched all the way to the ancient pagoda in the center of the courtyard. A figure was kneeling before the pagoda door. It was Ji Qing. He was trembling all over, his hands joined in prayer, his mouth incessantly chanting Buddhist scriptures. Constable Wang walked over quickly, but as soon as he looked inside the pagoda he froze. In an instant he went cold all over and couldn't help but curse out loud. "Damn it, what on earth is this thing?" The scene inside the pagoda was even more horrifying than outside. Xiaohui's pupils contracted. "Is this the thing Zheng Shang wanted me to bring out?" Damn it, before him, thousands of corpses were piled as high as a mountain, forming a massive flesh cocoon that enveloped a giant egg as black as ink. That bizarre feeling made him clench his fists. He realized the missing corpses from outside were all here. Ji Qing was shivering, his face deathly pale as he kept muttering, "Namo Amatuofo, Namo Amatuofo." Suddenly, with a bang, the door behind them slammed shut. Constable Wang immediately drew his blade, veins on his forehead bulging. "Who is it?" A violent pounding sounded at the door. He roared, "Bastards, do you want to start a rebellion?" Xiaohui reminded him in a deep voice, "The door is no longer the main issue." He stared at the black egg, his lips pressed tight. "It's about to hatch." Constable Wang's body froze, and he snapped his head toward Lu Xiaohui, asking through gritted teeth, "What on earth is this thing?" The eggshell pulsed, its black veins rising and falling as if possessed by a life of their own, twitching slightly with every eerie heartbeat. Xiaohui swallowed hard, his voice raspy. "It's a mountain ghost egg." These words struck Constable Wang like a bolt of lightning. A mountain ghost from the Ghost Mother cult, remnants of the former dynasty. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xiaohui couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Once a mountain ghost breaks its shell, it begins to consume flesh and blood to enter its second stage. Now that the nest is complete, it's about to evolve. The atmosphere froze instantly. This was no longer a trivial matter. A second stage mountain ghost possessed power equivalent to the galloping horse realm. Constable Wang murmured in a daze, "Galloping horse." Suddenly, with a crack, a hand as thin as a withered branch and as dry as a stick pierced through the eggshell. Black energy surged out, transforming into billowing rings of dark mist. Immediately after, a dark shadow shot out from the flesh cocoon, a monster that looked human yet no longer belonged to humanity. Xiaohui's pupils contracted. "It has hatched, a second-stage mountain ghost." Ji Qing trembled as he chanted a Buddhist prayer, but at a time like this, what god or Buddha could save them? Just then, whoosh, in the blink of an eye, the monster charged before them. In less than 30 seconds it had clamped its teeth firmly onto Ji Qing's shoulder. Xiao Luo drew his sword and shouted, "Little monk!" He ignored Constable Wang's warning and lunged forward, but the mountain ghost whipped its head around, lashing out with a long bloody tongue. Its two blood-red eyes stared fixedly at him as it grabbed Xiao Luo's face with one hand and effortlessly sent Constable Wang flying with the other, causing him to spray a mouthful of blood in midair. Xiao Luo struggled and pleaded, "Young hero Lu, save me." But Xiaohui stood frozen, his legs seemingly nailed to the floor. This monster was in the galloping horse realm, and he had yet to break through the four gates. He looked toward the door behind him. I have to retreat. With his current strength he could fight his way out and escape, but if this monster got out, the mountain ghost suddenly unhinged its massive jaw, its razor-sharp teeth aimed straight for Xiao Luo's throat. Xiao Hui's entire body went stiff. No, he couldn't do it. Survival was the most important thing. This was how he had always lived, and that meant running away. Memories resurfaced. Back then, as long as he closed his eyes and pretended not to see or hear anything, he could survive. As long as he didn't look, as long as he was safe, nothing else mattered. He thought of his hometown as long as his father was still alive, but if he turned and walked away again today, would he still be human? Just as the mountain ghost opened its maw, nearly biting through Xiao Luo's neck, clang, a sharp wave of sword chi cut through the air. Xiao Hui had struck, his blade slashing diagonally and forcing the startled monster back. His gaze was dark, his knuckles white from gripping the hilt with everything he had. He spat out the words through gritted teeth. It seems I'll have to see exactly how much power this galloping horse realm holds today. Back to Lu Xiaohui's childhood memories. Under the fading glow of the sunset, a small boy held a wooden sword high, his eyes full of longing. Standing in the center of the small courtyard, he shouted with a voice that was immature yet resolute. One day I'm going to be a great hero, just like the world-renowned young Dongshang. Beside him, a little girl in a green dress clapped excitedly, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Brother Lu, you're so amazing. In those days, Lu Xiaohui was still innocent and proud, his face brimming with youthful ambition. When I go into town with Dad this time, I must find a chance to join Master Yang's martial arts hall. Once I'm valued by the Jiao estate, I'll perform heroic deeds and become famous across the land. Xiaolan clasped her hands, her eyes clear and her tone full of trust. Brother Lu, I know you can do it. But life is never that easy. On that day, those who mocked him were many. Jiao Shuiyuan, the young master of the Jiao family, laughed boisterously with his servants. You want to join the martial arts hall too? Haha, don't make me laugh. A motherless waste like you belongs at home tending to your sickly old father. He would never forget those mocking voices. Late that night, in a dilapidated grass hut beneath a silent sky, the sound of heavy coughing rang out. His father, a gaunt man, was silently applying medicine to his son, his eyes full of heartache. Did you clash with the third young master Jiao again? Lu Xiaohui lowered his head and said aggrievedly, Father, they were the ones who started it. But the man only sighed, his tone gentle yet stern. Say less. When you are out, you must respect the elderly and cherish the young. Be humble and eager to learn. You cannot always be so reckless and provoke trouble. Though Lu Xiaohui was unwilling to accept it, he could only bow his head and reply, I understand, father. The man smiled and reached out to lightly stroke his son's hair. But remember, no matter what, you must become someone that even you yourself approve of. He had never forgotten those words. Later, after joining young Dongshang's sect, the master he admired had also told him that the first priority for a martial artist is to have a heart of humility, to have great ambitions but know how to exercise restraint. Those who bully the weak will surely perish, and those who do not understand restraint will sooner or later bring about their own destruction. That year was etched into his soul. Returning to reality to face the mountain ghost, Dongshang's voice still echoed in his ears like a heavy hammer striking his heart. You must not be arrogant or bully others. You must not be conceited due to your talent. Lu Xiaohui gripped his longsword and swung it. The strike was sharp and decisive, without a hint of fear or a shred of hesitation. Even facing a powerful monster, his master's teachings acted like a rein, pulling his logic back. Be filial at home and kind abroad. Do not harm your fellow disciples. Do not commit unfilial acts, and absolutely do not do evil. The blade cut through the air fast as lightning, but the mountain ghost simply tilted its body and dodged. The initiation oath rang out once more. I will surely eliminate treachery and punish evil. I will perform heroic deeds. That strike was so sharp it sliced through a distant candlestick. The flame flickered and an ancient book fell and caught fire. But Xiaohui did not look away, his gaze piercing like a sword as he stared straight at the mountain ghost's razor-sharp claws. Do not act lawlessly and do not use strength to bully the weak. Memories surged again. As a youth, when he first heard of that great battle, a heroic voice echoed in his ears. Master Yang of the martial arts hall, eyes wide with rage, slammed his feet onto the ground, a long blade at his hip. A single blade strike was like thunder cutting through black clouds, the blade light seemingly staining the sunset sky red. Between memory and reality, the two swords merged into one. Every move was delivered with monumental force, clean and precise. He split, slashed, stabbed, and spun, his sword chi sweeping like a gale. Lu Xiaohui was not afraid of death, he just didn't want to lose. The blade shimmered, reflecting a brilliant golden light, and the sword chi tore through the dark clouds like lightning. The mountain ghost roared and retreated step by step, but Lu Xiaohui's pace never faltered. He was not fighting for fame or life and death, he just wanted to find himself again. To find that pure heart from years ago. A violent wind, cound, and dust filled the air, darkening the sky. Master Yang was fighting 4 great monsters alone, heavily wounded and at a disadvantage. Lu Xiaohui let out a roar, but his right hand was bitten hard by the mountain ghost, the agonizing pain reaching his very marrow. He quickly grabbed the hilt with his left hand and leaped into the air. Rising into midair, he refused to stop even as the pain threatened to tear his bones apart. The storyteller slammed his gavel down hard, his voice dropping. If you wish to know what happens next, listen to the next chapter. Lu Xiaohui knelt on one knee, his blade thrust deep into the mountain ghost's body, pinning it firmly to the ground. I'm sorry, I can't let this monster out. His voice was raspy, carrying a hint of exhaustion. I can't save you. The bloodstains on his body had dried at some unknown point. I could only wound it to this extent. Luckily, it wasn't a true galloping horse realm beast. The mountain ghost trembled. It let out a low, desperate growl. Though Xiao Luo was young, he was more righteous than anyone. He offered a soft word of comfort. It's all right, young hero Lu. We were doing a good deed. You are a great hero. Lu Xiaohui let out a laugh, but his eyes were filled with self-deprecation. A great hero, me? The image of a shui flashed through his mind, powerful and resolute. After single-handedly turning that group of thugs into a joke, there were many in this world more deserving of the title great hero than him. In his childhood memories, Zhao Shuiyuan's cold gaze looked down. His tone was full of threats. Go and break the teeth of those few people and follow me from now on. A cruel smile appeared on his fierce face. If you don't go, you'll be the one getting your teeth broken. The children huddled together, looking at Lu Xiaohui in terror. He stood there, his heart full of conflict, his lips pressed tight and his trembling hands clenched. It was as if he had just made a decision. I'm sorry, but I must do this. I want to become someone above 10,000 others now. The sun rose. Sunlight shone upon Fawa Temple as soldiers rushed toward the blackened pagoda. Someone shouted, "Found them, they're here," but everyone froze. The corpses were charred black, their identities no longer recognizable. What exactly had they experienced? Who was the man with the blade? Until the moment of his death, Lu Xiaohui had still gripped his longsword tight, refusing to let the mountain ghost escape. Amidst the ashes a waste tag remained. The fire was out and the scent of gunpowder still lingered in the air. A constable stepped forward, bowing to pick it up. The waste tag was charred, yet a large character for Lu remained. The Lu from Lu Xiaohui. In his memory, a boy's hand reached out, a steaming bun in his palm, offering it to a petite girl. She opened her eyes wide, looking at him with worry. Big brother, why are you helping us? Even though he was bruised and battered, Lu Xiaohui still broke into a brilliant smile. I am a great hero, how can I bully the weak? The Jiao estate. Tonight the moon was bright and the stars were sparse, illuminating a cruel scene. Inside the spacious hall the sounds of scolding and cursing echoed. Useless. Bang, a figure was kicked flying, rolling across the floor. Master Jiao approached with a hideous expression, stepping on the chest of the shivering old servant. Idiot, you truly are a worthless slave. He let out a low, gritted roar. Acting on your own was truly my mistake. The old servant kowtowed tremblingly. Master, please spare my life. But Master Jiao grew even angrier. Once the matter at Fawa Temple is exposed, do you know how much trouble it will cause the Lord Emissary? His face twisted in rage as he grabbed the old servant's collar and shook him frantically. You still have the face to argue? Terrified, the old servant quickly lowered his head, his voice shaking. As for Fawa Temple, we really had no other choice. Master, please listen to your servant's explanation. He gasped for air, finally confessing everything through gritted teeth. After discovering that the woman had escaped, we pursued her immediately. But who knew that bitch would run straight into the temple? Thinking of the scene at the time, his eyes were full of terror. By the time we arrived, it was already a sea of blood. We could only use Lu Xiaohui, letting him go to the magistrate's office on his own initiative to help us deal with the newly hatched mountain ghost. Once he entered the library, we immediately slipped in to lock the doors and set it on fire, intending to destroy the evidence. His breathing was rapid. As soon as he finished speaking, smack, Master Jiao reached out again, grabbed his ear and gave it a violent twist. Idiot, what use is starting a fire? Don't you know it takes at least 3 days and 3 nights to burn everything to ash? Do you think we have that much time? Enough. A cold and mysterious voice rang out, interrupting the argument. From the shadows a man stood up. His hands were long and slender, his nails as sharp as a demon's, glinting with a cold light in the dim lampglow. He walked slowly, stepping beside the two arguing men. Every one of you is responsible for this matter. He stopped and stared straight at Master Jiao. Because you failed to watch that woman, causing the Jiao sect to suffer a massive loss. Master Jiao's heart skipped a beat and his face turned deathly pale. Ji Yang was also present nearby. As that mysterious man approached, Ji Yang's face turned white, he broke into a sweat and his body trembled. The man said coldly, "As for the Supreme Mother, you have shown even greater disrespect." The man in the shadows slowly revealed his true face. He had a gaunt, hideous face and eyes as dark as an abyss. He raised that nauseating hand, its nails uncut for years, and spoke in a raspy, cold voice. "Those who are unfaithful shall receive severe punishment." Splat, that ghostly claw clamped firmly onto Ji Yang's head. No, the scream didn't even have time to fully escape. With a bang like a watermelon being crushed, black blood splattered everywhere, soaking the malevolent man. His eyes remained as cold as ever. Without a hint of emotion, Ji Yang's body gave one last convulsion before falling still upon the ground, his blood pooling across the earth. The two old men in the room were terrified to the extreme, not even daring to breathe loudly. The malevolent man unhurriedly picked up a handkerchief and slowly wiped the blood from his hands, his movements as casual as if he were merely brushing away a stray speck of dust. He then turned to look at the head of the Jiao estate, his voice raspy yet falling with the weight of a heavy hammer. "You have rendered great service to this sect. The Supreme Mother will protect you." But then he stopped abruptly, a cold sneer curling the corners of his mouth. "However, Master Jiao, do not forget, we are in the same boat." His gaze swept over Ji Yang's corpse on the floor, causing Master Jiao's entire body to shudder. Trembling, Jiao stammered incoherently, regarding that matter, please rest assured, emissary. I will handle it personally. The emissary's laugh was eerie, his eyes fixed on Steward Jung like a predator staring down its prey. The old servant was already scared out of his wits, but the emissary's next words made Steward Jung freeze completely. As for you, Steward Jung, hee, do you really no longer want that son you've hidden away? Upon hearing this, Steward Jung immediately collapsed to his knees, kowtowing repeatedly as he said in a shaking voice, "Rest assured, emissary, such a thing will absolutely never happen again." The emissary merely let out a cold laugh and paced slowly out of the room. Before departing, he turned back and said gloomily, "Pardon the intrusion, Master Jiao, Steward Jung." "Ha ha ha!" The bizarre laughter echoed through the deathly silent room. Neither of the remaining two dared to make a sound, only able to watch helplessly as he vanished into the night. They knew full well that their lives were now entirely in his hands. Only after they were certain he was far away did Master Jiao let out a heavy sigh of relief, slumping into a chair by the tea table and staring at the murdered corpse of Ji Yang. The room was permeated with a sickening smell of blood. It was then that Steward Jung spoke up cautiously. "Master, that man was clearly threatening us." HMPH. Master Jiao grit his teeth, his hands clenched into fists that wouldn't stop shaking. "What else can I do?" His tone was laced with rage and helplessness. Were it not to preserve the family estate, he would never bow his head to that old monster. He took a deep breath, suppressing his fury. After a moment of dead silence, a flash of ruthlessness appeared in Master Jiao's eyes. "It's a good thing you were smart enough to play along and let the mountain ghost in that woman's belly grow properly, even killing everyone in the temple to feed it. Otherwise, such an opportunity would truly be hard to find." He let out a cold, venomous laugh. Though the plan was proceeding smoothly, he remained worried about the current situation. The Imperial court has already begun to move. The hand of Great Shun is about to reach this far. We cannot just sit and wait for death. He pondered for a moment before issuing a cold command. "Since the matter at Fawa Temple is settled, we flee to Wanzhou immediately." A flash of excitement appeared in his eyes. "There, I have my own foundations. I can still live the divine lifestyle I once had." Steward Jung nodded repeatedly. Master Jiao stroked his beard and said smugly, "Furthermore, Yuaner's fetal bead pill can continue to be refined. Wanzhou doesn't have meddling fools like Yang Dongshang." At this, his expression grew increasingly sinister. The two villains continued their conspiracy. If they wished to avoid being purged by Great Shun, the only way was to minimize their losses. Scene shift. The entrance to Yixing village. Liang Ku appeared there. He tightened his grip on his bundle, walking along the silent path. His mind still preoccupied with Lu Xiaohui's fate, he hadn't expected the man to meet such an end. According to Liba, Lu Xiaohui was an upright man who upheld justice in these chaotic times. Thinking of this, Liang Ku couldn't help but murmur to himself, but why did he appear at Fawa Temple? According to senior brother Lu, the martial arts hall didn't receive any help from the magistrate's office initially. Liang Ku rubbed the back of his neck, feeling a headache coming on, and gave a bitter laugh. "Whether it's mountain ghosts or this era, it's truly a struggle at every turn. I hope all those monsters die out completely." He continued his heavy walk when a shout suddenly came from a distance. Isn't that a shui?" Liang Ku became alert instantly, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. The speaker was a gaunt man carrying water, Chen Qingzhang from the same village. He hurried over, his tone anxious. "A shui, you're back?" Seeing the worry on his face, Liang Ku asked quickly. "Uncle Chen, what's happened?" Chen Qingzhang panted as he said, "Go home and see for yourself, there's a crowd gathered at your door." Liang Ku frowned slightly and without a word quickened his pace. Looking down from a high vantage point, Liang Ku had already reached his doorstep. Not far away on a rock, a large centipede was writhing frantically. Suddenly, a withered bluish-purple hand with sharp claws snatched the centipede. A raspy growl emerged from the darkness. Liang Ku, it was a mountain ghost. It stuffed the centipede into a foul mouth filled with sharp teeth. It was skeletal, with only bits of flesh hanging from its skin. A pair of eyes glowed with an eerie light, staring fixedly at Liang Ku like a beast peering at its prey in the night. Before even entering, Liang Ku heard a man's piercing roar. The voice exploded in the courtyard like a clap of thunder. "Pitiful, too pitiful, I can't stand it." The silent courtyard was shattered by this roar as Shui Chengchen stood in the center with his hands on his hips. He sighed toward the heavens, his teeth gnashing. "Damn it, it's just too pathetic, too humiliating." At his feet, Shui Dingyi was kneeling on the ground, drenched in sweat. He retorted stubbornly, though his voice trembled, "Father, enough, I've already been kneeling for half an hour." Even under punishment, Shui Dingyi remained unrepentant. He muttered impatiently, "He's just a poor fisherman, is it worth making such a scene?" Slap, slap, 2 heavy strikes landed on his backside. Shui Chengquan's eyes bulged, incandescent with rage. "You rebellious son, how did I raise such a fool?" Shui Dingyi jumped up in pain, screaming, "Ah, father, stop hitting me anymore and you'll kill me. You deserve it. I'll beat you to death, you brat." Shui Chengchen delivered a few more heavy lashes. Shui Dingyi wailed as he cried, "Ouch, wah!" Both sides of his buttocks were beaten red and purple, a miserable sight. Inside a house, a couple was peering out through a crack in the door. The woman let out a cold laugh, her tone dripping with schadenfreude. "That boy, I thought he'd be someone once he joined the martial arts hall." She curled her lip and said snidely, "And the result, causing trouble all day long. Now they've come knocking on his door." The man beside her let out a cold snort. The woman's gaze was malicious as she sneered that he had brought it on himself. "We didn't lend him grain before, why would he come looking for you?" Liang Guangqian suddenly flared up, glaring as he roared, "You stupid woman, what do you know? If grain is lent out, can it ever be gotten back? You can tell just by looking at his father's short-lived face." The woman shrank back, her voice softening. "Husband, don't be angry." Liang Guangqian squinted outside and said in a low voice, "Say no more." "The boy is back." As Liang Ku approached the door, he heard Shui Chengquan's roar, "You rebellious brat, still talking back, I'll beat you senseless." Liang Ku was somewhat surprised, frowning as he murmured, "Shui Dingyi?" He looked at the crowd gathered at his door, filled with doubt. What were these people doing here? Upon entering the courtyard, the scene before him made him even more puzzled. Shui Dingyi was slumped on the ground, his face full of grievance yet devoid of remorse. He still had that same foul attitude of looking down on fishermen. Suddenly, Shui Chengchen approached with a beaming smile. He laughed boisterously, his eyes glowing as if he had seen a treasure. "Truly a paragon among men." He leaned in close, his tone sickeningly sweet. "Virtuous nephew Liang, is this not none other than my nephew Liang Ku?" Liang Ku walked over calmly. Shui Chengchen immediately bowed with cupped hands and said flatteringly, "Indeed, his aura is extraordinary. His bearing is as steady as a breeze beneath a green pine." As soon as he finished, a flash of calculation crossed his eyes. No wonder he could become a direct disciple of Master Yang. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted into a clamor of discussion. "Master Yang, you mean Yang Dongsheng, who is famous across the 4 directions?" An elder in the village was stunned, blurting out, "A direct disciple? Does that mean he truly performed the master-seeking ceremony and kowtowed?" "That is a relationship as close as father and son," and having entered the Yang Martial Arts Hall, the crowd grew even more shocked as someone added, "Even the county magistrate must show Master Yang respect." These words were like oil on a fire, and the villagers discussed it fervently. Shui Chengchen was smug. He had known about this long ago, and today's performance was intended to forge a connection with Liang Ku. The villagers swarmed forward, cheering one after another. "Liang Ku is truly amazing. I knew this boy would have a bright future. How old is Liang Ku this year? It must be time for him to take a wife, right? My, he has such a handsome face." Liang Ku was made somewhat awkward, not knowing how to respond at that moment. Shui Chengchen put on a look of profound grief and sighed. "I truly never expected this rebellious son of mine would dare to do something so disgraceful." His gaze turned serious. "Today, even if virtuous nephew Liang wants to beat him to death in public, I will let him." Despite saying this, he didn't expect Liang Ku to actually take the whip. The surrounding people all drew in a sharp breath, looking at Shui Dingyi with sympathy. Liang Ku's face was as calm as still water. His eyes told as he gripped the whip, his voice low. "Oh, anyway, I like is fine." The corners of his mouth curled slightly in an ambiguous smile. "I am not one to hold a grudge, but in this life, if some frustrations aren't vented, one probably won't live a long life." Every word was like a nail driven into Shui Dingyi's heart. The boy trembled all over, his face deathly pale, not daring to look Liang Ku in the eye. Liang Ku walked closer with an invisible pressure, his expressionless face striking fear into hearts. After all, who doesn't want to live to 100? He raised the whip and asked steadily, "Shui Dingyi, what do you say?" Shui Dingyi's body went limp and he begged through tears, "Brother Liang, I was wrong. From now on I am willing to be your servant, your beast of burden. Please spare me this once, I'll never dare again." The courtyard fell into a deathly silence. Liang Ku looked at him, put away the whip and said flatly, "Forget it, let the matter end here." Everyone was stunned. Liang Ku turned away nonchalantly and said softly, "You've suffered enough, besides you weren't the mastermind anyway." Shui Dingyi froze, then shouted with wild joy, "Thank you, Brother Liang, thank you, Brother Liang." But just as Liang Ku prepared to leave, Shui Chengchen suddenly shouted, "Wait a moment." Liang Ku stopped and looked back with an arched eyebrow. Shui Dingyi was scared half to death, wailing in his heart, "Father, am I not your biological son? Do you really insist on me being beaten?" Fortunately, Shui Chengchen was not looking for trouble. Instead, he had someone bring out a tray filled with shimmering silver ingots. He said fervently, "Virtuous nephew Liang is magnanimous, but I cannot be ignorant of etiquette." Seeing the bright white silver, the crowd erupted once more. "Good heavens, 100 taels, I've never seen so much money in my life." Just then, the neighbor's door suddenly opened. "Make way, make way." The couple from the house ran out, their faces wreathed in smiles. "This is my precious nephew." As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd immediately fell silent, and all eyes turned toward the speaker. Liang Guangqian, wearing a fake smile, he hurried forward with a fawning tone, "Brother Shui, I am Liang Ku's biological uncle and his only direct relative. You can talk to me about the matter of compensation." No sooner had he finished speaking than a cold laugh rang out. Every villager narrowed their eyes, their expressions filled with disdain as a shrill voice cut through the air. "Liang Guangqian, have you no shame? When Shui was nearly starving to death before, why didn't we see you opening your door to help him? That's right, now that there's silver, you're suddenly his biological uncle again, and you even dare to call yourself the most loving. I spit on you." These few mocks fell like heavy hammers, leaving Liang Guangqian speechless. He froze for a moment but quickly regained his composure, thickening his skin to fabricate a lie. "Go away, what do you know? Does he not know himself how well I, his uncle, have treated him? If not for me, how could he have become what he is today?" As soon as these shameless words left his mouth, a burst of laughter erupted from the crowd. Shui Chengchen frowned as he sized the man up, then turned to Shui and asked in confusion, "Virtuous nephew Liang, who is this?" Shui replied flatly, I don't know him. This single sentence was as cold as frost, but his intent was clear. In the original owner's memories there had never been such a so-called relative. Liang Guangqian was nothing more than a greedy vampire. When Shui was starving as a child, the man hadn't even spared him a single grain of food. Now he had jumped out to beat his chest and claim kinship. Shui withdrew his gaze and said slowly, "If Master Shui truly wishes to do something, the river god sacrifice for our township is in a few days. Besides the quotas for wealthy families, every strong young man had to contribute 100 wen." Having said this, he didn't even look at the tray of silver Shui Chengchen had brought, turning directly to enter the house. Just as the door was about to close, his steady voice rang out once more. "If Master Shui is sincere, help me cover these fees so the villagers can save some money for New Year's goods. And while you're at it, set up a few more porridge stalls for the poor. There have been more and more beggars in the village lately." Upon hearing this, the crowd froze for a moment before erupting into enthusiastic cheers. "Young hero Liang is righteous, thank you, Shui. Shui is so honorable, what a good boy." The whole village was jubilant, and the atmosphere was exceptionally lively. Shui said no more and simply closed the door in silence. Back inside, he let out a long sigh of relief. Thinking that it was finally over, he stretched, putting the matter behind him as another important task surfaced in his mind. After tempering the skin gate at the martial arts hall last time, he already felt that his skin had reached its limit. There was no longer the tightness he felt when he first began practicing, but rather a unique state of fullness. Shui placed his hand on his neck, kneading it gently, a look of contemplation flashing in his eyes. "If my senses are correct, I can break through the skin gate today." A moment later, the bathtub was filled to the brim. Shui stripped off his outer robe, revealing a well-defined, firm and powerful physique. He reached out to test the water temperature, his expression solemn. During the final breakthrough, the heat generated would far exceed previous levels. A slight lapse in focus could literally fry one's brain, so physical cooling was mandatory. After considering everything, he stepped lightly into the tub, submerging his body in the cool water. No sooner had he sat down than the internal heat erupted. The water in the tub immediately began to give off clouds of white steam, and a faint golden light emerged from his skin. He closed his eyes, concentrating his mind. The breakthrough begins now, after a period of cultivation. The dead skin on his body gradually sloughed away. Shui remained seated steadily in the water tub, eyes slightly closed as his mind entered a state of selflessness. The surroundings were deathly silent. Steam swirled around his face and heat and cold intertwined within him. He could clearly feel a world-shaking transformation occurring deep within his body. Shui frowned slightly as a surging internal force flowed through his limbs and trunk, compressed to the absolute limit. In an instant, a burst of golden true qi erupted from him, the airflow swirling around his body in a dazzling radiance, as if he were enveloped in a spiritual aura. At this moment, within Shui's firm body, his internal force surged with unprecedented power, and even his gaze held a sharp spiritual light. Shui clenched his fists and slowly stood up. "I've finally broken through the skin gate." No sooner had he spoken than a globe of light suddenly appeared in his palm. The globe fluctuated violently, sending waves of spiritual energy rippling in all directions. Shui observed intently, calculating in his mind. "My current water manipulation capacity is about 500 pounds, a qualitative leap compared to before." After tidying himself up, he put his clothes back on. Just as he pulled the robe over his shoulders, he frowned slightly. "But synchronization with the system doesn't seem to have progressed. I didn't expect breaking through the skin gate to have such significant benefits. If I break through all 4 gates, won't I be able to control several tons of water?" Thinking of this, he rubbed his chin and broke into a smug grin. "My 2 abilities complement each other, yielding twice the result with half the effort. This is truly satisfying." Reaching out to pull back the door bolt with force, he took a deep breath and said loudly, "Time to go out and get some exercise." Just as he pushed the door open, Shui unexpectedly bumped into someone who was about to enter. Due to the momentum, the door panel struck the other person's forehead directly, sending him sprawling on his back. "Ah, that hurts like hell." The man was left dazed, clutching his forehead and groaning. Looking closely, it was none other than that self-proclaimed relative, Liang Guangqian. The fellow rolled on the ground and scrambled up, blinking his eyes before immediately changing his face to a look of feigned kindness. "Oh, isn't this my precious nephew?" Having just finished his training, Shui was somewhat speechless at this display. He stared wide-eyed at the man, his tone full of suspicion. "Liang Guangqian, what are you looking for me for? He treated me coldly before, but now he finds his own way to my door, even bringing a bag of rice and acting like a humble good person. Your uncle was afraid you'd be hungry. I was so worried I didn't close my eyes all night. I've emptied out my family's grain reserves just to bring this over to you." Shui gave the man a cold glance. Suddenly so kind in this world. Rice is an extremely precious grain. No one gives it away for nothing. This man clearly has no good intentions. Shui didn't care to get entangled, turning back into the house and saying coldly, "Take it back and eat it yourself, I don't lack grain." With that, he reached out to close the door. Just then, Liang Guangqian hurriedly blocked it. "Wait a second." Before he could finish, Shui decisively shoved the door. Bang! This time, the edge of the door struck the man square in the face, causing his nose to bleed profusely. Liang Guangqian clutched his face, screaming in rage. "What are you trying to do? I'm your biological uncle, your only relative." The greedy old fellow began to throw a tantrum again, this time lying at the doorstep playing the scoundrel. Master Shui gave you such a large sum of money and you actually refused it. Are you an idiot? The commotion immediately drew a crowd of villagers to watch the show. Not stopping there, he actually began to demand the money aggressively in public. You must give me that money. I still have 6 children to raise. An elder is like a father. I can be considered half a father to you. These words thoroughly enraged Shui. Standing in the house, his eyes filled with icy killing intent, he stared down at Liang Guangqian. His voice dropped to a low tone, every word like a blade. Liang Guangqian, if you want to die, just keep trying. The aura Shui radiated scared Liang Guangqian out of his wits, leaving him stammering and unable to speak. Initially he thought he could manipulate Shui as he had in the past, never expecting to kick a steel plate. His mind was in a mess. We haven't seen each other in just a few days. How has this boy changed so much? When did he become so tall and sturdy? Seeing that his filthy tricks were no longer working, Liang Guangqian immediately flipped his temperament. He scrambled to the middle of the road and began to wail like a stuck pig. Villagers, come and see this ungrateful little brat. He becomes a martial artist and forgets his family. I'm his biological uncle and Lao Lu is his own cousin. P2E, a large glob of spit descended from the sky, coating his face. He was frozen on the spot, not yet realizing what had happened. Right in front of him, a woman 3 times his size stepped forward. The auntie stood with her hands on her hips, roaring at him heroically. I spit on you when his father died. Did you, as his uncle, help with so much as a coffin nail? When Shui was starving, did you spare a single grain of rice? Another woman nearby couldn't help but interject. Exactly. When the family property was divided back then, if you hadn't cheated him, how would Shui's father have ended up with only a broken boat, living such a bitter life, raising a child alone? Hit where it hurt, Liang Guangqian roared in a desperate rage. Where did these lowly women come from? Careful, or I'll slap your mouths shut. No sooner had the words left his mouth, thwack, than a thick wooden staff poked him directly in the chest. Liang Guangqian fell flat on his back, spitting out a mouthful of saliva. An aged voice rang out. I'll give you a thrashing first. It was the village head, Chen Miaoan. Elder Chen stepped forward, his eyes full of disgust as he gritted his teeth and cursed. Now that Shui has made something of himself, you run here for benefits. You're truly worse than a beast. As soon as the village head appeared, Liang Guangqian immediately cowered. The village head. Thwack, thwack. Chen Miaoan didn't listen at all, delivering 2 flying kicks to his backside to vent his anger. Get out, don't let me see your scoundrel face again. Liang Guangqian scurried home in a flash. He knew that in Yixing town, Chen Miaoan was not only the village head, but his status as the Chen clan leader was transcendent. Even Master Jiao had to show him some respect. Shui bowed in thanks for the village head's help. Chen Miaoan presided over the scene, nodding as he observed Shui for a moment before saying, I've come to find you this time because I want to invite you to serve as the lead celebrant for this river god sacrifice. Shui froze for a moment. Lead celebrant? Chen Miaoan nodded with certainty. Shui looked up, his mind immediately turning to his system and the favor of the waters. He murmured to himself, perhaps at the ceremony I can discover the true purpose of this thing. Withdrawing his thoughts, he immediately replied, No problem. Chen Miaoan smiled with satisfaction. Good. Remember to practice the sacrificial oration diligently during this time. Early the next morning, the sound of reading came from the small house. The sun is shining on my face, the flowers smile at me. The birds are singing in the morning. Why am I carrying a small bag? Shui was bleary-eyed, letting out a giant yawn as he pushed open the door. Having practiced the sacrificial text all night, he was so tired he kept rubbing his eyes. Because he didn't quite recognize the script of this world yet, and his master required him to memorize the text, he had to grit his teeth and practice all through the night. Though his body was exhausted, his will was firm. He threw a sudden punch into the air and shouted loudly. Reborn to be a student in ancient times. Today the weather was clear and the breeze was gentle. A beautiful sunny day. Inside a quaint study, the steady chanting of an old tutor could be heard. His hair and beard were white, his expression solemn as he held a tattered ancient book, his gaze moving between the lines. If one is never lazy throughout life, how can they not be wealthy? To be shallow and lowly is why old friends are incapable. In the center of the classroom, Shui sat as still as a stone statue. Sunlight slanted through the window frame onto his face, reflecting the utter wordlessness in his eyes. Good heavens, you let me study, but you didn't say it was primary school. He was surrounded by little brats who only reached his waist. Some were picking their noses, others scratching their heads. For a sturdy man who had once fought on a battlefield, to sit beside them was simply a travesty. What was even worse was that the tutor specifically made Shui sit in the first row like a giant torch standing among a cluster of tiny candles. It looked awkward no matter how you sliced it. Before he could regain his composure, the little brat beside him pointed at him to tattle. Teacher, Liang Ku didn't open his mouth. The long-bearded tutor's face immediately turned green with rage, his gaze sweeping over like a sharp blade. Liang Ku, you are simply arrogant beyond belief. This academy teaching someone like you is entirely out of respect for your master. He slammed the book onto the table in a huff, the sound like a clap of thunder that made the children jump. He then lowered his voice and gave Shui a contemptuous glance. For a crude man who doesn't know a handful of characters, to meet a tutor like me is the luck of 3 lifetimes. Looking across the land, where could you find a better place? Be sensible and learn properly. Facing the old fellow's disdainful gaze, Shui raised his head calmly, his gaze cold as he slowly spoke. If one is never lazy throughout life, how can they not be wealthy? Standing in the light of the center, one should have a humble and polite bearing. To be shallow and lowly is why old friends are incapable. His voice was low and steady, each word resonant like shattering jade falling on stone, and the entire classroom instantly fell into a deathly silence. The old tutor frowned, his eyes filled with shock. The group of brats stared even wider, their mouths hanging open large enough to fit a fist, especially the one who had just tattled, who was completely stunned and unable to say a word. Shui continued to chant, "The emptiness of instruction is what the students suffer. Herbalism of 100 insects, armaments and weaponry, avian and bestial relations, miscellaneous curiosities." As he recited, his aura grew steadier, his voice more powerful and his expression as composed as if these subjects had long been etched into his heart. After finishing, Shui clasped his hands in a respectful bow and said politely, "Teacher, I have actually learned all of this already." The setting sun shone down. A gentle breeze swept across the moss-covered roof of the academy, and the distant chirping of insects seemed to stop instantly. Shui's words were like a sudden clap of thunder on a clear day, leaving the white-bearded tutor frozen on the spot as if struck by lightning. He still held the scroll, but his gaze had turned hollow and dazed. Internally, Shui chuckled, "In my past life I was an outstanding university student. This stuff is much easier than my graduation thesis." Though he was laughing inside, he maintained an extremely respectful outward appearance, speaking slowly in the tone of a scholar discussing the way. "Teacher, I simply feel that the Academy's method of literacy is somewhat tedious and overly complex." As soon as these words were spoken, the old tutor's face flushed bright red, his eyes bulging with rage. He drew in a sharp breath. He slammed the book onto the table, pointed at Shui's nose and barked, "You arrogant brat, these methods were painstakingly developed by sages of past generations through years of accumulated wisdom. What do you know?" Still unsatisfied with his venting, he craned his neck and continued to scold, his voice rising higher and higher. "HMPH, it's not that I look down on you, but what could a crude man and a mud-legged peasant like you possibly learn? Teaching you is like playing a lute to an ox." These words lashed out like a whip against Shui's face, yet he remained seated. He was as steady as a stone statue. His gaze was deep, completely unmoved. A moment later he spoke slowly, his tone flat yet resonant. "Teacher, while the official method is meticulous, it requires students to have a foundation in literacy. For a layman, it is a massive threshold. I am researching another technique, mapping every sacred character symbol to a specific sound to facilitate learning. This system is called the pinyin method." As soon as he said this, the classroom was shocked once more. Shui continued to elaborate. His expression was confident as he demonstrated the principles step by step, explaining what he had learned in his past life with effortless fluency. The students were slack-jawed with astonishment, while the old tutor's face turned ashen, his hands trembling so much he was speechless. Just then, steady footsteps echoed from outside, and an elderly man dressed in a light green robe possessing a relaxed and noble air walked in slowly, similar in form yet more concise, most interesting. Seeing this, the harsh tutor hurried to give a deep, respectful bow. "Greetings, Master Tianji." A flurry of whispers broke out in the classroom. "That's a master from the great Shun capital. He is the most knowledgeable teacher at the Taiwan Academy." Tianji stroked his beard with a smile, his eyes bright as he looked at Shui as if he had discovered a piece of unpolished jade. "Regarding these phonetic symbols you mentioned, could you explain them to me in detail?" The room fell silent. Only the old tutor's gaze remained complex, filled with anger and shock, but mostly resentment. He let out a cold snort and said stiffly, "Nonsense. This is simply absurd talk. I hope the sages do not take offense. I cannot listen to such ridiculous words." However, before the words had even settled, Tianji's gaze became as deep as an autumn pool, and his tone grew steady. "Not all ancient sayings are truth. Sometimes it is the nameless who hold the true way." These words rang out like a morning bell, shaking the heart. Debating the principles of the way requires no reputation, compared to Teacher Yang's stubbornness. Master T appeared exceptionally broad-minded and wise. He walked up to Shui with the gentle gaze of a sage and said with a smile, "Great Shun has a system of rewards. As long as an invention benefits the world, one is not only exempt from taxes and rewarded with silver, but can even be granted an official title and fame. The way is sometimes not found in the void, but in leading the people onto the right path." Upon hearing this, Shui's heart surged, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Now is the time, he thought. In this world, talent cannot be buried forever. Since it cannot be hidden, it is better to reveal it all, so that no one dares to doubt. Only by being unique and irreplaceable can one stand above 10,000 others. Seeing Shui in deep thought, Tianji added with a smile, his tone slow yet powerful, "Liang Ku, you are not only extraordinary but second to none. Cultivating with me is the true path." No sooner had he finished than Teacher Zhang couldn't help but interject, his tone urgent and defiant. "Master T, how can you make such an exception for a rebellious boy?" Tianji lightly flicked his sleeve, signaling him to be silent. He turned around, his gaze as stern as ice as he looked directly at Teacher Zhang. "Master Zhang, whether it be studying martial arts or seeking the way, there has never been a hierarchy of high or low birth. This was the final teaching of my late mentor. If you still harbor such distinctions in your heart, have you not strayed from the path of knowledge?" Hearing this, Teacher Yang's face became extremely unsightly, yet he forced himself to maintain etiquette. My words earlier may have been harsh, but this kind of unorthodox behavior. Before he could finish, Tianji burst into a hearty laugh and lightly patted Teacher Yang's shoulder, his gaze kind yet authoritative. Ha ha ha, have no worries, this matter no longer concerns you. Having said that, he turned to look at Aishui tenderly. Where a disciple is unclear, the master shall bear the burden. The shackles a disciple cannot break, I shall break for him. Under the glow of the setting sun, Tianji's figure, upright as a green pine, gradually receded, leaving everyone in awe. Xuanzhi is truly admirable. Deeply moved, Aishui bowed and said, this disciple respectfully sees his teacher off. The scene shifts to the dark and quiet underwater world where light and shadow filter through the water layers, leaving mottled traces on the stone walls. There, Budong was incredibly busy playing. With no need to worry about cultivation, it and Aishui's spirit pet Xuanzhi were enthusiastically playing catch underwater. Xuanzhi waved its claws as gracefully as a sword dance, tossing a jade ball high into the water, while Budong leapt up and turned midair to catch it with elegant form. Its gaze was as focused as if it were executing a mission to protect the nation. Nearby, the fat catfish, another of Aishui's familiars, hurriedly swam over, making strange chirp-chirp sounds. Xuanzhi, who was about to toss the ball, stopped and turned to observe, but the catfish only swam in circles, blowing bubbles to trick them, drawing loud protests from the group of spirit pets. The scene was chaotic and amusing. Fist, Xuanzhi waved its claws with a defiant look as if saying, if you've got the guts, show me your saint beast power. It held its head high, resting the ball on its claw. Gathering all its strength, it made a powerful throw. A loud explosion ripped through the current as the ball transformed into 6 afterimages, flying out like meteors. The force was so intense it caused the riverbed to shake. Bang! The ball struck the fat catfish squarely in the belly, twisting its face and sending its plump body flying like a withered leaf in a gale. In the blink of an eye, the catfish had flown far away, slamming hard into a cliff wall at the bottom of the water. A dull thud followed as bubbles burst and seaweed flew everywhere, stirring the river surface like a tsunami. Near the catfish's thick mouth, a spherical impact mark remained clearly on its belly. A medal from the Great Battle. Not far away, a piece of the rock wall had cracked from the impact, revealing a gap through which a strange light shone. The light was faint at first, then grew increasingly dazzling, as if a sleeping creature were waking up. Budong and Fist were stunned, not daring to take it lightly. They curiously approached. The scene shifts to the silent depths of the river in the middle of the night. Aishui was following Budong, who seemed to be bringing a secret report about the strange occurrence. Budong looked back while swimming, its face full of joy like a child seeking a reward. It opened its wide mouth and laughed, showing its teeth as if saying, we're here. I get the top credit this time. Seeing Budong's pampered behavior, Aishui chuckled. All right, I'll count this as your contribution. Ahead was the stone cave that had been blasted open with a faint light glowing from within. Aishui looked inside with a frown and asked, is this a tunnel you guys dug? Budong clutched its belly and giggled, pointing at Fist. Nearby, the catfish wore a slumped face, clearly not very happy. Seeing the pettiness of his two familiars, Aishui could only manage a bitter smile. Fine, I get it, you're very impressive. He swam gracefully into the cave, his gaze scanning continuously as he marveled. It's actually so spacious inside. The cave was pitch black, but countless glowing vines hung from the ceiling and walls like celestial lanterns, their soft light illuminating the entire space. Aishui gasped in a low voice. So it's these vines that are glowing, and there's space above. He reached out to grab one, finding it both soft and tough with a strange icy sensation. Strange, what kind of vine is this? Seeing that he couldn't pull it down, Aishui simply tried to bite it. If one method failed, he'd try another. He couldn't let such a treasure go. Aishui exerted all his strength, gnashing his teeth until he trembled, his face turning red and his chi and blood surging. I can't bite through it. The vine was as hard as a rock and as tough as a dragon's tendon. Even using his full power, he couldn't leave a single mark. Aishui had no choice but to let go, swimming back to the center and shouting softly, Budong, Aifei, Fist, let's go. The 3 spirit pets happily paddled through the water to follow him, their tails swaying like waves. The terrain inside the cave rose sharply, leaving the river water behind as the space became dry and the air circulated. Aishui surfaced, cautiously observing his surroundings. The cave became narrow, only wide enough for one person to pass, with jagged rocks protruding like beast teeth. No water, it's really air, he murmured to himself. Before him were layers of eerie vine webs spread across the rock crevices like spider webs. Aishui crept forward, his heart full of curiosity. He reached out to touch them gently, wondering if these vines all grew in this one spot. He was looking up when he completely failed to notice a small creature silently approaching from behind. It was multi-legged and long-bodied, with a form as thin as a blade. Suddenly, the creature shot out like an arrow from a bow, aimed straight for the back of Aishui's neck. Luckily, Aishui's instincts were sharp. He dodged to the side in an instant. The monster missed its mark and crashed into the opposite rock wall. Boom! Shattered stone flew everywhere as the monster revealed its true form, a giant water centipede as long as a spear, its body shimmering with a watery glow. Aishui walked closer calmly, examined it for a moment and frowned. HMPH, trying to ambush me? I noticed you long ago. Fist stood on his shoulder, waving its claws with a smug look as if saying child's play. Aishui observed it carefully and nodded. It really was a water-poison red snake, a hunter from the bottom of the abyss, naturally ferocious and extremely difficult to deal with. Just then, the water centipede raised its head, its mandibles clicking as it issued a challenge. Before Shui could move, the monster lunged again with a burst of power from its tail, moving like lightning with a fierce gaze. It spat out toxic gas, determined to take Shui's life, but Shui remained motionless. A blurred shadow flashed as Fist leapt into the air, its claws descending with the force to split mountains. Crack, the two collided, and the centipede's head was caught in a death grip, its jaw becoming deformed. This was a fierce battle between a spirit beast and a ferocious creature. Shui clapped and laughed. Good job, little Fist, you've improved a lot. Receiving praise from its master, Fist grew even more excited, backing up a few steps before waving its claws again. Its momentum was like a tiger's. The water centipede refused to be outdone, coiling its body like a spring before lunging again with a wild and fierce style as if knowing no fear. However, it was caught once more by Fist's heart-locking claw. Bang! The centipede's entire body was locked tight by the steel-like claws. It could only struggle desperately like a fish out of water. Fist lifted the centipede, looking as majestic as a gladiator. Shui watched with great interest. Beautifully done, Fist, look at that. The centipede was curled up as if its body were broken. It was locked tight, unable to move, its entire body trembling as it let out the dying hiss of a venomous snake. Shui walked over slowly, his gaze deep. He squatted down with his hands on his knees to observe, murmuring to himself, "It really is a water centipede." His gaze settled on the centipede's pair of curved fangs, which were dripping with thick green liquid, surrounded by a swirling mist of toxic gas. Rumor had it that this creature's bite force was immense. Those fangs were not only sharp but carried a lethal poison, and its visage was truly hideous. The creature was incredibly fierce, with killing intent constantly flashing in its eyes. Shui frowned. If I can govern this natural weapon, I'll have another hidden projectile in my arsenal. At that moment, the mental link remained stable. Shui took action immediately. He leaned down to pick up a small pebble, gripped it in his hand, and exerted force. Crack! The stone shattered instantly. My constitution is indeed powerful after breaking through the gate, Shui remarked. Looking at his slightly reddened fingertips, he pondered secretly, I'll have to find senior brother Lu to buy a high-quality dagger. Then he extended two fingers toward the centipede, which was still pinned down by Fist. Enough. Dominating blood rune release. In an instant, a portion of the centipede's body erupted with a dazzling light. The spiritual energy within it burned frantically like a raging fire. Startling even Fist, who stared wide-eyed at the sight, Shui's entire body trembled slightly as cold sweat beaded on his forehead. His internal spiritual energy felt as if it were being drained in a single moment. The impact was simply too powerful. In his sea of consciousness, the system interface flashed red, issuing a series of warnings. Spiritual energy resistance exceeds threshold. Danger, danger. Shui gritted his teeth, forcing himself not to collapse. What on earth is going on? It's just a centipede. Yet the aura it radiates is not at all inferior to that war crocodile monster. After a while, the system finally emitted a dense series of prompts. Governing of the water beast successful. Heavenly water kill can be evolved. Shui felt a wave of relief sinking to the ground as he panted heavily, sweat pouring down like rain. Phew, I finally made it through. Before him, the centipede had become completely submissive. Shui revealed a slight smile and reached out to gently stroke its back. Since you're so formidable, you shall be called Wei from now on. The system panel continued to display. Heavenly water kill has absorbed a spirit Ganoderma. Nourished by the flesh and blood of a water spirit warrior, it has mutated, consuming 10,000 points of aquatic essence, can evolve it into great drop of heavenly water, death. Shui's eyes widened after reading this, and he let out a sharp intake of breath. What? 10,000 points? These fellows I catch are getting more and more ravenous. He shook his head and sighed, thinking he could only leave it at that for now. Wei leaped gracefully from the rock and began crawling slowly toward the depths of a cave. Seeing this, Shui followed closely behind, asking as he walked, "Hey, where exactly is the place where you ate the water spirit Ganoderma?" The centipede remained silent, heading straight into a narrow cave entrance. Inside, it grew increasingly dark, but fortunately the faint glow from the luminous vines was enough to light the way. Following the path, Shui cautiously ventured deeper, his gaze alert as he scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. A hazy light appeared ahead, illuminating a seated silhouette. Shui felt a chill and murmured in a low voice, "This place looks truly eerie." He drew closer and the light became clearer. It was not a living person but a skeleton. It remained in a seated meditative posture, its hands tightly clutching a wooden box. Even on the brink of death, this person had been unwilling to let go of this object. Shui read softly. There are words below. He squatted down to read. I am the naval vanguard general of the Great Qian. Having fought through 7 battles, I ultimately drifted here due to severe injuries. My strength is exhausted and I can no longer endure. I have failed the Imperial grace and thus meet my end here. Shui stood silently before the skeleton that had sat withered in this dark stone cave for so long. Beside him were his submissive spirit pets. Fist, Fei, the crocodile, and Wei were all as silent, as if they were collectively witnessing this long-buried tragic history. Shui sat down, staring intently at the blurred, hurried characters carved into the ground, sweat beading on his forehead. Vanguard of the Great Qian, last words written here. Shui read word by word, but the strokes that followed were already illegible. The strange script made him frown. What characters are these? I can't understand them at all. He narrowed his eyes and leaned in to observe, but no matter how strong his mental power was, it was powerless against the dust of time. "Heavens, I really can't read a single word," he muttered, looking up once more to examine the skeleton. The pale phalanges were still clutching the wooden box tightly, as if afraid someone would snatch it away. Shui murmured to himself, "It seems this person was washed here by the current." His eyes lit up. Could it be that the vicinity was once an ancient battlefield? If that's the case, there might be spiritual weapons or materials left behind here. Shui glanced at the wooden box in the skeleton's hands. What's inside is likely the remains of the water spirit Ganoderma that Wei didn't finish stealing. He bowed his head deeply in respect and said softly, "Senior, please forgive my intrusion." He cautiously took the wooden box from the skeleton's hands. The lid popped open and a pale blue light instantly filled the air as spiritual energy surged like spring water. Inside the box lay a complete red blood spirit Ganoderma, radiating a hazy glow. The rich spiritual energy even invigorated his mind. Shui took a look and nodded slightly. It seemed the missing parts had indeed been eaten by Wei. He carefully put the Ganoderma away and looked at the skeleton again. "Senior, I will take you out of here in a moment. I'll bury you in that lotus pond. The spiritual energy there is abundant, so it can be considered a place of rest." A cold wind brushed through his hair. Shui smiled faintly, holding the water spirit Ganoderma that radiated a soft spiritual light. The moment for advancement had arrived. His tone was steady and filled with determination. He had to break through the 50-point threshold this time. Exiting the cave, Shui sat down among his spirit pets and spoke with a serious expression. "Budong, I'll give you 1/3, no, 1 portion." The crocodile grinned widely upon hearing this, wagging its tail joyfully. "As for a Fei and Fist, each gets 1/12. Wait, don't even think about getting a share. You've already chewed through an entire one yourself. What more do you want?" Shui shook his head, held up the remaining water spirit Ganoderma and said, "The rest of this belongs entirely to me." As soon as he finished speaking, Shui placed the Ganoderma in his mouth and chewed joyfully. It melted instantly, its texture smooth and soft like tofu, yet it carried a cool surge of spiritual energy that pierced directly into his veins. A moment later, the system glowed brilliantly. Aquatic Essence 216. But what surprised Shui even more was a series of new prompts jumping onto the system interface. His eyes widened. "This is actually higher than the essence from Crab Row?" He immediately moved his fingers to select the upgrade. On the flashing interface, various data appeared. Cauldron Master Liang Ku has refined the marsh spirit Budong. Synchronization 70.6. Governed Water Beast Budong Taihua Crocodile consuming 280 points of aquatic essence can evolve it into a Jaw Dream Crocodile. Governed Water Beast A Fei Whisker Catfish consuming 240 points. Governed Water Beast Fist Stone Claw Crab consuming 760 points. A final line of small characters slowly emerged, carrying significant weight. More than half of the spirit of the primordial serpent has been fused. Talent skill learned. Water Leap. At this moment, the spiritual energy within Shui's body boiled and his chi and blood surged like a dark current behind him. The shadow of a valiant spirit beast appeared. It was a monkey's head, radiating divine majesty with bird fangs and eyes burning with fire as if it could pierce the soul. The burst of spiritual energy was so powerful it was difficult for Shui to adapt for a moment. His chest felt a surge of heaviness as if it were accumulating the rage of the entire ocean. Just then, a fire-like red streak abruptly split across his chest, like a fire seed hidden within a water vein, slowly spreading and outlining an ancient mark inch by inch upon his skin. The fissure radiated a turbulent aura carrying a primal pressure, and soon covered Shui's entire chest like a fire lotus blooming in the deep sea. Seeing this, Shui did not panic. Instead, his eyes were full of anticipation. Once his aura stabilized, he joined his hands in a gesture of respect. He bowed deeply and respectfully toward the skeleton of the Naval Vanguard Senior. "Thank you, Senior. This junior has benefited immensely." Standing up, Shui clenched his fists, his eyes shining. He had to go to the shore to test things out. He let out a loud roar and plunged into the water, beginning to swim around like a flood dragon entering the sea. The spiritual energy around him fluctuated violently, every stroke seeming to create vortices of energy. However, right at the height of his excitement, bang! Shui slammed headfirst into a reef, leaving his face covered in blood and his head spinning. He clutched his forehead, groaning in a low voice. "Ah, so it's a displacement skill." Although this water leap was both fast and fierce, it was extremely difficult to control, and its physical stamina consumption was staggering. Shui opened the system interface to examine the talent skill carefully. Water leap, rapid movement in water, can produce explosive power in conjunction with water currents, has a chance to evolve into a divine power. Water walking for 1,000 miles. Shui's eyes sparkled as he murmured to himself, "Water walking for 1,000 miles? If I can actually master that, won't I be invincible?" Not only that, another prompt appeared. Water control capacity increased by 300 pounds, totaling 800 pounds. This was truly a massive leap. He took a deep breath underwater and raised his hand. Spiritual energy flowed through his palm, and light and shadow reflected on the lake's surface like ripples. On the shore, several spirit pets were resting. Shui looked at them and said in a heavy voice, "You all rest here for now. Every spirit pet still needs an increase of at least 200 to 500 points of spiritual energy." The system displayed the status of each pet in succession. A Wei governed water beast Taihua crocodile consumes 230 points of aquatic essence. Can evolve into a Jiao Dream crocodile. A Fey governed water beast whisker catfish consumes 210 points of aquatic essence. Can evolve into a lakehead catfish. Fist governed water beast stone claw crab consumes 760 points of aquatic essence. Can evolve into a stone claw crab king. A Shui rubbed his chin, a thoughtful light flashing in his eyes. Wait, he said to himself, when did a Fey surpass Budong? Thinking of this, he tilted his head and frowned, feeling as though something had been calculated incorrectly. But regardless, his gaze softened and he gave a faint smile. Perhaps it had its own lucky encounter. No sooner had he spoken than the whisker catfish, a Fey, immediately began to tremble, sweat pouring down as its plump body squirmed as if in protest. Seeing this, a Shui burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, what a slippery catfish you are. The catfish pursed its mouth helplessly. Looking at the system interface, A Shui murmured in a low voice, "There's only 1 week left until the river god sacrifice ceremony. I have to study hard during this time and listen to Master." His gaze turned serious. "Because I have a premonition that this matter is related to the river god sacrifice." 1 week later, in early winter, a thin mist enveloped the small village by the great river. Urgent knocking came from outside the door, and a man shouted, "A Shui, the time has come. We should head to the river god sacrifice ceremony." Inside the house, A Shui nodded calmly and waved his hand, barking, "A Wei, come here." Instantly, the centipede spirit beast crawled over at high speed with an agile frame. As soon as it reached its master's hand, it coiled itself skillfully, transforming into an exquisite bracer that looked like a high-grade magical artifact. A Shui looked at his wrist, nodded with satisfaction, and then pushed open the door. The warm sun shone down and A Shui walked with a spring in his step, as radiant as the morning sun in winter. He wore a set of crisp new clothes, his entire being radiating the unique aura of a spiritual cultivator, a natural smile hanging on his lips. "Let's go to the river god sacrifice." By the great river, the villagers were gathered, young and old alike, full of excitement. The ceremony had entered its final stages of preparation. Flags fluttered, incense smoke curled, and heavy drumbeats sounded in sets. In the crowd, a small girl in red, with a thin frame, stood there at a loss, her eyes filled with confusion. Suddenly, the little girl burst into loud sobs. "Wah!" In the distance, her mother ran over anxiously and asked in a panic, "What's wrong, Nini? Don't cry. Tell mommy what's wrong." Sobbing, the girl pointed toward a nearby alley, her voice trembling. There's a monster there." The mother frowned, squatting down to comfort her. "Nonsense again. Where would a monster come from in the village?" Though she said this, she still instinctively looked in the direction her daughter pointed, seeing only darkness in the alley. The little girl continued to stare fixedly in that direction, her face pale and her body shivering uncontrollably. She didn't look at all like she was lying. Her mother quickly touched her head to coax her. All right, don't cry. Mommy will buy you a candied hawthorn to eat." However, at the dark mouth of the alley, a terrifying head quietly poked out, its skin blue-gray and its eyes like blood, its massive maw filled with sharp, salivating teeth. It was that hideous mountain ghost. This monster had been lurking in the village for the past few days, searching everywhere like a phantom for A Shui's tracks. Its eyes flashed with a greedy, blood-red light as it constantly muttered, "Immortal Liang Ku, immortal Liang Ku." On the ceremonial square, war drums thundered in unison, as steady and majestic as early winter thunder. Dozens of sturdy men dressed in tidy sacrificial robes and holding bronze shields stepped forcefully in rhythm with the drums, their sound shaking the mountains and forests. The villagers crowded around so tightly not a drop of water could leak through, the atmosphere exceptionally lively. Up ahead, a group carried the sacrifices into the arena. A massive bull and a bloody raw pig. Heaven-shaking slogans erupted in unison. Beside the procession stood a burly man wearing a ghost god mask and a long robe that trailed on the ground. He held a bundle of glowing red incense sticks, blue smoke curling upward as he chanted ancient incantations in a loud voice. "The witch priest takes his station. Let the gods manifest," he prayed as he walked, guiding the ceremony forward. This man was the lead celebrant, the guide connecting the mortal realm with the spirit world, and the leader at the very front of today's ceremony was none other than A Shui. A Shui slowly stepped onto the high stone stairs. The altar was set in the center of the square, surrounded by curling wisps of incense. On either side stood 2 massive bronze tripods symbolizing the water veins and spiritual beings. Before A Shui, the sacrificial table draped in red silk was laden with bull heads, pig heads, and various offerings clustered with fragrant flowers. At the center of the table lay an ancient scroll tied with red cord. A Shui halted his steps, standing steadily before the table. His gaze was composed as he stared ahead in silence. Below the stage, the villagers held their breath, watching intently. Suddenly, the man in the ghost mask raised his hands high and shouted in a booming voice, "The ritual begins." A Shui reached out to take the scroll, carefully unfurling it page by page. His eyes swept over the lines of ancient script and he began to recite in a deep voice that echoed like a river breeze. "Pingyang River God on high, bless this land of Yixing. Beside the waters of the Waihe, where all life finds its home and all people place their hope. Today, we gathered souls bow before your presence to present this sacrificial oration." As he spoke every word, the villagers below grew even more silent, their gazes filled with reverence as they looked toward the altar. In a corner of the square, 2 men observed quietly. One of them, with a high hair bun and a cold countenance, let out a long sigh. "Truly a majestic sight," he said. He looked at A Shui on the altar, a flash of melancholic nostalgia appearing in his eyes as he thought, I don't know what you've been through, but we grew up together, and the person I see now is no longer the Shui of old," he murmured softly. "Are you really still a Shui?" Simultaneously, on a roof near the altar, a strange dark shadow quietly crawled upward, its body twisting like a snake, a hideous nightmarish form that clearly did not belong to the mortal world. Its bald head poked out from the corner of the eaves, its eyes as red as dripping blood, staring fixedly at a Shui in the center of the altar. Every breath it took carried a sickening stench, and its mouth incessantly muttered, "Ascend, Liang Ku, ascend." Liang Ku. Right then, Shui's eyes snapped open, and the internal energy around him shivered slightly. He sensed something foul approaching and swept his gaze toward the dark roof tiles. Shui had spotted the mountain ghost, and his gaze turned icy. The mountain ghost on the roof slowly revealed itself. Its face was filled with jagged teeth like sharp blades, and its blood-red eyes radiated a chilling, killing intent that seemed to freeze the very air. Standing on the altar, Shui's gaze was like ice, though a sense of dread gripped his heart. He whispered to himself, "It's finally here. This is the mountain ghost Senior Brother mentioned." The pages of the Hamu Hall miscellaneous records that Senior Brother Liu had given him surfaced in his mind. The illustration of the mountain ghost, once blurry, now became vivid and clear. Skin cracked like withered wood, sharp fangs, there was no mistaking it. It eats animal hides when young and human organs when grown. It strikes as soon as it sees blood, a thing that looks like a man yet is not. He looked toward the crowd where the little girl in red was still crying, "Mommy, it's that monster." The girl's faint scream was enough to startle the entire village, and everyone's gaze turned toward the mountain ghost. The monster was as black as a nightmare, and a bizarre sound erupted from its throat like the shriek of a startled wild beast. Suddenly, the mountain ghost lunged with a burst of power, slamming heavily onto the roof and leaving behind a long streak of water before charging toward the ground like a predatory beast. Its feet hit the earth. Its body hunched low in a submissive crouch. Then it snapped its head up, its hideous fangs glinting in the dim sunlight. Instantly, the crowd fell into a panic, people screaming as they scattered in all directions. Seeing the dire situation from the stage, Shui immediately roared at everyone, "Run, get out of here!" But amidst the chaotic tide of people, a small, weak figure remained in place. It was the little girl in red. The little girl cried out in terror, "Mommy, Mommy, where are you?" In the chaos, her cries were swallowed by countless screams. People pushed and shoved one another, preventing the mother from finding her child. She could only charge forward desperately, shouting anxiously, "Nini, where is Nini?" In this moment of terror, the mountain ghost turned its head slightly and discovered a fragile soul within reach. The monster lunged toward the little girl with unbelievable speed. Seeing the danger approaching, Shui was consumed with anxiety. "Damn it, I won't make it." Just then, Shui's friend Jicheng burst from the crowd, his eyes bloodshot as he ran with all his might to save the girl threatened by the ghost. Sweat soaked his face, every step as heavy as if he were carrying the weight of 1,000 mountains. Amidst the panicked screams of the crowd, the mother also ran over, her body trembling with fear of the monster, yet her eyes were filled with resolve at the thought of her daughter in peril. Just as the girl was about to be seized by the mountain ghost, a figure charged in like a streak of light cutting through the dark night. Jicheng used his last ounce of strength to leap, shielding the little girl in a tight embrace to protect her from the monster's attack. Holding the girl, the two slammed heavily onto the ground, but this brave act saved the girl's life. Though the fall caused him immense pain, Jicheng couldn't help but let out a low groan of agony. Seeing its prey escape, the mountain ghost grew even more enraged and charged toward the two on the ground. It opened its massive maw and let out a sickening shriek, seemingly relishing its own fury. But just as the mountain ghost prepared to pounce, Shui's friend unhesitatingly pulled out a dagger and roared, "Jicheng, hold on!" He concentrated all his strength into his arm and hurled the dagger at the monster. "Taste my flying blade!" Sensing the incoming object, the mountain ghost reacted with lightning speed, shrinking its body to smoothly dodge the dagger, causing the throw to miss. Missed, damn it, it's too late." The friend's words were filled with despair as he watched the mountain ghost draw closer and closer to them. Seconds before the monster reached the child and Jicheng, the air seemed to solidify, and time seemed to stop. The mountain ghost charged straight ahead, its mouth wide and its eyes bright with murderous fire, ready to deliver a fatal strike. "Will I really not make it in time?" Shui gritted his teeth, suddenly noticing an ancient bronze tripod nearby filled with sacrificial water from the great marsh. His eyes lit up. Sacrificial water was a pure source, rich in spiritual energy. Without hesitation, Shui let out a low roar and slammed his hand into the tripod. The water in the tripod splashed out like a collapsing waterfall, and spiritual light erupted. "Grant me your power." A thunderous roar shook the clouds, seemingly making the heavens and earth tremble. He circulated his power and violently hoisted the water from the tripod, transforming it into a spiraling pillar of water that surged toward the sky like a swimming dragon. The current, laden with spiritual energy, shot out like a spear cutting through the air, passing right by his friend who was on the brink of death. The man looked stunned, not yet understanding what was happening, but within that surge of spiritual water, Shui's form merged with the liquid, transforming into a flash of light as he displaced himself at high speed. In an instant, Shui appeared beside the mountain ghost, his fist clenched and enveloped in surging spiritual energy. Water leap, with a heaven-shaking boom, his fist slammed into the mountain ghost's head like a meteor, striking it just as it was about to pounce on his friend. Mountain ghost's gaunt body was driven heavily into the earth, its limbs struggling as the ground shattered and debris flew under the thunderous impact. Aishui's body was tense, his hand pinning the monster down with overwhelming momentum that left it unable to move. "Run, get the girl out of here," he roared at his shivering friend. The man was pale and his legs were shaking, unable to believe Aishui's majestic presence. You still have this?" Aishui glanced at him, his gaze steady. "Jie, there's no time to explain. Take the girl and go. Leave this to me." Hearing this, Ji Chang gritted his teeth, scooped up the child and turned to flee, calling back as he went, "Understood, I'll come back to help you once it's over." Having confirmed their safety, Aishui composed himself and turned to look at the dust-filled ground. What kind of monster is this? And how did it get here? Just as the thought passed, the dust cleared, but the mountain ghost had already vanished. Aishui frowned. "Gone? Where did it go?" Before a few breaths had passed, a sharp whistling sound reached his ears. The mountain ghost lunged from behind, its claws lashing out. Sensing the killing intent behind him, Aishui spun around to block, but he couldn't help but feel a jolt of alarm. Crap! The monster's eyes shimmered in the darkness, erupting with a fierce, terrifying light. It shrieked, revealing its jagged fangs in a show of force before launching a flurry of attacks at Aishui. Its black claws swiped wildly from top to bottom, sometimes brushing his abdomen, sometimes slashing across his waist, every move carrying the power of an ancient beast. It was then, seizing the moment while the monster was still attacking, that Aishui dodged to the side and used the momentum to twist his body, slamming an aura-infused punch into the monster's jaw. "Go to hell!" His roar exploded like thunder as the force of the punch cut through the air and struck the mountain ghost square in the mouth. The impact was immense, jerking the monster's head violently to one side. The sound of its jawbone shattering rang out clearly. Just then, Aishui's two friends also charged over with fierce momentum. "Aishui, we're here!" Without hesitation, the two drew their weapons, ready to face the creature. By now, Aishui was pinning one of the mountain ghost's arms down. Dark red blood flowed from his shoulder, soaking his clothes, but his gaze remained as steady as a rock. "I must suppress it before it recovers." He gritted his teeth in thought, then let out a roar as he lunged for its ribs. "Don't just strike blindly." Hearing the command, the two friends lunged forward, each driving their blades deep into the monster's ribs. The mountain ghost let out a howl of agony. Aishui gritted his teeth, his tone cold and filled with killing intent. "If you want my life, you'll need more than this." While the monster was in pain, Aishui delivered a heavy kick like a sledgehammer to its chest. With a deafening boom, the mountain ghost was sent flying, its skeletal body hitting the ground and rolling several times. Without giving it a moment to breathe, Aishui immediately waved his hand and shouted, "Aiwei, go!" A massive pitch-black centipede, radiating a bone-chilling cold, crawled from his sleeve, moving like a flash of lightning. Whoosh! Away locked onto the mountain ghost's throat, its two sharp mandibles sinking deep into the flesh to inject venom into its vessels and muscles. The monster writhed and struggled in intense pain, left with no strength to counterattack. Aishui stood his ground, his gaze piercing. "Awei's poison is enough for you to handle." Under the continuous assault, the mountain ghost grew increasingly weak, letting out a desperate wail as it struggled to stand. A few curious villagers began to approach, their gazes dazed, not even daring to breathe loudly. By now, the mountain ghost was no longer hideous. Its claws were trembling and its gaze was unfocused. When it caught the scent of humans, it snapped its head around and let out a low growl. Several men were scared out of their wits, their faces turning blue as they fled in a panic. On this side, Aishui had picked up a large piece of charred wood and growled, "You want to go further? It won't be that easy." He raised the charred wood like a spear, concentrated his full strength and hurled it at the target. Whoosh! The wood cut through the air, accurately striking the hilt of the blade already embedded in the monster's body. The blade was driven deeper, piercing through the mountain ghost's gaunt frame as black blood erupted like a toxic fountain. But that wasn't enough. Aishui leapt into the air, a fierce wind howling around him as he descended with his full body weight, stomping heavily onto the charred log pinned into the monster. Bang! The log sank deep, completely impaling its body and pinning the monster to the earth, leaving it curled up and shrieking in pain. The shrill cries echoed in the air, making one's hair stand on end. Before him was that brutal monster, its withered body pinned firmly to the ground by the massive charred log, black blood soaking the surrounding earth. Aishui walked over slowly, his gaze icy and his voice low. "It's over, isn't it?" Yet in its final moments, the mountain ghost still uttered strange syllables. "Ascend. Liang Ku." The words were blurred as if coming from the underworld. The bizarre tone instantly shocked the surrounding crowd. The onlookers whispered among themselves, What did it just say? It can talk? What kind of monster is this? Is this a punishment sent by the gods?" Every word was carved into people's hearts like a blade, and a cold, tense atmosphere enveloped the entire area behind him. Aishui's two friends also spoke through gritted teeth. "If this continues, how can the villagers ever have a peaceful life?" The villagers' emotions had completely broken down, but Aishui remained silent, staring fixedly at the monster's dying frame. His thoughts were entirely different. "No, this is not a disaster, it is a gift. This was the opportunity to change the fate of our Yixing village." With that, he pulled out a short blade as cold as winter snow. His wrist was steady as he slowly aimed the blade at the monster's neck. A moment later, the mountain ghost's head was held firmly in Aishui's hand. His gaze was sharp and his presence majestic as he looked into the distance. This was the finest sacrifice to offer the river god. System activation. Weizhong sacrifice mission complete. early the next morning at the early winter sacrifice site in Yixing village. The head of the mountain ghost was placed solemnly upon the altar, surrounded by curling wisps of incense. The villagers knelt around the shrine in worship, chanting ancient sacrificial orations. It was a peculiar ceremony, both dignified and filled with profound awe. In the distance, Shui sat alone on a large boulder at the edge of the altar, silently staring at the hand that had just defeated the mountain ghost. He mused to himself, "I was able to win this battle primarily because I had just broken through the skin gate, and my physical strengthening far exceeded that of an ordinary martial artist. Secondly, it was because of the successful fusion of the spirit body." His power had surged. He lowered his head to look at the system interface, his forehead drenched in sweat. From someone who could only leave his life to fate, he had finally rewritten his destiny in this moment of upheaval. Shui raised his arm, looking at Wei. The centipede coiled silently around it, and whispered with a deep gaze, "Thirdly, it was thanks to Wei's lethal poison. Without it, the situation then would have been unimaginable." A faint light flickered on the system interface. The conditions for water leap had been met, granting him the river favor. The evolution technique water walking for 1,000 miles was activated. Shui nodded slightly, his gaze like a torch. "The most important thing is this ability to evolve skills. The river favor talent is also in hand. It's just as I expected, though it's still too little for now." Just then, someone approached from a distance. The village head was leading a man in white robes who possessed a scholarly bearing and a steady demeanor. The village head shouted loudly, "Shui, the doctor is here." As it turned out, Shui had also been injured during the fierce battle with the mountain ghost. A long claw mark had been left on his body, blood soaking through his clothes. The doctor approached, signaling him to remove his upper garment to examine the wound. However, upon seeing Shui's sturdy physique and exuberant qi and blood, the doctor couldn't help but exclaim, "Young Master Liang's body is robust and his qi and blood are abundant. Your constitution is truly exceptional." Shui smiled somewhat awkwardly. "I'll have to trouble you, doctor. Please help me check the wound." The doctor seemed to snap out of a trance, nodding as he said, "Ah yes, of course, I almost forgot." He began to carefully treat the wound. While bandaging, he clicked his tongue in wonder, wondering what material the young master's outer robe and inner lining were made of, as they were so tough that blades could not cut them and spikes could not pierce them. Shui did not hide the truth. "The outer robe was a gift from my second senior brother, originating from the Shu family. It is impervious to blades and spears. The lining was given by my first senior brother, made of celestial silk which can resist spiritual energy damage." Hearing this, the doctor was stunned, nodding in contemplation. "Indeed, these are rare treasures of the world. But even with treasure armor protection, the wound still split, I suspect." He looked at Shui suspiciously and asked in a low voice, "Young Master Liang, could it be that you have already broken through the skin gate?" Before Shui could answer, the surrounding people heard the word skin gate, and the crowd instantly erupted. "What? Even Shui has broken through the skin gate? Is it true? Doesn't that mean he's become a formal martial artist?" Everyone's gaze was filled with reverence, their admiration plain to see. Standing under the fervent gazes of the crowd, Shui nodded slightly with a hint of embarrassment, taking it as a silent admission. An old man burst into a hearty laugh. "Good, wonderful. Shui is truly the pride of our Yixing village. Someone from our village has finally brought honor to their ancestors." Shui's friends also broke into smiles. Indeed, he really did it, in just a few months. However, in another corner, Ajia's face was dark, a sliver of jealousy hidden in his eyes as he screamed inwardly, "Has he pulled this far ahead of me again? Can I really never catch up to him?" The crowd had not yet dispersed. A familiar face appeared among them. It was that stingy neighbor who lived near Shui's house. He stood in the distance, his face ashen. "Good heavens, has this boy actually become so capable? He won't try to settle those old accounts with me, will he?" At this moment, the village head stepped forward and asked with a serious expression, "Shui, what exactly was that monster?" Another person interjected. "Yes, the whole village is worried. Please tell us, where on earth did it come from?" Everyone's eyes turned toward Shui in unison. The weather was freezing, and a cold wind whistled through the withered trees. Shui straightened his back, silently staring at the headless corpse of the mountain ghost on the ground. He did not rush to answer, but instead walked forward a few steps to face the villagers' questioning gazes, replying in a low tone, "This monster is called a mountain ghost. It usually hides in the deep mountains and old forests and is bloodthirsty by nature. I fear it was attracted by the thick scent of blood here and revealed itself to the world." Hearing this, the crowd burst into discussion, but Shui did not stop. His voice grew heavier, laced with worry. "As for whether there are other mountain ghosts in Yixing village, I cannot say for certain. I'm afraid this matter is not that simple. It is by no means an accident." As soon as he finished, the villagers' faces turned deathly pale. They clutched their children tightly, their eyes filled with absolute terror. Suddenly, an old man pointed toward the altar, his voice trembling. "Everyone, do you feel this head looks a bit familiar? Look closely. Doesn't it look like that crazy old Zhang from the edge of the village?" Everyone looked intently. Sure enough, the severed head, with eyes rolled back, messy beard, and a lingering trace of frenzied ferocity on its face, looked more and more like him. It hadn't been mentioned before, but now that it was, the resemblance was striking. How could that scoundrel have turned into such a monster? Shui's face darkened, a sense of foreboding flashing in his heart. In an instant, a series of images flashed through his mind like lightning. the failed alchemy at the Jiao estate, the successive appearances of mountain ghosts, the disappearance of unidentified corpses, and the mysterious disappearance of Lu Xiaohui. The method of corpse transformation mentioned at Fawa Temple. These scattered fragments now pieced together a complete truth. Shui gritted his teeth, his gaze icy. Damn it, I should have known. Alchemy was just a ruse. Raising ghosts was the key. He hesitated no longer, turning around and speaking to the village head in a steady but resolute tone. Village head, this matter is of grave importance. I must leave immediately for Pingyang County to see my master. I suspect this mountain ghost was created from old Zhang through a wicked transformation. He said no more, but in his heart he made a silent resolve. Even if this matter turns the world upside down, I will investigate it to the very end. A few days later at the Yang estate, an exquisite young girl stepped out onto the white stone steps leading to the main courtyard. Her hem fluttered lightly in the wind, and her clear gaze swept toward the newcomer as she chuckled softly. Shui, how do you have time to come find me today? It's rare to see a trace of you on ordinary days. At this moment, Shui was in no mood for jokes. He stepped forward quickly and gave a deep bow. I wish my Xiniang well. This time, I have a major matter to report to the master. A moment later, in the main hall of the Yang estate, Shui was invited inside to sit opposite his Xiniang, who possessed a solemn demeanor and an extraordinary aura. He hid nothing, relaying the details of the fierce battle with the mountain ghost, the various anomalies and his suspicions regarding the wicked energy emanating from the Jiao estate. After speaking, Shui clenched his fists, his voice low and serious. Therefore I suspect the emergence of the mountain ghost is related to the Jiao estate. Xiniang quietly picked up her teacup and took a light sip, then smiled faintly, her gaze as deep as a quiet autumn breeze. My little ninth truly has a sharp mind. It wasn't for nothing that your master placed such high hopes on you. Though her tone was light, it seemed to carry a hidden meaning. Shui stood up abruptly, his gaze like a blade. This matter is no joke. Xiniang, could it be that you already knew? Xiniang chuckled softly, not answering directly but merely closing her eyes slightly and covering her mouth with her slender hand as if guarding a long-held secret. I know you're anxious. But don't forget who your master is. Yang Dongshang was known in Pingyang County as the mountain-shaking tiger. He had never relaxed his guard against a power like the Jiao estate. Meanwhile, at a stronghold of the Ghost Mother cult deep within a sinister valley, a group of black-robed men was on patrol. Suddenly, a soldier's face changed drastically, and he shouted in terror, "Ah, what is that? Someone has broken in, quick, warn the entire cult." Amidst the rolling clouds, a golden wave of sword chi tore through the firmament. Like a divine sword descending to earth, the golden light was magnificent, illuminating the heavens and earth and slicing through the void like a world-shattering divine blade. The sword intent surged, and shadows of blades flickered within the clouds. The sharp aura cleansed the malevolence and suppressed the demons as if a deity had descended. Immediately following, a figure as scorching as the sun and moon descending from the mortal realm stepped down from midair. The man wore a dark red Taoist robe, his hair was as white as snow, his gaze was like a tiger's, and his presence was overwhelming. I, Yang Dongshang, am here. You demons, why do you not yet kneel and meet your death? Bang! Shui's fist slammed heavily into a wooden post in the courtyard. The dull thud of the impact echoing through the space. Shui stood there, letting out a long sigh of relief. Sweat soaked the back of his shirt, his gaze was sharp and his mind was filled with 1,000 thoughts. 2 days had already passed, ever since he had followed Xiniang's suggestion to temporarily stay at the martial arts hall. In order not to interfere with the master's plans, Xiniang had thoughtfully given him 50 gold bars, instructing him to rest well and replenish his nutrition. At the thought of this, the corners of Shui's mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly. The image of those shimmering gold bars surfaced in his mind and he almost began to drool. Xiniang even said to speak up if it wasn't enough. She really is a heroic and generous woman. Due to Xiniang's meticulous care, his old wounds had largely healed, his body felt light, and his spiritual power flowed as smoothly as a refreshing spring. Both Master and Xiniang suspected that the Ghost Mother cult was plotting a grand plan, potentially targeting the martial artists of the hall to use them for alchemy. Keeping Shui here was also to preserve his life. Just then, a sudden chill swept in from the side. Shui reacted with lightning speed, waving his hand instinctively. Splat, an orange was struck out of the air, slamming heavily against a nearby stone wall. Bang, a piece of the stone wall cracked and dust flew everywhere. Shui shouted in a deep voice, his gaze sweeping the surroundings like a torch. He asked icily, "Who is it?" From behind a tree on the left, a figure strolled out, arms crossed over his chest and looking perfectly at ease. Hee, not a bad reaction, junior brother. Shui narrowed his eyes and immediately recognized the newcomer. Senior brother Hu, one of the master's senior direct disciples. Hu Qi burst into a loud, boisterous laugh. I just returned to the hall and heard Xiniang mention you. I guessed you were practicing, so I came to take a look as expected. Shui asked, "Did you only return today, senior brother?" Hu Jie did not answer directly, instead tossing a wooden staff to Shui and speaking in a light tone. "Come, do you know how to use a spear? Accompany me for a few moves." Shui caught the staff, performed a serious cupped hand salute and replied in a deep voice, "Then I shall not be polite, please guide me." Good. Hu Qi laughed heartily and tossed the orange in his hand high into the air. His movements were light, but his gaze remained fixed on Shui like a hawk. Just as the orange reached its highest point, Hu Qi lunged forward, a wooden staff in his hand sweeping out like a gale. Whoosh, bang! Shui had just blocked a strike from above when a lateral attack followed immediately. The heavy sound of wooden staves clashing rang out. Shui kicked off the ground, his body sliding out lightly as he dodged with agility. A faint smile curled the corner of Hu Chi's mouth, and a flash of cunning appeared in his eyes as a thought occurred to him. The chance is here. He immediately pressed closer, his wooden staff making a bizarre flick that struck exactly against the body of Shui's staff. Crack! The wooden staff in Shui's hand flew out, wobbling in the air. But at the very moment his balance was unstable, Shui unexpectedly stepped onto Hu Chi's wooden staff. With a crack, he used the momentum to spin and throw a punch. His right hand clenched tight as he aimed straight for the other's face. Simultaneously, the orange Hu Chi had previously tossed into the air landed silently on the ground. Shui's fist stopped abruptly, and the two looked at each other, freezing for a moment before bursting into laughter together. Ha ha ha! Hu Chi looked at Shui, his eyes full of mirth. Junior brother has actually broken through the skin gate. Your speed and reactions far exceed the norm. You are indeed exceptionally gifted. Shui frowned and asked curiously, what exactly is an innate destiny? He, the master will explain that to you personally on the day of the formal assessment. Now continue. Good, let's continue. Shui clenched his fists, his tone soaring, the clashing of weapons, the whistling of the wind, and the shouts from the martial arts hall intertwined, echoing through the surroundings. It's not enough. I still have strength left. Stand up and keep fighting. A moment later, Shui slumped on the ground, panting heavily. Senior brother Hu sat nearby and laughed heartily. The situation regarding the Jiao estate you just described matches my investigation perfectly. It's just what? Shui asked, looking up as he wiped away his sweat. It's just, Hu Ji repeated, his tone turning heavy. The whole thing progressed too smoothly. There were clues left everywhere. It's naturally a bit suspicious. Then again, perhaps I'm overthinking it. Hu Ji shrugged, and then, as if suddenly remembering something, his eyes lit up and he pulled a thin book from his robe. Though the cover was old, it had been well preserved. He handed the book to Shui. Oh right, since you've just broken through the skin gate, I have something here that will definitely suit you. This is the Jin method. Martial arts are divided into two major categories, move techniques and force techniques. The Jin method is the way to control chi and blood, allowing one to transform physical strength into force that permeates the entire body. It can only be practiced by those who have broken through the skin gate. He paused and chuckled softly. Take a look first, and in a while you can use this method to spar with me. Thank you, senior brother. Shui took the book, his eyes shining, but he stopped abruptly and tilted his head. By the way, senior brother, you didn't come find me just to deliver a book, did you? Oh, I almost forgot. Hu Ji gave a dry laugh. Senior brother Lu sent me over. The spiritual weapon he forged for you is finally finished. Hearing this news, Shui's eyes lit up like stars, his smile as brilliant as a flower blooming in spring. Really, that's fantastic. The scene shifts to the dim dungeon of the Ghost Mother cult, where a massive mountain ghost was held fast by dozens of heavy iron chains, its body covered in sharp blue and red tinged teeth. It let out a low growl, muttering blurred, incoherent sounds. Cha, cha, cha. Outside, a group of prisoners was led in, headed by a middle-aged man with a sturdy build and sharp, guarded eyes. 3 characters were clearly engraved on the nameplate on his chest. Lin Jiang. When his gaze swept over a child among the captured crowd, his heart clenched. That youthful face reminded him of his own innocent daughter of the same age. A comrade shouted from a distance, Brother Lin, what are you thinking about? Lord Wu is still waiting. Lin Jiang took a deep breath, his face stiffening, and then he turned to leave. Upon reaching the destination, the masked man bowed respectfully, his voice low. My lord, the pill materials are fully prepared. In 3 days we can administer the medicine to that fellow. He paused for a moment, a flash of cruelty in his eyes. Indeed, this specimen is a mutant and very precious. We must tend to it carefully. Adjacent to the room was the area where the third group was held, from which wretched cries and wails emanated constantly. Father, mother, old man, please wake up. Someone help me. An elderly man huddled in the corner, coughing violently. His breath was weak and he struggled to speak, advising one word at a time. Young hero, a spiritual weapon has a spirit. Since it has a spirit, it must have its own temperament. In the dim blacksmith shop, senior brother Lu was squatting before the furnace, fine beads of sweat breaking out on his forehead. He wiped them away with a towel, muttering to himself, if you have a fiery temper, you use a volatile weapon. Those with a gentle nature prefer to wear armor and maintain a defensive stance. The dancing firelight reflected on his serious face, showing absolute focus. A palm-sized piece of metal was placed into the furnace, a crimson glow spreading outward from the center. Dazzling and magnificent, senior brother Lu worked the bellows vigorously, and the flames in the furnace roared up like an awakened gale. Stage 1, soften and remove impurities to increase toughness. Stage 2, activate the feathers, prepare to welcome the golden crow's absorption. At the moment the flames surged, he lightly flicked his fingers. A flash of light appeared at his fingertips as a mysterious array pattern manifested, etched deeply into the glowing piece of metal. This is shadow bat skin. It exists between the ethereal and the material, hidden in darkness and feeding on human blood. In a moment, it will serve as the medium for your spiritual spear. Shui, who had been waiting nearby, was already bursting with irrepressible excitement. Senior brother Lu turned his head and shouted in a booming voice, Come here, quickly. Yes, Shui rushed forward, his expression solemn. Without a word, he drew a small knife and cut a slit in his palm, letting his blood drip in rhythm with his heartbeat onto the metal block covered in array patterns. A spiritual weapon requires a blood ritual to recognize its master before it can be finalized. As the first drop of blood seeped into the metal surface, it ignited abruptly, not with ordinary fire but with a cluster of dreamlike flames. Within the firelight, a phantom of a giant peacock appeared, flapping its wings vigorously within the shimmering ethereal space. Senior Brother Lu pulled out the long spear that had already taken its initial shape and let out a great shout, thrusting it forward. "Damn it, its spirituality is resisting," he gritted his teeth, feeling the air currents around the weapon vibrating violently. "Restless even in death," Lu Gang roared, slamming his left hand down while his right hand gripped the spear handle tight. He decisively drew a cold flash of light, the spear tip instantly piercing through the furnace and tearing into the steel floor beneath. "Phew," he let out a long sigh of relief, his expression relaxing. "It's done, Junior Brother. This is your weapon, a unique custom-made spiritual weapon." Shui stepped forward, slowly reaching out to touch the spear's body, feeling a breath that was a blend of icy chill and powerful vitality. "So heavy," he murmured, frowning slightly. "At least 90 jin." Under Senior Brother Lu's astonished gaze, Shui gripped the handle with both hands, his shoulders dropping as he suddenly wrenched the spear tip from the ground. With a startling crack, a surge of power flooded into his joints the moment the spear was in his hands. Resonating with his heartbeat, Senior Brother Lu pointed toward the back and said in a deep voice, "There are wooden posts in the backyard, go test it." Before long, the sharp sound of whistling wind and the loud crashes of splintering wood came from the backyard. Shui performed his spear techniques with full concentration, every move sharp and fierce. Senior Brother Lu stood aside with his hands cupped in a salute, nodding repeatedly with a satisfied look. Then he tilted his head and asked, "Have you given it a name?" Shui held the long spear high, the sunlight making the spear tip sparkle. He smiled brilliantly. "From this day forward it shall be called Fu Bo Wave Subduer." "Fu Bo." Senior Brother Lu nodded and muttered, "A good name. I hope you take it to cleave through the waves and sweep across the 4 directions. It seems our junior brother has already finished his weapon." A sudden voice caused both Shui and Senior Brother Lu to stop. Both turned back at the same time. Hu Qi and Shu Zizhou, Senior Brother Shu, were strolling over leisurely, looking as if they had been observing from the sidelines for a long time. Shui arched an eyebrow and teased, "Senior Brother Shu, what are you?" He looked at Hu Qi, who was crossing his arms, waiting for Senior Brother Shu to speak for himself. Even though the master had sent Shu Zizhou on a scouting mission, he was now showing up here quite flamboyantly. Senior Brother Shu scratched his head and gave a dry laugh. "Ha, taverns and theaters are indeed excellent places to gather information, especially when accompanied by fine wine and beautiful ladies. Intelligence naturally flows into one's ears." Senior Brother Lu frowned and asked in a deep voice, "Enough, Shao Si, what have you found?" Shu Zizhou's expression sharpened as he said proudly, "Actually, I've discovered a nest of the Ghost Mother cult." He paused, his eyes flickering. "I was admiring the flowers at the time." Senior Brother Lu narrowed his eyes and interrupted him. "Admiring flowers? Yes, admiring flowers." Senior Brother Shu nodded without changing his expression. "But in the corner of the courtyard I saw several fellows in black acting suspiciously. Wearing black in broad daylight is simply asking for trouble." He gave a light cough and continued earnestly. "Then a beautiful girl ran over to pour wine, her voice as sweet as honey. 'Young Master Shu, have a drink with me.' So I drank and incidentally tracked those men in black. It turns out their nest is near Fawa Temple." Mission accomplished. Upon hearing this, Senior Brother Lu fell into thought, his gaze sharp. "Near Fawa Temple. Since the location is confirmed, we can continue with the mission master assigned us." He turned to Huzer and spoke decisively. "In this situation, a frontal assault is most appropriate, therefore we will go and eradicate that nest tomorrow." "As you command, Senior Brother." Huzer nodded and cupped his hand suddenly. Senior Brother Shu leaned in, hooked his arm around Shui's shoulder and asked excitedly, "Is Little Ninth coming along this time too? Are you going as well?" Shui's eyes widened. Senior Brother Shu lowered his voice, his expression darkening slightly with a hint of weariness. "Junior Brother, it's time for you to see some blood. On the path of cultivation ahead, killing intent is unavoidable. Remember, our master has no small number of enemies." Before he could finish, smack, Senior Brother Lu swung his hand and gave him a heavy rap on the head, barking, "Enough of that ominous talk." He then turned to Shui, his tone softening and becoming more composed. "Little Ninth, what do you think?" Shui looked at his senior brothers, the corners of his mouth curling upward. "I understand. I'll go tomorrow as well." The scene shifts to the Ghost Mother cult nest, where a giant mountain ghost was bound tightly by pitch-black chains. Huddling in the shadows and muttering blurred sounds, a black-robed cultist bowed submissively to report, "Steward Zheng, this way please." A man with graying hair and cold eyes walked in. It was Steward Zheng. The cultist respectfully added, "His spirit is still quite high, he eats and sleeps well and his bite is very powerful." "Get out, don't disturb me and my son," Steward Zheng said coldly with a wave of his hand. The cold tone terrified the cultist, who fell to his knees and hurried out. Zheng walked toward the imprisoned monster, a cold flame flickering in his eyes. He squatted down, stroking that hideous face, which still vaguely retained human features, with his withered hand. "My dear son, you've suffered. If only you hadn't become like this." His voice stopped abruptly, a twisted smile appearing on his face. "It is heaven's will. Were it not so, how could I complete the great work of attaining immortality?" It was early winter, the cold night like ice. On a mountaintop not far from Fawa Temple, the Ghost Mother cult was escorting a group of bound innocent villagers. They were still dressed in black, guarding silently. One man looked at the captured female villagers, a lecherous glint in his eyes. "Oh, in today's batch of medicinal materials there's actually a prime specimen like this," another barked sternly. "Stay composed, here you go again, you useless waste who can't even control your lower half." The man rubbed his hands, smirking as he pleaded, "Haha boss, just once, just one time." The other looked disgusted but let him have his way, curling his lip in a contemptuous scold. "Damn it, be quick about it, if you ruin the Emperor's big business. You'll be the fine dish in that pot tomorrow." Not far away, Shui and his two senior brothers had quietly arrived, bringing along a black dog. Shui looked up and said with certainty, "Senior brother Shu, it's definitely here." He glanced at the black dog. "It's a good thing Master left Haitzi. If not for his keen sense of smell, it would have been difficult for us to find the markers Shaoxi left." Suddenly catching a strange scent, Haitzi opened his mouth and began to bark. Senior brother Lu hurriedly squatted down, signaling for silence. Haitzi lowered his voice and let out a faint whimper. At this moment, Shui looked around and suddenly realized, "Wait, where is senior brother Shu?" Hearing this, senior brother Lu turned his head and asked in a deep voice, "Where is Shaoxi?" In another corner, senior brother Shu drew his bowstring tight, his eyes cold. He released his hand and an arrow whistled out. At that very moment, a thug was gripping the arms of a poor girl about to commit an act of assault. He was smirking lewdly. "Oh boss, you can rest easy." Before the words were finished, a sharp arrow had already pierced his chest. The thug let out a muffled groan and was sent flying, slamming heavily against a nearby wall. The girl stood rooted to the spot in a panic, her eyes wide with terror. Another accomplice in the corner witnessed the scene and broke into a cold sweat, shouting, "Enemy attack, quick over here." Huji spoke immediately, his gaze sharp. "Fourth senior brother's signal has come." Without hesitation, senior brother Lu clenched his fists, his face full of resolve. "Let's go." He took the lead and charged out, smashing through the door with a loud crash that sent dust and smoke flying everywhere. The people inside turned back in shock, only to see senior brother Lu standing amidst the ruins like a towering pine, his presence overwhelming. The ghost mother cultists were thrown into a panic, hurriedly drawing their blades to take a defensive stance. His appearance left them terrified, their legs turning weak. Shui followed behind, watching his senior brother and marveling inwardly, "Is this the power of the galloping horse realm?" Huchi grabbed Shui's hand and urged, "Little junior brother, why are you daydreaming? It's our turn." Shui snapped out of it and replied hurriedly, "Oh right, coming." Ahead, senior brother Lu landed a heavy punch square on a cultist's chest, sending him flying. Suddenly, two other cultists approached quietly from behind, attempting a sneak attack. However, before they could strike, two sharp arrows were shot down from above, killing them both instantly. Senior brother Lu turned his head and looked up, a smile curling his lips. High above, senior brother Shu sat upright, returning a smile for their perfect coordination. Simultaneously, Huji charged into the battle, a sweep of his longsword sharply taking down two cultists. Shui refused to be outdone and charged into the enemy ranks with his spear. The Ghost Mother cultist still had numerical superiority. Surrounding him on all four sides, one cultist pointed at him and shouted, "A long spear isn't suited for use in this space, surround him." Seizing on this perceived weakness, they attacked Shui simultaneously. However, Shui moved with agility, weaving through the gaps in the crowd. 1, 2, then more people were left in his wake as his movements remained clean and precise. With a horizontal sweep of his spear, Shui's sharp spear tip struck 3 people at once, knocking them to the ground as blood stained the floor. He stood firm, his posture with the spear majestic and his aura surging like a magnificent rainbow. Senior brother Lu turned his head, his voice steady and powerful. "Junior brother, take Haitzi to find the hostages, then get them out of here." Liang Ku nodded decisively and replied, "Understood." Deep within the underground corridor, 2 Ghost Mother cultists were running in a blind panic, their trousers practically falling down as they fled, shouting in terror, "Enemy attack, get out and fight." But upon hearing the news that the stronghold was being destroyed, one of the cultists suddenly looked as if he had lost his soul. He muttered to himself, his eyes vacant, "Finally, it's finally going to end. I won't have to suffer this torment anymore." The person beside him turned pale, his voice trembling. "Brother Lin, let's run, they've already fought their way in here." But Lin remained immersed in a painful struggle, clutching his head and whispering, "Everyone in that temple is dead, it's all my fault for letting that woman escape. There were even children among them the same age as my daughter." He plunged into an abyss of despair, repeating incessantly, "I can't take it anymore, we are all guilty. Guilty people cannot escape punishment." The man beside him was at a loss, reaching out to pull him. "Brother Lin, what are you talking about?" Suddenly, a cold flash of light glinted as the man, consumed by remorse, abruptly drew a dagger and stabbed his comrade. He grit his teeth. "Don't blame me." Blood sprayed and the man collapsed. He continued, his voice shaking, "It's all the fault of Zhao Hongyuan and Zheng Shang. Zheng Shang is still here. I must save my family. I have to go." With that, he stood straight, clutching the trembling blade as he walked into the darkness. A moment later, Zheng Shang appeared, roaring at his 4 subordinates. "Does young Dongshang scare you this much?" He cursed ferociously before decisively issuing an order to release all the imprisoned mountain ghosts and scatter them across the entire mountaintop. The subordinates replied in unison, "Yes," but their faces betrayed their reluctance. Zheng Shang grit his teeth, fire dancing in his eyes. "Damn it, this must be a trap set by Zhao Hongyuan. He sent me here time and again, but this is my chance. As long as I escape through the secret passage, I can still turn defeat into victory." It was early winter dawn at the main gate of the bandit fortress. After the 3 brothers had swept through the area, they stood proudly amidst the ruins. Senior brother Shu spoke, his tone cold. HMPH, a bunch of scum. They got what they deserved. Senior brother Lu scanned the surroundings, frowning in confusion. Where did our junior brother go? Senior brother Hu answered immediately. He went to escort those people down the mountain. Senior brother Shu nodded, though his tone was uncertain. It's already finished over here, he should be back by now. But senior brother Lu looked ahead, his gaze filled with unease. I'm worried, the scent of qi and blood here is too thick. It was as if something were hidden. He observed the messy battlefield, sensing a powerful wicked energy emanating from it. Liang Ku was walking along a path in the woods with Haitzi following silently by his side. He observed the surroundings, murmuring to himself, "Are there still people imprisoned nearby?" After walking for a while, he stopped before a cave entrance where an ancient stone door stood. Liang Ku arched an eyebrow in curiosity. What was this? A secret passage? Seeing Haitzi sniff the air and grow alert, he immediately grew suspicious of the dog's reaction. Could there be someone who failed to escape? Having made up his mind, Liang Ku reached out and pushed open the gate. He opened it slowly and cautiously, but just as he stepped inside, the stone door behind him suddenly slammed shut with a bang. Liang Ku was startled. Before him lay a cold, dark corridor. He stood in place, pondering for a moment, when a system panel suddenly appeared before his eyes. Mountain Hunt Demon Suppression activated. Current progress 0. The system continued to prompt. Completing Mountain Hunt Demon Suppression will earn the favor of Chenju Dejun. For every level of martial arts divinity reached, martial talent will double, while damage to water-type monsters will increase by 10%. Liang Ku scanned the text, his heart filled with curiosity. Chenju Dejun, and what was Mountain Hunt Demon Suppression? Was this a system quest? Suddenly Haitzi bared his teeth, his fur standing on end as he barked fiercely. Woof woof. In the darkness, a hideous head slowly appeared, eyes glittering with an eerie light, and sharp fangs emerged from the night. Liang Ku murmured, "A mountain ghost?" But he immediately realized he was mistaken. Behind it, a series of glowing eyes emerged one after another. A pack of identical monsters crawled out from the shadows. Liang Ku roared, "So many, I'm afraid these are all young mountain ghosts." He slammed the butt of his spear onto the ground, his gaze ignited with fighting spirit. "I see," he looked around and announced, "I won't be able to get out unless I defeat you." Then he let out a great shout. "Let's begin." Liang Ku ducked low, a surge of surging energy pulsing through his body. He stared fixedly at the pack of mountain ghosts, his eyes full of killing intent. As a mountain ghost lunged, Liang Ku's expression turned cold. "After these few days of tempering, my physique has made a qualitative leap. Let me show you how much I've grown." He delivered a flying kick, slamming the mountain ghost heavily against the nearby stone wall. The sound of the impact echoed, and the system panel appeared. Mountain Hunt Demon Suppression Progress 1. Liang Ku gripped his spear, his gaze like a blade as he looked ahead, his tone resolute. He could not hesitate. He let out a roar and charged forward, crouching to build momentum before violently hurling his spear. The spear tip pierced through the chest of a second mountain ghost, killing it on the spot. Squelch, blood splattered everywhere as the system panel continued to update the progress. Liang Ku spun to reclaim his spear, his figure moving with incredible speed as he wove through the pack of ghosts. Heavy punches and elbow strikes followed in succession, precise and powerful. The system panel ticked up continuously. Mountain Hunt Demon Suppression Progress 4. He continued to slaughter, passing one mountain ghost after another as the progress rose to 5, then 6. Amidst the roars of battle, blood splattered, staining Liang Ku's face and clothes, yet he stood firm, showing no signs of fatigue. He tightened his grip on the spear and roared at the mountain ghost pack. "Come on, let's start round 2. As soon as the words fell, a group of mountain ghosts swarmed forward. Outside the stone gate, a young mountain ghost collapsed on the ground, Liang Ku's spear protruding from its chest. He ran over quickly and violently pulled out the weapon, every move erupting with tyrannical power. Suddenly, 2 more mountain ghosts leaped from behind the door ahead, opening their bloody maws to reveal jagged fangs as they lunged at him. Liang Ku gripped the spear handle, violently retracted the weapon, and spun to unleash a powerful horizontal sweep. The 2 monsters fell on their backs, blood spraying. The system panel displayed Mountain Hunt Demon Suppression Progress 30, and then the number jumped to 31. Liang Ku's mastery of his weapon grew increasingly refined, his movements as smooth as flowing water. He silently observed the fallen ghost, murmuring, "Is it over?" But just then, a figure appeared quietly from behind, and a cold, familiar voice rang out. "Liang Ku, is it really you?" Liang Ku glanced sideways, his gaze guarded. "There's someone else." Before him, Zheng Shang was stepping out from the darkness, wearing a twisted, perverse smile. His eyes widened as he mocked, "I truly never expected that the little orphan who could only catch fish back then would actually make it this far." Liang Ku recognized the newcomer instantly. Zheng Shang was carrying the corpse of an innocent person on his shoulder, his frost-cold gaze staring directly at him. "You've come at just the right time. I happen to have a gift for you." He pointed at the corpse. "Look, the father of your fellow disciple Lu Zhangba has come to save you." Liang Ku froze, his gaze darkening. Lu Zhangba, Instructor Lu's father. Rage surged within his chest. He lowered his voice, speaking one word at a time. "Zheng Shang, my senior brothers are nearby. Today I will surely take your life." Zhang Shang remained arrogant, baring his teeth in a cold sneer. "Take my life?" At that moment the stone wall behind Liang Ku shattered, and a giant mountain ghost appeared. It was dozens of times larger than Liang Ku, its entire body radiating an overwhelming aura. He looked up, his heart shouting in alarm. "What kind of monster is this?" Zhang Shang was exceptionally excited, his tone brisk. "Come, let's see whose life is taken." The giant mountain ghost opened its massive maw, dripping long trails of saliva as it approached Liang Ku, every step making the ground tremble. It was early winter dawn at a ghost mother called Stronghold. Liang Ku's 3 senior brothers were rushing over at full speed. Senior brother Shu frowned and asked, "Third senior brother, is it necessary to be in such a hurry?" Senior brother Hu also spoke, his tone steady. "That's right, the mountain ghosts we encountered had only just entered the skin gate." But senior brother Lu's expression remained resolute, his sharp gaze staring straight ahead. "A few young mountain ghosts are naturally not scary for little ninth. My biggest worry is that there's a giant mountain ghost inside." He paused for a moment, his tone firm. "If that's the case, we're talking about the galloping horse realm." Liang Ku stood before the massive giant mountain ghost, waves of unease rising in his heart. He pondered to himself that since his rebirth as a human, this was the most dangerous situation he had faced. The monster's powerful limbs and enormous frame were beyond imagination, without a doubt. This monster's strength was close to the galloping horse realm. But Liang Ku grit his teeth. How could he just sit and wait for death? He spoke to himself, his tone filled with resolve. "What kind of joke is this? I finally got this life today. How can I give it up so easily?" Liang Ku tightened his grip on the spear and calmed himself, preparing for a fight to the death with the monster. Perceiving that he had taken a stance, the giant mountain ghost roared and charged, opening its massive maw, its eyes burning with a fierce light and radiating a terrifying aura. Liang Ku crouched low, settling into a firm stance. In that moment, memories of his past life flooded back. The days of suffering through illness and a difficult life had never broken him. "If the hardships of my past life couldn't defeat me, how does this beast dare to make me fear?" Using the past as motivation, he straightened his spine. He held his spear behind him, his gaze ignited with fighting spirit. With a sideways step, he nimbly dodged a heavy strike from the monster. The mountain ghost launched a series of attacks, but Liang Ku dodged flexibly, his footwork extremely experienced. At a certain moment his foot slipped and he fell to the ground, the monster's giant palm pressed down, pinning him to the earth. Liang Ku let out a roar, desperately resisting with his spear, then used the momentum to shove with all his might, flipping the monster off. The monster clenched its fists and charged, stomping the ground to deliver a fatal blow, but Liang Ku leapt into the air, dodging the punch which shattered the stone wall behind him. In the corner, Zhang Shang observed coldly, unable to hide his shock. "It's only been half a year since this kid joined the martial arts hall." Liang Ku collided with the giant mountain ghost, killing intent exploding as both sides sought to end the other. Zhang Shang burst into wild laughter, his tone extremely excited. "Enrage it, my good son, kill him for me." Liang Ku did not back down at all, concentrating fully on his attack. He swung his spear, the tip violently piercing into the monster's giant arm. The monster wailed, blood flowing as it opened its mouth full of fangs, saliva dripping onto the ground. But immediately after, the giant mountain ghost returned a terrifying heavy punch, slamming Liang Ku against the wall. The earth and stone crumbled, and the surroundings were left in ruins. Compared to the power of the spear, the monster's punching force was clearly superior. Liang Ku fell into the debris, feeling waves of sharp pain as his breathing became heavy. Zhang Shang laughed triumphantly, his tone arrogant. "Haha, do you still think you can take my life now?" Liang Ku slumped exhaustedly on the ground, looking at his opponent and cursing inwardly. The gap in strength was too large, it was truly frustrating. Just then, Liang Ku's system panel lit up, prompting that the Mountain Hunt Demon Suppression quest time had ended and settlement was in progress. Liang Ku was still a bit dazed, unable to immediately understand what this meant. The system continued to display. Mountain Hunt Demon Suppression progress reached 32. Synchronization increased to level 3. Obtained favor of Chenju once. Obtained favor of Chenju Dejun Zelling once. Confused part of Chenju Dejun Zelling's abilities, obtaining martial arts divinity rank 1 and doubling martial talent. Damage to water-type monsters increased by 10%. Fuse now. Amidst the sharp pain spreading through his body, Liang Ku couldn't help but cough a few times in self-deprecation. Is this my luck? But isn't luck also a part of strength? Thinking of this, he reached out to brace himself against a steady rock. Liang Ku responded firmly to the system fuse. No sooner had the words fallen than he was pulled into a bizarre illusion. The water surface shimmered, and he walked upon the water, his heart full of confusion. Where is this? In the boundless darkness, a pair of glittering eyes opened. What is this thing? Why can't I move my body? Within those eyes glowing in the dark, a massive water dragon slowly appeared. It was enormous and majestic, its brilliant eyes appearing right before Liang Ku. Divine Lord, are you truly not going to show me any face at all? Liang Ku was currently within a dream, his clothing and hairstyle having become strange and unusual. He hadn't yet figured out what was happening to his body. Lord, Divine Lord, who does that refer to? At that moment, the Divine Lord standing before the giant dragon slammed his spear heavily onto the ground. His voice clearly announced, "Those who defy the heavenly way have only one path, death. Surrendering is your only hope of survival." At this moment, Liang Ku's soul was residing within this Divine Lord. Am I the Divine Lord? Have I already entered the Divine Lord's body? The giant dragon was enraged once more and gradually lost its reason, roaring, "How dare you!" With that, the dragon opened its massive maw and lunged at the Divine Lord. However, the Divine Lord remained calm, looking up to watch as he stood firm, only then slowly raising the long spear in his hand. The Liang Ku within the body let out a gasp of admiration. "What name is this?" The Divine Lord began to stride forward, his arms swinging with a force that was enough to rival that of the ferocious water dragon. Back in reality, Zhang Shang erupted into fits of wild laughter, relishing the pleasure of seeing his ghost son defeat Ishui. "Ha, you dare to trouble me with such half-baked skills?" Then he pounded his chest in a fit of rage and roared, "What did I do wrong? All I've done to get here was to seek a way to survive." At this moment he became even more manic. "People like you are born with noble patrons helping you, while I have only my son. I could only beg for a way to survive. How long did I fight for this position of head steward? What do you people know about the blind fool Zhao Hongyuan?" He pointed directly at Aishui, who lay dying amidst the rubble, and issued a command to the mountain ghost, "Kill him." Having gained the upper hand, the giant mountain ghost immediately closed in, raising its massive palm and delivering a heavy punch toward Aishui. In that very instant, Aishui's eyes snapped open, glittering with a brilliant dark golden light. The ground beneath his feet began to vibrate violently. An earth-shattering explosion erupted, the massive sound forcing the mountain ghost back several steps. Hidden behind the monster, Zhang Shang blurted out in terror, "What on earth is that?" The mountain ghost also stared fixedly ahead, observing the change. Within the rolling clouds of dust and smoke, Aishui's figure emerged, his long hair fluttering as if a divine lord had descended to the mortal realm. His unique golden eyes were locked onto the monster before him. The majestic presence he radiated made his opponent tremble uncontrollably. Despite still wearing his everyday clothes, Aishui now carried the noble bearing of a divine lord. He slowly raised both hands. With a flick of his fingers he gripped his long spear, standing tall and proud before the formidable enemy. It was early winter. The sun was rising, its morning light piercing through the thin mist. Aishui suddenly recalled a question he had once asked his master. "Master, exactly how powerful are the legendary structure merging and dragon transformation realms?" His master had answered in a low voice at the time. "No one has seen it with their own eyes, so it's hard to describe clearly, but there is one title that summarizes it. The Divine Sovereign Realm." Back in the cave, Aishui stood tall, surging with killing intent, his gaze cold as he stared directly at Zhang Shang. He pointed two fingers forward and wisps of black smoke drifted from his fingertips. Immediately after, a surge of overwhelming energy exploded, transforming into expanding rings of light. With eyes like fire, he let out a low roar. In an instant, Aishui pulled Zhang Shang and the hostage in his hands into an illusion. Zhang Shang found himself standing upon shimmering water with swirling vortices beneath his feet, causing him to fall into a state of extreme panic. "What kind of ghostly thing is this?" Lu Zhangba, who had been pulled in alongside him, looked at the flowing water beneath his feet in terror, his lips trembling. Zhang Shang grew increasingly manic, pointing at Aishui and screaming at the mountain ghost, "Are you still playing these cheap tricks? Kill him, quickly!" Receiving the order, the monster clenched its massive fist and lunged, its mouth full of fangs dripping with long trails of saliva. Aishui stood firm, his expression cold and his golden eyes flashing as he twirled his spear with startling proficiency. As the mountain ghost charged close, Aishui simply gave his spear a casual diagonal sweep. Unexpectedly, the monster's movements came to an abrupt halt. Its strength seemed to be drained instantly, and it let out a terrified roar. Zhang Shang, who had been gloating just moments ago, instantly changed expression. He looked up and screamed in shock, "What is going on?" before his very eyes. The arm of the mountain ghost that his son had become actually began to collapse and disintegrate, turning into clouds of dust and smoke. The mountain ghost itself was terrified, not understanding what was happening. It looked back at Zhang Shang, letting out a low growl of agony as its arm almost completely vanished. Zhang Shang trembled all over, his heart breaking. "Son, my son?" At the very moment its body was dissipating, the mountain ghost lunged toward its father, its eyes full of despair as it pleaded with him. But the instant that hideous hand was about to touch Zhang Shang, it turned entirely into nothingness. Zhang Shang reached out but grasped only air. He collapsed to his knees, his face ashen, his expression dazed and pained. "No, today he lowered his head, his voice low. He had lost everything. At that moment, Aishui also lost his strength and collapsed before Zhang Shang, his face slamming hard into the ground as his spear slipped from his hand, his body motionless. Zhang Zhang's heart was filled with endless resentment and rage. He tightly gripped a large rock beside him and gritted his teeth. "It's all your fault. As long as I kill you, it'll be enough." But before he could act, a thunderous boom suddenly came from the cave entrance as earth and stone flew. Zhang Shang looked back in a panic. Someone had arrived. Just then, Senior Brother Lu charged in, leading Senior Brother Hu and Senior Brother Shu. Walking at the very front, his voice was low and powerful. "As expected, there is another undiscovered secret chamber here." The three quickly looked ahead and found Aishui lying motionless on the ground. "Little junior brother?" Senior Brother Lu hurried forward to lift Aishui up. Senior Brother Shu observed his exhausted state and murmured, "It seems he went through a major grueling battle." Seeing his enemies appear, Zhang Shang quickly retreated into a corner, muttering through gritted teeth, "Damn it, I can only run for my life today and find a chance to return later." Senior Brother Lu ordered, "Take our little junior brother out first, we'll come back to deal with this place later." Hearing this, Zhang Shang poked his head out and whispered, They're leaving, this is a good chance. He began to creep out, preparing to sneak away. Suddenly a dark shadow loomed over him, and a sharp voice barked, "Zhang Shang!" Startled, he turned to face a man whose face was filled with rage. "I am Lin Jiang of the Ghost Mother cult. Where's my family? My daughter, my wife, where have they all gone?" Zhang Shang let out a roar. "Damn it. So it's you, Lin Jiang. What kind of tone is that? I am the head steward now." Lin Jiang's eyes were bloodshot as he charged forward even more manically, grabbing Zhang Shang by the collar. "Where's my family? Speak." Being held in a death grip, Zhang Shang roared back pathetically, "Damn it, don't ask me. In this chaotic world only the ghosts know where they are." He even broke into wild laughter, speaking in an extremely agitated tone. Maybe they were already eaten clean by mountain ghosts. These words were like oil on a fire. Piercing Lin Jiang's deepest pain, he drew a sharp knife, a spark of rage igniting in his eyes. With a single sweep of the blade he slit Zhang Zhang's throat, blood splattering everywhere. Zhang Shang, who had just been plotting his escape, lost his life in an instant. Lin Jiang gripped the sharp knife and stabbed his neck several times, roaring, "In that case, go to hell and atone for your sins." Having finished, Lin Jiang turned to leave, murmuring to himself with a faint glimmer of hope, "There's still a chance my family might still be alive." In the pitch-black night, Shui's screams of agony echoed. Pain, too much pain, as if his entire body had been shattered. In his hazy vision he saw a figure clad in majestic iron armor. The figure held a massive blade. His long hair fluttered, his presence was as cold as frost, and the divine power emanating from his gaze was terrifying. With a casual wave of his hand, the water surface above surged into a terrifying wave, transforming into a majestic water dragon with an aura so powerful it overwhelmed everything. This war god who commanded weapons and controlled water was the very figure Shui had seen in his dreams. He turned around, his angry gaze staring directly at Shui, making Shui's spine go cold. Shui snapped awake, panting heavily. As he looked around, he gradually realized he was lying in his master's room. "Wasn't I fighting a mountain ghost?" he murmured to himself, gradually deducing, "It seems the battle ended while I was unconscious. My senior brothers must have saved me." Just then the system interface appeared, fused with partial abilities of Chenju Dejun Zelling. Obtained martial arts divinity level 1, martial talent doubled. Damage to water-type monsters increased by 10. Shui's eyes widened in shock as he thought to himself, "That's right, this is the reward for mountain hunt demon suppression. I didn't expect to actually fuse with the Divine Lord." Bracing himself with his spear, he struggled out of bed and picked up his weapon. Shui was overjoyed. If his martial talent doubled, his understanding of martial arts would become much deeper. He gripped the Wave Subduer spear, feeling the surging spiritual power coming from his palm. "I can feel Wave Subduer absorbing power." At that moment the fire mark on his chest ignited with a dazzling red light that grew increasingly intense. Shui murmured to himself in surprise, 3 inches thick, 2 fingers long. "I've actually succeeded in flesh tempering." Recalling the carp at the bottom of the river, he thought, "Only 2 months into martial arts and I've already broken through 2 gates. This is the destiny brought by the marsh cauldron." The door was pushed open. Senior Brother Hu and Senior Brother Shu walked in. Seeing Shui awake, Senior Brother Hu couldn't stop smiling. He hadn't expected his little junior brother to be so energetic as soon as he woke up. Behind him, Senior Brother Shu waved his hand, his tone excited. Shui was startled and hurriedly got up to greet them. "Senior Brother Shu, Senior Brother Hu, hello." Senior Brother Hu waved him off. "Don't be so polite, we've come this time because we wanted to ask you about the situation in the secret chamber." Shui recalled the giant mountain ghost and answered, "After defeating the mountain ghost controlled by Zhang Shang, I collapsed from exhaustion." Observing the attitude of his 2 senior brothers, he thought to himself that they didn't know about the giant mountain ghost. He had to keep it hidden, otherwise the secret of the marsh cauldron would be exposed. Senior Brother Shu stroked his chin and pondered, "I see, but Zhang Shang died on the spot." Shui was startled. Dead, his heart was filled with doubt. Could there have been someone else there, watching me from the shadows? Various deductions flashed through Shui's mind. It wasn't someone from the Jiao estate. Why didn't he step in to save me? Senior Brother Hu spoke then, his tone steady. "In that case I will report the matter of Zhang Shang to the master. Little junior brother, just rest well for now. The next part of the plan should wipe them all out in one go." Senior Brother Shu changed the subject, his face beaming with excitement. He squinted toward another direction and said lightheartedly, "I heard from the other disciples that your home is almost finished being renovated. Congratulations." Shui froze, his eyes full of surprise. Renovating my home? He had known absolutely nothing about this. After some time Shui changed into a set of clean, sharp clothes and stood before his house. He stared up dizzily. "This is my home?" Up ahead 2 craftsmen were talking animatedly in front of the gate. "This is the double courtyard house, right? The Liang family has already returned." The small hut of the past had now been expanded into an impressive front courtyard, filled with craftsmen busy expanding the second courtyard. As soon as Shui walked in, Lu Quanfu saw him and gave a brilliant wave and smile. "Master Liang, what do you think? We designed it according to the double courtyard style." Hearing the title Master Liang, Shui shook his head slightly and gave a cupped hand salute, his tone affectionate. "Uncle Fu, stop calling me Master Liang, you are an elder. Just call me Shui like you used to." But the village head stepped forward, pointing to a red cloth bag and speaking with a sincere tone, "You saved our fellow villagers. This is everyone's gratitude. We even pooled some money for you." Seeing the villagers so enthusiastic, they had even pooled silver, A Shui hurriedly waved his hands. Grandpa Village Head, this really isn't necessary. His refusal made everyone look a bit disappointed. A Shui looked at the three elders and continued seriously, let this money serve as everyone's wages, and let's add 2 meals of dry rice every day. If there's any left over after the house is finished, distribute it to everyone to help with household expenses. The busy neighbors nearby stopped what they were doing to listen. Hearing there would be dry rice to eat, the crowd immediately grew excited. Dry rice? That's more precious than meat these days, someone on the roof shouted down. Master Liang is so righteous, cheers erupted one after another. Master Liang is so handsome, Master Liang is so generous. Being praised like this made A Shui even more embarrassed. He scratched his head and laughed as the surroundings filled with shouts of Master Liang. Master Liang, he suddenly remembered something and turned to ask the village head, by the way, how is the town lately? The village head answered truthfully, thanks to you, the young martial arts hall sent 2 three-gate martial artists to watch over our area. He turned back, his gaze shifting to 2 burly men in a distant corner. Though they looked fierce, they carried a powerful presence. Hearing this, A Shui gave a light tisk. He appeared calm, but his heart was filled with emotion. Everything seemed to have quieted down for the time being. He stood silently, looking at his brand-new home with a melancholic gaze, thinking that if the original owner and his father could see this, they would surely be very happy. Thinking of the beautiful memories with his father, he couldn't help but feel a sense of lament. A Shui whispered with a smile, I will work hard to keep living. The scene shifts back to the old riverbank under the moonlight. A Shui stood quietly, flanked by his 2 loyal spirit pets. He stared deeply at the river water and whispered, the last boat was destroyed. If I want to go out fishing in the future, I'll have to buy a new one. He stepped into the water, and the river beneath his feet suddenly glowed with shimmering light. From my awakening until now, I've been waiting for this day, he continued with an emotional tone. Before, no matter what I did, I couldn't remember the moves the Divine Lord taught in my dreams. I thought I would fail, but I didn't expect my control over water to reach this level. I can even avoid and control the deep water areas. Now Shui had completely mastered this stretch of water. His internal energy surged as he glided gracefully across the river's surface, his movements composed and majestic. He broke into a smug smile. This feeling is truly wonderful. The scene shifts to the dim study of the Jiao estate, where Master Jiao bowed his head before the emissary, his voice trembling. My lord, what should we do now? He clutched the hem of his robe, old tears streaming down his face. The ceremony was ruined, and even my closest head steward Zheng Shang died in there. He choked as he mentioned A Shui's group. They killed over 100 of our mountain ghosts. Upon hearing this, the emissary flew into a rage, kicking Master Jiao to the ground. Cry, cry. All you know how to do is cry all day. He gritted his teeth, his facial muscles tensed. Great things were about to be accomplished. How could such a blunder occur? How was the ceremony leaked? His suspicion grew. He scanned his surroundings and said in a low voice, many of our strongholds have been destroyed, but fortunately the current pill materials are still sufficient. He turned to Master Jiao and ordered, Master Jiao, go and arrange a ship. I must return to the cult immediately. Master Jiao scrambled up, his face wreathed in fawning smiles. No problem. First thing tomorrow morning I will prepare a top-quality fast ship for you, my lord. The envoy departed, accompanied by the ceaseless farewells of the elder Master Jiao and the young Master Jiao. Many thanks, envoy, our deepest gratitude. Only after the envoy's figure had completely vanished from sight did the young Master Jiao speak, his voice laced with confusion. Father, but the elder Jiao did not answer. His gaze drifted to a jujube tree in the corner of the courtyard, and he murmured to himself, I planted this tree with my own hands 2 years ago. He then turned to his son, his voice low and desolate. But it has never borne fruit. The young Master Jiao looked on blankly, not understanding the meaning. The elder Jiao raised his head, his eyes deep and dark as he stared at his son, asking in a heavy tone, Do you know why I have kept this tree? The young Master Jiao stammered, Your son does not know. Master Jiao looked at the scrawny, withered jujube tree in the corner and answered slowly, Because even a jujube tree that bears no fruit has its value. Every day it draws in birds and beasts, serving as our bait. In the night his dark face radiated a dangerous aura. Zheng Shang, Lin Jiang, Lu Shaohui, these people are like those birds and beasts swallowed whole by us since they were children. He delivered his cold verdict. This is the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest. The young Master Jiao trembled all over, his voice filled with terror. Zheng Shang, could it be that even the main stronghold was orchestrated by your hand, father? Master Jiao broke into a treacherous smile, his true face gradually being revealed. A tree will eventually rot. It is not worth relying on. The Ghost Mother cult is the same. It will crumble sooner or later. He withdrew an ancient wooden box from his sleeve and handed it to his son. Have someone deliver this to that Liang boy. The two stared silently at the jujube tree. He continued, Tonight we board the ship for Wanzhou. Let the Wangzhe army deal with these messy affairs. Early the next morning, cheers rang out one after another within the Yang Martial Arts Hall. Senior brother Liang, that was amazing. As soon as A Shui stepped through the door, the crowd swarmed him, their eyes filled with admiration. People whispered fervently. I heard he killed 10 mountain ghosts single-handedly and they were all the man-eating kind. 10, I heard it was over 100. These rumors drifted into Shui's ears, leading him to suspect that the stories were getting more ridiculous by the second. It had to be his senior brothers spreading them. Suddenly he realized all his senior brothers were present and his eyes widened. You're all here? Senior brother Shu was startled and let out a shout. Junior brother Liang, senior brother Hu pointed outside and laughed. Little ninth, come see what the Jiao estate has sent you. Shui was stunned. The Jiao estate sent me something. He opened the wooden box and let out a cry of surprise. Deeds and a letter. Recalling Master Jiao's calculating smile, he read the contents of the letter aloud. Several shop deeds were worth 2,300 taels of silver, offered as compensation from the Jiao family. The rest were gifts given in the spirit of accumulating merit, with a wish to meet again if fate allowed. Senior brother Lu took a deed to examine it, musing, this old Master Jiao is not simple. The paper clearly recorded the Ghost Mother cult's escape routes and times, even identifying the contact persons. Senior brother Hu turned to senior brother Shu. It's possible the news about your stronghold was intentionally leaked by someone as well. Senior brother Shu rubbed his chin, falling into deep thought. Senior brother Lu's tone turned serious. I will go consult the master. For our next step we must ensure they do not escape through this retreat. A month ago in a small village a man sat before his eaves, his hands moving nimbly as he split firewood, his forehead drenched in sweat. Noticing old Lu passing by, he gave a brilliant hearty smile. Old Lu, delivering a meal to your wife again? Old Lu turned his head, a humble smile on his face. Yes, I'm afraid she'll go hungry on the boat by the river. Hearing this, the wife sitting nearby crossed her arms, scolding her husband with a face full of resentment. Old Lu is such a good man, how can you compare to him? Hurry up and keep splitting that wood. Old Lu didn't mind, continuing his brisk walk with the lunchbox in his arms, muttering, I have to hurry, or my wife and Azu will go hungry. The road leading to the river was desolate and empty, with only 2 rows of dense reeds swaying in the wind. As he neared his destination, old Lu saw his wife and child waiting by the boat from a distance. Joy filled his heart as he encouraged himself. Just a bit further, almost there, he smiled faintly. His warm gaze drifted toward his young son Azu. But suddenly a dark shadow emerged silently behind him. A blade flashed in the darkness, and in the blink of an eye blood erupted. Old Lu could no longer stand steady. The lunchbox he had worked all morning to prepare fell to the ground, rolling beside a pool of blood. His final words were so weak they were barely audible. My wife's meal. A fair, strong hand picked up the blood-stained lunchbox. The man, who looked exactly like old Lu, broke into a smile, but it no longer held the previous look of sincere happiness. He looked ahead and murmured to himself, time to deliver the meal. He walked toward the wooden boat where his wife and son were, leaving behind old Lu's cold, flayed corpse lying on the ground. On the small boat floating quietly on the calm river, the mother and son were weaving fishing nets. The fellow disguised as old Lu delivered the food, warmly inviting them to eat. But as he turned to fetch a water bucket outside the courtyard, he was no longer old Lu. An evil power had occupied his skin. That night he was preoccupied, falling into deep thought. Today was the final day to fulfill his promise to the envoy. Looking at the mother and son, he whispered, it's time to settle them. Suddenly an evil voice rang out in his mind. Hee, could it be you've grown reluctant to strike? The voice continued with malicious provocation. If you can't do it, I'll do it for you. The man disguised as old Lu lost control of his emotions, hurriedly splashing water on his face, whispering in a panic, No, what are you saying? Don't come out. Stay away from me. He looked at the river surface. His reflection showed in the still water, yet the evil voice continued to echo, Haha, you can't escape, we were originally one. A moment later, Shui and senior brother Shu appeared. Noticing old Lu, senior brother Shu spoke, Are you still delivering goods today? He then added sincerely, We need to cross the river in the next 2 days and need you to give us a ride. Shui looked over to see the fake old Lu readily donning his straw hat and shouting back, Let's go, let's go. The 3 stepped onto the small boat together. Old Lu's wife and son stood on the shore waving goodbye. Goodbye, Papa, be careful on the road. He turned back with a kind smile. Shui stood by the gunwale watching the mother and son. He thought to himself that he absolutely couldn't move against them. They had to be nearby. He stole a glance at the fake old Lu, his heart alert. He would have to be extremely careful during the upcoming action. Shui had already seen through him. This man was a demon from the Ghost Mother cult. Senior brother Shu stood behind them with a suspicious expression, yet he managed a calm tone as he asked, Are those your wife and child? The fake old Lu smiled amiably. Indeed they are. When the boat reached the center of the river, senior brother Shu suddenly spoke, his tone as cold as ice. Borrowing someone else's skin to say such words is truly nauseating. His identity exposed, the demon instantly flew into a rage. Yet he continued to act. My lord, what are you saying? I don't understand. The boat was moving smoothly when he suddenly stopped rowing, standing frozen. Senior brother Shu raised his twin blades in a defensive stance, his tone cold. It seems I'll have to strip that human skin off you before you'll tell the truth. The demon's face twisted in rage as he roared, Damn it, I was only 1 day away, damn it. He turned around manically, his expression dark. If I could have just gotten past today, I wouldn't have had to strike again. A burst of pitch-black evil chi erupted, enveloping him and revealing half a face covered in scars. He shrieked, I will slit your throats and kill you all. Shui's eyes snapped wide, his heart filled with horror. This aura, it's the galloping horse realm. Without hesitation he drew the wave subduer spear from his back ready to strike. Senior brother Shu took the lead and lunged, engaging the demon in combat. The opponent refused to be outdone, clashing head-on with two uniquely shaped short blades. Shui swung his spear from the rear, the sharp tip thrusting forward and forcing the demon to leap back in a defensive stance. He turned back, glaring at Shui in rage, then slowly stood up as the water surface beneath his feet began to ripple violently. Senior brother Shu spoke with resolve. "There are two of us and only one of you, let's see how long you can last." But the demon showed no sign of panic, letting out an insidious cold laugh. "Who said there was only one of me?" No sooner had he finished than a dark shadow lunged out from the water. The man's hands were wrapped in iron chains and his face was covered in wrinkles and scars, a bizarre smile on his lips. "Haha, you should have called me out sooner." He brandished a chain tipped with two sharp sickles, charging straight for Shui. Before Shui could recover, he thought in shock, "There's another one." The chain clamped firmly around Shui's arms, and a violent tug pulled him into the water. Senior brother Shu watched in horror, completely unable to react in time. The monster wearing human skin leaped up, charging toward senior brother Shu on the gunwale. The two guards of the Ghost Mother cult, one in the light and one in the shadows, coordinated perfectly like body and soul. He brandished his twin blades, pouncing with incredible speed. Senior brother Shu hurriedly used his blades to block the other's edge, creating a shower of fierce sparks. The demon grit his teeth in triumph. "My shadow guard is invincible at underwater assassinations. If you can't kill me within 5 minutes, that boy is as good as dead." At the bottom of the river, Shui was held fast by the shadow guard's arms and dragged into the depths. The shadow guard was smug, swimming desperately toward the deep water to drown him. "Haha, this kid is definitely going to burst and die. The underwater world is my home turf." Suddenly, however, his arm was violently yanked. He turned back, his face full of panic and confusion. Abruptly, a terrifying force lifted him up, slamming him heavily against a nearby reef. The stone shattered, and the shadow guard let out a howl of agony. "What on earth is this thing?" Shui appeared, his mouth curling in a confident arc. "Ever since my synchronization reached 70, I've been curious about exactly how strong I am in the water." He tightened his grip on the chain. "Now that I've taken control, I should thank you for bringing me down here." The power flashing in Shui's eyes left the shadow guard with no strength to fight back. Instead, Shui manipulated the chain, turning the opponent into his prey. The shadow guard roared, "Stop struggling, how am I being dragged along? Such immense strength." Shui gripped his long spear steadily in the water, his gaze icy. "This is my home turf." Painful memories surfaced in the shadow guard's mind. He thought to himself that there was no god in this world. If there were, why hadn't he saved him? Why had he let him fall to this state? He had heard that one only sees God before death, so he had manically slaughtered the innocent, wanting to see if they could see God before they died. Returning to the battle, Shui faced the shadow guard head-on, his surging power leaving the opponent terrified. Who was he? The shadow guard hunched over desperately, yanking the iron chain. "My advantage is speed. As long as I'm fast enough, this kid is dead." He kicked off the riverbed and charged, his sharp nails aiming straight for Shui's face, but Shui merely raised his hand for a light parry and roared water surge. Surging spiritual power erupted instantly, and the splashing water obscured his vision. Within the water curtain, Shui landed a heavy punch square on the shadow guard's jaw, the force so great it sent the opponent spinning several times as he flew backward. He sprayed a mouthful of blood, struggling in the river current and roaring in pain. Did he vanish? "I am in the galloping horse realm, how could I lose?" But before he could recover, Shui leaned down and violently yanked the chain to pull him back. The shadow guard fell into a panic. What is this insane strength? The water monkey power within Shui burned fiercely. Concentrating all his strength into his fist, as the shadow guard charged before him, he delivered a fatal blow to the chest. The opponent's back slammed heavily against the riverbed, his entire body trembling violently. This punch was a killing blow, taking his life in the blink of an eye. Shui's rage had not yet subsided. His fists clenched as he muttered to himself, "It seems defeating the galloping horse realm underwater is no problem at all. I wonder how senior brother Shu is doing on the boat. It's time to head back." On the riverbed, the shadow guard's broken body sprayed black blood, motionless. He gave up struggling, his heart murmuring, "Big brother was right." Shui left the shadow guard lying on the riverbed, using the momentum to lead his crocodile mount in a sudden charge toward the surface. Before drawing his last breath, the shadow guard whispered, "Sure enough, one sees God before death." In his eyes, Shui was like a god ruling over the river, majestic beyond words. On the small boat, the demon wearing old Lu's skin had been beaten to pieces by senior brother Shu, his human skin mask torn away to reveal a hideous true face. He collapsed against the gunwale, howling in triumph, "So what if you caught me? Your junior brother is dead." Senior brother Shu's eyes went wide, his gaze icy as he looked toward where Shui had fallen. "You're finished." Just then, a hand clamped firmly onto the gunwale and Shui swam up. Senior brother Shu was both surprised and joyful, letting out a shout. Little Ninth, the monster wearing human skin, was also startled to see Shui, while Shui gasped for breath, intentionally hiding the fact that he had defeated the shadow guard and faking a weak appearance. The child was snatched away by the water beast below. He put on an exhausted face, thinking to himself, "Better act weak for a moment." Just then, the shadow guard's corpse suddenly floated to the surface, drifting eerily on the water. This was precisely Shui's plan. to make everyone believe the water beast was the cause of death. The demon on the boat was scared out of his wits, while senior brother Shu marveled, "What a clever kid, boy, you really got lucky this time." The monster wearing human skin stood frozen, trembling all over as he stammered, Brother." He had been caught red-handed, his face still filled with panic before he could even sit down. Old Lu's wife and son stood on the shore, the wife's eyes burning with rage. Clearly she had already seen the true face of the man who killed her husband. The little girl clung tightly to her mother, shivering in fear. Shui stared at the demon in disgust, muttering, "These ghost mother cult demons, why do they feel less powerful than I imagined?" Senior brother Shu stood with his hands on his hips and answered, "They are a broken generation," he explained. A beast tiger realm martial artist can live to 125, the higher the cultivation, the longer they live. But in the 60 years since the fall of Great Qian, while the survivors of the older generation are one thing, and those old fellows are indeed long-lived, the middle generation has almost entirely died out. Those true veteran generals wouldn't just show themselves casually. He turned his head, his voice dropping. So this group isn't the core strength of the Ghost Mother cult. The truly terrifying ones are the elites from famous families. Under the hazy moonlight at the Jiao estate, the envoy's tall, skeletal figure was pacing. As he walked, he murmured in a voice filled with the weight of time, 40 years in the Ghost Mother cult, constantly expanding branches and taking in believers. Success was finally within reach. He reached into his robe and withdrew a deep purple spirit pill, staring at it with a profound gaze. "This wolf smoke great pill is my greatest hope." The older generation was showing signs of decline, and the younger generation was failing to bridge the gap. Now, more than ever, new strength was required. Suddenly a frantic knocking came from the door. The envoy's gaze sharpened, and before he could even turn to defend himself, a massive wooden beam came whistling through the air, aimed straight for his face. He was no easy mark, however. With a wave of his hand he released a surge of pitch-black evil energy that intercepted the beam mid-air, the staggering force shattering the timber into countless splinters. He let out an enraged roar. "Who goes there?" Senior brother Lu walked in slowly, formally announcing himself with a solemn air. "Lu Gang of the Young Martial Arts Hall." Without giving his opponent a moment to breathe, Lu delivered a fierce, heavy punch. Although the envoy raised both hands to block, Lu's striking power was so terrifying it drove him back repeatedly, until he slammed heavily against the wall. Lu clenched his fists, his gaze solemn as he thought to himself, "This man's cultivation has likely reached the middle stage of the wolf smoke realm, a level higher than mine." He joined his hands to circulate his internal power, his presence exploding instantly. This battle had to be settled quickly, though the envoy had been slammed against the wall. He stood up nonchalantly, lightly dusting off his clothes as he mocked with an icy tone, "What kind of insignificant thing are you?" To take that punch head-on and remain unscathed meant this man was truly extraordinary. Senior brother Hu grit his teeth, realizing the strength of their opponent. At this moment the envoy radiated a dense evil energy that swirled around him like thick smoke, a contemptuous sneer curling the corners of his mouth. He roared, "Is this all you've got today? You all die here." His face became utterly distorted and his presence overbearing. As the envoy exerted his full strength, demonic power surged like a tide, and Lu immediately realized it was a protective vital aura. He grew alert, and in a flash of inspiration he uprooted two nearby stone pillars. With a powerful swing and a thrust from his legs he launched the pillars at his foe. But the envoy was no longer in his previous state. He channeled his demonic power and split the flying boulders with his bare hands, his vicious gaze locked onto the two brothers. He sneered with utter disdain, mocking coldly, "You dare fight me with such trash?" Suddenly a sharp arrow tore through the air with a whistle, aimed straight for the envoy's face, who had drawn his bow and notched an arrow from the rear. His marksmanship so precise it left no time for a reaction, yet the envoy was so skilled he actually caught the arrow firmly between two fingers. He curled his lip, speaking arrogantly, "Though this arrow carries the internal power of the four gates, it still cannot pierce my protective vital aura." Hu let out a faint smile, his gaze as sharp as a blade. No, that was enough. The arrow suddenly snapped in the middle, spraying a silver mist directly into the envoy's face. The white smoke instantly filled his eyes and he clutched his face, screaming in agony. "Ah, my eyes!" Simultaneously Lu slammed his foot onto the ground, creating countless cracks as his figure blurred like a flash of lightning, delivering a heavy punch like a muffled thunderclap square into the envoy's hideous face. A world-shaking boom rattled the entire Jiao estate, earth and stone flying as dust filled the air, obscuring everyone's vision. Once the dust had slightly settled, Lu held his breath to observe, murmuring to himself, "Is it over?" Before him, the envoy lay miserably on the ground, his body having smashed a massive crater into the floor. He clutched his face, groaning in pain. "I was actually sold out by that piece of filth, Jiao Hongyuan. Otherwise you could never have prepared so thoroughly." Trembling, he withdrew a small pill and roared, "Fine, very well, I will not let a single one of you go." But before he could swallow the medicine, Hu fired another arrow, shattering the pill. Remained holding his longbow, looking at him with disgust. "Your wolf smoke great pill is gone," Lu shouted sternly. "Surrender now." Slumped in the courtyard of the Jiao estate, the envoy remained stubborn. "It seems Jiao Hongyuan really did tell you everything." Suddenly, he shoved another pill into his mouth and chewed vigorously. Who told you that was the only one? Lu's heart jumped. He hadn't noticed the man was hiding another. Recalling how the envoy had been covering his mouth with his hand earlier, he finally realized the truth. As the pill entered his gut, the envoy instantly began to mutate, bracing himself against the ground to slowly stand. His entire body radiating an eerie black light. His clothes burst as a terrifying demonic power erupted, the pressure so intense that both Lu and Hu felt a sense of constriction. He had actually transformed into a true mountain ghost, his face twisted and his expression hideous. Clouds of smoke billowed from his tattered mouth as he roared. Now that I have the strength of the late wolf smoke realm, can you stop me? The scene shifts to Liang Ku, who was hurriedly leading a horse along the road. He and senior brother Shu each led a horse, Liang urging that the Jiao estate was just at the end of this street. Hurry. Shu stared ahead, replying with a heavy tone, right, we have to move faster. The moment they stepped into the Jiao estate, Liang Ku and senior brother Shu felt a dense, almost physical aura of sinister evil. Liang Ku frowned deeply, a strong sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Shu was startled, saying with a solemn tone, "It's third senior brother and the others, it looks like they've run into big trouble." The violent tremors emanating from within the Jiao estate shattered the surrounding roof tiles, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. In the center of the courtyard, senior brother Lu crouched to build power, his teeth clenched and his gaze like a blade. A cult. It really is a cult. Staring fixedly at the encroaching mountain ghost envoy, Lu spoke coldly. You fellows just love turning yourselves into things that are neither human nor ghost. These words struck a nerve in the envoy. With a crazed expression and exploding killing intent, dark red veins crawled across his chest. He let out a low, cold laugh. HMPH, a bunch of self-righteous fools, he retorted with deep resentment. We refugees of the former dynasty were always meant to be neither human nor ghost. Isn't this exactly what you wanted to see? Memories flooded back. Years ago, a large number of refugees from the previous dynasty were displaced, fleeing and screaming in terror. Run, the great Shun soldiers are coming. Amidst the chaos, a man urgently pressed his frail, sickly wife. Xiao Min, take away and go quickly. In the distance, soldiers clamored to root out and destroy the remnants of the former dynasty. On a dilapidated sickbed, a dying woman tightly gripped her child's hand, whispering her final instructions. Wei, live well for your mother. Shortly after, she passed away, leaving behind a lonely, helpless child. That child later joined the cult, swearing lifelong loyalty to the Ghost Mother cult. Only a tiny handful of children survived that life-and-death catastrophe. That child was given the name Huang Zijun and became a successor. He grew up amid slaughter, his heart becoming as hard as stone. Returning to the present, Huang Zijun had now risen to the rank of envoy, having become a monster devoid of humanity. He clashed with senior brother Lu, fists colliding, energy erupting, and killing intent surging, causing the entire Jiao estate to tremble. Senior brother Hu held his bow and arrow but shook his head in frustration. Damn it, I can't get a clear shot in this situation. Just then, Liang Ku's voice reached them. Hu turned back with a sigh of relief. Junior brother Shu, little ninth, seeing the reinforcements, he relaxed slightly and said urgently, Junior brother Shu, I'm out of options. Go help third senior brother quickly. Hearing this, senior brother Shu nodded, revealing a confident smile. Hee, no problem, leave it to me. He stood firmly. Drawing his longbow with a composed air, he pulled the bowstring to a full moon, aiming straight for the mountain ghost envoy. Liang Ku looked up, thinking to himself, is this a clash between Wolf Smoke Realm masters? Witnessing such an intense battle with his own eyes, he couldn't help but feel a sense of longing. Both sides were locked in a fierce struggle, every move and strike delivered without mercy. Lu was drenched in sweat, realizing he couldn't sustain this for long and needed to find an opening, in the gaps between dodging the envoy's continuous heavy strikes. He calculated inwardly, the weakness must be the heart. I have to create an opening for my junior brother. The moment Lu ducked to lure the enemy, the two brothers coordinated with seamless perfection. Senior brother Shu released a sharp arrow aimed directly at the envoy's chest. Caught off guard, the envoy felt something was amiss. Lu stole a glance, noticing that the arrow's speed didn't seem to match Shu's true strength. Sure enough, the arrow struck the envoy and snapped into two pieces. Failing to injure him in the slightest, he burst into a wild, triumphant laugh. I told you can't break my protective vital aura with these arrows. Lu clenched his fists. Laughing inwardly, I see the boy was lulling him into a false sense of security. Shu remained with his bow drawn, while Lu had concentrated all his strength into his fist. The two shared a silent understanding. Lu slammed a heavy punch into the envoy's chest, a spiral of energy exploding instantly and vibrating the surrounding space. The envoy felt an unprecedented crisis as the evil energy within him surged, his heart crying out in shock. What? At that exact moment, Shu poured all his internal power into a second arrow, thinking to himself, now. Seizing the gap in Lu's strike, he released the string, and the arrow shot through the air like a meteor, flying straight for the target. Past events surfaced once more. As a child, Huang Zijun had hidden in a dim cave, innocently asking his master, Master, why can't we live openly in the sunlight? The old master stared deeply at the divine statue and answered, Zijun, this era has no place for us. Others have snatched away everything that belonged to us. These words planted the seeds of hatred in Huang Zijin's heart, and he swore that one day he would make everyone pay the price. Back in reality, the second arrow sank deep into the envoy's chest cavity. He spat out a mouthful of black blood, his body trembling uncontrollably, unable to believe he had been severely wounded. How is this possible? Watching from the side, Liang Ku calculated to himself. So that's how it is? He looked at senior brother Shu, realizing the first arrow was intended to mislead the opponent, making Huang Zijin believe the adversary only had 4 gate strength, while the second arrow truly erupted with the force of a peak galloping horse realm. He murmured to himself, there really is still so much to learn. At this point, the envoy was collapsed on the ground, the arrow in his chest so deep the bone was visible. Lu turned back and shouted urgently, it's over, fourth, tie him up quickly. Liang Ku observed, thinking that these blue steel chains were specifically designed for wolf smoke level martial artists. The strength of the wolf smoke realm was truly terrifying. He was still alive even with his heart shattered like this. He was lost in thought, failing to notice his surroundings. Suddenly, senior brother Shu patted his shoulder, giving him a start. Little junior brother, don't walk around with that stunned look on your face. He turned toward the envoy and said with a voice full of disgust, you cultists really love turning yourselves into these things that are neither human nor ghost. Are you a person or a ghost? The envoy let out a weak gasp through the intense pain. Neither human nor ghost. HMPH, he let out a low growl of resentment. Have you ever experienced hiding in a cave? Never seeing the sunlight? Have you ever experienced crawling out of a pile of corpses? I just wanted to live openly and stand tall. What do you people with your fine clothes and gourmet food know? He poured out all the resentment he had accumulated since childhood. Senior brother Shu stepped closer, his voice icy. Don't use justice as an excuse for your crimes. He clenched his fists and continued, how many families have your actions destroyed? How many children were left without fathers and how many fathers without children? He gripped the envoy's neck tightly and said in a low voice, don't try to use those absurd reasons to justify your selfishness. That won't work on me. Senior brother Shu leaned into his face, suppressing his rage. If it weren't for the fact that you still have some value, I would have crippled your limbs and ripped out your heart to feed the dogs long ago. Seeing Shu's agitation, Liang Ku softly reminded Lu. Senior brother Shu. Lu let out a long sigh. Fourth was also an orphan who survived a village massacre by the ghost mother cult. It's no wonder he's losing control. Facing Shu's retort, the envoy was speechless. You? He had no answer, only able to stare with eyes filled with venomous malice. Lu patted Shu on the shoulder. That's enough, Fourth. Let's get him back to the martial arts hall first. Business first. Senior brother Shu let out a resentful breath and turned to leave. Seeing his displeasure, Lu followed and put an arm around his shoulder, laughing loudly. Let's go, big senior brother is buying the drinks. Senior brother Hu also ran over cheerfully. Wait for me, I'll pay. The two walked arm in arm, teasing senior brother Shu. Look at that sour face. Liang Ku stood behind them, watching the bond between the three brothers, a wave of warmth rising in his heart. He couldn't help but think of his past life, where he always walked home from the office alone, never having experienced this feeling. Seeing Liang Ku in a daze, Lu shouted loudly, Little Ninth, are you coming? Liang Ku snapped out of it, flashing a brilliant smile. Coming? On the training grounds of the Yang estate, Liang Ku trained diligently on his own, sweat pouring down and soaking his clothes. He panted heavily, his heartbeat unable to settle for a long time. Just a few days ago, after turning in Huang Zijin, Xiniang had helped the senior brothers exchange all of old Master Zhao's land deeds for silver. Recalling that scene, Liang Ku looked at the heavy 150 taels of Bao silver in his hand and still felt the shock. Bao silver was no ordinary silver. Clutching the pile of silver, he was filled with excitement. Xiniang was truly generous. He rubbed the silver and did the math. The fineness of Bao silver was higher than ordinary silver. 150 tael ingot of Bao silver could be exchanged for 52 taels and 4 mace of ordinary silver, which meant an extra 2 taels and 4 mace. The common folk called it 2-4 Bao. Calculating for the 3 ingots, it was roughly equivalent to 160 taels of ordinary silver. Beside him, senior brother Shu and senior brother Lu watched Liang Ku's obsession with the silver and whispered to each other. Lu laughed. This is the first time our little junior brother has seen so much money. He's probably stunned. Shu nodded. Definitely, returning to reality. Liang Ku remained tireless in his efforts. During this time spent clearing out the remnants of the ghost mother cult with his senior brothers, his strength had become increasingly stable. Though he had yet to break through his physical bottleneck, he could feel the surge of power waiting within him. With a determined gaze, he murmured to himself, one day I will do it. Suddenly, senior brother Shu's voice rang out, little junior brother really is hard-working. Liang Ku looked back. Fourth senior brother. Shu leaned against a pillar, saying leisurely, Master is back. He's called us over to discuss the rewards. Liang Ku was startled. There are more rewards? The scene shifts to the dining hall, where the brothers sat opposite Huang Zijin, who was chained to a pillar and roaring incessantly. Damn it, Zhao Hongyuan, I will kill you. He glared at everyone. You lowly peasants, you will all die. 2 cultists were locked in a corner, but before them was a table laden with a lavish feast. Senior brother Shu whispered to Ju Wu, Senior brother, are we really going to make these 2 madmen watch us eat? Ju Wu grinned mischievously. That was Xinang's arrangement. This punishment really is venomous enough. Shu frowned slightly. Speaking of which, why are you here? You didn't even participate in the battle at the Jiao estate. Ju Wu scratched his head and gave a dry laugh. Don't say that. Senior brother Sao and I were on another mission that day. Shui looked at the delicacies presented by the attendants and remarked, Xinjiang is truly incredible, managing everything in the Yang estate so meticulously. Hearing this, senior brother Lu smiled. Junior brother, you probably don't know Xinjiang's maiden name yet, do you? Shui asked in confusion. Her name, Lu explained in detail. Xinjiang's surname is Shu. She comes from a prominent clan in Guangzhou. During the era of the great ancestor, the Shu family even produced a minister. Master and Xinjiang were introduced and matched by the old Grand Marshal Wenju. Xinjiang's father is Shu Rongguang, who serves as the chief minister of the Court of Imperial Entertainments, a third-rank official. Ju Wu pondered for a moment and chuckled. In that case, Xinjiang marrying Master could be considered marrying down. Senior brother Lu hurriedly lowered his voice, warning warily, Careful now, if Master heard you say that he'd skin you alive. Senior brother Shu suddenly spoke up. Master, Xinjiang is here. As Master entered the room, the atmosphere immediately became solemn. The disciples gathered around the dining table as Master sat regally in the center. I've heard everything. Xiao-san, you all did very well this time. He raised his teacup and took a light sip. He glanced at the bound envoy in the distance and said in a heavy voice, As for those two heretics, the authorities will come to take them away this afternoon. Upon hearing this, the envoy roared in a fit of rage, Do as you wish. Kill me or hack me to pieces. My cult has many men and a multitude of experts. Sooner or later, they will wipe you all out. Master calmly set down his teacup, his voice cold. An organization that cannot even distinguish head from tail, and doesn't even understand the Lian's fish, he barked sternly. Utterly foolish, he looked directly at the envoy and continued, The only reason you are still alive is because you still have utility. Otherwise, I would never have let you live until now. These sharp words left the envoy trembling with fear. Master turned to Shui. After the joint trial, you will all be handsomely rewarded. He then placed a wooden box on the table. There is one more thing regarding Xiao Ju. This is an apprenticeship gift sent by your eldest senior brother. It was brought over yesterday along the way. Shui stared blankly at the wooden box, murmuring, Eldest senior brother? The scene shifts to the green ramparts where the eldest senior brother is stationed. A soldier with 2 scars on his face remarked with a sigh, Captain, this time you defeated a famous general of the late Wolf Smoke stage to obtain this item. And yet you're just giving it away like this. A chubby soldier laughed. Exactly, Captain is far too biased. We've been coveting that thing for a long time. Eldest senior brother gripped the hilt of his sword and gave a light snort. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? I'll buy you all drinks when we return, how's that? The soldiers erupted into a burst of cheerful laughter. Captain is truly generous, we're coming too. Eldest senior brother looked at them and shook his head helplessly, then turned his gaze toward the distance, thinking, I hope Xiao Ju likes this gift. Back at the Yang estate, Shui cautiously opened the wooden box. A brilliant flash of light flickered, piquing his curiosity. As he lifted the lid, the radiance grew even more magnificent. Shui stared fixedly, exclaiming, It's spiritual energy. Lying in the box was a short blade radiating powerful energy, shimmering with flowing light and an imposing presence. He marveled to himself. Every spiritual weapon is a unique existence, capable of growing alongside its master, holding a supreme status in the world of armaments. Materials for spiritual weapons are hard to find, and forging them is even rarer. Looking at the heavy gift from his eldest senior brother, Shui thought, To think I now possess 2 such spiritual weapons. He picked up the short blade. After observing it for a long time, he unsheathed it, and the characters Qinglun were clearly engraved on the blade. He murmured, Qinglun Azure Haze, my short-range combat weakness can finally be supplemented. From now on, my battles will no longer be restricted. The scene shifts to his private room. Shui stepped out of the gate with high spirits. He had missed many classes lately because of the Mountain Ghost affair and needed to return to the academy to check in, he said to himself. As he walked, a stuttering voice came from the study. Aoe. Shui approached curiously, muttering the pinyin method. Suddenly, a call came from behind. Liang Ku. Shui turned back in surprise to see Tianji. Tianji smiled kindly. Liang Ku, you've finally come. After resting for so long, aren't you afraid the teacher will be angry? Shui scratched his head, smiling bashfully. This student is ashamed. Tianji replied leisurely. No matter, I've heard about what you and your senior brothers have been up to lately, he signaled as he walked. Follow me to see the headmaster. We have refined the pinyin method. Shui asked in confusion. The headmaster, Tianji explained. The headmaster Shanzhong is the director of the academy, equivalent to what you might call a principal. The scene shifts to the academy courtyard. Shui accompanied his teacher to meet the headmaster. Zhao Ji, an elderly man with white hair, a long beard, and a detached demeanor. Upon seeing Shui, Zhao Ji broke into a smile. The pinyin method you invented is truly a shock to this old man. Shui bowed and said, Greetings, headmaster. Zhao Ji waved his hand. No need for such formalities. Come and look. Henji and I have refined the pinyin system. Shui took the pinyin chart and examined it carefully, thinking to himself, this version removes 76 homophones, leaving only 63 sounds, including 23 initials, 24 finals, and 16 whole syllable recognition units. He looked at the headmaster with genuine admiration. The headmaster was indeed formidable. This was practically an upgraded version. This old gentleman was certainly not simple. Shui bowed respectfully and said, This junior is in awe. Compared to my initial draft, this set is far more complete. The headmaster stroked his beard and laughed. I am the one who admires you. If not for your pinyin method, we would likely still be spinning in circles with outdated interpretations. Tihengi's face was flushed with excitement. We have already reported your contribution to my mentor. If he recommends it, the chances for rewards and titles will increase greatly. The headmaster nodded as he stroked his beard. Sending it to old Li will certainly be fine. Shui immediately bowed in gratitude. Many thanks to the headmaster and the teacher for your recommendation. He marveled in his heart. As expected, no matter the era, success is easier with a patron. He turned to ask, I wonder which great expert the Grand Master is. Tihengi stroked his beard and spoke slowly. Speaking of which, I have never mentioned my mentor's name. At the peak of power in the Imperial capital is the Emperor, and beneath him are the Hall of Central Polarity and the Hall of Erecting Polarity, collectively known as the 3 halls and 2 pavilions, where 5 Grand Secretaries preside. Below them are the Hall of Martial Valor, the Pavilion of Literary Profundity, and the East Pavilion. My mentor, Li Haobai, is one of the 5 current Grand Secretaries, he added with pride. I spoke of your pinyin method with nothing but praise in my letter. My mentor will surely have the confidence to persuade the emperor. He looked into the distance and sighed. The cultural heritage of Great Shun is as thick as a city wall, but that thick wall also imprisons new thoughts. Your pinyin method has struck the wheel of destiny for this era, Shui asked in confusion. But aren't there 4 other Grand Secretaries of equal rank? Tihengi smiled and reassured him. Don't worry about the emperor's reaction. Over the years, His Majesty has been very willing to accept new things. The scene shifts to the morning court at the Imperial capital, with civil and military officials lined up in order. On the dragon throne, the emperor lightly tapped the armrest and said in a deep voice, If the ministers have no other business, let the court be dismissed. As the officials were about to withdraw, one stepped forward and knelt respectfully. This servant has a memorial to present. This person was none other than Li Haobai, Grand Secretary of the Pavilion of Literary Profundity and Shui's Grand Master. He reported, This servant is promoting a new type of phonetic literacy method, far superior to the Fanche system. Sha Yao looked displeased and interjected. Absurd, how can the methods of the ancestors be replaced by something so rootless? Zhang Jui also squinted with a cold smile. Has Grand Secretary Li forgotten the foundations of the nation? Li Haobai showed contempt, shouting sternly, What do you people know of reform? Su Yiging spoke up in support. In my view, the pinyin method is indeed more ingenious than the old ways. Another official countered with a sarcastic tone. Ingenious? Does Secretary Su dare to underestimate the wisdom of Great Shun's ancient sages? Su Yiging gave a cold glance, his words instantly leaving the other man stunned into silence. The emperor's expression turned serious, his gaze cold and majestic. The ministers bowed their heads in fear. Su Yiging and Li Haobai continued their respectful report. The emperor asked for details, and Li Haobai asserted that results would be seen within 6 months. Upon hearing this, the ministers were in an uproar. Sha Yao said urgently, 6 months, that is utter nonsense. Li Haobai ignored him and directly staked his military order. If it fails, this servant is willing to atone with death. He formally memorialized the emperor. This method was created by this servant's grand disciple, a wilderness fisherman named Liang Ku. Though this youth resides in the common world, his mind is exceptionally sharp. This old servant proposes rewarding him for his invention and granting him a title. The emperor pondered for a moment before speaking. I have noted it. Liang Ku, he is an interesting person. He waved his hand. I shall let the 6th prince try this pinyin method first. After the court was dismissed, the ministers collectively saw the emperor off. Elsewhere, a voice filled with doubt rang out. Testing the life pattern, Yang Dongshang stared at the document in his hand, patted Liang Ku's shoulder and said in a heavy voice, To report to the Imperial capital, your information must be complete. Life pattern Ming is a mandatory field for martial artists. While not absolute, it is a grand opportunity for you. Liang Ku froze in place. Yang Dongshang's words reminded him of his system panel. He thought to himself that since ancient times one's life pattern was not fixed by heaven but determined by metaphysical principles. Become a tiger when meeting the wind, a dragon when meeting the rain. A superior life pattern signifies higher achievement and greater strength for a martial artist. It can predict many things, making tasks twice as effective with half the effort. Though every life pattern also has its exclusive challenges, those with extremely high life patterns usually possess a primal sign and an auxiliary sign. For instance, the youngest martial saint, Zhang Longshang, had the grand pillar of the sacred mountain as his primal sign, but his auxiliary sign was the extremely perilous owl deity seizing food. Though his destiny was noble, the immense challenges forced him through great trials of evil and danger. 13 years later, Zhang Longshang traveled alone to the northern barrens, fighting 3 true Yuan realm experts by himself, killing 2 and wounding 1, displaying an invincible presence. The Yuanji martial saint's life pattern was the Great Barren Stone Mountain. He attained the way in the Barren Mountains and entered the ranks of martial saints, gaining the ability to return to youth. However, his fate was ill-starred. Because he was not from Great Shun and refused to surrender, he was eventually slain by Zhang Longsheng, where the two martial saints fought. Blood stained the earth and the living creatures affected by it transformed into spirits, turning from small mice into giant, highly aggressive beasts. Yang Dongsheng taught solemnly that life patterns are not unchangeable. People influence one another. Liang Ku asked curiously, "Master, how do we test the life pattern?" Yang Dongsheng answered sternly, "The key lies in the residual incense. Once the incense destiny text burns out and solidifies, the more vigorous the incense and the longer it lasts, the better the effect." He let out a long sigh. "I have prepared the incense destiny text aged for 5 years, but I still lack the blood of a century-old sacred fish." Liang Ku was shocked. "Sacred fish blood," Yang Dongsheng explained. "All things carry fortune when they grow naturally. Sacred fish blood is indispensable for testing the life pattern," he finalized. "I have already sent people to inquire about it. We can only rely on luck." Yang Dongsheng's care made Liang Ku feel a wave of warmth. "Thank you, master." Liang Ku calculated in his heart. "I might not be good at other things, but I'm an expert at finding sacred fish." Despite his plodding expression, the actual situation left him a bit troubled. He muttered, "I need to buy a new boat first." This time was different from before. In the busy shipyard, Liang Ku thought as he walked that his old boat had already fallen apart after witnessing the duel between the two great spirits. Reaching the destination, Liang Ku looked up at the shop sign and muttered, "This is the place." He suddenly remembered the reason he had come here. In this era, shipbuilding was mostly contracted by fish markets Yulan. Poor fishermen usually rented their boats to go out to sea. An old fisherman sat lazily. Seeing Liang Ku approach, he shouted to attract him, "Little brother, looking for a boat?" He pointed to the row of boats behind him. "Look at the paint on my boats, beautiful and cheap. Rent 3, get 1 free and no interest." "This pitch sounds like a pyramid scheme," Liang Ku observed silently. While these boats looked shiny and bright, many parts actually showed signs of being refurbished. He thought to himself that they were likely old boats. The fisherman only put them out for rent out of necessity. Suddenly a voice called out, "Liang Ku." Lin Shi approached enthusiastically with the 2 children, Lin Songbao and Lin Fuyun. "Young Master Liang's presence truly brings light to my humble dwelling." He drew closer, his tone humble. "I have an urgent matter to ask of you, my virtuous nephew. Could you be the guarantor for my fish market? Once it's successful, I'll give you a 20% share of the profits and gift you the best boat. 30% is fine too." Liang Ku's tone was resolute as he refused. "No." Lin Shi was shocked. "Young Master Liang, why is that?" Liang Ku's expression was calm, his gaze like a torch. "I understand your calculation, and I understand the law of the jungle. I can't control all that, but you fail to understand one thing." He recalled the scenes of the fisherman's hard labor, and his tone became even firmer. "A good reputation can bring profit, but only by relying on true ability can I help fishermen get low rental rates. But what then? Once they get used to low prices, my joining the fish market will instead cause their dissatisfaction. What will my master think then? I don't have the ability to care for the whole situation. I might be a good person, but I'm not that good yet." Seeing that he couldn't be persuaded, Lin Shi changed his tune. "Very well, but there is one more thing I hope young Master Liang can agree to. Once it's done, I will still give you the best boat." Liang Ku frowned in confusion. "What thing?" Lin Shi lowered his voice and said sincerely, "Lately there have been rumors of spirits appearing at the border between our county and the Water Palace. On behalf of the Lin family fish market, I would like to ask young Master Liang to deal with it." He looked at Liang Ku, his eyes full of hope. "Countless treasures are hidden in the great rivers, but they are also full of danger. Waterways are divided into deep water and shallow water zones, with danger lurking everywhere in the deep. Though resources are abundant, the shallow water zone is where human activity takes place." He further explained, "If a great demon attains spiritual wisdom and wishes to enter the shallow water zone, they must report to the river matriarch Himo. Otherwise, Great Shun will surely conduct a clearing, driving them out at best or destroying them at worst, just like Fist Mother, who went to the shallow water zone to spawn and survive for safety." The fierce battle between the 2 great spirits that day had occurred in the deep water zone. Liang Ku stood at the bow looking toward the river surface, muttering, "Brother Lin said that spirit often appears at the junction of deep and shallow water. It's the easiest place to get lost." He clenched his fist, preparing to set out. He recalled that he had once sent Budong and A Fei to sweep through the waters surrounding Pingyang and Yixing. Except for a few exceptionally powerful ones, most spirits had already been driven out of the shallow water zone. A faint cluster of energy gathered in his palm as he judged silently. Even if a spirit had snuck in here, it wouldn't be too strong. And he was long past being that ordinary person who could only scrape by in the shallows. Liang Ku stared at the energy ball in his hand, frowning slightly. His synchronization had reached 70, leaving him only a step away from breaking through the flesh-breaking gate. He looked at the crystal-clear water where schools of large fish darted about, thinking to himself, "I'm confident I can find more opportunities." After all, century-old sacred fish only appeared in the deep water zone. The corners of his mouth curled into an arc as he murmured, "Let's begin." In an instant, a massive wave surged, and Liang Ku used his water control arts to dive to the riverbed. Unable to help but marvel that the deep water zone truly lived up to its reputation. Various spiritual materials could be seen everywhere here. far beyond what the shallow water zone could offer. However, after searching for several hours, he grew somewhat annoyed. His target remained nowhere to be found. Looking at the clusters of purple water-breath grass growing on the riverbed, he casually noted that an ordinary person holding it in their mouth could stay underwater for half an hour. He glanced toward the glowing stones nearby, his eyes full of greed. Those were feather stone shells, a high-level spiritual material only wealthy clans could afford, but in the end he shook his head resolutely. Pity today's goal isn't these. Suddenly, Afei let out a startled cry, his entire body erupting with strange light as he dove headlong into a patch of aquatic weeds. Liang Ku's eyes widened, his heart tightening. What did Afei find? When Afei rushed out in a panic, the sight before Liang Ku left him stunned, and he couldn't help but gasp. A 7-star eel. The 7-star eel was wreathed in flickering arcs of electricity, so intimidating that Liang Ku stood frozen in place, thinking to himself that he must not judge a spirit by its appearance. These beings with wolf smoke realm or slightly lower strength were known as spirits because of their secretive movements. Those powerful great demons possessed even more unique ways of operating. He analyzed the situation. These monsters didn't enter the shallow water zone, firstly because they feared the Great Shun authorities and secondly because the benefits were disproportionate. Ordinary people were nothing more than unpalatable coarse rice in their eyes, not worth the effort. Staring at the ferocious 7-star eel, Liang Ku grew thoughtful. Wild sacred fish sometimes possess staggering power. The next second the eel lunged and he leaped up to dodge the attack, channeling internal power into his palm as he scoffed inwardly. With just this bit of strength you're not enough. He flipped and landed, pressing his hand against the eel's body. The 7-star eel let out a pained shriek, and just as it was about to activate its water control arts to counterattack, Liang Ku thought, now I can already control nearly 900 pounds of current. Unexpectedly, the monstrous fish froze in place. Liang Ku was shocked it actually hadn't dodged, and then a dark shadow streaked past its back like lightning, launching a series of consecutive attacks. Liang Ku roared in his heart. My fish. He and Afei stared blankly at the shadow of the monster with the terrifyingly long beak. Liang Ku was stunned. Could this be the spirit brother Lin had mentioned? He clenched his fists, radiating killing intent. Regardless of what you are, how dare you steal my fish? He cold-bloodedly delivered his verdict in his heart. I'll use your life to settle the debt, Liang Ku calculated privately. With every increase in synchronization, his constitution would take a qualitative leap. Staring at the monster, he thought to himself, I've been looking forward to the breakthrough changes brought by the marsh spirit. Observing the behemoth, he lamented, while it's a pity to lose the sacred fish, this brings an even greater opportunity. Instinct tells me that if I want to fully upgrade or even advance the marsh spirit, I must eat this thing. He laughed heartily and stomped heavily, the ground instantly webbing with cracks. Liang Ku charged straight at the monster, which showed no weakness, its eyes flashing as it lunged. At the moment that long-pointed snout brushed past his side, Liang Ku roared, long-snouted alligator. He leveled his long spear and thrust with all his might, the spear tip sinking firmly into the opponent's body, before he followed up with a violent upward flick. His gaze was sharp and cold. The spear tip transfixed the monster's frame, blood erupting from its abdomen. He let out a great shout, and away quickly scrambled onto the monster's belly. Liang Ku followed with 2 more spear thrusts, thick green liquid splashing everywhere. Afei also lunged forward, biting down hard on a fin. Liang Ku leapt into the air, delivering a savage kick to the 7-star eel's head. His movements never stopped, his figure blurring as he moved at high speed with a steady gaze. He raised the Qinglin shortblade high, a cold, clear flash of light flickering as he split the monster in two with the momentum before landing steadily. Liang Ku laughed heartily. It had been far too easy. This was an overwhelming victory. Looking at the remains of the 7-star eel cut into 2 sections, he privately assessed that compared to the last time he dealt with that crab, not only were his spirit pets unscathed, but the win was clean and decisive. Examining the short blade, he marveled that when fully unleashed, its power was truly staggering. He glanced at Afei and muttered with a smile, "Fine, time to share the meat." Before long, wisps of smoke rose by the riverbank as a rich aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. Liang Ku's tone was flat. Based on this creature's body proportions, the meat yield is less than 50%. He looked sideways at the massive carcass, thinking that luckily the size was large enough that there was still plenty of meat to go around. Holding the fragrant meat in his hand, he calculated with intoxication. How much aquatic essence could this one piece have? Taking a bite, the system notification rang out. Aquatic essence 22. Liang Ku chewed vigorously, privately surprised that even a small piece yielded 22 points. He began to salivate, his interest piqued. It seemed the day of the marsh spirit's evolution was not far off. He thought triumphantly that he had to finish this tonight. As he ate frantically, the system notifications sounded one after another. Aquatic essence 1020, synchronization 80 90 95,100, marsh spirit water monkey white fully fused, evolution successful. Liang Ku was so excited he nearly lost his composure. Is this the gift brought by the system? It's far too tempting. He took another bite and the system prompted, Draft 1. He gripped the object in his hand as the system interface displayed, marsh spirit water monkey white fully fused, evolution condition met, obtained a wisp of river favor. He wore a look of shock. This favor had actually been achieved unintentionally. The system followed with an announcement. Weizhong sacrifice mission complete. River favor .0.001. A shimmering bronze cauldron suddenly appeared in his hand. Liang Ku couldn't help but marvel. He never expected all the conditions to be met so unexpectedly. Advance. He clenched his fists, his confidence soaring. Next would be the rank up of the marsh spirit. Liang Ku's fingertip tapped the advance button on the system interface. In that instant, the bronze cauldron erupted with a world-shaking power, causing his eyes to widen in shock. Realizing something was wrong, he looked around and guessed to himself, "This commotion is exactly the same as when I first fused with the water spirit." The next second, Liang Ku's heart jolted and his body involuntarily collapsed to his knees, his hands bracing hard against the ground. He panicked. What's going on? Did the advancement fail? The system interface suddenly flashed a notification. Advancement successful. Fusing with marsh spirit, marsh velvet. This is a natural anomaly with staggering power and peerless ferocity, deeply favored by the rivers. Upon fusion, you will obtain dragon tendons and tiger bones. The system explained, dragon tendons and tiger bones, tendons like a swimming dragon, bones like a fierce tiger possessing infinite strength, internal force is comparable to the power of 9 bulls and 2 tigers, unstoppable. Liang Ku roared in pain, his eyes losing focus as a dazzling light instantly filled the entire space. An illusory figure flickered in the air as the system notification rang. Marsh spirit water monkey white and marsh spirit marsh velvet fully fused. Learn talent skills. Riding the wind and waves water prison. Obtained marsh favor, aqueous vitality, can slowly absorb aquatic essence to supplement the evolutionary deficiencies of water beasts. That phantom let out a heaven-shaking roar toward the sky. Liang Ku lay paralyzed on the ground, panting heavily, feeling as if his body were about to fall apart. He turned his head with difficulty to read the information on the system panel. Cauldron Master Liang Ku refined marsh spirit, marsh velvet, synchronization 1, marsh spirit water green, martial arts divinity rank 1, Chenju Dejun, talent skill, water leap. Possessed skills, water prison, riding the wind and waves, aquatic essence 0, river favor 0.01, governed water beasts, Kakumu crocodile, lakehead catfish, stone claw crab, heavenly water centipede. Evaluation, marsh velvet, originating from the great sovereign of the Weizhong. Current potential is extremely low, merely a nobody. Liang Ku marveled to himself that the gains this time were truly worthwhile. He struggled to his feet and murmured, "Dragon tendons and tiger bones are a total transformation. The depth of chi and blood and the intensity of strength have increased by a full 3 times. He suddenly slammed a punch toward the ground. The ground instantly shattered, dust and smoke rising everywhere. Looking at the deep pit created by his fist, he grew thoughtful. This was his current strength. He sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to analyze. During the fleshgate stage, chi and blood were still weak and needed to be stimulated by tempering the constitution and eating. But after stepping into the bone gate, internal techniques could supplement external training, allowing force to permeate the internal organs. He murmured in a low voice that Master had already taught him the internal breath circulating technique. A blazing fire ignited in Liang Ku's chest. He looked down at his hands, revealing an excited smile. "I have finally stepped into the bone gate." Feeling the power surging within his body, he marveled to himself, long tendons bring great strength. Heavy bones and agile tendons, dragon tendons and tiger bones are truly extraordinary. Had it not been for this advancement, the difficulty of breaking the gate would likely have tripled, along with the 3-fold increase in chi and blood brought by the dragon tendons and tiger bones. He looked at the cracks in the ground and felt a wave of emotion. Thanks to Master's persistence in teaching the internal heart technique, today's advancement could proceed so naturally and smoothly. Suddenly, the system popped up a prompt. Taihua crocodile can evolve into Kakumu crocodile. Evolve now. Whisker catfish can evolve into lakehead catfish. Evolve now. Liang Ku let out a cry of surprise. Budong and Afei can both evolve too. He grinned, excitedly clicking the screen and cheering, "Evolve, evolve them all." Afei and Budong were instantly enveloped in dazzling holy light, curling into cocoons. A moment later the cocoons shattered, and the bodies of the 2 spirit pets became increasingly robust and towering. System prompt. Kakumu crocodile consumes 15,000 aquatic essence, evolves into Kakumu azure crocodile. Whisker catfish consumes 15,000 aquatic essence, evolves into menacing lake catfish. Liang Ku stroked Afei's head in surprise, murmuring, Could this be a dragon horn?" Looking at the system panel, he rubbed his chin. He fell into deep thought. The difficulty of synchronization was now 10 times what it was before. It clearly wasn't worthwhile to use the remaining aquatic essence to increase synchronization. He suddenly realized today's harvest was indeed bountiful. He had obtained marsh favor and aqueous vitality, allowing him to slowly absorb essence to make up for the pet's evolutionary shortcomings. Looking at Afei and Budong, he felt sincere joy. Today both pets had advanced together. He glanced at Fist in the distance with some regret, but the remaining 2 spirit pets absolutely could not fall behind. Who knew what dangers they would face in the future? He looked over the spirit pets. "They are my true trump cards." Liang Ku lightly stroked the bronze cauldron, silently vowing, "In the past I had no choice, but now I want it all." The scene shifts to a place of clear waters and green mountains, where the scenery is beautiful. Liang Ku stood upon a solitary boat drifting with the current and called out in admiration, "This is true riding the wind and waves, not at all comparable to ordinary water control arts." Liang Ku revealed a brilliant smile, clenching his fists and cheering. What made him happiest was still the growth of Fei and Budong. With a splash, Fei and Budong broke through the water behind him. Liang Ku couldn't help but marvel. He never expected them to have learned special skills. Watching Fei playfully teasing a school of small fish, he noted that Fei had obtained the high-frequency impact skill after advancing. He moved his gaze to the distance, his voice low. While Budong possesses the steadfast form which allows companions to slowly recover from injuries. He raised his hand and barked, "Water prison!" A vortex instantly trapped the school of small fish. Suddenly a mess of shadow surfaced from the depths of the river, radiating killing intent. Liang Ku was startled as a dark shadow streaked past. It was a giant crab the size of a millstone launching an attack. System warning, stone claw crab, heavenly water centipede. Liang Ku murmured to himself that Fist had already evolved into a reef crab. That monstrous crab suddenly leaped onto the bow, giving him a start. A look of joy appeared on his face. With these divine skills, fishing in the future would be like a fish in water. But he let out a soft sigh. The cost of this advancement was simply too great. The system interface was densely packed with information. Cauldron Master Liang Ku, Refined Marsh Spirit, Marsh Velvet, Synchronization 1, Marsh Spirit, Water Green, Martial Arts Divinity Rank 1, Chenju Dejun. Talent Skills, Water Leap, Water Control, Water Prison, Riding the Wind and Waves, Aquatic Essence 0, River Favor 0.001, Governed Water Beasts, Kakumu Azure Crocodile, Menacing Lake Catfish, Stone Claw Crab, Heavenly Water Centipede. Evaluation Marsh Velvet, originating from the Sovereign of the Y River. Potential is extremely low, a mere drop in the ocean. Liang Ku felt somewhat melancholic. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. He clenched his fists, his gaze determined as he walked back to the fish market, intending to settle things with them. Elsewhere, an old fisherman inquired, "Old you, is Master Liang ever coming back? I've been waiting for him here for 3 whole days." The man wearing a bamboo hat answered indifferently. "Who knows?" He closed his eyes to rest, glancing sideways. "Even those who can swim fear drowning." He took a bite of a bun and muttered, "Are there not enough martial artists who have died in the deep water zone?" Suddenly a massive tail swept down from the air, the shock causing the small boat to rock violently, sending both men tumbling to the floor. Liang Ku stepped forward and instructed Brother Lin. "The spirit has been eliminated. From now on our debt is settled. I'm taking this boat." The old fisherman panted, his face full of shock. The 2 men looked at each other and said in unison, "He actually managed to destroy that spirit?" In the bustling crowd, Liang Ku carried a bag of silver coins, lamenting, "Pity I didn't catch a sacred fish, I only sold some scrap." Suddenly a cry rang through the sky. "Sacred fish, it must be a sacred fish." A fisherman held a massive fresh fish, scratching his head in confusion. He had never seen such a beautiful fish in his life. "Old Chen, your luck is truly against the heavens." That man turned and shouted, "Eshui, come over here quickly, you're a martial artist, help me see if this great carp is a sacred fish." Liang Ku walked over, leaning down to observe, rubbing his chin as he pondered. "Uncle Chen, this is a greenback dragon carp. It is indeed a century-old sacred fish. It must weigh at least 45 taels." Everyone was stunned, cheering in unison. A simple white porcelain bowl sat on the table. Liang Ku said seriously, "This blood sacrifice can directly reach heaven's mandate." He raised a small knife, making a light slit across his palm, and blood dripped into the bowl. He did not hesitate in the slightest, continuing the ceremony with a resolute expression. Opposite him, Dongshang had already prepared a pinch of red powder, sprinkling it into the incense burner before him with a solemn look. He signaled for Liang Ku to press his right hand onto the incense seal. At the moment Liang Ku touched it, the incense fire erupted upward. Dongshang said in a heavy voice, "Don't let your hand shake. The clearer the mark, the better." After the ceremony ended, he picked up the porcelain bowl containing the blood and poured it outward, observing with focused intensity. The blood unexpectedly formed a perfect circle. Everyone watched with bated breath. Young Dongshang decisively pressed the incense burner onto the pool of blood, and the result exceeded all expectations. The little junior brother possessed both a main seal and a heaven seal simultaneously. Zhang Song congratulated him with joy. As expected, the little junior brother was born with exceptional talent and an extraordinary life pattern. Senior brother Hu was also incredibly excited. Usually a single seal promised a boundless future, yet he possessed both. They observed curiously, what was the heaven seal on the left? Why did it look like a dead object? Could it be some kind of calamity god? Shu Zizhou frowned. The main seal on the right was an ape. What kind of calamity god would take the form of an ape? Strangely, the junior brother's main and heaven seals seemed to be reversed. Lu Gang suddenly became excited, suggesting that the heaven seal might not be simple water currents, but a dragon. Shu Zizhou observed closely and nodded in agreement. It was indeed so, and it even had bifurcations. Senior brother Hu asked worriedly, "Master, how should this be interpreted?" Yang Dongshang pointed at the mark, his expression grave. "This is a sign of great ill omen. This heaven seal is fate of the Jiao traversing the river," he explained with his profound knowledge. "Legend has it that a serpent cultivates for 500 years to become a Jiao, and a Jiao leaps through the river for 1,000 years to transform into a dragon. One interpretation is that you, junior brother, will experience 10,000 hardships. If you can transform into a dragon, you will become a dragon among men. However, the second interpretation is that for someone else to transform into a dragon, they must step upon your shoulders." Liang Ku listened quietly. a shadow of worry appearing on his face. This assertion left the senior brothers looking at one another in silence. It was a struggle between two people where one must tread upon the other to achieve greatness. Liang Ku broke the uneasy atmosphere, saying firmly, "Master, senior brothers and sister, there is no need to worry. Whether it is because I leap across the river or am stepped upon by another as they leap, it at least proves that I, Liang Ku, am by no means a mediocre man." This unyielding spirit greatly pleased Yang Dongshang. "Good. The youth who once fought 7 men alone will one day transform into a giant dragon and soar through the 9 heavens." He looked at the main seal and said in a heavy voice, "I cannot fully see through this main seal either. I only know it belongs to the water element and is extremely likely to attract calamities in the water. However, because Little Ninth's heaven seal also belongs to the water element, it will instead be of great benefit in marshlands. Blessings and misfortunes are intertwined." Yang Dongshang smiled warmly and instructed, "Destiny is not a fixed number. Though your life pattern is grand, do not be arrogant, and if you encounter danger, you must not be careless," he decided grandly. "I will report this life pattern to the government for registration. As for rewards, we shall wait for the higher-ups to decide." Liang Ku bowed respectfully. "Thank you, Master, for the interpretation. This disciple will surely keep it in mind." In his heart, he made his own calculations as a surge of excitement rushed through him. The reason he was confident was because he knew this mark all too well. This was no ordinary feral ape, but the ancient calamity god Wujiki, assisted by the marsh cauldron. "No one can take what belongs to me." Inside the hall of diligent government the candlelight flickered, and a majestic voice rang out, "Fate of the Jiao traversing the river, is it?" The man held the memorial, tilting his head with great interest. "Born by the great marsh, it is indeed the destiny of a Jiao traversing the river. But whether he leaps across the river himself or is crossed by another, his opponent is that cunning old Jiao in the great marsh." The man looked at Liang Ku's mark and murmured to himself, "How interesting. Who in the end will be the one to transform into a dragon?" the great Shun Emperor asked in a deep voice. "Liang Ku, can you live up to my expectations?" After a grueling training session, Yang Dongshang sternly ordered everyone to rest and instructed Zhang Song and Liang Ku, "I have set an assessment for the two of you this year. Do not be slack." His tone was resolute. "Zhang Song, Liang Ku, the two of you entered the sect late and have immense potential. Naturally, the requirements will be higher." He looked at Zhang Song and said with fortitude, "Within the next year, you must become a martial master and even reach the galloping horse realm. Can you do it?" Zhang Song cupped his hands and bowed, replying, "This disciple will certainly do his utmost to not fail Master's great expectations." Yang Dongshang turned to Liang Ku. "Little Ninth, you have only practiced martial arts for a quarter. I only require you to break through 3 gates by next year. Can you do it?" Liang Ku hesitated for a moment, but his eyes were full of confidence. "Master, Yang Dongshang interrupted him, saying gently, "The path of martial arts requires a steady and solid foundation. The second gate as well." Liang Ku let out a sharp, crisp shout as spiritual energy erupted from his palm. "Master has misunderstood. What I meant was that I have already broken through the flesh gate." This news left senior brother Hu and Shu Zizhou in utter shock. Shu Zizhou shouted incredulously, "What, you've broken 2 gates after only 3 months of practice?" Liang Ku announced to Yang Dongshang that he had the confidence to become a true martial master within a year. His dominance made Yang Dongshang feel immense pride. "Good. Since Little Ninth has such ambition, how can I, as your master, handle this perfunctorily?" He stood up solemnly. "Little Ninth, have you heard of the Emperor of Martial Valor? Years ago, the great Emperor of Martial Valor created the universal victory art and was invincible under heaven. But this set of techniques was later disassembled into many essential methods. The Taoist master of the Lugon platform perceived the subtle from the manifest and reverse-engineered the technique, combining it with core-embracing internal work, to create universal victory consolidating origin." Yang Dongshang pressed Liang Ku's shoulder and said decisively, "Today, I shall transmit universal victory consolidating origin to you." Liang Ku's eyes sparkled with the light of admiration. In the Imperial garden, an excited voice rang out, "Your Majesty, this move was absolutely brilliant." The Emperor was in a great mood. Pinching a white piece, he replied humorously, "Was I that obvious?" Manager Kong smiled, listing the details like a familiar inventory. "Today you abolished Chaozhou County, established Pingyang Town as a county, and promoted Yixing to a town, leaving the Chaozhou County magistrate scared out of his wits." The Emperor laughed heartily. "Reward those with merit and dismiss those without. It is only natural." His expression turned solemn as he continued, "Furthermore, the Martial Master Yang has preserved the dignity of Great Shun. This merit deserves a heavy reward." Manager Kong asked with clear insight, "What about Liang Ku? His merit does not seem sufficient for you to personally issue a decree, does it?" As they spoke, the 6th prince suddenly appeared, cheering, "Imperial Father, I've come to watch you play chess." The Emperor picked up the child and teased, "Let Father see if you've grown fat." He showed off proudly to Manager Kong, "Do you know how many characters my little 6th recognizes now? Using the pinyin method for just 7 days, he has learned 500 characters." The 6th prince's progress left Manager Kong in awe. The Emperor pinched a white piece and said plainly, You ask why I reward Liang Ku in this dangerous move. He is worthy of it. Manager Kong cupped his hands. Your Majesty is wise. At the docks, shouts came from the deck. Depart? Zhangzi asked anxiously. Where is Leader Shu? We're about to leave and he's nowhere to be found. A crew member replied cautiously. Leader Shu said he was going to fish on the river first and told us to catch up later. Zhangzi muttered grumpily. Ran Ying stood to the side, unable to suppress a smile. Was this their first day knowing him? Her eyes sparkled amidst the dreamlike snow falling in the north. A mother instructed her son with tears in her eyes. Son, remember to protect yourself on this trip. Standing beside her husband, she consoled. What are you worrying about blindly? Zhang Yi is going to be a county magistrate. She cursed angrily. With your strength, what kind of official couldn't my son be? Why must he run off to such an impoverished, remote place to be a county magistrate? He replied decisively. What do you know? Pingyang right now is a prime piece of territory, and the Ghost Mother cult matter has only just been suppressed. They watched as the carriage gradually disappeared into the distance. Whoever achieves merit will be able to meet the emperor. Meanwhile, the common folk on the streets were also shocked. The burly and sturdy Ko Zhuang, carrying a massive sack, asked, Master, are we going to Pingyang town? Lan Dai squinted and said, It's called Pingyang County, you fool. With your strength you could walk sideways there without a problem. Qing reminded sternly. Zhuanger, you haven't forgotten the purpose of this trip, have you? Ko Zhuang tightened his grip on the sack and answered firmly. Master, I remember. Ko Zhuang unloaded the pile of heavy sacks, tossing them aside, and announced with a resolute tone, First we visit the Young Martial Arts Hall, then we tear it down. Stepping into the hall, Qing declared boisterously. From this day forward, this is our new Pang Martial Arts Hall. As soon as her words fell, the surroundings fell into silence. Hare saw Qing coughing violently and said heart-wrenchingly, Father, as soon as we have money, I will buy medicine to treat your illness, he replied while coughing, his voice rising. Isn't this just the beginning? Ko Zhuang picked up a large pillar and asked Lan Dai, Senior brother, where should I put this pillar? Lan Dai laughed heartily and teased, Idiot. If there's no place to put it, just keep holding it in your hands. Hearing this, Hare protested petulantly. Eldest senior brother, stop teasing junior brother Ko, you know he's honest. Lan Dai burst out laughing. The second senior sister was feeling protective. Everyone chatted enthusiastically, but Qing fell into deep thought. They had finally settled down for now. He murmured to himself with regret, Pity she cannot see this scene. Memories flooded back. Qing remembered the day the great fire consumed everything. He watched those bizarre corpses fall, roaring, What on earth are these things? Without time to think, he turned and shouted to Lan Dai, Quickly protect your shinnying and Hare. Madame Pang hurried to take Hei's hand and flee for their lives. Qing, take Hare and go. But the direction they fled was filled with those crazed lunging anomalies. Seeing his shinnying and senior sister in danger, Ko Zhuang let out a shrill roar. No shinnying. That scene nearly drove Qing mad. No Pingyang. Returning to reality, Hare rested her chin on her hands and daydreamed. I heard the snacks at Langyun Pavilion in Pingyang County are very famous. I really want to try them. Lan Dai sat on the roof and shouted down, Little glutton. Ko Zhuang replied with a smile. Tomorrow I'll go to the docks to find work and earn money to buy snacks for senior sister. Hare patted his head and laughed with satisfaction. Da Zhuang is the one with a conscience. Suddenly a voice came from the alley. I didn't expect a household to be hidden in this broken alley. Four Eyes led several people inside and asked gloomily, Have you paid the disaster relief grain? Qing stepped forward cautiously. Officer, we have just arrived in Pingyang County and were not aware of the disaster relief grain. Four Eyes snorted coldly, appearing very impatient. Huayan Prefecture has suffered a man-made disaster. The magistrate of Chaozhou has shown great mercy in taking in refugees. Every household must pay disaster relief grain, Hare said indignantly. We are from Huazhou County. By what right does your Chaozhou County take in refugees? Qing added. The refugees are all within the borders of Pingyang County. Four Eyes scolded with a dark face. What audacity! How dare you slender an imperial official? A follower rushed forward and slapped Hare. Four Eyes ordered. These commoners dare to question the magistrate, seize them. Ko Zhuang gritted his teeth. You. But Lan Dai stepped forward in time and said hurriedly, Officer, Master, I was once of the Western Army, please show mercy. Four Eyes froze slightly, muttering, Western Army, even the lowest in the Shun Army are martial masters. Could this sick old man be a martial master too? A runner whispered in his ear. Officer, his aura is only that of a martial artist, not a master. I fear his realm has dropped due to severe illness. Four Eyes snorted coldly, his face darkening. I thought he was a real martial master, he barked sternly. So what if you're Western Army? This area is under the jurisdiction of Chaozhou County. Even the Western Army has to show respect to the magistrate, he roared fiercely. Hurry up and hand over the money and grain or else it's defiance of the decree. Qing knelt on the ground. I beg for your mercy, officer. We have just escaped from Huazhou County and truly have no money. Four Eyes wouldn't listen at all, kicking him hard. I don't care if you have it or not. If you have no money, sell your daughter to pay. Ko Zhuang was so angry he nearly shattered his teeth. You dog of an official, I'll kill you. Lan Dai hurriedly held his hand. Idiot, don't cause trouble for master. Stay calm. Four Eyes shouted. Search the place thoroughly for me. The runners searched everywhere. A follower reported, Officer, we only found a few dozen tails. Four Eyes frowned. Damn it, these paupers actually opened a martial arts hall. After looting everything, he waved his hand and left, calling it bad luck. After the runners left, Qing coughed dryly and asked in a low voice, "Hair, is our money hidden well?" She replied softly, "Don't worry, father, it's hidden." Ko Zhuang clenched his fists and growled, "I will definitely slaughter that dog of an official." Qing turned around and warned sternly, "Zhuanger, stay calm. Although your talent is rare, your temperament is a major problem." He turned away indifferently. "What does this bit of setback matter? It's nothing more than a bit of wind and frost," he said with a clear voice. "When the day comes to challenge the young martial arts hall, that will be the moment you make a name for yourself." A runner respectfully asked the officer where to go next. Four Eyes looked at the map and gave a cunning smile. "Let's go to the Yixing area," he said conceitedly. "There won't be any important figures in a small place like that." The next day, the street corner became exceptionally lively due to the convoy of Imperial messengers. The common folk were curious whose carriage was this, and why was it so grand, a man explained. "That is a summoning carriage. It is only used when the Emperor issues a decree. It's embroidered with dragon and phoenix flags, a symbol of the Shun Imperial family." He took a sip of wine and said excitedly, "It seems a remarkable figure has emerged from Pingyang County." His friend recognized that the road led to the Yang Martial Arts Hall. Inside the room, Liang Ku was practicing when a soft voice spoke. "Young Master Liang, the master requests your presence in the main hall immediately." He ended his stance and replied, "I'm coming." Delighted by his progress, he thought to himself that his bone gate was already stable. Next would be breaking through the bone gate with a calm mind. He pushed open the door and walked out excitedly. He had finally waited for this. These days of rushing about were all for this reward. Inside the Yang Martial Arts Hall, the Emperor's decree had arrived. The messenger shouted, "Yang Dongshang of Pingyang County received the decree." Yang Dongshang led his 4 disciples in kneeling, bowing their heads piously. "Yang Dongshang is here." The messenger unfurled the decree and read aloud. "By the grace of heaven, the Emperor decrees Chaozhou County is hereby abolished. Pingyang is established as a county, and Yixing is promoted to a town. The River Lake Bureau and Demon Suppression Agency are to be established, because Yang Dongshang and his disciples were successful in intercepting the Ghost Mother cult. This decree is specially issued." Liang Ku's heart raced. He was incredibly excited it was finally here. The messenger solemnly announced, "Yang Dongshang is appointed to the post of Changgu, to lead the River Lake Bureau and the Demon Suppression Agency, and is awarded 100 taels of gold and 3 dragon blood steeds." Liang Ku's eyes widened. Dragon blood steeds, those were rare famous horses awarded by the Imperial family. Master had actually received 3 at once. The messenger continued, "Yu Dun is appointed as the county magistrate of Pingyang." Then it was Liang Ku's turn, and he was nervous. Liang Ku is recognized for his merit in intercepting the Ghost Mother cult and is appointed to a junior 8th rank position in the River Lake Bureau and awarded 100 taels of silver. He was invigorated. "I'm rich," the messenger emphasized. "For presenting the Pinyin literacy method, an additional dragon blood steed is awarded." Liang Ku was stunned. "I get a dragon blood steed too," the messenger warned with a measured tone. "You must honor the decree, stabilize the court, protect the territory, care for the people, and fulfill your duties with loyalty." He handed the decree to Yang Dongshang and congratulated him. "Congratulations, Officer Yang. The dragon blood steeds will be delivered to your estate in a few days." Yang Dongshang offered warm hospitality. "The messenger has worked hard. A feast has been prepared. Please take a seat and rest." Yang Dongshang, the messenger, and Liang Ku sat around the lavish feast, the atmosphere filled with joy. The messenger laughed heartily. "So this young man is Liang Ku, Master Yang's 9th direct disciple. Truly his presence is remarkable." Liang Ku remained humble. "The messenger overpraises me," the messenger added warmly. "His Majesty is full of praise for your Pinyin literacy method. The dragon blood steed is not the end of the rewards. In a few months, the Imperial Capital Academy will fully implement the Pinyin method to verify its effectiveness, and there will certainly be additional honors at that time." This news left Liang Ku's senior brothers stunned. They hadn't expected the rewards to continue. Yang Dongshang was filled with pride, but inwardly he was shocked. Is this method truly that formidable? Xinyan chuckled gracefully, teasing, "Our little 9th usually keeps a low profile, but at critical moments, his words always astonish everyone." Shu Zizhou muttered with a look of regret, "If only little junior brother had brought this method out earlier. I suffered quite a lot when I was first learning to read." His humorous remark drew a burst of laughter from the crowd. Only Liang Ku knew in his heart that this was all thanks to 9 years of compulsory education. The messenger then revealed with a serious expression that the personnel for the Pingyang County government had been finalized. The forces of the Demon Suppression Agency and the River Lake Bureau were on their way, and the person in charge of the River Lake Bureau happened to be an old acquaintance of Master Yang. Yang Dongshang sipped his wine, musing, who could this old friend be? The messenger instructed in a deep voice, "Tomorrow Liang Sao will arrive. I'll ask Master Yang to take extra care." He raised his cup, his words carrying a hidden meaning. His Majesty once said, "Pingyang County may not necessarily be unable to be upgraded to Pingyang Prefecture." Liang Ku keenly perceived that Pingyang County was about to become a piece of meat that everyone would covet. Upgrading from a town to a county was already rare. yet there was even an intention to upgrade it to a prefecture. He licked his lips, thinking ambitiously, Pingyang will be the great stage where I make my name. Meanwhile, on the riverbed in the deep water zone, Fei hid behind a massive rock in terror, peeking out tremulously. He was facing a bone-chilling pressure. Several giant swordfish-like great demons, Fei murmured in horror. River god on high. On the streets, Liang Ku paid no mind to the crowds walking against the current who looked like refugees from other regions. It wasn't until he passed an old man that he realized many strange faces had appeared. Just then, a villager ran over, panting heavily. Brother Shui, I finally found you. The youth gasped for air, his expression anxious. Grandpa told me to go to Pingyang County to find you, but I couldn't. Luckily I ran into you here. Come to the meeting hall quickly. Liang Ku's heart jumped. The village head is looking for me inside the meeting hall, Four Eyes announced loudly with an air of self-righteousness. By order of the county magistrate, we are now collecting disaster relief grain from all fellow villagers to settle refugees from other counties. He sat casually in a chair. This is an imperial order, I hope everyone cooperates. A patrol officer named Bian asked, what is the standard for this collection? Four Eyes leisurely picked up his teacup. 1 dough of rice or 50 coins, the village head was terrified. 1 dough of rice or 50 coins, how can we afford that? Four Eyes slammed his teacup down, his tone icy. The county magistrate is personally directing this. Do you really want me to return empty-handed? He stood up and spoke incessantly about the continuous disasters and how Chaozhou County's intake of refugees had led to a shortage of grain and silver. He walked over to the village head, looking down at him with cold eyes. You and Pingyang were lucky enough to escape the disaster. What does it matter if you pay a little? He turned his head, feeling secret contempt. If we don't ask for more, what will we eat? Just then, Liang Ku decisively appeared. The reason Pingyang is safe and sound is because people blocked the Ghost Mother cult, not because of luck as the official says. We can set up sheds to provide porridge for the refugees. I wonder what the official thinks of that. The people of Yixing cheered joyfully. A Shui is here, we're saved. Four Eyes abruptly drew his sword and roared. You brat, who do you think you are to interrupt? Are you tired of living? The village head hurriedly tried to intervene. Officer Bian, please allow me to introduce him. This is the hero of the Yixing district, a direct disciple of Master Yang of Pingyang County. Four Eyes whipped around to the village head and roared. Master Yang Dongsheng. He was instantly speechless, his face darkening as he thought, damn it, how could there be a disciple of Yang Dongsheng in this godforsaken place? That man's name was currently ringing loud and clear among the civil officials of the court. Four Eyes barely managed to sheath his sword, retorting stubbornly, what of Master Yang's disciple? This is the county magistrate's order. Liang Ku stepped forward and said softly, I have no wish to make things difficult for the official. He suddenly leaned in, a chill radiating from his body. But I know that Chaozhou County has already been abolished. Four Eyes was startled, falling back into his chair with a thud. Liang Ku's tone was icy. I wonder which county magistrate the official is taking orders from. Four Eyes' face went pale as he stammered. This, a runner leaned into his ear and whispered, My lord, you are an official of great shun. Why explain yourself to a mere commoner? The man smiled insidiously, wanting to find an opportunity to arrest the boy. Yang Dongsheng would never fall out with the county magistrate over a single disciple. Encouraged by this, Four Eyes thought, exactly. Why should I fear a guy with no rank or office? But before he could act, the rapid sound of horse hooves came from outside. Ziyun arrived on horseback. Four Eyes felt uneasy and frowned. Who is it now? Ziyun asked loudly. Is Liang Ku of Yixing here? Four Eyes was shocked. It's a Cloud Eagle cavalryman from the 6th Fan Gate. Liang Ku stepped forward slowly. I am a Shui. Four Eyes stared fixedly at his back, murmuring to himself, Liang Ku, that name sounds familiar. He frowned and mused. The 6th Fan Gate is investigating the Ghost Mother cult. Did they catch this kid red-handed? He smiled wickedly. Excellent, this is truly a blessing. I'll add some fuel to the fire in a moment and have him taken back to be thoroughly tortured. A despicable smile appeared on his face. The 6th Fan Gate was a collective term for the 3 judicial offices: Ministry of Justice, Court of Judicial Review and Censorate, specializing in major cases, arrests and interrogations. As their elite combat force, the Cloud Eagle Cavalry possessed strength comparable to the Brocade Guard, with every member having a cultivation level in the galloping horse realm. Ziyun dismounted and Liang Ku performed a respectful salute. What business does the cavalryman have with me? Four Eyes squeezed forward, pushing him aside and smiling fawningly. Officer Zhang, it's been a long time. Ziyun frowned coldly. Who are you? Four Eyes introduced himself. This humble servant is Patrol Officer Bian of Chaozhou County. When Lord Li visited the county office last time, I had the honor of meeting you once. Ziyun remained distant. What do you want? Four Eyes leaned in, a cunning smile appearing on his face. He pointed at Liang Ku and shouted, It's him. Liang Ku pursed his lips, his gaze unruffled. Are you trying to frame me? Seeing that he didn't refute it, Four Eyes grew even more arrogant. Even if he is Master Yang's disciple, Yang Dongsheng has countless disciples. It's perfectly normal for one to be used by the Ghost Mother cult. Ziyun's face was calm. Seeing Four Eyes so enthusiastic, he asked, and how does Officer Bian think this should be settled? Four Eyes' eyes lit up. My lord, just hand him over to me to be locked in the dungeon for interrogation. I guarantee I can dig out clues about his accomplices. Ziyun looked up and laughed heartily. Interesting, truly interesting. Looking at the dazed Four Eyes, he curled his lips. Officer Bian, do you know what rank you are, and what rank am I? Four Eyes answered fearfully. This humble servant is rank 9, my lord, is a rank 7 bronze plate Cloud Eagle cavalryman. Ziyun slowly drew his sword. If you are framing an official of this court today, what will the consequences be? The sword glinted coldly, and Four Eyes backed away in panic. Framing a superior was a capital offense. He knelt on the ground, trembling. But I didn't frame you, my lord. Ziyun's tone was icy. Then how do you dare frame an official of the junior 8th rank? Four Eyes broke into a cold sweat filled with terror. Junior 8th rank, I never framed such a person. Ziyun's words were as sharp as a blade. You framed the junior 8th rank waterways official of the River Lake Bureau A Shui. By law, you should be executed. He turned to look at Liang Ku. Brother Liang, to execute or not to execute? Four Eyes looked back at Liang Ku, his body going limp. He's actually a junior 8th rank waterways official. The villagers cheered joyfully. A Shui has become an official. The village head was even more proud. And a junior 8th rank at that. The people of Yixing were ecstatic. Yixing had finally produced a great figure. The runners fell to their knees at Liang Ku's feet. My lord, we've been wronged. We didn't know you were the waterways official. Four Eyes was also scared out of his wits, following suit and crying out for mercy. One runner suddenly snapped to his senses and explained stutteringly, Liang Ku is no ordinary disciple. He is Master Yang's 9th direct disciple and has been personally rewarded by the emperor. Liang Ku's expression was indifferent. According to the law, framing someone is punishable by beheading, right? One runner immediately turned on Four Eyes, pointing at him. Lord Liang, it's all my fault for being blind. Please spare my life, my lord. This was all Four Eyes' idea. Four Eyes was so angry he lunged forward to fight him. You beast, how dare you kick me while I'm down? The runner grabbed Four Eyes by the throat. You want to drag me down with you? Your crimes are enough to die 100 times over. Liang Ku delivered a flying kick, his gaze piercing. Both of you forged the county magistrate's official documents and illegally collected disaster relief grain. Go back with Cavalryman Zhang to give an account. Liang Ku pondered for a moment. Although he wanted to settle Four Eyes on the spot, he thought, since the cavalryman is here, it's best to follow procedure. Turning to Ziyun, he asked, what business did Cavalryman Zhang have with me? Ziyun said softly. I almost forgot. He pulled out a token. Zhang Ziyun held the 3 judicial offices bronze plate, conveying the superior's order and asking if A Shui was willing to join them. Liang Ku stared at the token, thinking that the stronger one is, the more they can truly run rampant. But as a modern man, he well understood the principle of using martial force to break the law. He replied, my apologies, I'm afraid I lack the energy to manage both. Ziyun reached out to persuade him. Brother Liang, with your talent, it wouldn't be difficult to become a cavalryman within a year. Won't you really consider it? Liang Ku's tone was resolute. My apologies. Zhao En beside Zhang Ziyun hurriedly tried to stop him. Shui, how can you refuse? Don't be foolish. Withdraw your words quickly. But what Liang Ku worried about was that holding multiple positions was only to exchange for treasures and techniques. The River Lake Bureau and his master didn't lack techniques, and as for treasures, he was certain that the bottom of the Y River was filled with heavenly materials and earthly treasures. He would rather go see the place A Fei mentioned. Deep in the river, schools of fish played in the water. Liang Ku murmured to himself, I've swum 4 miles. Am I still this far from the deep water zone? The further from the shallows, the more dangerous it is. I must be careful. A small fish swam over, and he thought, it's leading the way behind that massive rock. After swimming past, he was suddenly startled. It was a giant sturgeon over 3 meters long, its entire body radiating the aura of a spirit. The system issued a warning sensing dragon species aura. A thought flashed through Liang Ku's mind. Could there really be dragons at the bottom of the Y River? He comforted himself. No, a dragon species is not the same as a true dragon. The sturgeon swept past his side, and he thought this was likely the great demon king of the cave. He was terrified. Retreat, this kind of high-level dungeon isn't something I can tackle yet. Facing the sturgeon's ferocious gaze, he hesitated. Should he ask Master for help? No. He couldn't always trouble the old man when he had just joined. He decided to return to Pingyang County first. Today his senior brother was going to break through a gate he had to get back. In the wild wilderness, a 2-headed monster appeared. Ko Zhuang clenched his fists, showing no fear as he bravely met the charge. Hair was full of worry. This beast has a human-like form. It's nearly at the level of a fox spirit. Can Da Zhuang handle it? Lan Dai smiled brilliantly. Silly girl, Da Zhuang isn't as simple as you think. Based on his extensive experience, Qing determined, don't be fooled by Da Zhuang's simple looks. His martial talent is exceptionally high. He held his breath and watched. Beneath his plain appearance, Ko Zhuang was like an enraged lion, throwing a heavy punch at the lunging monster as his blood energy rose like flames. Hair hurriedly asked, is it vital aura, Gangchi? No, Da Zhuang hasn't reached the wolf smoke realm yet. It's impossible for him to have vital aura. Qing explained calmly, that isn't vital aura, it's just blood energy that looks like it. His eyes held confidence. There were always geniuses in this world, born to be martial artists, possessing unique constitutions. Ko Zhuang's instant takedown of the monster confirmed Qingyi's words. He praised Da Zhuang for having a naturally gifted frame. Summarized in one sentence, he was invincible within the same realm. On the training ground, Zhang Song drew everyone's attention. Liang Ku noticed the bottle of blood change pills, which were the key medicine for breaking the blood gate. Young Dongsheng stared intently at a stick of incense, waiting for the final moment. As someone shouted, Zhang Song snapped his eyes open and broke through the blood gate. His hands turned bright red as if they had been scorched. Young Dongsheng quickly tapped his Yangming acupoint to guide the blood energy out. Liang Ku observed from the side, smelling the intense scent of blood on Zhang Song. He mused to himself, "Is this the blood change? An ordinary person loses 20% of their blood and turns pale. 30% is life-threatening." He knew very well that the blood change required 3 surges and 3 coagulations. An ordinary person would lose their life at the first surge. The previous basic 3 gates were crucial. Liang Ku was certain that the blood gate tested one's temperament. Ordinary people couldn't endure that near-death sensation and needed someone to protect their path. In martial arts competition, the strong live and the weak die. After breaking the blood gate, blood energy becomes exuberant and does not easily fail. A red patch fell from Zhang Song's face and he let out a long sigh. He had succeeded. Liang Ku was sincerely happy. "Congratulations, senior brother," with hair as red as fire and a face full of joy. Zhang Song replied, common joy, a light of happiness shone in his eyes. "I have finally become a martial master." Shu Zizhou put an arm around his shoulder and laughed. "Stop showing off, go wash up and eat something. I've been hungry all day." Liang Ku remained silent, thinking the blood gate is the most dangerous of the 4 gates. Will I be able to pass it smoothly too? Regarding the sturgeon, I still need to find a suitable chance to tell master, preferably with a made-up excuse. Before a group gathered. A youth with long bangs said excitedly. "The young martial arts hall is still the strongest. Other halls can't even compare." A man with a hair bun nearby agreed. "Indeed," someone remarked with emotion. "I heard that Master Liang was just an ordinary student at first." The man with the bun nodded. "I heard of his name long ago. As soon as he entered the hall, he showed amazing talent and swept the field. After only a week of training, he could take on 7 senior students alone. It's truly admirable. That rare genius even eradicated the mountain ghosts and brought peace back to Pingyang." He was full of confidence in the future and announced, "I won't choose those mediocre halls. If I'm going to learn, I'll go to the best." The youth with the bangs spoke even more grandly. "Maybe I can even become a direct disciple." The argument grew louder as someone barked. "Go look in a mirror, try talking nonsense again." Lan Dai watched the lively scene with anticipation. "Master, when will our hall be like this?" Cheng calmly smoked his pipe. "I wouldn't have dared say 3 days ago, but Dazhuang has now entered the bone gate. That's enough to create a miracle and attract students," he urged Ko Zhuang, who was gulping down rice. "Are you ready, Dazhuang?" Ko Zhuang set down his chopsticks and stood ready. "Master, I am ready." In the courtyard, white steam rose from the top of Liang Ku's head. He had just practiced for a short while before coughing up blood. He felt a wave of regret, thinking resentfully that he was just a hair's breadth away from breaking through the bone gate. "If I could just eat that great demon sturgeon, I could charge straight for the blood gate." He struggled to his feet, musing that the blood change pills required after reaching the blood gate would cost a significant amount of silver. If all else failed, he would have to trouble his master. Liang Ku noticed the commotion outside. What was happening at the entrance of the martial arts hall? A continuous stream of people was lining up to register. The next person in line caught a glimpse of Ko Zhuang's ferocious appearance and jumped in fright. Someone cursed, "If you want to sign up, don't cut the line. Don't you know the rules?" Ko Zhuang slammed a sign into the ground with a heavy thud. "I'm not here to sign up," he introduced himself. "Pang Martial Arts Hall." The surrounding crowd was startled. "You?" Ko Zhuang had come aggressively to request instruction from the young martial arts hall. He stood alone in the center of the field as 3 of Yang's disciples scrutinized him. Zhang Song asked with worry, "Senior brother, why does a martial arts hall still dare to come and challenge us at a time like this? Have they lost their minds?" Shu Zizhou, however, remained calm, sensing that the opponent was clever and had calculated well. He found it strange that the opponent didn't challenge them directly, but instead used age as an excuse, letting their youngest disciple face the disciples of the same age on their side. Zhang Song saw through the opponent's intention. This was a direct provocation. To dare challenge a hall without a martial master present meant they truly weren't afraid of being beaten to death. He thought to himself that there was no glory in beating children, but winning by even half a move against a general would allow one to become famous throughout the world. Shu Zizhou closed his eyes, realizing that their target was not the ordinary disciples. He hesitated. "You mean their goal is?" Zhang Song replied with certainty. "It's our little junior brother." The crowd grew restless. This burly man looked far more powerful than the average disciple, someone whispered. "If he fights Master Yang's 9th disciple, who would win?" someone asked curiously. "That's hard to say. The 9th disciple is certainly formidable, but this burly man's aura is even more intense," Ko Zhuang announced in a booming voice. "I am Ko Zhuang, 16 years of age. Having heard of the great name of the Yang Martial Arts Hall, I have come specifically to seek instruction from experts of my own age." A Kun stepped forward slowly. "I am a Kun. I accept your challenge," a bystander analyzed. A Kun specializes in the Jade Face Loose Hand. His moves are primarily based on redirection and counterattacks. After 3 years of training, A Kun lugged forward intending to grab Ko Zhuang's shoulder, but to his surprise the opponent remained as motionless as a mountain. A Kun panicked. Just as he was about to kick, Ko Zhuang had already flipped a kun to the ground. He let out a great shout. Next, Li Wabao roared from the crowd. I am Li Wabao, an elite among the ordinary disciples, a martial artist of the second gate. In no time at all, Wabao was beaten until he was covered in bruises. The crowd was terrified. He had defeated a second-gate martial artist in a single move. Exactly what realm was he in? Everyone looked at each other, wondering if no one could suppress him. Someone helped Wabao up, offering an embarrassed word of thanks. The crowd erupted. It's Master Yang's ninth disciple. Senior brother Liang Ku finally lost his patience and stepped forward. You are hitting too hard. Ko Zhuang let out a sigh of relief and said calmly, you're finally here. Liang Ku felt a surge of suspicion. He knows my name, so he must have investigated me. An enemy? But I haven't made any enemies. I've been practicing ever since the Jiao estate case. Ko Zhuang's gaze was as still as an ancient well. Previously, Qing had instructed Ko Zhuang, Da Zhuang, you must strike heavily on the stage tomorrow to draw out Yang Dongshang's ninth disciple, Liang Ku. Ko Zhuang had listened intently. Based on the eldest senior brother's investigation, Qing had concluded, Ko Zhuang, you are kind-hearted by nature and come from a fisherman's background. If you want to win, you need a different strategy. He had planned it all in advance. First, attack his heart and make him angry. Once his mind is unsettled, there is a chance of victory. Ko Zhuang provoked, I thought the Yang Martial Arts Hall had some remarkable figures, but it turns out to be nothing more than gold and jade on the outside and rot on the inside. He raised his fist. Today I shall teach a lesson to you group of good-for-nothing martial artists. Liang Ku remained calm. I hope your strength matches your mouth. He announced his name. Liang Ku of the Yang Martial Arts Hall. Please guide me. Opposite him, Ko Zhuang ignited with the fire of blood energy on the spectator's stand. Senior brother Hu was shocked. Old Qing is truly clever. That burly man actually possesses natural sturdy bones. His blood energy was so abundant that it was indistinguishable from vital aura. Lu Gang smiled confidently, but they had miscalculated. Below the stage, Ko Zhuang roared and charged. Let me see if you live up to your name. He threw a straight punch. Liang Ku dodged to the side, his gaze guarded. Ko Zhuang immediately followed with a heavy kick to his shoulder. Liang Ku retreated a few steps, his expression changing slightly, but he stabilized his stance. Ko Zhuang sneered, you're nothing more than this. Liang Ku remained silent, his icy gaze suddenly locking onto the opponent as he delivered an elbow strike straight into Ko Zhuang's abdomen, knocking him over. Ko Zhuang spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with horror. How is this possible? Liang Ku continued his attack and Ko Zhuang hurriedly defended. Thinking that he could counterattack by meeting him head-on, he swung his hands and scratched manically, his offensive coming like a tide. Yet Liang Ku avoided it all with ease. Unwilling to concede, Ko Zhuang reached out for another fierce attack. Liang Ku seized the opportunity, delivering an upward flicking kick with his toe aiming straight for the jaw. Ko Zhuang was kicked into the air and fell to the ground, unable to move. Liang Ku said coldly, I've already held back. Surrender, you are no match for me. Ko Zhuang struggled to his feet with his hands on the ground, clutching his chest. He panted heavily. You truly are strong. Suddenly, a burst of intense light erupted from his chest and his eyes widened. I haven't even used my full strength yet. Ko Zhuang gritted his teeth and slowly stood up, his entire body radiating a magnificent light, his eyes blood red and his fighting spirit soaring. On the spectator stand, senior brother Hu was stunned. Could this be natural sturdy bones? Qing observed from the side and asked, Brother Yang, how is this disciple of mine? Dongshang replied with a smile, natural sturdy bones. A second gate body can rival the fourth gate. Brother Pang is truly fortunate. Qing glanced at him, his tone laced with sarcasm. Your disciple is likely in mortal danger. Aren't you going to call for a stop? Dongshang remained calm and composed. Brother Pang, just keep watching. He stared with total focus, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. What came next was the true highlight. Below the stage, Ko Zhuang stomped heavily, shattering the platform. His total body strength surged and his eyes turned crimson. I have natural sturdy bones. Brute force is my advantage. Liang Ku remained silent, staring at the vibrating stones on the floor. Ko Zhuang charged forward, a massive pressure kicking up dust and debris. He roared that even if he were injured, his massive frame had already closed in on Liang Ku. Yet Liang Ku stood rooted to the spot. Ko Zhuang slammed down a heavy punch, roaring, I have a reason I absolutely cannot lose. With a world-shaking boom, red light exploded and earth and stone flew, the aftershocks forcing the nearby spectators to retreat several steps. Dongshang observed calmly, while Qing cheered, I won, but he immediately froze, his pupils shrinking. Amidst the swirling dust and smoke, the stage was nearly completely destroyed, and everyone held their breath. Ko Zhuang murmured in terror, natural sturdy bones? His fiery punch was steadily blocked by Liang Ku, who whispered an apology. With an icy gaze, Liang Ku announced, I possess the natural martial bone. Ko Zhuang had been considered a mistake since birth. His massive size caused his mother to die from a hemorrhage during a difficult labor. The midwife had to use a polished sharp knife to cut her womb open to save him. At the age of 5, his father was crushed to death by falling rocks while hunting on the mountain, his face mostly gnawed away by wild beasts. Villagers called him a jinx who had brought death to his parents. The village children chased him and threw stones, cursing him as a monster and a jinx, telling him to get far away. At the age of 12, during a great drought, the village head claimed he had angered the heavens and sold him like livestock to do farm work, calling it atoning for sins. Ko Zhuang didn't understand. What is my sin? What did I do wrong? Later, bandits slaughtered the entire village, which saved him by a twist of fate. A bandit stepped on him with a smirk. Selling him to the Jiao estate should be worth at least 5 taels of silver. That bald man had a face full of greed, saying it would be enough for the brothers to enjoy themselves. Ko Zhuang thought the rest of his life would be darkness until Qing and his senior brother appeared to save him. Over the past 2 years they told him he wasn't a jinx. Qing stroked his head with a kind smile. "Dazhuang, your talent is a gift from heaven," Lan Dai joked while teaching him martial arts. "Silly boy, look closely. This move is truly majestic." Ko Zhuang remembered his senior sister Hare shouting while cooking, "Dazhuang, tonight senior sister is making your favorite fried chicken." Those affectionate names echoed in his ears. Dazhuang, silly boy, Zhuanger. He, a man who had once been called a jinx, was finally accepted by his master, senior brother and senior sister and pulled out of the darkness. The more he remembered, the more unwilling he was to give up. He swung his fists manically, every move leaving Liang Ku overwhelmed. Ko Zhuang gritted his teeth and roared, "I cannot lose, I must help my master, and do things for my senior brother." Liang Ku's face darkened, thinking that the force had increased. His gaze turned sharp and he counter-attacked coldly. Throwing a straight punch, the two powers collided violently, the chi exploding and causing the ground to crack inch by inch. Liang Ku roared that it was still not enough. Someone on the stand cried out in surprise, "Heavens, senior brother Liang's strength actually exceeds his." Suddenly, Liang Ku dodged to the side, leaving Ko Zhuang frozen in place, unable to react in time. Seizing the opportunity, Liang Ku delivered a punch straight to the other's heart, the heavy blow sending Ko Zhuang flying. The two disciples below the stage cheered with joy. "Senior brother Liang is mighty." Ko Zhuang retreated several steps, his heels plowing 2 deep grooves in the ground, yet he did not fall. He braced his hands against the ground, his entire body turning red and emitting wisps of white steam. Liang Ku was startled, his gaze guarded. Is he becoming possessed? Ko Zhuang was red all over, one hand clutching his chest, his eyes bloodshot as he gritted his teeth. "I cannot lose, I must win." Hare and Lan Dai on the stand panicked. Lan Dai's voice was hoarse from shouting, "Silly Dazhuang, control your emotions quickly." Qingyi's face changed drastically and he shouted to Dongshang, "Hallmaster Yang, we surrender." But Ko Zhuang on the stage did not stop. His hands braced against the ground, staining the floor with spots of blood. He whispered, "I haven't lost yet. I must restore the Pang Martial Arts Hall." His face was covered in broken capillaries, and blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. His voice was raspy as he said, "I want to let my senior sister eat the snacks from Langyun Pavilion and buy pills for senior brother Lan Dai." Ko Zhuang looked up, his crimson eyes staring fixedly ahead as he roared, "I absolutely cannot lose." His massive frame radiated a tangible killing intent. White steam rose and his gaze was burning. He absolutely could not lose. Liang Ku frowned, observing with focus, thinking that he would die if this continued. He had to strike him spiritually. There was only that one move left. The crimson Ko Zhuang roared and lunged forward. Liang Ku gritted his teeth and joined his 2 fingers, thinking that releasing just a bit of pressure would be enough to make him faint. He didn't need to use full strength, but he had to try. He pressed a palm against Ko Zhuang's chest, his eyes shining with brilliant golden light as a white dragon spiraled out, the flowing light piercing through the opponent's chest like a sharp blade. The white dragon danced between the two. In that moment both were frozen. Ko Zhuang fell heavily on his back. Liang Ku stood in place, his expression still solemn. But he secretly let out a sigh of relief. He had won. Fortunately the execution was smooth. Ko Zhuang trembled, unable to move. Lan Dai and Hare rushed forward and Qing supported his beloved disciple with a face full of worry. "Dazhuang, how are you?" Ko Zhuang was in a daze, his breath weak. "Master, I'm sorry I lost." Qing looked at him with a kind gaze and said softly, "It's okay, we did our best. At most, we'll just go to another county, it doesn't matter." Below the stage, thunderous applause broke out. The disciples shouted in unison, "That was brilliant. Your Pang Martial Arts Hall is good. Senior brother A Shui was fantastic." Qing was stunned. Lan Dai also showed a look of disbelief. Qing stammered. "This." Dongshang stepped forward. Qing looked ill at ease, but Dongshang was very humble. "Brother Pang, a fair match." He cupped his hands and smiled, welcoming the Pang family to Pingyang County. Qing lowered his head and sighed, blaming himself. "I calculated so much, I was truly despicable." He returned the salute, his smile sincere. "Many thanks, brother Yang." Liang Ku stood there, power erupting from him as he thought, "After the stage battle, I haven't fully gauged my own limits." Thinking of Ko Zhuang, his natural sturdy bones rivaled the 4th gate, and since I have the natural martial bone I will only be stronger. He retracted his aura, his expression softening as he let out a light sigh of relief. He had also won 200 taels of silver from the match. He would have to ask senior brother Lu to help him refine Wave Subduer later. After training ended, a maid announced, "Young Master Liang, the master requests you go to the stable. Your dragonblood steed has arrived." The corners of Liang Ku's mouth turned up and he was secretly delighted. "It's finally here." He hurried to the stable and found his master personally feeding the horses. "Master, you were looking for me." Dongshang looked at him. "A Shui, come and see the dragon blood steed I selected for you." Before them was a magnificent horse, fiery red all over and covered in fine scales. Dongshang said, "This stallion has a fierce temper, but it will be a great help once you spend time together." Liang Ku stepped forward and reached out to touch the horse, feeling somewhat worried. "It has a fierce temper. Can I use sovereignty to tame it?" He pressed down with his palm, his heart apprehensive. "Can it level up once tamed?" Dongshang laughed heartily. "A horse doesn't get fat without night grass, you need a groom." Liang Ku replied with a smile, "Thank you, master, for the horse." Then Liang Ku appeared somewhat shy as he plucked up his courage. "Master, I wanted to ask if you have any free time. This disciple has run into some trouble and would like to ask for your help." Thinking of that deep pool, he said, "Previously, I discovered an underwater dwelling with what seems to be a great demon inside. The entrance is guarded by 3 spirit sturgeons and the interior is shimmering with gold. I've heard legends of true dragons in the Wai River and I suspect there might be related treasures inside." He scratched his head and said bashfully, "I wanted to ask Master to help me investigate, but if Master is busy." Before he could finish, Dongshang nodded. "A great demon? Let's go and kill it then." Liang Ku was startled. "Wasn't Master going to ask for a reason?" Dongshang glanced sideways at him and said plainly, "Shui, everyone has secrets, especially since you are my direct disciple." He laughed heartily and urged, "Stop dawdling." Dongshang took the lead, with Liang Ku, Shu Zizhou, Lu Gong, and Yu Dun following close behind. Upon reaching the location, Shu Zizhou looked around. "Is this the place?" Liang Ku replied. "Correct. There are 3 spirit sturgeons patrolling the lake entrance. I didn't dare go deep for fear of an accident." Shu Zizhou said in a deep voice, "It is right to be cautious. Though the Weizhang River holds profound opportunities, it is also fraught with peril." The group turned their gaze toward young Dongshang, who issued a decisive order. "Yu Dun, Lu Gang, Shu Zizhou, the 3 of you guard the mouth of the lake." "By your command, Master," they replied in unison. Young Dongshang gripped the hilt of his sword, his gaze deep. He thought to himself that it had been a long time since he had fought with his full strength. Standing aside, Liang Ku sighed softly in admiration. The majestic sight of the beast tiger realm in full force is truly a rare thing to witness. Young Dongshang drew his sword, a cold light reflected from the blade dancing in his eyes. A massive streak of sword light slashed out, instantly kicking up a terrifying surge of waves. The sword chi targeted the giant sturgeon directly, sending spray flying into the sky. Liang Ku was struck with overwhelming awe, thinking to himself, "Is this the true strength of the beast tiger realm?" Suddenly a pitch-black figure lunged violently from the churning waves. Liang Ku let out a startled cry. "Something's coming out." The figure was as fast as a blurred shadow, appearing and disappearing in flashes. He focused his gaze and saw that it actually possessed some human-like features, with bulging veins across its body. The great demon, covered in sharp scales, lunged forward to kill. Yang Dongshang barked sternly, "It's wounded, stop it!" Lu Gang nimbly stepped aside to parry, delivering a heavy punch square to the great demon's head. The monster's eyes bulged from the impact, yet it did not fall. Instead, it quickly scrambled up to counterattack. Yang Dongshang leaped into the air, gripping his long sword with both hands, and slashed down with momentum. "It's a hit." His swordplay was as smooth as flowing water, leaving the great demon no time to defend as it was struck repeatedly. Yang Dongshang sheathed his sword and let out a long sigh of relief. "It's over." Under the astonished gazes of his disciples, he delivered a final horizontal sweep, completely slaying the great demon. Liang Ku was filled with shock. How could such a terrifying great demon be killed so easily? He hurried forward. Yang Dongshang smiled indifferently and explained that fortunately, this monster lacked combat experience and had only managed to survive and cultivate until now because of a certain treasure. Pointing to the heap of mangled remains, he instructed, "Quickly, go pull out its tendons. This material would be of great benefit for improving one's talent." However, when Yang Dongshang saw the color of the tendon, he was suddenly taken aback. He froze in place, holding the severed tendon, his voice low and heavy. "This tendon should normally be milky white. Why is it golden? Could it be a dragon tendon?" Simultaneously, Liang Ku's expression changed drastically as he stared fixedly at the system prompt. He had sensed a powerful dragon species aura. He speculated to himself that since ancient times there have been legends of true dragons in the Weizhang River, and these dragon-like sturgeons are often seen as auspicious signs by fishermen. Yang Dongshang stared at the dragon sturgeon, which was still in its death throes, his voice trembling. "I never expected that a dragon tendon would truly grow inside this dragon sturgeon." He turned to his disciple with a solemn expression. "Dragon tendons and dragon bones are supreme treasures that would entice even true elephant realm experts. The dragon species aura emitted by a dragon tendon is enough to drive surrounding creatures into a frenzy." Liang Ku marveled inwardly. If the system had specially popped up a prompt for the dragon species aura, it must be extraordinary. The system prompted again. "Dragon species aura detected." Yang Dongshang stood up abruptly and waved his hand, his eyes shining with brilliant light. There was surely treasure hidden at the bottom of the water. "Let's go down and see." In the dark depths, a narrow passage was revealed at the bottom of the lake. Liang Ku followed behind with heavy steps, thinking that since the great demon was dead, others had likely been scared off long ago by his master's presence. He looked around curiously. "Is this the great demon's lair?" Zhang Song couldn't help but exclaim that there truly were many strange places hidden beneath the Weizhang River. Yang Dongshang watched the path ahead with a determined gaze. "That must be the treasure." Amidst the hallucinatory play of light and shadow, a massive skeleton appeared. Yang Dongshang gasped in wonder. "Dragon bones?" He stood frozen in place, his eyes full of disbelief, before saying solemnly, "If these truly are dragon bones, then the dragon tendon makes sense." Zhang Song's eyes widened as he looked at the silver patterns faintly shimmering on the skeleton, murmuring to himself, "Heavens, this is a rare treasure. If true elephant realm experts knew about this, they would lose their minds." Yang Dongshang recalled the mutated sturgeon and deduced that it must have grown to such a state by absorbing the power within the dragon bones. He turned to his disciples with a look of joy. In a few more months, once the power of the sturgeon is fully absorbed, it would have returned to nature. And it would have been hard to find by then. Zhang Song excitedly pulled Liang Ku to his side and laughed heartily. "Little junior brother, you're truly lucky." Liang Ku scratched his chin bashfully, thinking to himself that this was all thanks to A Fei. Yang Dongsheng issued a solemn order. "All right, let's head back first. We'll divide this dragon tendon among ourselves." Amidst the noisy observation of the townsfolk, Yang Dongsheng led his disciples back in triumph, dragging the giant sturgeon, his majestic presence inspiring awe. "Master, Xiniang has divided the fish meat into 3 portions. 2 servants were busy with the distribution, 1 portion for the estate's ice cellar, 1 for the martial arts hall to improve the students' chi and blood, and the final portion to be distributed to the disaster-stricken refugees to help them survive the winter." Liang Ku beamed with joy as he held the section of dragon tendon that radiated a faint golden light. "I received a 2 zhang section of dragon tendon, while Master only took 5 zhang. The dragon bones were given to senior brother Lu to forge weapons." He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Even though Wei couldn't resist the temptation of this dragon species aura, he decisively cut off a large piece and swallowed it, wanting to see what realm this dragon tendon could help him reach. In an instant, the system interface flashed wildly with a continuous stream of notifications. Aquatic Essence 1090, 1030, 1085. Liang Ku's entire body began to burn, and he couldn't help but roar, "I'm burning up, it feels like I'm about to break through the blood gate." A brilliant pattern emerged, and the system prompted, "Absorbed dragon species aura obtained Yinglong mark." He looked at the changes in his body through the mirror, his face full of surprise. Yinglong mark. Before he could react, the mirror suddenly shattered into countless fragments. The system interface displayed, "Clouds produce the Yinglong roaming the 6 voids level 1 breakthrough." He felt his surroundings fall into darkness as the space shifted constantly, a mix of hardness and softness, unpredictable and mysterious. He lost his balance, finding it difficult even to stand. When he regained his senses, he actually found himself standing on the roof, filled with panic. "How did I get up here?" System prompt, "River favor 0.1. Liang Ku's face turned pale, his mouth hanging open in shock. It actually increased by 0.1. Previously, a river sacrifice only added 0.001. Standing on the roof and overlooking the village, he thought with high spirits, "I've broken through the blood gate and have 0.1 favor. If I enter the Weizhang River again, what changes will there be?" Simultaneously, on the other side of the river, A Fei was pulled into a dark, gloomy cave by a massive whirlpool. Its head was spinning, but it held tightly to a strange toy in its arms surrounded by mountains of gold. A Fei wiped away its sweat exhaustedly, when a majestic voice rang out, "The little fellow is here again. What fun thing did you bring this time?" A Fei struggled to lift the object high. The toad big brother satisfactorily picked out a treasure and handed it over. Fei's eyes lit up as it looked around, its gaze landing on a feather that radiated a mysterious red light. It muttered in a low voice, "Is this the whirlpool you mentioned?" Liang Ku was shocked when he took the feather A Fei brought back. "You're saying that whirlpool leads to Toad Big Brother, and you traded for this feather with him?" He examined the shimmering feather carefully, feeling some doubt. This wasn't a cinnabar fire molted feather, but just a common feather from a cinnabar firebird. Of the 2 great demons that day, one must have been the Toad Big Brother A Fei mentioned. Looking at the rushing river water, Liang Ku deduced that this undercurrent could surely go back and forth between the 2 places. He had to admire the toad's divine powers. Though he was worried, this trade was clearly a guaranteed profit. Trading toys for treasures was simply too practical. He pondered for a moment. "No rush, let's take this slow." First, he had to let Fei build a good relationship with it. Fei and the others finished off all the dragon tendon. "I should head back first." Sunlight filled the docks, which were bustling with the noisy sounds of ships. A massive vessel docked, causing a young man to cry out in shock. "What is that thing?" The people in the tea house were startled and fell into a panic. "A major figure has arrived. It's the official ship of the Jiangdong River Lake Bureau arriving in Pingyang County." The towering warship startled the fish in the river, sending them jumping in all directions. The townsfolk scattered in flight. The ship was simply too large, looking like a behemoth compared to ordinary small boats. Inside the cabin, Zhangzi roared angrily, "Haven't you found him yet?" His subordinates replied helplessly, "Your subordinates are incompetent." Everyone was at a loss regarding this mysterious commander. They couldn't find him, and he had likely gone off fishing somewhere again. Zhangzi rubbed his brow exhaustedly. "That's right, with Wei Lin here I truly do feel uncomfortable." Back with Liang Ku, he sat on his small boat focused on checking his system messages. With the boost from the dragon tendon, the experience for Budong and the others was over half full. They would surely welcome a second evolution soon. Suddenly a cold voice came from behind. "Boy, do you know?" Liang Ku was startled and shouted, "Who?" The other party moved like lightning, instantly hitting his pressure points. He felt a wave of panic. His body was actually unable to move. The person teased, "So impatient while practicing martial arts." It turned out to be Yu Long asking for directions. "Little brother, which way to Pingyang County? How much further?" Because his meridians were sealed, Liang Ku could only make muffled incoherent sounds. Yu Long scratched his head with an apologetic look. "Sorry, I forgot I sealed your meridians." He extended 2 fingers, a ring of mysterious light flashed and the pressure points were released. Liang Ku staggered a few steps. Feeling even his breathing affected by Yu Long's aura, he was secretly alarmed. So strong, His strength is likely unfathomable, no less than Master's. Yulong explained somewhat awkwardly that he was so focused on fishing on the river that he actually lost track of his subordinates and forgot the way to Pingyang County. Liang Ku thought to himself, lost track of his subordinates, could this man be a major figure? He asked with a solemn expression, "May I ask your name, my lord?" Yulong pulled out a golden plate and replied with pride, "I am Yulong, the newly appointed vice commander of the Pingyang County River Lake Bureau." Liang Ku's face changed drastically upon hearing this, his heart in a flurry. He's actually my direct superior, it made sense. His colleagues from the River Lake Bureau were indeed due to arrive these days. He hurriedly bowed and performed a solemn cupped hand salute. Newly appointed waterways official A Shui, at your service, Lord Yu. Yulong was very satisfied and smiled. So you're A Shui, Uncle Yang's youngest disciple. Liang Ku was stunned for a moment upon hearing the words Uncle Yang. Yulong explained with a smile that his father was Shu Wenju, the Count of Guanying, and his grandfather was the Duke of Wei, Shu Yuguang. Years ago, Uncle Yang had risked his life to save his father, so he had called Yang Dongsheng Uncle Yang since he was a child. Liang Ku was full of suspicion. There's such a good thing, since the emperor knows all this. Why did he only make him the vice commander? What is the profound meaning behind this? Yulong's face suddenly darkened. He warned in a serious tone, "Pity that this time Uncle Yang likely won't have any peace." He sat by the boat's edge and asked, "Are you wondering why the emperor sent me as the deputy?" Liang Ku answered, "Indeed." Yulong set down his fishing rod and mused. "The commander is Wei Lin, the eldest grandson of the Wei family, the Duke of Liang. Years ago, the Duke of Liang's son was defeated by my father, and Wei Lin lost to me, which is why I can only serve as the deputy." Liang Ku sighed inwardly at the emperor's power plays. He followed up, "Then why would the Duke of Liang make things difficult for Master?" Killing intent flashed in Yulong's eyes. The death of Uncle Yang's second son cannot be separated from the Wei family. At the docks, Yang Dongsheng was waiting with burning anxiety. Master said the commander should have arrived long ago, yet there was no sign of him. Didn't the messenger say it was an acquaintance? He frowned, his expression majestic. An acquaintance? The emperor's move is truly brilliant. Flags snapped in the wind, the atmosphere tensed to the extreme. A servant reported tremulously that Yang Dongsheng had already entered the county seat. The county magistrate Yu Dun was still waiting below, asking for his lord's review. Wei Lin was sitting in the cabin reading, his voice bone-chillingly cold. He didn't even look up as he snorted, "I won't see backwater bumpkins from the sticks." This was the River Lake Bureau Commander Wei Lin, a man full of pride. At dusk, two large ships were anchored quietly, the surroundings dead silent. Ran Ying looked toward the river and cheered. Big Brother Yu is back. In the distance, Liang Ku was rowing his small boat with effort, bringing Yulong into the port. Zhangzi let out a tired sigh of relief. "Big Brother Yu, you finally returned." Ran Ying teased. "Big Brother Yu must have failed to catch any fish again, right?" Yulong scratched his head awkwardly. "I haven't fully figured out the habits of the fish here yet." Seeing Liang Ku, Ran Ying was somewhat curious. Yulong introduced him with great interest. "This is A Shui, Uncle Yang's youngest disciple." He pointed to Zhangzi and introduced, "This is Zhangzi, Ran Zhangzi. He's also your superior, the Zuling." Liang Ku bowed. "I am A Shui, at your service, Lord Ran." Ran Ying leaned in and Liang Ku was left dumbfounded by the sight before him, frozen in place for a full 5 seconds, unable to even speak clearly. She laughed. "Master Yang's disciples don't need to be so formal, just call me Sister Ran. You're the A Shui who invented the pinyin method, aren't you?" She looked him over, the atmosphere a bit awkward, so Liang Ku hurriedly tried to recover. "Miss Ran, I am a human, not a great demon," Yulong suddenly shouted. "Ran Ying, do not be rude." He instructed Zhangzi to take A Shui to familiarize him with the River Lake Bureau, letting him learn the routes and pick up his equipment. As for himself, he was going to visit Uncle Yang. Zhangzi and Liang Ku nodded obediently, watching Yulong depart. "Understood, Big Brother Yu," they replied in unison. Boarding the official ship, Zhangzi switched into professional mode incessantly, introducing everything to Liang Ku. "Indeed, Brother Liang, follow me, I'll show you around." Liang Ku had a look of slight confusion, his gaze constantly scanning the unfamiliar surroundings. Although it was a newly established agency, the rules and regulations of the River Lake Bureau remain very strict. "We do not take orders from the prefecture, only from the general headquarters of the River Lake Bureau. As a waterways official, your daily duties are not heavy. You primarily coordinate with the finless porpoise patrols to ensure the safety of the shallow water areas." Zhangzi explained patiently, his tone flat yet full of drive. Zhangzi dutifully led the way. "This is the archives room. Merit accumulation and reward redemption all happen here." Passing officials greeted Zhangzi warmly. "Lord Ran, come sit for a while." Lord Ran, although he really wanted to stop for some tea and a chat. Zhangzi shook his head and refused, his tone gentle yet firm. No, I still have to take the newcomer to familiarize himself with the office." Witnessing this, two people nearby whispered to each other, their tones full of curiosity. "What's the background of this newcomer that Lord Ran is personally leading the way?" The plump Huang Pingshuang gave a meaningful smile and said to Li Shufu beside him, "Likely the descendant of some major figure, we should keep that in mind." The two walked down together into a massive cellar filled with pools of water. This was where Liang Ku would work, watching the finless porpoises playing happily and dancing in the water. Yulong continued the introduction. This is where the finless porpoises are adopted. He pulled out a translucent emerald green jade and handed it to Liang Ku. This is the token to control the porpoises. Inject your chi and blood and you can summon them. Liang Ku took the jade and carefully observed the unique porpoise pattern on it. A finless porpoise immediately leaped from the water, frolicking in the pool. Yulong laughed heartily, his tone filled with excitement. This one is male, brother Liang, you're quite lucky. Liang Ku sat down gently, reaching out to stroke the porpoise, his tone tender. From now on you're my partner. Seeing everything settled, Yulong said with satisfaction, Junior brother Liang, you stay here and get familiar with the porpoise. I won't disturb you. Liang Ku immediately bowed with cupped hands to thank him, his tone sincere. Thank you for your guidance along the way, brother Ran. I'm sorry for the trouble, I'm truly grateful. Yulong waved his hand somewhat awkwardly, signaling him not to be so formal. Brother Liang, no need to be a stranger, we are colleagues, it's only right to look out for one another. Liang Ku stood in place watching Yulong walk away, his mind filled with a myriad of thoughts. Although he had a good relationship with the vice commander, the thought of, you knew deep down that not everyone would treat you with kindness. In this world the threshold of strength was the ultimate factor. With enough power it became a gateway to advancement. Without it, it remained an insurmountable barrier. Only those with extraordinary talent could hope to attract the favor of noble patrons. Gripping the transmission jade pendant Yulong had given him, a sliver of worry flashed through Liang Ku's mind. If anything happened to this vice commander, those around him would surely kick him while he was down. To say nothing of the predatory Wei Lin watching from the sidelines, he shook off these distracting thoughts and tightened his grip on the pendant, silently vowing never to let success go to his head. He had to pour every ounce of effort into his cultivation. Only then could he win true freedom. Liang Ku turned around, his gaze locking onto the finless porpoise before him as he rapidly calculated in his mind. Finless porpoises were also aquatic creatures. He wondered if they could be brought under his sovereignty. He reached out tentatively to give it a gentle stroke, thinking to himself, while it can't compare to a natural spirit beast like a fei or a unique monster like a wei, since it's a finless porpoise it's worth a try. He slowly channeled a surge of dark red chi and blood energy, faintly condensing it in his palm. Success or failure would be decided in this single move. The moment he attempted to domesticate the porpoise, a sovereignty prompt actually popped up on the system panel. A look of resolute spirit ignited in Liang Ku's eyes, and his entire aura shifted with conviction. He slowly raised his hand and an ancient runic seal emerged on the porpoise's forehead, flickering with pulses of red light. He shouted excitedly in his heart. It worked. System prompts rang out one after another. Sovereignty successful. Spend 1,500 aquatic essence to evolve the finless porpoise into a finless porpoise king. The newly evolved finless porpoise king frolicked joyfully in the water, showing off its newly acquired shimmering skin. Looking at its plump round shape, Liang Ku couldn't help but laugh. Since your head is so round, I'll call you Roundy from now on. As he spoke, two other finless porpoises swam over excitedly. Liang Ku was somewhat surprised and asked in a low voice, You're saying they are your wife and child and they want to follow me too? Looking at the three frolicking porpoises, he was filled with emotion. An ordinary waterways official would consider a single finless porpoise a massive boon, yet he had suddenly acquired three. His eyes sparkled with joy and his heart was full of a sense of accomplishment. He turned to Yulong nearby and spoke with a light yet firm tone. Brother Yu, I'll head back to handle some family business today and report for duty tomorrow morning. Yulong gave a hearty laugh and nodded. Very well, brother Liang, there's no rush, see you tomorrow. Liang Ku led his horse into the bustling marketplace where the cries of vendors were deafening. Some were selling brown sugar yogurt, while others were promoting high-quality fabric for husbands to take home for their wives to sew. He stopped before a lively stall. As soon as the merchant saw him, his eyes lit up and he fawningly praised, Your lordship's mount is truly magnificent. May I ask the name of this horse? Liang Ku lightly stroked the horse's mane and replied, His name is Chishan Red Mountain. That was the name he had decided on the very first day he brought the dragonblood steed back. Just then a clever broker quickly approached, asking with high expectations, Is your lordship here to look for servants? Indeed, Liang Ku nodded in response. The new residence has just been completed. I need a driver and a cook. Hearing of a big business opportunity, the broker beamed with joy. May I ask where your lordship's residence is, how large it is, and if you mind them living with others? Liang Ku replied flatly. The Liang residence in Yixing town, it's a 3-courtyard estate covering about 2 acres. There is already 1 groom, so living together is fine. Upon hearing this, the merchant suddenly shuddered, his voice trembling. The Liang residence in Yixing town, could your lordship be that a Shui, Master Liang of Yixing town? Liang Ku replied with a bit of awkwardness. That is me. To his surprise, the merchant publicly dropped to his knees and performed a grand salute. He pointed to his daughter beside him and said with a sob, This is my daughter. Half a year ago, she was dragged into the Jiao mansion. If it weren't for the noble masters of the Yang mansion coming to her rescue, I'm afraid we would have been separated by life and death long ago. Looking at the young girl, a scene from the Ghost Mother cult Stronghold flashed through Liang Ku's mind. He gave a gentle smile. It was merely a small effort. When Pingying is in trouble, we will never stand idly by. The merchant was moved to tears and beat his chest in guarantee. Rest assured, Lord Liang. This time I will personally select the very best servants for you. Suddenly, a chorus of startled cries came from nearby. "Look, the great honorable official has arrived, how majestic!" Under the blazing sun, a series of rapid, thunderous hoofbeats shook the entire marketplace. A group of massive horses, snorting heavy breaths, pulled a magnificent palanquin through the mist, and the commoners scrambled out of the way. Everyone watched with open mouths at the perfectly synchronized gait, marveling at the sheer size of the horses. A youth asked with eyes full of curiosity, "What famous breed is this?" The broker beside him immediately replied with a solemn expression, "My lord, those are Qingzhou horses. Because of their giant frames and broad backs, they are best suited for pulling carriages." Liang Ku looked at the giant horses, secretly amazed, and murmured to himself, "Qingzhou horses." He remembered Yu Long mentioning that the newly appointed county magistrate hailed from Qingzhou. His memories gradually became clearer. He recalled Yu Long saying on the boat that Pingyang not only had the potential to be upgraded to a prefecture but was also a special case within the Great Shun dynasty. The convergence of the River Lake Bureau and the Demon Suppression Agency here was no accident. The various powers were intricate and complex, and even the new county magistrate was already in place. Beneath the river surface, Liang Ku continuously manifested water prison techniques. Those water snakes were instantly paralyzed amidst the flowing arcs of electricity, unable to move. Seeing this, he let out a great shout, seizing the opportunity to charge forward. A Fei also quickly lashed out with his tentacles, binding the water snakes in a death grip. Just then, a giant python appeared abruptly, leaving both of them stunned. Liang Ku's mouth curled into a satisfied cold smile. "I've finally lured you out." He led the group of finless porpoises in a rapid charge toward the giant python. "Roundy, let's go!" The giant python counterattacked manically, kicking up waves in the water. After a while, when Liang Ku dragged this spirit monster onto the shore, it drew gasps of admiration from everyone. Lu Gang praised from the side, "Brother Liang, your skill in slaying water beasts is becoming increasingly extraordinary." He teased with a laugh. "How many is this for the week?" Liang Ku replied modestly. "It's nothing really." He walked toward the cabin, thinking to himself, "It's been a week since I joined the River Lake Bureau." During this week he had accumulated quite a bit of minor merit by training Roundy and hunting water beasts. Today he had finally saved enough to exchange for military merit once. Seeing Liang Ku return with his prey, Huang Pingshuang approached with a loud laugh. "Excellent work, Lord Liang." Liang Ku dropped the prey heavily onto the ground. "I want to redeem my military merit today." Huang Pingshuang hurriedly flipped open the ledger and sang out, "Lord Liang currently has a cumulative total of 50 minor merit points. Take a look, is there anything you need?" The ledger was densely packed with records. Coxcomb fruit. A fruit from a spiritual tree personally cultivated by the Grand Minister of Agriculture, growing within marshes. This fruit ripens only once a year across all 4 seasons. It has a slightly sweet taste and the effects of nourishing qi in blood, strengthening the kidneys and consolidating the foundation. It can improve symptoms of qi deficiency. Consuming it can enhance martial arts cultivation. 3 fruits can be redeemed for 2 minor merit points. Note, do not exceed 3 fruits per day, otherwise it may cause abdominal bloating and have the effectiveness. Red wind flower fruit. A treasure cultivated by the Grand Minister of Agriculture, ripening once every 6 seasons. It has the effects of nourishing blood, regulating menstruation and lubricating the intestines. 1 fruit can be redeemed for 1 minor merit point. Note, do not exceed 3 fruits per day, effectiveness will be halved. Liang Ku asked in confusion, "These minor merit points can be split up?" Huang Pingshuang laughed and pointed at the ledger to explain, "My lord may not know, but this is a benefit exclusive to our River Lake Bureau." The Grand Minister of Agriculture had cultivated countless spiritual plants. Because the coxcomb fruit grew in water, the River Lake Bureau's inventory was extremely abundant, making the price very low. Liang Ku's heart jumped upon hearing this, and he secretly calculated, since the coxcomb fruit loves water, it's actually a bargain here. For me, the effects of this type of spiritual fruit can be doubled. He decided without hesitation, "I'll take the coxcomb fruits, give me 12 to start with." Huang Pingshuang beamed. "Lord Liang, would you like to take a look at the martial arts manuals further back? The coxcomb fruits will be sent to you from the warehouse by Registrar Huang shortly." Listed behind were various techniques. Submerged breath method, low tier inferior 1 point. Through arm fist, low tier inferior 5 points. Turtle snake strength, low tier inferior 10 points. Water rune pendant, low tier medium 12 points. River water sutra, low tier medium 21 points. Wandering spirit archery, low tier superior 100 points. Primal chaos water skill, mid tier inferior 360 points. After looking these over, Liang Ku was secretly surprised. Most of the low tier techniques here were within 50 minor merit points, but they were basically just moves for underwater combat. Their grade was far inferior to the martial arts taught by his master. His expression turned solemn as he made a decision. "In underwater combat, I don't need complicated moves. Raw strength is enough to suppress everything." Thinking of this, he closed the scroll. "I'll take the coxcomb fruits first. I'll save the remaining 2 points for now." Just then an attendant arrived with the items. Huang Pingshuang handed over the box with a smile. "Please come often, my lord. Here are your coxcomb fruits." Liang Ku scrutinized these fruits that looked like roosters' heads, thinking, the name is certainly accurate. They really do look like chicken heads. He curiously picked one up, carefully feeling the aquatic essence contained within. With the first bite, a prompt instantly popped up on the system panel. Aquatic essence 200. His eyes widened as he cried out in shock. A single one gives 200 points. He looked at the remaining fruits, his heart racing. Usually he had to eat until his stomach was bulging to save up 200 points, but now a single fruit had such divine effect. If it were a higher grade spiritual fruit, how incredible would that be? He immediately decided to eat them all. After a while, Liang Ku stretched contentedly. The 12 fruits had brought nearly 2,400 points of essence. A brilliant smile appeared on his face as he felt the barrier hindering his breakthrough to the blood gate loosen significantly. I need to find a chance to redeem chi condensing pills and blood change pills, then I can break through the blood gate. Liang Ku sat on the boat and pondered for a moment. It's time to go back. I still have to go to the academy tomorrow. As the night deepened, Liang Ku flipped through a scroll by lamplight, and the information within left him in awe. This Zhongwei marsh was actually a massive wetland stretching for 10,000 miles. He thought as he walked that the territory of this world was much larger than his previous one, likely twice the size of Earth. In such majestic rivers, maybe there really are true dragons living here. Liang Ku returned to his new residence in a good mood. The feeling of having a private space was indeed comfortable. This mansion was as spacious as a traditional courtyard house from his previous life. Suddenly a voice came from behind. "Benefactor, please stay your steps." Before he could react, a high-ranking monk had quickly walked up to him. The monk pressed his palms together and said, "Amitabha, you have finally returned, benefactor." Liang Ku hurriedly replied, "My apologies, great master, I don't have any money on me. Please wait a moment while I go inside to get some silver for you." The monk shook his head and explained, "You misunderstand, benefactor. This old monk is not here to beg for alms." Liang Ku was stunned. "Not for alms?" The monk looked at him with a solemn expression, asking with great anticipation, "Has benefactor already inherited a master's teachings? If you have no master, would you be willing to become this old monk's disciple?" The two then sat down at a stone table in the courtyard. Liang Ku thought to himself, "I can't sense this monk's aura at all. He must be a peerless expert." After a simple vegetarian meal, the monk set down his chopsticks and pressed his palms together in gratitude. "Amitabha, thank you, benefactor, for the meal." Liang Ku was still full of doubt and couldn't help but ask, "Why does the great master wish to take me as a disciple?" He was secretly on guard. Was there some kind of plot? The monk bowed slightly and replied enigmatically, "All things have their karmic causes." For a moment Liang Ku felt this old monk was a bit like those scammers from his previous life who sold Buddhist beads at the entrance of residential compounds. Just as his thoughts were wandering, the monk pulled something from his robe. "Benefactor possesses dragon tendons and tiger bones. This old monk happens to have a secret technique called the dragon subduing and tiger taming Vajra Sutra. For an ordinary person, practicing it would merely strengthen the body, but for you it is a peerless divine skill." Before Liang Ku could react, a manual was pushed in front of him. The monk said seriously, "I see that benefactor is not yet 20. If you can use this method to cultivate diligently for 30 years, you will certainly step into the true elephant realm, and may even achieve arhathood, what ordinary people call the martial saint rank." Liang Ku hurriedly waved his hands. "Great master, I am just an ordinary person. I wouldn't dare hope for the true elephant realm," he muttered in his heart. Is the true elephant realm really that easy to achieve? If so, why are there still people in this world with no way to seek the path? A cruel image appeared in his mind. Beneath every great realm lay countless withered bones, the foundation for those who climbed. Out of curiosity, Liang Ku took the manual. Thinking that he would deal with this later, he asked, "May I ask where the great master's home is?" The monk bowed his head and replied, "This old monk wanders the four seas with no fixed abode. If I must say, I hail from Qingzhou." Liang Ku was startled to hear this. Qingzhou? He was actually from the same hometown as the county magistrate. He hurried to follow up, "Great master, isn't this matter of taking a disciple a bit too hasty?" Wanting to take a disciple based on just a single meeting, after a moment of silence, the monk explained with a smile, "Along my way I have heard of benefactors spending wealth to save people, setting up porridge stalls for disaster relief and slaying mountain ghosts to protect the area. What kind of person you are, this old monk already knows full well." Hearing this analysis, Liang Ku let out a long sigh of relief. It seemed it wasn't a trap. He picked up his teacup and took a light sip, saying respectfully, "Great master, though it is somewhat forward, I wonder what realm the great master has reached?" The high-ranking monk informed him calmly that in the parlance of the world it was the true elephant realm. Hearing this, Liang Ku was so startled he sprayed his tea directly out of his mouth. Before he could even react, he saw the monk casually use 2 fingers to manipulate the tea mid-air. Liang Ku froze on the spot. Was this a water control technique? He had actually managed to redirect the sprayed tea right back into the cup. The monk flashed a confident smile and asked, "Well, do you want to take me as your master?" Seeing the situation take an awkward turn, Liang Ku could only offer a strained laugh. "Great master, to be honest, I already have a master and cannot join another sect." Hearing this, the monk appeared somewhat annoyed. "What realm is your master? Could he possibly be higher than me?" This old monk would very much like to debate the Tao with him. Liang Ku hurriedly shifted his attitude, handing the teacup to the monk. "Great master, please calm yourself, please have some tea." This gesture was very well received, and the monk laughed heartily. This old monk truly did not misjudge you. Benefactor, you are not moved by external things. To be honest, I was ambushed by evil monks. My dantian is damaged and I need to rest quietly for a time. I would like to stay at your home for a few days. Upon hearing this, Liang Ku thought to himself, if his dantian is destroyed, doesn't that mean he's crippled? He didn't think much of it and immediately nodded in agreement. I live alone and my new house has just been finished. If the great master doesn't mind, please feel free to choose any room. The monk nodded in acknowledgement. In the dead of night, Liang Ku sat there focused on his cultivation. It was truly surprising that a small place like Pingyang hidden such a major figure. His expression gradually became exceptionally solemn. Regardless, it doesn't matter if the great master is here. My secret base won't be exposed. Tonight I can help Universal Victory Consolidating Origin break through to the spirit settling stage. Seeing that the time was right, he suddenly exhaled a breath of turbid air. At this moment, it was as if a divine dragon were protecting his body. Outside the door, the monk slowly placed a hand against the frame. Watching the golden light emanating from Liang Ku's room, he thought to himself, this child carries a great destiny. Having witnessed the entire process, he couldn't help but marvel. An arhat with dragon tendons and tiger bones, a natural martial manifestation. This technique seems to be an internal cultivation method. He truly does have a good master. His expression became unusually serious. Pity there are always petty people who cannot stand to see others succeed. Outside Liang Ku's estate, a group of assassins was rapidly approaching. A lama ordered his subordinates, masters, the Liang boy is right inside, I'll trouble you all, remember to leave one alive. The old man's face gradually became sinister and terrifying. Several subordinates immediately nodded in agreement. Simple. Just then, the monk's familiar voice rang out, Amitabha. The men were shocked by the sound. Who? The monk closed his eyes in displeasure, scolding them incessantly. Amitabha, Buddha is merciful. It is the middle of the night, yet you disturb benefactor Liang's breakthrough. His face became extremely grim. This old monk shall send you directly to meet the Buddha. The scene shifts to the next morning. Liang Ku finally woke up, stretching his body as he walked out of his room. Universal Victory Consolidating Origin has finally broken through to the spirit settling stage. He recalled the scene of his intense cultivation last night. His mental state had become even more transparent, and his speed in comprehending martial arts was faster. Even while walking, the technique could now circulate naturally without the need for dedicated meditation. This gave him even more confidence in his own strength. Simply put, his cultivation technique was now running automatically at all times, never-ending and self-sustaining. Liang Ku hurried to open the door and walk out. Seeing him appear, the servants quickly paid attention. Auntie Fang greeted him with a smile. Master, you're awake? Looking at these two, he thought to himself that these were the very efficient laborers introduced from that side. Auntie Fang pointed to the food on the table and explained with a smile, according to your instructions, breakfast has been prepared for you and the great master and placed on the table in the courtyard. Liang Ku walked up quickly to greet them. Auntie Fang, Uncle Lu, good morning. He then sat down and said, Great master, good morning. Upon seeing this, the monk smiled and nodded. Good morning, benefactor. He didn't forget to add a word of praise. Good progress. This compliment made Liang Ku scratch his head in embarrassment. The great master overpraises me. Just then, Uncle Lu came forward to report, Master, Headmaster Jiao of the academy sent someone to bring you a message. Liang Ku was still completely confused. What is it? Uncle Lu continued, saying that there is an assessment at the academy today, and master only needs to arrive before noon. Recalling that something was wrong, Liang Ku's face darkened. Oh no, I almost forgot. The scene shifts to the lavish feast at the academy. Seeing the grand display before them, the crowd couldn't help but marvel. Shanghu Academy truly lives up to its reputation. It is indeed the best academy in Pingyang. A man beside him nodded in agreement. Lord Jian overpraises us, we dare not accept such a claim. He suddenly changed the subject, his expression turning solemn. However, there is one major problem. May I ask what you mean, my lord? The brush washer here is too small. Jian Zhangyi immediately pulled out a piece of paper and announced publicly, This is a 1,000-tael silver note, a personal donation from me to the academy. This figure left the man stunned on the spot. An ordinary county magistrate's annual salary was less than 500 taels. He hurried forward. Why must you do this, my lord? But Jian Zhangyi acted as if it were nothing. It's just pocket change. Jian Zhangyi continued walking forward composedly. The man stood frozen with the note, thinking to himself that he truly was a scion of a noble house. Subsequently, the group toured the entire academy. Remembering something, Jian Zhangyi walked into a room and asked, I heard there is a prodigy in the county who invented the pinyin method. I wonder if this hero is present? Liang Ku, who was buried in his studies, was startled by the words. His face turned somewhat awkward, not knowing what to do. The county magistrate, why was he here? He hurried to his feet and performed a solemn salute. Thank you for your favor, Lord Jian. I truly do not deserve such praise. Jian Zhangyi didn't think twice, directly ordering someone to present money. I didn't bring many things with me on this outing, only a few silver notes. I hope you won't find them meager. This amount caused the students in the back to instantly have stars in their eyes. 100 taels. The elders nearby also kept reminding Liang Ku. A gift from an elder cannot be refused. He quickly bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you for the reward, my lord. Jian Zhangyi continued his inspection and announced, I have taken office as the magistrate of Pingyang. I shall surely be diligent in administrative affairs, ensuring the elderly have a final home, the able-bodied have employment, and the young have growth. At this point his expression was very resolute. The widowed, the orphaned, the lonely, and the disabled shall all be cared for. Subsequently, Jian Zhangyi didn't forget to point to his own head and announce, merit shall be rewarded and faults shall be punished. Rewards and punishments will be clearly defined. An official quickly produced a stack of notes. Seeing him so generous with his money, the students present were all awestruck. Remembering something, he followed up by asking, in today's assessment, Liang Ku will surely take the top spot, right? Hearing this, the man offered an awkward smile. The exam isn't over yet. The results are still unknown, but in his heart, he was extremely nervous. Although Liang Ku was exceptionally gifted and had invented the pinyin method, his academic attitude was truly mediocre. Simultaneously, Liang Ku was looking at the exam questions already drenched in sweat. On the paper was written, how vast it is, the people find no words to name it. How majestic it is, he successfully achieved his great work. How brilliant it is, he possessed glorious cultural accomplishments. Liang Ku felt a sense of despair as he looked at it. What is this? What on earth is this stuff? Meanwhile, Jian Zhangyi was staring at him with expectant eyes. After a few days of investigation, he knew Liang Ku's martial talent was extraordinary. Having stepped into the martial artist realm just days after entering the hall, a smug smile appeared on his face. As the founder of the pinyin method, he was both a scholar and a warrior. What kind of person this treasure would ultimately be refined into was truly something to look forward to. Seeing Liang Ku still standing frozen, he leaned down and whispered, let me see your talent. A teacher nearby saw this and wanted to say something. My lord, seeing the content on the exam paper, his expression became extremely bewildered. He suddenly turned to leave. I have urgent business to attend to. We shall meet again if fate allows. The man was stunned. Is my lord not going to watch anymore? Recalling what he had just seen, Jian Zhangyi became exceptionally angry. If I use this boy's skull to make a dharma bowl for my cultivation, will I become this stupid too? It turned out that what Liang Ku had just written was he's right. The more Jian Zhangyi thought about it, the angrier he became. He walked quickly into the basement, scolding incessantly. You lot had better give me a reasonable explanation for why you took matters into your own hands. A group of subordinates was lying on the ground in pain, wailing. The lama nearby remained calm. Amitabha, the old man raised his head solemnly to explain. This was all for the sake of your grand path, my lord. The sacrifices for the eternal heaven were insufficient. Jian Zhangyi sat down and asked, then why did you fail? The old man's expression was very profound. He explained solemnly, that man is an expert. His realm has reached the true elephant realm. Hearing this, Jian Zhangyi fell into a somewhat startled contemplation. True elephant realm. He let out a sigh, supporting his head as he warned, forget it, I won't mention the failure for now. What I cannot accept most is you taking initiative without orders. You should know my rules. After a long silence, the lama replied, this old monk understands these few people shall serve as your sacrifices for the eternal heaven this month. The people in the back were shocked to hear this. What? Their faces instantly became filled with terror and they asked urgently, no, it can't be, right? We're on the same side. A moment later, the lama's face was covered in blood, but he nonchalantly handed over a bowl. Please inspect this, my lord. Jian Zhangyi reached out to take the bowl. Merit is rewarded and sin is punished. Rewards and punishments are clearly defined. A wicked smile appeared on his face. I pursue fairness. A man jumped into the river in terror. A water monster. There's a water monster. There really is a water monster. His mental state was already somewhat delirious. Everyone is dead. I have to save my mother. I have to go back. Little Lu cleverly chose a method to handle the water monster. I'm going to the River Lake Bureau to report it. He ran onto the shore in a panic. They're all dead. Everyone is dead. Liang Ku was focused on practicing his secret technique. The dragon subduing and tiger taming Vajra Sutra had three major characteristics: majestic presence, golden body, and evil dispelling. These were exactly the abilities he longed for. Presence could enhance his bearing and speed up cultivation. Golden body could strengthen his defense. Evil dispelling was a derivative trait, causing all evils to retreat. Liang Ku's stance was firm. Cultivation was ultimately about self-refinement, and this body-tempering technique would undoubtedly elevate his physical body to a height beyond that of ordinary men. He no longer had any doubts about the technique. Now, with universal victory consolidating origin, stabilizing his heart, and the dragon subduing and tiger taming Vajra Sutra tempering his external tendons and bones, the great master was right. These could indeed be practiced simultaneously. Liang Ku's gaze was determined. I am already a martial artist with internal and external dual cultivation, a perfect fusion. He believed he would soon accumulate enough strength to achieve a qualitative change. Although he hadn't fully mastered it yet, he felt he was not far from breaking the blood gate. He could break through at any time. Liang Ku tightly gripped the medicine bottle in his hand. Previously, I used my military merit to exchange for qi condensing pills and blood change pills. Once the moment arrives, I can break through the gate. He lay on the bed to rest for a while, carefully checking the register he had just received. A few days ago, he had asked the registrar to prepare this directory to make it easier to find suitable items. Major Merit Exchange Department, Blue Sun Sword Secret. This was the core technique of the Blue Sun Sword Sect, a top-tier sword art. It was decisive and lethal. The Blue Sun Sword Sect had been wiped out for rebellion during the Jianyuan era. It required one major merit to exchange. Note: sword cultivators must be cautious if their willpower is not firm. Medicinal Body Cannon. The core technique of the Sacred Medicine Valley, capable of absorbing 100 types of medicinal power. At mastery, one is immune to all poisons, and ordinary injuries can heal rapidly. It requires one major merit to exchange. Note: those who are not extremely wealthy should be cautious. Dragon Transformation Vajra Body Technique, White Rainbow, Piercing the Sun Scripture, Consciousness Only Art. Liang Ku acted cautiously. The names of these techniques sounded much higher level than the minor merit ones. Most required one major merit and a few required 2 or 3, but they were of little use to him at the moment. Cinnabar Fire Molted Feather. Feathers from a dead cinnabar firebird, which can be used to craft spiritual weapons or absorb the life essence within, requires 2 major merit. Longevity Peach. A natural spiritual object ripening once every 30 years, increases lifespan by 5 years. The first one requires 1 major merit, the second requires 3. Note: the effect of the second one is halved and the third has no effect. Each person can exchange for a maximum of 3. Purple Patterned Longevity Peach. A natural spiritual object ripening once every 60 years, increases lifespan by 10 years, requires 8 major merit. Note: the effects of the first 3 decrease sequentially, the fourth has no effect, does not conflict with the standard Longevity Peach. Purple Pattern Pulpcore Peach. A natural spiritual object ripening once every 15 years, increases lifespan by 20 years, requires 15 major merit. Note: the effects of the first 3 decrease sequentially, the fourth has no effect, does not conflict with the previous 2 types. He focused his attention on only one item. I didn't expect that at this level, I could already exchange merit for longevity-boosting treasures, but I currently have no need for a longer lifespan. Water Lingzi. The Water Lingzi is a natural spiritual object that ripens once every 30 years. It requires 1 major merit to exchange. Note: it becomes ineffective starting from the 5th one consumed. This item can increase a practitioner's affinity for water element cultivation techniques. Liang Ku sat up abruptly in excitement. This was the one. He immediately closed the scroll and decided to ask Registrar Li if there were any suitable missions. Registrar Li greeted Liang Ku with a smile. "Ei Shui, good morning," he responded warmly. "Good morning, Brother Li." It seems Li Shufu already guessed it. Ei Shui is here. Liang Ku brought something to curry favor. "These are the most famous buns in Pingyang. Please try some." Registrar Li. The registrar took the steaming buns and remarked, "Oh Lord Liang, you've truly gone to a lot of trouble." Liang Ku inquired about the current situation. "Are there any suitable major merit missions lately?" Li Shufu looked out for him quite a bit. "There are. I've been saving one specifically for you." Liang Ku's eyes lit up and he took the opportunity to ask, "What is the mission?" The other man's expression turned somewhat solemn. "Investigate Wushui Town." The crescent moon hung at the bow of the ship as Chunner danced gracefully, her voice touching the soul. Her figure was slender, her brow filled with 1,000 sorrows and 10,000 resentments. Vows of eternal love remain unchanged, then a red beauty's thin fate resents the heavens. It is only because of deep love that my heart softens in 100 ways, thus for the rest of my life I am only accompanied by illness. I made a vow by the lamp with my Lord Xie, yet who knew that a shallow fate must end in parting. Zhuang Changwen watched the beauty with high spirits, cheering loudly. "Good, a reward," he said with a hidden edge in his voice. "To think Leader Lu could take such an exquisite concubine. You truly have good fortune." Lu Jia took the initiative to offer the woman. "It's nothing. If the magistrate likes her I can have Chunner accompany you tonight." Zhuang Changwen was itching with desire but feigned poise. "Is this appropriate?" the advisor on the side said fawningly. "After all, this is a concubine Leader Lu hasn't even officially brought through the door yet." So Lu Jia hurriedly explained to avoid any misunderstanding. "Hey, how can you say that? Just now little Chun told me that seeing the magistrate was like seeing an old friend. If she cannot serve by your side she would regret it for the rest of her life." Although it pained him, he had to keep a forced smile. "I am merely fulfilling someone else's wish for beauty." His thoughts having been struck, Zhuang Changwen beamed with joy. "Good, good, good," the advisor followed suit. The magistrate certainly did not misjudge Leader Lu. In truth, Lu Jia was being so humble because he wanted to ask for a favor. "My lord, regarding my son's appointment as an inspection officer." To his surprise, Zhuang Changwen ignored him entirely. "Leader Lu, we agreed not to talk about official business tonight." Lu Jia awkwardly and hurriedly penalized himself. "Ah, blame me, I'll drain this cup as an apology to the magistrate." Zhuang Changwen did not want to waste the fine evening. "Advisor, I'll head back to the room first to talk of romance and pleasure with Chunner. I won't be accompanying you all." "Yes, my lord." The advisor gave a few instructions to put Lu Jia at ease. "Rest assured, Leader Lu, the magistrate has always kept your son's matter in mind." Looking at the advisors departing back, Lu Jia sighed. "The magistrate is considerate." Lu Yi could no longer contain himself. Big brother, it's been 8 years, that fat dead man has been dragging us along just because of his power. Lu Jia cursed fiercely. What else could be in that fat man's head besides straw? He had accidentally learned some news. He heard that someone from the River Lake Bureau was bringing men to their town. This matter made Lu Jia explode with rage. It was simply a case of biting the hand that feeds and seeking one's own death. Lu Yi asked for his opinion. Big brother, how should we respond? Lu Jia said fearlessly. What of the River Lake Bureau? Those who drown are always the ones who can swim, he threatened bluntly. In my territory, if they dare to come, they must leave their lives behind. From the bow of a boat, a plea for mercy rang out. My lord, please give us a few more days. Without this fish, my whole family will starve. Zheng Tianfu kicked the old man aside without mercy. Get lost, he certainly wouldn't agree. If I give you a few more days, who will give me time? The little boy's heart ached for Uncle Shu, and he cried out, Grandpa? Zheng Tianfu intentionally raised his voice so the villagers could hear. Everyone knows that the waters are currently very unsettled because of the Fish King's chaos. Who is maintaining the safety of the river for you? Is it the government, or those lords from the River Lake Bureau? He took all the credit for protecting everyone. It's me, it's us brothers. Obviously, Zheng Tianfu was pressuring the poor commoners. We risk our lives every day to protect your safety. Is it too much to collect a small fee? Uncle Shu indignantly exposed their greed. But you've occupied the docks and collect half a tael of silver every day as a fish cage fee. Where would ordinary people like us get that much money to give you? Zheng Tianfu was actually driving the man to a dead end, suggesting he sell his child to raise the money if he had none. Zheng Tianfu even calculated for him. A child is worth 3 taels of silver, enough for you to rent a boat and pay off your debt. Uncle Shu cried as he explained the reason. Just what is this Fish King tax? We have to hand over the largest fish we catch every single day. This kind of life is unbearable. He was furious but helpless. Just then, someone shouted Zheng Tianfu's name. Old third, what's all the noise about? Zheng's heart settled quite a bit. Big brother, you're here. Zheng Tianfu was very dissatisfied with Uncle Shu's attitude. This old man has no money to pay the fish cage fee and refuses to pay the Fish King tax. He's here making a scene. Lu Jia flew into a rage, humiliating his elder in public. Uncle Shu, it's not that I want to scold you, but you're so old and yet you still don't have a sense of propriety. Why bother? Uncle Shu cupped his hands and begged Lu Jia for leniency. Xiao Jia, spare your Uncle Shu. I haven't eaten for 3 days and truly have no money left. Please, I beg you, spare me. His grandson also hurriedly kowtowed. Uncle Lu, please spare us. Lu Jia intentionally spoke ambiguously. Waiving your fee is simple enough, but what about after that? Lu Jia dragged the others into it, making the atmosphere tense. If I spare you, what about Uncle Zhang, Uncle Li, Auntie Wang, Uncle Zhou? What about those people? Should all of theirs be waived too? He felt he had the right to run rampant. Then what about my brothers? Without a salary, who will guard these waters for you? Who will be responsible for the safety of the villagers? Lu Jia asked knowingly. Will it be you? Uncle Shu was trapped in a dilemma. Lu Jia pushed all the blame onto Uncle Shu. The Fish King tax was ordered by the magistrate. It is to sacrifice to the Fish King beneath the water and pray for everyone's safety. Uncle Shu, by doing this, you are effectively using the safety of the villagers as a stepping stone for your own family's stable life. Lu Jia kept accusing him, calling him too selfish, which threw the old man into confusion. No, I didn't. A stone flew straight at Uncle Shu's forehead, making blood flow. It turned out to be an ant who had been incited by Lu Jia's words. Old Shu, I still have a granddaughter and a son in my house. Do you want us to die by not cooperating with the magistrate? Other villagers followed suit with curses. That's right, it's black sheep like you who deserve to die. Someone kept kicking Uncle Shu to vent their anger. Why should our safety be traded for you to have a full stomach? Even though the old man kept denying it. No, I didn't. The little boy could no longer control his emotions and wailed. Ungrateful wolf, stop hitting my grandpa. The crowd beat him while mocking. Old and immoral, an old man who won't die. Zheng Tianfu followed behind Lu Jia. Boss, he's only worried about not getting the money. If this old man is beaten to death, what about the debt he owes? Lu Jia naturally wouldn't let himself lose out. Sell the grandson and the rest will be reward money for the brothers. Before leaving, he instructed his subordinate. There's movement from the River Lake Bureau lately. Go back to the cave and guard the treasure well. Zheng Tianfu smugly accepted. Big brother, what about the arrangements for the River Lake Bureau? Lu Jia was unusually calm. It's already been arranged, a voice came from inside the boat. Working in uniform truly is comfortable. It turned out to be Liang Ku, marveling. He hadn't expected the River Lake Bureau to provide a specialized ship for the waterways officials. This is truly a great deal. He was full of praise. Auntie Fang's buns truly lived up to their reputation. Liang Ku friendly invited the youth to eat some. Want something to eat? Lu Kun declined somewhat awkwardly. I'm not hungry, my lord. Liang Ku explained to Lu Kun to put him at ease. It's fine, let's eat together. I have plenty here. Because of these words, he who had been hungry for several days began to eat voraciously. Lu Kun was moved to tears. My lord, I haven't eaten such delicious food in a long time, Liang Ku reminded him. Eat slowly. He truly was a filial son, thinking to himself. If only my old mother at home could eat such good things too. Liang Ku gained a general understanding of the situation. In this world, a large group of Ghost Mother cult believers had fought a final battle to the death and released many mountain ghosts, causing serious consequences for the people. But he still needed more information. By the way, tell me exactly what happened on your end. Lu Kun's face was pale. It's the Fish Kings, so many Fish Kings. Liang Ku pondered for a long time. Many Fish Kings? Does Fish King refer to spirits? The commotion outside made him feel terrified. Liang Ku hurriedly stuck his head out the window to find the cause. What was going on? The river water felt as if it were about to flip his boat. Lu Kun froze on the spot. It's the Fish Kings, it's them, they ate our entire fishing fleet. Liang Ku looked ahead. The Fish Kings. Lu Kun was so scared he slumped to the floor. They're here again. The Fish Kings have come for our lives. The Fenfu County estuary is their territory. Liang Ku strode forward. Before boarding the ship in these waters, he had already brought his weapons. Liang Ku stood in front of Lu Kun to protect him, unable to hold back any longer. I'm taking this case. Liang Ku's boat was surrounded by surging currents, unable to move. Lu Kun was at a loss. My lord, you! Liang Ku was determined to fight the water monsters. Wait for me, I'll be right back. Liang Ku split the waves and leaped into the river. After diving to the bottom, he discovered an anomaly. The scene before him made him unable to believe his eyes. Dolphins? How can this be? It is well known that dolphins are friendly to humans. Why would they attack? They seemed unable to control their own behavior. Although Liang Ku tried hard to hold them back without wanting to hurt them, an error occurred while handling the details. This is bad. Liang Ku's gaze was firm. It seems I must defeat you to find out the truth. He met those mutated dolphins head-on the boat. Lu Kun was filled with worry. Is that lord still alive? He admired Liang Ku's strength, especially since the lord could even create a massive whirlpool. Is this the strength of a lord from the River Lake Bureau? Something pierced through the bottom of the boat, and Lu Kun didn't even notice. By the time he reacted, he was scared out of his wits. Liang Ku appeared just in time to reassure him. Don't be afraid. Liang Ku was full of confidence in his own abilities. It's been settled. He still had some doubts. Is my lord all right? It was Lu Kun's first time seeing it with his own eyes. This is the Fish King. Liang Ku exposed the truth. Just some dolphins that mutated into spirits, but they seem a bit different. Lu Kun excitedly wanted to show off to the villagers. My lord, Wushwei town is just ahead. When everyone knows the Fish King has been killed by my lord, they will surely be very happy. Lu Kun waved his hand excitedly in greeting. Fellow villagers, I'm back. I have good news. The villagers whispered among themselves. Is that the eldest Lu's son, Lu Kun? Didn't he go fishing with the zoo boy? Why did he come back alone? Could something have happened? Lu Kun hurriedly ran ashore to share the news, appearing extremely urgent. The Fish King is dead. Everyone can go fishing in peace now. But the villagers were skeptical. Really? Truly dead? How is that possible? Lu Kun produced the evidence. It's true, this is the Fish King's head. The lord from the River Lake Bureau killed it. Everyone looked at each other. Ah, it's true, we're safe, we can fish now. Lu Jia pretended to step forward to thank Liang Ku. This humble commoner pays respects to the lord from the River Lake Bureau. On behalf of the residents of Wushwei town, I thank you for your great kindness. But Liang Ku felt that nothing could escape his eyes. This chi and blood is in the galloping horse realm. Lu Kun was very happy to see the newcomer. Big brother Lu Jia warmly received Liang Ku. I am Lu Jia, the owner of the fish farm here. Thanks to my men guarding these waters these past few days, now that the Fish King has been eliminated, my lord's kindness is like giving us a new life. Liang Ku felt suspicious upon seeing Lu Jia. No need for formalities regarding my rank. He always felt something was off. This Lu Jia accepted it too quickly, as if he had expected it. The other man actually appeared very excited. Now that the great honorable official has arrived, our Wushwei town is saved. Since this is the case, everyone can now enter the river to fish at will. There is no longer any need to pay a fishing fee. The purple-haired youth was very happy. Fantastic, Master Lu is generous, we are saved. The green-haired youth was grateful for his help. Thank you, Lord of the River Lake Bureau. Lu Yi ordered his subordinate, Xiao Li, get in the water and set an example for everyone. Xiao Li agreed without hesitation. No problem, big brother Lu Yi, he boldly asserted. It really is safe, everyone get in the water. The villagers jumped into the water together. I haven't been in the river for a long time, it's truly refreshing. Liang Ku suddenly sensed something was wrong and shouted, Get out, quickly. A man had already been dragged into the river. A water monster surfaced, scaring the villagers out of their wits. They scrambled and crawled back to the shore. It's the Fish King has returned. Lu Kun stood frozen on the spot. How could this be? Lu Jia revealed a treacherous cold smirk. The Fish King is still here, everyone run. The crowd fell into a state of despairing cries. Old Wong, wake up, what on earth is going on? Didn't they say the Fish King was already dead? Exactly, Lu Kun clearly said it was gone. Lu Kun's voice immediately began to stutter. But it's still here, it's actually still here. Just then a woman rushed over and screamed, Is Lu Kun back? Where is my son, Lu Kun? Where are Zhu Shang and Zhu Wei? Lu Kun's tone was evasive as he stammered, Ma'am, brother Zhu and his younger brother were eaten by the fish god. This news caused the old woman to faint instantly. What? Standing aside, Liang Ku could no longer bear it and roared, My eldest son is dead, why are you the only one still alive? With that she rushed forward and gripped Lu Kun's collar tightly, cursing him. Lu Kun, you are so heartless. Usually my son looked out for you the most. Why did you harm him? Lu Kun was frozen in place, pleading through his tears. Brother Zhu died to save me, to let me go report to the officials. I didn't harm him. I didn't kill him." The woman behind her also began to curse loudly. "Nonsense, it was clearly you who killed him for his money." In an instant the crowd turned to point their fingers at Lu Kun. "We were all tricked by you today. My husband is dead too." Lu Kun's body began to tremble violently. "No, it wasn't like that." The crowd continued to surround him, cursing relentlessly. "It's all because of you, you jinx." Lu Kun felt incredibly wronged and helpless, not knowing what to do. "Give me back my husband's life." This entire scene was observed by Lu Jia from the rear, a smug smile appearing on his face. Just then a familiar figure surfaced on the water, causing the villagers to scramble back in fear. The Lord of the River Lake Bureau was back. Seeing Liang Ku appear, everyone was stunned. "It's the Fish King. It's killed so many people. This is bad. The Lord of the Fish King will surely be furious." Witnessing this, Liang Ku thought to himself, "I was careless. Recent successes had dulled his senses. He should have realized. The fishing cage fee, this perfectly timed appearance and the fawning manipulation behind it all." His eyes turned icy as he stared ahead. "This is all a conspiracy. These water beasts are being raised, and the murderer." He glared fixedly at the sinister Lu Jia. That man actually had the nerve to step forward again with his false benevolence, striking up a conversation with a smile. "My lord is truly a divine man. If it weren't for my poor underwater skills, I would have certainly lent my lord a hand." Having said that, he turned back to look at the poor villagers. "I am also deeply sorry for this. It is certainly not because my lord is incompetent. As for little brother Lu Kun, he must have his own difficulties." A cruel smile hung on his face. "Right?" At this moment Lu Kun was still stuttering incessantly, unable to say a word. I can't remember." Lu Jia looked back at Liang Ku. "Would my lord like to enter the village to rest for a moment?" The villagers behind them, seeing this, began to curse angrily. "When the Fish King was killing our people before, they didn't come. Now they've come and tricked us into the river, costing more lives." "Exactly, we must not let him into the village. Who knows if he's the one who lured those Fish Kings here?" Seeing the situation, Lu Kun hurriedly rushed forward to explain to everyone. "No, big brother Liang has already eliminated those Fish Kings. He was seeking revenge for brother Zhu and the others. He didn't lure them here." But the villagers were in no mood to listen to such excuses, shouting one after another, "Maybe the two of you are in cahoots." "Exactly, you're birds of a feather." Lu Jia hurriedly turned back to the crowd and said, "Everyone, listen to me. My lord surely has his own difficulties. Please have some understanding." The woman shed desperate tears and cursed. "Understanding? My son is already dead. What am I supposed to understand for the rest of my life?" Suddenly, a terrifying surge of power erupted from Liang Ku, drawing the attention of the entire village. Lu Jia's heart jolted as he stole a glance at Liang Ku. This presence was clearly at the Bone Gate realm. Just as everyone was paralyzed by doubt and fear, Liang Ku spoke. "Everyone, regarding today's events, I will certainly give you an account." His expression became exceptionally solemn as he announced loudly, "I will find out exactly where these water monsters came from." Lu Kun wanted to say something more. "My lord," Liang Ku patted his shoulder gently, "don't worry, go back first. Once I've uncovered the truth, I'll naturally come find you." Simultaneously, he had already quietly attached a Wei to Lu Kun's body. Seeing this, Lu Jia also hurriedly said to the crowd, all right, everyone disperse now." He quickly lowered his head before Liang Ku. "I'll leave it to you, my lord. I have many chores to attend to, so I won't accompany you." Liang Ku nodded. "No matter. I might have business with Master Lu in a little while anyway." Lu Jia turned to leave calmly. "My lord is too kind." Meanwhile, a subordinate beside him whispered quickly into his ear, "The patriarch has already withdrawn according to your instructions. That brat can't possibly find anything." An excited smile appeared on Lu Jia's face. "This river is the perfect place for his grave." The scene shifts to the middle of the river where Liang Ku spoke angrily. "Truly cunning." He vanished in an instant. He let out a helpless sigh, falling into deep thought. "Luckily I had a Fei and the others following them in secret." Liang Ku suddenly closed his eyes, sensing everything around him. Upon detecting an anomaly, he snapped his eyes open. A playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Found you." As the night deepened, the surface of the river was eerily calm. Roundy's family was still patrolling the area. Another pod of finless porpoises appeared rapidly. They swam in perfect unison in one direction, attracting the attention of A Fei and Budong. The three little guys immediately looked at one another and signaled. Meanwhile, Liang Ku was still observing from the shadows, thinking they must be nearby, just waiting for a Fei to pinpoint the exact location. He stared with a grave expression at the fish on the boat. It was now essentially certain that these finless porpoises were being controlled. Retreating so regularly meant someone was commanding them from behind, but by what means? Liang Ku sensed an abnormality, and suddenly noticed something inside the fish's mouth. He hurriedly picked it up and examined it closely. A fish louse. Realizing the situation was even more serious than he had imagined, he fell into deep thought. This thing looked like the fish lice from his previous life, but it seemed slightly different. It was actually being used to parasitize and control aquatic life. It seemed that person was using this method to control the finless porpoises. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Breeding water beasts under the jurisdiction of the River Lake Bureau was already a capital crime, yet he dared to use such evil arts to harm the people, all to reap exorbitant profits. At this thought, Liang Ku angrily crushed the fish louse in his hand. "You're seeking death." The camera shifts to another location where two men were closely observing the finless porpoises. Lao Ju reminded with a worried face, "Damn it, be gentle, each of these is worth half a tael of silver." He continued to scold the youth before him. "If the third master sees this, you're a dead man." The youth shrunk his neck and said anxiously, "Lao Ju, don't shout so loud. Xiao Lua was only fed to the fish by the third master because he messed up a job." He snorted coldly and followed up, "So you have to listen to me here. This time I've earned 10 taels of silver, just enough to treat your mother's illness." This left the youth confused. "Lao Ju, if the whale gang is doing this in secret, aren't they afraid the government will find out?" Lao Ju continued to stuff the fish lice into the porpoises' mouths and retorted, "Where do you think these porpoises came from? Do you think the whale gang alone can pull this off?" He remained sitting there, watching the controlled porpoises swim into the water. "All of this is just the handiwork of those great lords far away." The youth's expression instantly turned gloomy as he murmured, "I just feel like the things we're doing will bring divine retribution." Hearing this, Lao Ju was so angry he threw his shoe directly at the youth's head. The youth clutched his head in a daze. "Lao Ju, what did you hit me for?" Lao Ju scolded incessantly. "Divine retribution? In this world you can't even save your own life, so why care about whether those people live or die? Was it our idea to kill those villagers? We're just raising a few fish lice." Just as the two were arguing, Tianfu suddenly approached and asked coldly, "Making such a racket so early in the morning? Do you want me to throw you down to feed the fish?" Seeing him appear, Lao Ju asked in terror, "Third master, when did you arrive?" Tianfu gave him an icy glance. "What, do I need to report my movements to you?" Lao Ju stammered and quickly explained, "No, I wouldn't dare. It is our honor that the third master could come see us." Tianfu noticed the youth's shifty eyes and asked with displeasure, "You killed this fish louse?" Cold sweat poured down the youth's face. Before he could react, Tianfu had already coldly and tightly gripped his throat. Tianfu's gaze looked as if it could devour a man. "It seems you lot haven't taken my words seriously at all." The youth struggled to voice a plea. Help!" Lao Ju hurriedly dropped to his knees and begged, "Third master, my nephew is still young, please spare him this once." A strange smile appeared on Tianfu's face. "Old Lu, you haven't been doing this for just one day. These are all the gang's property. This makes things very difficult for me." Lao Ju hurriedly patted his chest and shouted, I'll pay for him." Hearing this, Tianfu finally let go. He said casually, "You really are a good uncle. Stop wasting time, let's talk business. Now let's talk about compensation." Lao Ju asked with a face full of confusion. "Talk about what? Wasn't it half a tael of silver?" Tianfu looked ahead coldly, enunciating each word. "Old Lu, half a tael of silver is the price of the fish louse." A sinister smile appeared on Tianfu's face. "I've already spared your nephew's life." Before Lao Ju could react, he had already snatched away the money bag. "This will be enough. I'm not a greedy man." Lao Ju still wanted to say something. "Third master, that's..." The youth collapsed on the ground trembling and cried out in pain. That's the money to treat my mother's illness. You can't take it away?" Tianfu laughed loudly at this, looking back at him. "And what are you going to do about it?" Unable to take it anymore, the youth finally exploded and roared, "Give it back to my uncle." Seeing the situation turning bad, Lao Ju hurriedly tried to stop him. "Don't!" Before his voice could even land, Tianfu delivered a heavy strike to the youth. The youth fell directly into the water, and Lao Ju let out a desperate scream. "No!" Tianfu smugly tucked the money bag into his robe. "The boy brought it on himself. Old Lu, I've done my best." Lao Ju cried, his eyes out in fear. "No, how could the child be so foolish? After taking a human life," Tianfu actually laughed out loud. "He's dead for sure. The things in the water won't let him go." Suddenly, waves of an eerie aura rose from the ground beneath their feet. Following that, a boat slowly surfaced from the bottom of the water. This scene left both of them dumbfounded. Luckily, Liang Ku acted in time to save the youth. Liang Ku stared at the group with an icy gaze. Seeing this, Tianfu was both shocked and suspicious. Who are you?" Lao Ju shouted urgently from the side. "Shao Xin." Liang Ku coldly revealed his identity. "River Lake Bureau, Liang Ku." Hearing this title, Tianfu froze for a moment. "The River Lake Bureau, how did you find this place?" Liang Ku slowly set the youth down and replied, "You are illegally breeding water beasts under the jurisdiction of the River Lake Bureau, and it is related to the Fish King case in Wushui Town. Come with me." Hearing this, a sneer appeared on Tianfu's face. He laughed incessantly like a madman. "I thought you were some major figure, but you're just a wet behind-the-ears child." Having said that, he pointed to himself smugly. "Come with you? Do you know whose business this is? For a mere waterways official, you've got a big mouth." With that, he prepared to strike. "I'm standing right here. Catch me if you can." He was about to say more when Liang Ku's long spear pierced his body like lightning, even skewering him through. Liang Ku charged coldly toward Tianfu. In the next second, the two were locked in a fierce battle. Tianfu finally felt a violent pain and thought desperately, "I can't even see the speed of his strikes." His hand gripped Liang Ku's arm tightly. Liang Ku also sensed that something was wrong. Despite being severely wounded, there was no fear on Tianfu's face. Instead, he revealed a smug smile. "Fighting me in the water is the greatest stupidity of your life." Tianfu slowly opened his mouth, and a fish louse was actually perched on the tip of his tongue. "The mother louse in my body has been modified. Once in the water, all the finless porpoises obey my command. As the signal was sent, the surrounding waters seemed to react. Liang Ku stood still, waiting to see what tricks he was trying to play. However, after a long while there was still no reaction on the water's surface. The face of the so-called talent gradually took on a look of dull shock. How can this be? Where are my dolphins? His voice trembled with terror. How could this happen? After a moment of silence, a cold smirk rapidly surfaced on Liang Ku's face. Are you looking for those dolphins of yours? He immediately manifested the water prison technique, pinning the dolphins in place. Witnessing the scene before him, the man finally realized he had struck a wall. Is he a man or a god? Liang Ku, still clutching his weapon, stared at him coldly. Next, I'm going to give you a thorough beating before we talk. I'll ask and you'll answer. The scene shifts elsewhere, where Lu Kun spoke with a trembling voice and a look of despair. Mother, your son has been unfilial and done something foolish. I am sorry to Brother Zhu and the villagers. Mother Lu offered gentle comfort from the side. Kuner, it's my fault. Her face was etched with sorrow. If it weren't for my illness, you wouldn't have had to run about everywhere just to make a living. Lu Kun still gripped his mother's hand tightly, saying weakly, I've already asked the Lord from the River Lake Bureau to eliminate the Fish King once the truth is revealed. I will apologize to the villagers. A glimmer of hope appeared on his face. When the time comes, I'll work hard to earn money to treat your illness and give everyone an account. Hearing this, Mother Lu nodded with a gratified smile. Kuner, I believe in your character. There must be some misunderstanding. Suddenly, a burst of noisy and terrifying shouts came from outside the door. This is that beast's house, don't let him get away. Everyone block all the exits. Lu Kun hurriedly rushed outside and questioned loudly, What do you think you're doing? The enraged villagers had already gathered before the door, staring at him fixedly. Lu Jia let out a long sigh, feigning helplessness as he said, How did it come to this? I couldn't stop the villagers' will. Seeing this, Lu Kun couldn't help but feel a surge of panic. Brother Lu Jia, you all are? An exceptionally eerie smile suddenly bloomed on Lu Jia's face. Lu Kun, you'd better give those dead villagers an account. The villagers behind him immediately erupted into bursts of angry curses. Liar, this beast deserves to be hacked into 1,000 pieces. They pushed all the blame onto Lu Kun. It's because of his nonsense that my son was killed by the Fish King. We were living perfectly fine following leader Lu. It was his bewitchment that cost me an arm. The surrounding crowd continued to point their fingers in accusation. That's right, how are we supposed to live from now on? The death of the Zhu family's son seemed to carry its own strangeness, which left Lu Jia very satisfied. He sneered, Lu Kun, explain yourself clearly. No one wants to wrong a good person. His face became distorted and bizarre, but we will never let a single villain go free. Seeing that the crowd still did not believe him, Lu Kun felt incredibly wronged. No, I didn't. I truly saw the waterways official take action with my own eyes. Hearing this, the villagers became even more enraged. This kid is definitely in cahoots with outsiders trying to harm us for his own profit. Who knows if that person from the River Lake Bureau is even real or fake? The situation grew increasingly worse as Lu Kun explained desperately. No, it's not like that. I didn't want to harm everyone. Those Fish Kings were truly eliminated. There's probably more than just that one group. Lu Jia, standing aside, pointed at him and said, So you're not even sure? You just want us to believe your guess? These words added fuel to the fire, further inciting the villagers present. He truly deserves to die. As expected, it was a conspiracy. Fortunately, leader Lu intervened in time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unthinkable. Before Lu Kun could react, a tomato splashed against his face. A little girl trembled all over, crying and shouting incessantly, Give me back my daddy, you bad man. Seeing this, the villagers began to discuss amongst themselves. Everyone. The urgent matter is that the Fish King is currently very angry, and everyone has seen the consequences. We must immediately hold a Fish King offering to appease its wrath. Seeing that he was at a dead end, Lu Kun hurriedly dropped to his knees. I am willing to go into the river to catch fish to appease the Fish King's wrath. Hearing this, Lu Jia's expression instantly turned dark. Catch fish? You surely didn't think the offering this time would still be a fish, did you? He and the villagers suddenly revealed a cruel smile together. Lu Kun realized that the offering this time was actually himself. He was struck with extreme terror. Mother Lu hurriedly rushed out from the house, pleading, Don't touch my son. If there must be a sacrifice, then sacrifice this useless old woman. Lu Kun hurriedly turned back, repeatedly warning her, Mother, why did you come out? Go back inside. This has nothing to do with you. Seeing this scene, the villagers immediately grew restless. Sensing the turn of events, Lu Jia quickly turned his head and gave a meaningful glance to his subordinate. The subordinate behind him understood perfectly and roared with rage. By what right is it that everyone else has lost a life, yet you, Lu Kun, are fine? The Fish King must have chosen Lu Kun. If we don't sacrifice him, none of us will ever know peace again. Others followed suit, nodding in agreement. Exactly. Who here doesn't have parents? If we let him go, what about our dead kin? This time, everyone roared in unison. Seize him, that's right, seize him to appease the Fish King's anger. This left Lu Kun terrified. He hurriedly shouted, Mother, are you all right? Mother Lu watched her son being bullied by the villagers and felt utterly despairing, yet was powerless to help. Kuner, don't be afraid. Those people coldly and violently pushed her to the ground. Seeing that the time was right, Away finally made his appearance. The long-snouted water beast that suddenly surfaced left the villagers trembling with fear. A monster, and you still claim you didn't collude with outsiders when you're hiding a monster? Lu Jia stared at the creature, his brow slightly furrowed as he wondered. It's a spirit, but its aura isn't quite right. Lu Kun continued to wail as he desperately hugged Mother Lu's body. Mother, mother, please wake up, another man roared with rage. Still acting, quickly seize him. At this critical moment Liang Ku suddenly appeared and barked sternly. Who dares touch him? Upon seeing this, the crowd retreated in a panic, looking at one another. It's that lord from the River Lake Bureau. How did he get here? Didn't he go into the river to find the Fish King? Another man hurriedly said. The River Lake Bureau can only manage matters in the water. We are on the shore. Liang Ku suppressed his anger and stared coldly at the group. Lu Kun is an important witness I brought to investigate the Wushwei town case. In other words, he was a witness under the protection of the River Lake Bureau. He walked toward the man with an icy gaze. Are you qualified to question me? The man instantly shrank back in silence, terrified. In this awkward situation, Lu Jia finally stepped forward with a fawning smile to explain, It is wonderful that your lordship arrived in time to defend Lu Kun. I am willing to believe your lordship. Having said that, he didn't forget to flash a provocative smile. Your lordship surely won't let us down, will you? Remembering something, Lu Jia said to Liang Ku with a serious expression. The Fish King offering will be held tomorrow. This lowly one has prepared wine and food on the boat to await your lordship's arrival. Liang Ku wasted no words, directly spitting out a single word, Begone. Hearing this, Lu Jia felt no shame but instead revealed a provocative smile. Please rest well, your lordship. See you tomorrow. In the rear, Lu Kun wailed helplessly. I didn't harm anyone, I just wanted to earn some money to treat my mother's illness. Mother? Liang Ku let out a long sigh and gently patted his shoulder in comfort. I'm sorry I came too late. I have already investigated this matter thoroughly. But if we don't uncover the whole truth, acting prematurely will only cover up the facts. I cannot kill everyone in the town. His eyes held an indescribable sense of helplessness. But I promise I will certainly clear your name. Time turned to late at night with the bright moon hanging high. Liang Ku stood still, pondering silently. According to the information provided by Zheng Tianfu, Lu Jia was a galloping horse realm martial artist, and Lu Yi was a bloodgate martial artist. He looked at the two medicine bottles in his hand, his expression somewhat solemn. His current strength was still not enough. It was time to break through the bloodgate. The scene shifts to Liang Ku's underwater lair. He sat there, focused on cultivating alongside his spirit pets. His expression was exceptionally serious, completely ignoring the commotion around him. Seeing that the time was right, Liang Ku slowly picked up a pill. Now was the time. After taking the pill, he felt a violent change within his body. The danger of breaking the bloodgate lay in the 3 bursts and 3 coagulations. He closed his eyes tightly, immersed in his own thoughts. Every instance of blood changing meant dancing on the edge of death. Brilliant red light continuously erupted around him as all the old blood was expelled from his body. Relying on the foundation of the first 3 gates to hold his breath, what followed was a contest of willpower. After some time, Liang Ku's body was left as red as blood. His life pattern also manifested in midair as if assisting him in secret. Soon, the layer of blood scabs began to shatter. Liang Ku's power erupted completely at this moment. He felt the surging powerful energy within his body. The crest on his back also became increasingly clear, leaving him very satisfied. The blood gate is broken. From now on I am a 4-gate martial master. He gently stroked Budong's head and said, It's all right. The breakthrough is over and everything is ready. Liang Ku's gaze was icy as he thought to himself, Lu Jia, it's time to settle the score with you. By the next day, inside a spacious ship cabin, Lu Yi asked with a sense of confusion and unease, Big brother, will that kid sent by the River Lake Bureau really come? Lu Jia had a confident expression, announcing smugly, Don't worry, that kid definitely won't run away. Since he's boarded the ship, he must listen to me. Hearing this, Lu Yi nodded in agreement. True, all officials are the same. They won't easily let go unless they've reaped some benefits. Remembering something, Lu Jia asked again, Is there no word back from Old Third yet? Lu Yi shook his head in anger and replied, Not yet. That guy surely hasn't run off with the money, has he? Hearing this, Lu Jia remained very calm. He picked up his teacup and said, Old Third isn't stupid. Though he has a brutal temperament, he knows what's important when it comes to major affairs. Just then, a subordinate entered to report, Chief, that kid from the River Lake Bureau has arrived. The two turned their heads in surprise at the news. A look of great interest appeared on Lu Jia's face. Come, let's give this lord a proper welcome. Seeing Liang Ku appear before him, Lu Jia spoke up, Lord Liang's presence truly makes this place shine. Remembering something, he smiled and issued an invitation. The wind is strong outside, Lord Liang, how about we sit on the 2nd floor and talk? After the 3 entered the room and sat down, Lu Jia continued to ask with a smile, Lord Liang, the wine and dishes here are no worse than those in the grand restaurants of Pingyang County, are they? Liang Ku let out a cold smirk, picking up his teacup to take a sip. Lu Jia continued, Lord Liang, I remember I never revealed my name to you, did I? Liang Ku's tone carried a hint of sarcasm. It seems Chief Lu has investigated me quite thoroughly. Facing this praise, Lu Jia hurriedly performed a salute. Lord Liang truly is a hero among the youth. Since that battle at the martial arts hall, the name of the natural martial bone has already spread for 100 miles. The youngest waterways official to enter the mountains and eliminate ghosts. Your military merits are illustrious. These flattering words only made Liang Ku feel more disdainful, and he was not won over. It cannot compare to Chief Lu's local reputation. Mentioning the government is not as useful as mentioning Chief Lu's name. Hearing this, Lu Jia smiled and raised his cup in a gesture. Brother Liang must be joking. If you have any difficulties in this territory in the future, mentioning my name will certainly be effective. His hypocrisy made Liang Ku feel utterly disgusted. For a chief who is famous across the region to play such games of coercing villagers and intimidating the commoners, don't you find it despicable? Lu Yi could no longer contain himself. He barked with some irritation. Those villagers are just an excuse for your lordship to accumulate wealth, aren't they? Name a price. How much money do you want before you back off? Lu Jia hurriedly turned back to signal him. Second brother, be quiet. Lu Jia continued to express his thoughts with a smile. Lord Liang, where is there any despicable or not despicable in this world? It's nothing more than making a living. A man like me, even if I spent my entire family fortune, I couldn't enter the official gate to eat Imperial grain. I can only do this. At this point he stole a glance at Liang Ku. Furthermore, behind this business there was originally the patronage of several great lords above. My lord, even so, do you still intend to interfere? Liang Ku looked at the teacup in his hand with a cold smirk. The River Lake Bureau only manages matters in the river, that is the rule. Hearing this, Lu Jia laughed and nodded, placing a stack of silver notes on the table. That's the way. My lord truly is a man who understands things. This makes it easy. This silver is enough for your lordship to rise to the galloping horse realm. Liang Ku swept a glance at the pile of money, his eyes filled with contempt. I'm afraid you all don't know that my master is young Dongshang. Trying to brush me off with this little bit of stuff is truly looking down on me too much. This caused Lu Jia to lose some of his composure. He hurriedly added, as long as your lordship withdraws, 2,000 taels will naturally be offered a month from now. Liang Ku still evaluated. Not enough. This made Lu Yi stand up in anger to question him. Is my lord trying to bully us? Lu Jia also came straight to the point and asked, exactly how much does your lordship want? Liang Ku stared at the tea in his cup with an expression of some displeasure. I only feel that some things are not right. This gave the other party a sense of crisis. With a loud crash, the table instantly shattered. Liang Ku had already launched his attack. Lu Jia fell backward with a shriek, staring at him fixedly. Before he could react, a mocking smile bloomed on Liang Ku's face as he coldly announced, I only want your heads. Meanwhile, on the other side, a servant hurried forward to remind him, young master, please slow down. Though we want to give the master a surprise, is it really appropriate to sneak out of the academy like this? This youth was none other than Lu Jia's son, Lu Wenyang. He smiled slightly and looked back to explain, studies can be completed any time, but father's celebration only happens once a year. His face was full of anticipation as he stared at the large ship about to dock, his heart filled with joy. That's father's ship. Just then, a world-shaking explosion rang out. A sudden change seemed to occur on the large ship, leaving everyone stunned. What was happening? Seeing that Liang Ku dared to strike first, Lu Jia evaluated with a grave expression. Truly a heaven-sent talent. To think that after not seeing him for just one night he actually broke through to become a four-gate martial master. He drew his sword in a fit of rage and lunged forward with a frontal assault, roaring, but it's still far from enough. I am a peak-stage galloping horse realm martial master. However, as his sword slashed down, Liang Ku had already nimbly dodged to the side. With eyes full of endless contempt, he reached out and firmly clamped down on the sword's edge. A four-gate martial artist possessed strength enough to crush iron like clay and leap across mountain streams. That arrogant gaze was soul-stirring, as if he were invincible under heaven. Seeing his long sword instantly shatter, Lu Jia's face became extremely unsightly. What? Liang Ku followed up with a heavy kick, slamming it firmly into the other's chest and sending him flying. Amidst the swirling dust, Liang Ku spoke slowly. I know full well that my current strength might not be enough to kill you for certain, but the image of Lu Kun's despair refuses to fade from my mind. Lu Jia stood up in a bedraggled state, glaring at him with humiliated rage. Then what exactly do you want? Liang Ku did not hesitate for a second, directly summoning the long spear into his hand, intending to return an eye for an eye. At this moment his eyes were filled with uncontrollable fury. Only blood could pay for blood. This series of events left both Lu Yi and Lu Jia in a state of shock. Lu Yi hurried to ask what that weapon actually was. Meanwhile, outside the ship, a follower pointed ahead in terror and shouted, huge waves are rising on the river. This was Liang Ku's killing move. He unleashed his water control arts and countless towering waves took shape in the air, causing the two men to retreat repeatedly in fear. What have you done? Who on earth are you? A mocking, satisfied smile appeared on Liang Ku's face as he announced, come with me to the riverbed for a real fight. In an instant, the entire ship began to sink into the water, drawing the attention of everyone nearby. The commoners cried out in shock, the Fish King is enraged. No, it must be the river god manifesting. Lu Wenyang's face instantly turned pale. Father, simultaneously, the fallen Lu Yi and Lu Jia were struggling in the water, discovering to their horror that within these river waters the internal force they took such pride in was being significantly dampened. Lu Jia was furious, clutching the broken sword in his hand, thinking that even if he couldn't unleash his full power, his opponent must be in the same predicament. I am at the peak of the galloping horse realm. Holding my breath underwater for a moment is no problem at all. Thinking this, he lunged forward with his sword, certain that by fighting steadily the advantage would remain his. He stabbed toward Liang Ku with reckless abandon, while Liang Ku stood in the water, his figure ethereal and elusive. At the moment the sword's edge fell, Liang Ku's figure actually vanished into thin air, and a voice rang out by his ear. A mere peak galloping horse realm, how could you hope to strike the clear wind of the riverbed? Seeing this, Lu Jia's expression grew increasingly grim as he thought in shock. What a miss! When he focused his gaze again, the budong that was supposed to be stationary had quietly appeared before his eyes, causing him to let out a shrill cry of terror. A spirit, a massive tail swept toward him, slamming heavily into his body. Seeing Lu Jia being sent flying, Lu Yi shouted anxiously, "Big brother?" At that moment, Fei also quickly made his appearance. Lu Yi ground his teeth and spat with hatred. "To think you can command water beasts, you monster!" With that, he lunged toward Liang Ku with his sword, but before he could even touch a single hair on Liang Ku's head, he was firmly blocked by that familiar long spear. This single blow left Lu Yi's hand numbed and forced him to retreat repeatedly. His expression was grave, cold sweat pouring down. He realized the boy was completely unaffected by water resistance. On the other side, Lu Jia, who was struggling against Budong, sensed the situation was turning dire and became increasingly terrified. Taking advantage of Lu Yi's distraction, Liang Ku's spear lunged out like a venomous snake from its burrow, instantly piercing through his body and causing him to roar in pained fury. Damn it! Seeing this, Lu Jia tried desperately to move forward to intervene, shouting, "Second brother?" Seeing his frequent interference, Liang Ku frowned and barked coldly. Water prison. Lu Jia instantly felt his body trapped and unable to move, leaving him in utter shock. What? Most martial arts in the world use one's own power to influence the external world, but he, Liang Ku, turned back to continue his assault on Lu Yi, intending to end the fight quickly. The long spear pierced through Lu Yi's body with the force of an overwhelming wave, letting him experience the meaning of heart-piercing pain. Having dealt with Lu Yi, Liang Ku finally turned his head to look at Lu Jia, coldly delivering his verdict. "Next, it's your turn." Liang Ku stared at his remaining opponent with a murderous expression, realizing the situation was lost. Lu Jia let out an enraged roar. "Arrogance?" He lunged toward Liang Ku with his sword in a reckless, desperate struggle. The commoners on the shore watched the violent whirlpool on the river's surface with awe. What was happening beneath the water? Someone was fighting. The expressions of the crowd grew increasingly solemn. Who exactly could be a match for Chief Lu? They had heard Chief Lu was a galloping horse realm martial master. Could it be the officials who had followed the waterways official earlier? Hearing this, Lu Wenying's face was full of disbelief. Elsewhere, the officials of the River Lake Bureau received the news, and Commander Yu Long was filled with shock and suspicion, asking repeatedly, "Liang Ku has been gone for 7 days and hasn't returned. He is Uncle Yang's direct disciple. Why am I only being told this now?" Facing the interrogation, Li Shufu explained with cold sweat pouring down that he had originally thought it was just a simple low-level mission. Huang Pingshuang also stepped forward with a grave expression to report. "The mission was in Wushui town in the neighboring county. We thought the difficulty was extremely low. I don't know why it has been delayed until now." Hearing this, Yulong's expression became increasingly dark. According to the rules of the River Lake Bureau, for a low-level mission, if someone does not return after 3 days, the alert level must be raised. If they are gone for over 7 days, they are judged as missing. Huang Pingshuang asked with some confusion, "What were you all thinking? Why did you give this kind of mission to Liang Ku?" Li Shufu defended himself somewhat helplessly. "I saw that Brother Liang's strength was extraordinary, and that ordinary galloping horse realm martial masters were no match for him. I thought it was just a small matter he could handle in a few days." These words made Yu Long scratch his head in frustration. "If Big Brother Shu finds out, he'll have my skin." Just then, a voice interrupted the group. "I know the situation." Huang Pingshuang turned back in surprise. "Commander Shu, Big Brother Shu." Yu Long walked forward with a heavy expression and asked in a deep voice, "Tell me the details." At that moment on the river surface, bubbles were constantly roiling. Following a massive explosion of spray, the commoners were terrified. Seeing Lu Jia fall onto the shore covered in blood, the crowd cried out in shock. "It's Chief Lu, he was actually defeated?" Liang Ku stared at him coldly. "Do you have any last words?" By now, Lu Jia was battered and exhausted, in a pathetic state. He thought to himself viciously, "Damn it, I'll make you pay the price." Immediately after, he actually switched into acting mode in front of everyone, wailing piteously, "Murder, murder!" Lu Jia did not forget to point at Liang Ku and cry out to the surrounding commoners, "An Imperial official is committing murder in broad daylight. This person is the spy who controls the Fish King, and he even dares to threaten the lives of the villagers." These words incited public outrage, and many villagers stood in front of Lu Jia to protect him. "What? I knew you were no good with us here. Don't you think you can harm Chief Lu?" A smug, cold smile instantly flashed across Lu Jia's face. "An outsider wants to move against me? Dream on." Facing such a scene, Liang Ku wasn't surprised in the slightest, thinking to himself that he had indeed expected this move. He looked back coldly and said, "Come out." The Li family youth Lu Kun, who had been hiding nearby, kept urging Lao Ju, "Uncle Ju, that lord saved my life, I must tell the truth, besides I can't stand living like this anymore." Lao Ju sighed and nodded helplessly. "Fine." Seeing Lu Kun appear, the villagers were full of confusion. "Aren't these the two from the Li family? Weren't they said to be missing?" Lu Kun puffed out his chest and announced loudly to everyone, "Fellow villagers, we are the ones who raised the fish king for him. The mastermind behind it all is." Lu Kun stared at Lu Jia without a trace of fear, enunciating every word. "The manager of the fish cages, Lu Jia." Lu Jia's face changed drastically as he hurriedly counter-accused slander. Before he could explain, Lu Kun continued his loud accusation. He colluded with gangs to secretly raise finless porpoises, using fish lice to control them and attack ships on the river to terrorize everyone. That way, everyone would have no choice but to rent his ships to go to sea, or else they would be attacked by the fish king. Uncle Ju and I were momentarily blinded by greed and helped him look after those porpoises. Becoming increasingly impassioned, Lu Kun pointed out that these people use such methods to commit murder and robbery, committing every evil imaginable. "If you don't believe me, you can follow me to the island. Zheng Tianfu's corpse is still there." Hearing this, a villager's face instantly turned pale. "Is it true? So my son's death was actually man-made." With the truth revealed, the crowd's patience had reached its limit. Seeing this, Lu Jia grew desperate and grabbed Lu Kun's young niece to use as a hostage. "You traitor, dare to take another step and I'll kill her." Just then, Lu Wenyang hurried forward and shouted in shock, "Father?" His eyes were filled with nothing but disappointment. He asked with a trembling voice, "Is all of this true?" Seeing his own son suddenly appear, Lu Jia was somewhat speechless. "Younger you, shouldn't you be at the academy?" This heavy blow caused Lu Wenyang to instantly collapse. He pushed through the crowd and turned to flee, his subordinates following in a panic. "Young master, wait for me." This series of blows caused a heaven-towering hatred to ignite in Lu Jia's heart. "It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, none of this would have happened." He lunged toward Liang Ku with a heart full of rage. Liang Ku's long spear showed no mercy as it pierced through his body. Even though he was mortally wounded, Lu Jia still screamed manically, "Kill me then, there is no distinction between young and old on the road to the Yellow Springs. I'll wait for you down below." Liang Ku looked down at him with cold, indifferent eyes. "The Yellow Springs are also water. If that day truly comes," he announced with a face like frost, "then you'll just have to die one more time." Simultaneously, a subordinate rushed into the government office and shouted, "My lord, it's bad, Lord Zhuang." Inside the study, Zhuang Changwen jumped in fright. "What is it?" The subordinate outside looked at him with a solemn expression. "They're dead, all of them." He hadn't reacted yet. "What do you mean, all of them?" The subordinate hurriedly reported with a trembling voice. "Lu Jia and Lu Yi of the Twin Whale Gang are both dead by the riverside." This news nearly caused him to fall off his chair as he hurriedly stood up. "All dead? Who did it? Who has such great ability?" Lu Jia was a galloping horse realm martial master. The subordinate tremulously described Liang Ku. "I saw from a distance that the person was wearing the uniform of the River Lake Bureau. He's a rank 8 waterways official." Hearing this, more sweat poured from his forehead. Someone from the River Lake Bureau actually came. Meanwhile, Liang Ku had already dealt with all the small fries blocking his path. Just as he was deep in thought, a voice rang out. "Truly, a hero emerges from the youth." Zhuang Changwen wiped away his sweat and walked forward with a face full of smiles. This official heard that a young hero from the River Lake Bureau eliminated the tyrannical Twin Whale Gang here, and came specifically to witness your brilliance. Looking at the corpses scattered everywhere, he didn't forget to spit in disgust. "I've long found that Lu Jia unpleasant." Before Liang Ku could speak, Zhuang Changwen continued fawningly, "Young hero, young warrior, you have removed a great evil for our Fenfu County." As he spoke, he didn't forget to wipe his sweat with a handkerchief. "Pity that I've been the magistrate for over 10 years, yet have always been sidelined, achieving not a single merit to this day. I truly have failed the people. I have failed the title of parent official." Hearing these noisy words, Liang Ku came straight to the point. "I am a blunt person and don't understand these roundabout words. Lord Zhuang needn't put on a show before me and waste our time." He walked directly past Zhuang Changwen and said coldly, "The River Lake Bureau patrols the waters. When I encounter water monsters causing trouble, I kill them. When I encounter fish gangs committing evil, I eliminate them." His tone grew colder as he spoke. "But I will not overstep my bounds. That is called exceeding one's authority, which is a violation of the law." Liang Ku let out a tired sigh and spoke frankly, "I am no great savior of the world. I am not that noble and I cannot do selfless things." He currently only wanted to live his life step by step and didn't want to cause trouble. But the memory of the injustices along the way filled him with resentment. Zhuang Changwen's expression became increasingly anxious as he hurriedly asked, But what?" Liang Ku's gaze looked as if it could devour him whole. "The River Lake Bureau cannot manage you, a magistrate, but I will have someone organize all the accounts of the Twin Whale Gang, and report them truthfully to the 3 judicial offices." These words made Zhuang Changwen grit his teeth in rage. A lowly waterways official dares to. Just as Liang Ku was about to leave, several guards blocked his path. "The county magistrate has not yet permitted you to leave." He didn't even bother to look at them, coldly spitting out a single word. "Get lost." His eyes were filled with a tangible killing intent. leaving the two guards frozen in place. What's with this guy? That pressure was actually more terrifying than that of a galloping horse realm martial master. The lead thug behind them issued a cold order to his subordinates. What are you waiting for? If you let him escape, do you think any of you will survive? Liang Ku stared coldly at the men blocking his path. All galloping horse realm martial masters. Suddenly, a voice rang out. How dare you openly assault an official of Great Shun? Those men turned in a panic. Who's there? Before the words had even faded, a weapon came whistling through the air. Shu Yulong walked forward with a look of indignation, questioning. Do you think there is no one left in the River Lake Bureau? Liang Ku could not hide his surprise at his appearance. Big brother Shu. The man on the ground asked in terror, who are you? Shu Yulong showed his token without hesitation. The title of Deputy Commander of the River Lake Bureau. Shu Yulong caused the faces of everyone present to turn pale instantly. No one dared to look him in the eye. Seeing the situation, the 8 men scrambled to flee for their lives. Run! But in an instant Yulong's figure flashed and he blocked their path. His eyes full of rage, he questioned, thinking of running? Then he gestured with his fingers toward the crowd. An invisible surge of internal qi instantly swept over the group and they collapsed to the ground, unable to react. Standing aside, Zhuang Changwen was so terrified that he slumped directly to the ground. This, Liang Ku asked in confusion. Big brother Shu, why are you here? Yulong turned to look at him and scolded. You actually forgot the time while on a mission. 7 days have passed, and seeing that you hadn't returned, I feared something had happened and rushed over. Liang Ku scratched his head in embarrassment and explained, rowing from Pingyang to here takes at least 3 days. Did Big brother Shu actually manage to arrive in just a single morning? Looking at the results of the battle before them, Yulong smiled and praised. You're quite something, kid. Holding your own against a galloping horse martial master while only in the martial master realm and even winning. You truly are worthy of being Uncle Yang's youngest disciple. Liang Ku scratched his head bashfully. Not at all, it was just good luck. Hearing this, Yulong laughed. This matter has caused quite a stir. You did well. Remembering something, he turned to look at Zhuang Changwen behind him. That man was currently covered in cold sweat with a terrified expression. This merit was worth at least 2 major merits. After the storm subsided, the captured people continued to plead, My lord, we've been wronged. The soldiers impatiently escorted them away. Stop talking nonsense and move. Liang Ku watched in silence as an old doctor walked out from the house. The old doctor shook his head helplessly, announcing that he had failed to save Mother Lu, his heart full of guilt. By the time we arrived, her heart had failed due to excessive grief. She was beyond help. Liang Ku walked into the room and saw Lu Kun holding his mother's corpse in a death grip. This left him in deep thought, not knowing how to offer words of comfort. He couldn't help but recall how Lu Kun had recently confessed to him. Lord Liang, these past few days have been the most comfortable of my life. At that time, Lu Kun was still excitedly sharing his plans for the future. My mother said everyone's livelihood was cut off by the Fish King before, but now that the Fish King is gone, everyone's life will surely get better and better. Brother Zhu saved my life. In the future, I will serve his mother as my own, then go fishing to save money and find a wife. I'll have a chubby son. At that point, Lu Kun had even jumped up in excitement. When the time comes, I must tell him the story of how you, my lord, slew the Fish King. Liang Ku let out a tired sigh and reached out to close Lu Kun's eyes. This parting is not a permanent farewell. Perhaps in a few years we will meet again in another world. Discouraged, he walked quickly out of the courtyard. The sky was covered in dense clouds. Just as Liang Ku was reflecting on the past, a sudden downpour caught him off guard, leaving him frozen in place. It was raining. The entire land was immersed in a melancholy curtain of rain. A few days later, Liang Ku pushed open the door and asked with a smile, Was Big Brother Shu looking for me? Yulong turned back to him and announced, You're here. I found an interesting little toy for you. Liang Ku curiously followed up, asking what it was. Yulong picked up an object and said, I heard from your master that you've been interested in archery lately. This iron core great bow is perfect for you. Looking at the bow being handed over, Liang Ku was stunned. This was Lu Jia's weapon. After observing the bow closely, Liang Ku was shocked by its exquisite craftsmanship. Because I have always enjoyed the favor of the Marsh Cauldron, my recent cultivation and martial arts progress have been rapid, especially with long-range polearms. Logically then, bow and arrow weapons should also be no problem. A thought surfaced in his mind. A crescent crossbow at the waist, a 3-pointed double-edged spear in hand. Here, crossbow refers to the bows and crossbows of ancient times, the only difference being whether they fire arrows or pellets. Liang Ku focused his gaze on the longbow in his hand, as the saying goes. A good bow hits 100 targets, and a good bow body is of paramount importance. He must not waste time. He quickly attempted the stance for drawing the bow. A handy bow must at least be able to be drawn and held steady for 3 breaths to be considered barely qualified. Seeing his enamored look, Yulong teased with a laugh, Not bad, kid. This iron core bow is extremely heavy, yet you can actually draw it and hold it steady for 1 breath. Liang Ku thought to himself while panting, An ordinary soldier's training bow weighs about 17.5 caddies, but this bow has at least the strength of 100 dan or 750 caddies. As expected, defeating Lu Jia was entirely due to the underwater advantage. In terms of raw strength, I'm still far behind him. Thinking of this, he returned an awkward smile. Big brother Shu must be joking. I only held it for 1 breath. I'm still far from it. Suddenly, he looked surprised. Is this bow really being given to me? Yulong responded with a loud laugh. Did we record in the case files that Lu Jie used this weapon? Liang Ku was stunned for a moment and looked back to answer. No, a brilliant smile appeared on Yulong's face. So this is obviously a weapon you brought yourself to deal with Lu Jie. You just hadn't used it until then. Liang Ku scrutinized the bow in his hand, wondering if this would become a handle for people to criticize. Yulong saw his concern and after a moment of thought said, "Since ancient times, confiscated family property has always been a choice cut of meat." He smiled and passed on his experience to Liang Ku. "Let me teach you another trick. Don't try to be a perfect man. It's best to leave yourself some trivial little flaws. This is not only for self-preservation but also better for others." Just as Liang Ku was reflecting, Yulong gently patted his shoulder. "Take the responsibilities you should, but don't demand absolute justice and strictness from yourself. You are not a god, you are a man." These words caused Liang Ku's mind to suddenly open up. Yulong excitedly pointed out the window and suggested, "I've looked into it and heard that the little brother's favorite thing while he was alive was the roasted cakes from the shop on the corner. Come, let's go try them too." Liang Ku nodded in agreement with a smile. "All right." The scene shifts to the riverbed, where A Fei and Budong were staring in amazement at the sight before them. A giant red tridacna had suddenly appeared in their field of vision. They looked at each other. Just then a voice came from within the shell. "You shameless fat fish, what are you trying to do to me?" Immediately after, an old man leaning on a cane crawled slowly out of the shell, questioning angrily, "Stupid fish, why do you disturb my clear dreams for no reason?" Meanwhile, Liang Ku on his way home sighed tiredly. "Finally home, I can finally get a peaceful night's sleep." Suddenly his face darkened. "A Fei kept sending me messages the past few days saying he found treasure, but I don't know what he meant." Pushing open the door, the house was empty, leaving Liang Ku stunned. He hurriedly looked around. "Is the great master not here?" "He's out. Uncle Lu and Auntie Fang probably don't know I'm back and haven't come for work yet." Liang Ku walked toward the backyard. The well in the backyard connected to the great river. When building the house, he had specially widened the well to create a small lake for A Fei and Budong to rest. Looking at the two little guys, he couldn't help but laugh. "These two little fellows are sleeping in again." Seeing them staring at him, Liang Ku nodded to signal, all right, it's fine." Suddenly his face changed slightly and he cried out, "What is this?" He pointed at a giant bivalve in the lake and asked, "How did such a huge river clam get here?" A voice came from inside. "Impertinent child, this old man is not a river clam but a tridacna." Liang Ku was dumbstruck. "This thing can actually talk?" The old man inside continued to question him. You can understand this, old man. Who on earth are you? Why did you have this fat fish kidnap me?" Liang Ku looked awkwardly at the two kidnappers. He scratched his head in embarrassment and explained, "I'm truly sorry. A Fei is too playful and has offended you, sir. Tomorrow I will surely find a suitable place for you." Hearing this, the old man finally nodded slightly. "You boy at least understand a bit of etiquette." However, Liang Ku was filled with immense curiosity. "I didn't expect such a legendary tridacna spirit to actually exist. Logically, this kind of creature shouldn't have vocal organs, right?" The following sight left Liang Ku in disbelief. A small short old man struggled to crawl out of the shell. Seeing Liang Ku's tall frame, the old man asked in surprise, "Boy, how did you grow so big?" Looking at the old man's mini stature, Liang Ku had a look of utter amazement. It really was a tridacna that had become a spirit. The old man then cursed, "I take back my previous words, you are still an impertinent rogue." Liang Ku looked at him and sighed. It seems it wasn't the tridacna talking, but this old man. But why can I both see and hear him? Liang Ku suddenly realized that it was the marsh cauldron that had given him this special ability. While he was reflecting, the old man continued to shout and scream, "You're in cahoots with this fat fish. Hurry up and release me." Liang Ku asked with a face full of doubt, "Can you not leave on your own, sir?" These words made the old man's eyes bulge with rage. "This old man is transformed from a spiritual object. Have you ever seen a tridacna running all over the ground? Ignorant child." A strange smile appeared at the corner of Liang Ku's mouth. A spiritual object he had once read in a book. All things in the world can develop sentience, but the conditions are extremely harsh and filled with unknowns. However, there is one thing that easily develops sentience: the weapons of a martial saint. Returning to reality, Liang Ku continued to ask, "And how did this tridacna develop sentience?" The short old man sighed, cupped his hands, and sat down. Truly bullying the elderly. Suddenly he remembered something. Liang Ku looked to the side. What happened to Budong? He saw it open its large mouth, revealing something held inside. "What is this?" Liang Ku quickly picked up the object, which looked like a silkworm cocoon, and observed it closely. It looks like a silkworm, but not quite. There are strange patterns on its body. The old man sitting on the ground glanced over and cried out, "That's a mirage bug." Liang Ku looked at him in confusion. "Do you recognize this, sir?" "What is a mirage bug?" The old man snorted coldly and turned his head away. "Why should this old man tell you?" Seeing this, Liang Ku quickly switched to flattery mode. "You are a man of vast experience and must be a great talent with a belly full of learning. Please enlighten me, sir, so this junior can broaden his horizons." Upon hearing this, the old man looked very smug. "Don't think that a few words of praise will make me let you off. I am only giving you a few pointers because I see you are modest and eager to learn." He slowly recounted the origin of this thing. Legend has it that there are 3 immortal islands across the sea named Penglai, Fangjung, and Yingzhou. Rare treasures and exotic beasts on the islands are countless, and their ways of reproduction are even more diverse. On Penglai Island, it is shrouded in white mist year-round. These mists are exhaled by a special creature, the mirage bug. Mirage bugs are born with mysterious patterns and are the color of white jade. If a person inhales the white mist exhaled by a mirage bug, they will fall into an endless dream. Liang Ku listened with growing curiosity. Then what is the use of this mirage bug? How is it used? The old man immediately threw him a look of contempt. This old man has never used one, how would I know? Besides, legends are legends after all, maybe it's completely useless. Liang Ku looked at the object in his hand with some regret. I see, then I'll study it again tomorrow. He turned and walked toward the house. I'm going to rest first. The old man didn't forget to shout from behind. Don't forget to let me go tomorrow. Liang Ku returned to his room and fell asleep instantly. Meanwhile, the mirage bug placed on the table was quietly undergoing a change. A strange exotic fragrance began to spread. When Liang Ku opened his eyes again, he found it was raining all around. He muttered to himself in a daze. Where is this? Wasn't I sleeping at home? A voice rang out from behind. Liang Ku, we meet again. He turned back warily and questioned. Who's there? Lu Jia revealed a sinister smile, walking over with his weapon and announcing, I told you I would wait for you on the road to the Yellow Springs. These words left Liang Ku completely bewildered. Looking at the eerie appearance of Lu Jia before him, this man who was already dead had suddenly appeared. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Does this world truly have a Yellow Springs? Lu Jia's lingering soul repeated those words relentlessly. Liang Ku, I told you before, you're a dead man. Sensing the dire situation, Liang Ku scanned his surroundings, but Awei was nowhere to be found. Moreover, if he remembered correctly, this was the street in Wushui town. Every detail of the scenery was identical. The image before his eyes gradually blurred. By now Lu Jia had lunged forward with his sword. A sinister and smug sneer appeared on his face as he roared, Liang Ku, die, this is the final blow. Facing this dead end, Liang Ku watched him helplessly, his mind racing. At this point he could only stake everything on a single gamble. Liang Ku stomped violently against the ground and let out a thunderous roar. Emperor slays the flood dragon. As soon as the words left his lips, a towering phantom of an emperor finally manifested behind him, filling his heart with wild joy. It truly worked. The emperor slowly drew his sword, and then that godlike figure swung the blade directly at Lu Jia. Witnessing this, Lu Jia was struck with terror and retreated repeatedly, questioning in horror. Liang Ku, who on earth are you? Ultimately, his figure was completely annihilated under this single sword strike. Liang Ku also finally saw through the truth. As expected, this dream was an illusion created by the mirage bug. Although the emperor had been summoned through his imagination, the sheer strength of this power was nearly unbelievable. Suddenly, the emperor's voice rang in his ear, startling Liang Ku into a sudden turnaround. The phantom was staring fixedly at Liang Ku, asking in a deep voice, Who are you? Followed by another question, Why do you have? Before he could finish, Liang Ku snapped awake back to reality, panting heavily. His eyes were wide with shock. Was that emperor actually alive? What did his last sentence mean? Did he perceive the existence of the marsh cauldron? He turned his head to look at the mirage bug on the table and let out a long sigh. It seemed the mist exhaled by this mirage bug had indeed triggered the illusion. It was time to end it. Liang Ku wore a thoughtful expression, secretly calculating. This mirage bug was too strange. He must never rashly summon the emperor's phantom again, but if used for combat practice it would be absolutely perfect. A smug smile appeared at the corners of his mouth as he clenched his fists, feeling the changes within his body. It seemed the fierce battles in the dream could truly provide feedback to his muscles and bones. Just then, the steward's voice came from outside. Young Master Ninth, are you awake? Someone from the government office is at the door saying they've brought something for you. It looks quite valuable. Upon hearing this, Liang Ku replied with a smile. The items I redeemed have arrived. He walked out with great interest and took the wooden box, examining it closely. 2 exotic flowers lay quietly inside. Delighted, he murmured to himself, These are the 2 water element treasures I asked Big Brother Shu to help me select. They cost a full 2 major merits to exchange. Liang Ku wasted no time. Following the instructions, he plucked a petal and held it in his mouth, then focused his mind to begin cultivating. In an instant, system notifications rang out wildly. Aquatic essence 3200. Aquatic essence 5200. He could clearly feel a continuous surge of energy rampaging through his body. It was 2 forces, one cold and one hot, alternating and weaving through his frame, feeling exceptionally refreshing. Seeing Liang Ku's entranced state while practicing, the bald old man was also shocked. The commotion this kid made while practicing was simply too great. He crossed his arms and fell into a memory. It's merely superficial. This old man personally saw a true dragon back in the day. At that moment, Liang Ku's body underwent a startling change, causing the old man's expression to shift abruptly to one of pure terror. He looked up sharply. He saw the marsh cauldron, under the control of Liang Ku's consciousness, slowly hovering in midair. The bald old man could hardly believe his eyes. This is actually, before he could even regain his senses, an invisible force struck his forehead heavily, sending him stumbling back until he fell to the ground. Scared out of his wits, the old man hurriedly rolled over to kneel, kowtowing incessantly and pleading, "This little one understands, even if I die I will certainly keep the immortal secret." Only after a long while did Liang Ku let out a long breath and slowly finish his cultivation. The old man then tremulously raised his head to look forward. It was over. Seeing the old man's posture as if he were about to slip away, Liang Ku asked, "Sir, where are you heading in such a hurry?" The old man hurriedly coughed a few times to cover his embarrassment and made up an excuse on the spot. "Well, I see that you, young man, are modest and polite. This old man has decided to stay here for a few more days to teach you some secrets you've never heard of." The old man didn't forget to boast. "This old man has lived for thousands of years. I know quite a lot of secrets." Liang Ku shot him a sideways glance, scrutinizing him with a sharp gaze. "Thousands of years? Then have you seen a true dragon?" "I heard that true dragons did indeed appear in the Jiangwei marsh back then." Hearing this, the old man nodded repeatedly. "Of course I've seen one." But in his heart, the old man was secretly grumbling. This kid has no idea what the origin of that divine object in his body is. Compared to that thing, what does a true dragon even count for? His expression became unusually solemn as he secretly speculated. This kid's future was simply limitless. The scene shifts to a dark, damp dungeon. Lu Wenyang was letting out bursts of shrill screams. A mysterious person walked up slowly, inducing him in a sinister tone, "If you want revenge, you must pray to the old mother to bestow power upon you. But this power requires you to dedicate your entire heart and soul to the old mother." Enduring the intense pain, Lu Wenyang gritted his teeth and nodded. I understand. For the sake of revenge, I am willing to give everything." Hearing this, the mysterious person revealed a satisfied smile, leaned in and asked, "Tell me your name." Lu Wenyang answered tremblingly, My name is Lu Wenyang." The mysterious person followed up, "Who do you want to kill with this power?" Lu Wenyang's eyes had turned hollow and lifeless as he roared, "I want to kill Liang Ku." Meanwhile, Liang Ku was sitting by the stone table in deep thought. With doubts in his heart, he asked, "So only 3 true dragons have ever appeared since ancient times?" After the dragon king of Jiangwei fell, the one currently occupying the dragon palace is actually a flood dragon? The old man nodded with total certainty. "Exactly, that is the case." Liang Ku asked curiously, "Then how do you know, sir? Aren't you unable to move?" This question made the old man feel a wave of embarrassment, and he stammered with a dry cough. "Ahem, this old man naturally has his own news channels." In his mind he was thinking, "I can't exactly say I heard it from the idle chatter of passing old fish." At that moment, a knock at the door drew Liang Ku's attention. He stood up and opened the door. Jiao An had hurried over to report, "Shui, I've come today to discuss the matters of this year's river sacrifice with you." Liang Ku was stunned for a moment, and asked in surprise, "You're looking for me for the river sacrifice?" Subsequently, Liang Ku respectfully poured a cup of tea for Jiao An. "Village head, for a major event like the river sacrifice, shouldn't you be discussing it with the local gentry and prominent figures?" He was full of curiosity, wondering how he could be of help. The village head stared worriedly at the teacup in his hand and sighed. "Shui, you also know that many outsiders have come to Yixing town lately. Organizing the river sacrifice ceremony is becoming increasingly complicated. So to get those wealthy gentry and prominent households from outside to pay for the ceremony, we need you to step forward and represent us." Shui. Hearing his name, a faint, awkward smirk appeared on Liang Ku's face. "Me? Although I am a waterways official, I don't have the authority to manage such things." Seeing his hesitation, the village head hurriedly set down his teacup. No, that's not what I meant." Jiao An revealed a kind smile. "I want to invite you to preside over the overall situation." The scene shifts to the Imperial Palace Hall during the day. The sovereign smiled slightly and asked, "Why does my dear official have the interest to come and play chess with me today?" He scrutinized his opponent with a hint of doubt. For a newly promoted martial saint to not announce his name to the world but instead hide in the palace to accompany me at chess, it was truly the world's greatest joke. He laughed secretly in his heart. Sitting opposite him was none other than the Marquis of Weaning. He hurriedly responded, "Your Majesty must be joking. If word gets out, I'm afraid some pests will go into hiding." A bone-chilling, killing intent leaked from his eyes. "Won't that just make things difficult for your Majesty in the end?" Hearing this, the sovereign nodded thoughtfully. "I heard your people found traces of the ghost mother called Suong branch." At the mention of this, the Marquis of Weaning's expression suddenly turned serious. "Indeed, that branch has caused no small commotion in Pingyang County lately. I have already sent people to investigate." A cold glint flashed in his eyes. "I just didn't expect this group to be so daring." The Marquis's attitude also sparked the sovereign's curiosity. "What are they plotting?" The Marquis of Weaning calmly placed a piece and whispered 4 words, "The secret of longevity." After a moment of dead silence, the sovereign's expression changed abruptly, and he asked urgently, Have they found it?" Seeing the sovereign lose his composure like this, the Marquis of Weaning then proceeded to detail the lifespans of each realm. A galloping horse realm martial master has a lifespan of only about 100 years. Only by stepping into the true elephant realm to become a grand master can one enjoy 300 years of spring and autumn. Even a heavenly dragon martial saint's lifespan is only around 600 years. Longevity has always been a taboo in martial arts. Those who dare to peer into this secret are essentially seeking their own death. The sovereign nodded in deep agreement and then laughed loudly. Reasonable, but immediately after his gaze turned sharp. "How are the opponent's deployments?" The Marquis stared at the chessboard in thought. There are still 2 true elephant grandmasters overseeing the cult, the rest are not a concern. The sovereign pondered for a moment and followed up. In Pingyang County, the 3 judicial offices and the River Lake Bureau, I remember they have no true elephant grandmasters stationed there, right? Then how should they be wiped out? The Marquis of Weaning proposed with a solemn expression. I shall personally lead the Holy Spirit Auspear into battle this time. The time is set for the second half of the month. I ask your majesty to decide. Hearing this, the sovereign stood up abruptly, clapping and laughing. Since you are sharing my burdens like this, I shall naturally fulfill your request. Since the remnants of the previous dynasty still dare to stir up trouble, his expression instantly became cold and resolute. Then let them all be killed without mercy. The Marquis of Weaning hurriedly accepted the order. I obey your command. With that, he watched the sovereigns retreating back. He was left alone in the great hall. The chess game was not yet finished when an ant suddenly crawled onto the board. This tiny touch actually caused the entire game to crumble instantly, and even the hard stone table shattered into fine powder in a flash. No one knew exactly what had happened inside this serene heart pavilion. Simultaneously, on a magnificent giant warship, the crowd was shouting noisily, "Quick, quick, pull the sails tight, weigh anchor and set off. All personnel assemble in the combat readiness room." Liang Ku asked with a look of confusion. Brother Zhangzi, what major event has happened to cause such a rush? Zhangzi hurriedly explained, this matter is no small trial. This is a joint 3-bureau operation led by the River Lake Bureau with the 3 judicial offices and the Demon Suppression Agency coordinating. Hearing this, Liang Ku fell into thought. 3-bureau coordination? What major event nearby is worth all 3 sides mobilizing? Is it for the Ghost Mother cult? Zhangzi seemed to see through his thoughts and looked back to confirm. Exactly, now that we've found the Ghost Mother cult's nest, we must root them out once and for all this time. He added with a serious expression, although the Ghost Mother cult still has true elephant grandmasters, they face the fatal weakness of their lifespan. Those are all old monsters lingering from the previous dynasty, several hundred years old at least, and the limit of the true elephant realm's lifespan is 500 years. Now, their strength is likely only a tenth of what it was at their peak. Liang Ku listened quietly to Zhangzi's analysis. To deal with them, the court had practically mobilized everything, even bringing out 2 national holy weapons, the Dragon Elephant Prison Suppressing Blade and the Auspear. Seeing these 2 divine objects, Liang Ku was so shocked his mouth hung open. They actually mobilized 2 holy weapons. One must know that each holy weapon is a natal weapon painstakingly tempered by a martial saint over a lifetime in the Dragon Leap realm. They have long since gained sentience. Even from 1,000 miles away they can take an enemy's head. Looking at the formation before him, he still felt some confusion. Then why are there people from the commerce chambers in the expedition? What is the intent of the commerce chambers participating in such an action? Zhangzi looked thoughtful and answered in a deep voice. The intent is that this operation must succeed. Liang Ku scrutinized him in doubt. Why had his expression become so solemn? This operation is essentially a great opportunity for the government to display its divine might, and also to deter those small-minded people with hidden agendas. Before Liang Ku could react, Zhangzi continued, this expedition is fully sponsored by the Tianbo Commerce Chamber. Don't be fooled by their massive expenses. The returns behind this are not to be underestimated. After hearing Zhangzi's explanation, Liang Ku secretly thought, indeed the Tianbo Commerce Chamber is a top-tier firm that officially collaborates directly with the government. This action will not only make their product's fame soar but also secretly enhance the chamber's prestige among the people. Just then, a crisp voice came from nearby, drawing the attention of both men. Brother Liang, this is what is known as bidding. A man walked slowly toward the 2. Liang Ku looked over and felt this person was quite familiar. As expected, it was an acquaintance. He hurriedly cupped his hands in a salute. I am Wei Xiao. Greetings, Brother Liang. Zhangzi looked at him suspiciously. Wei Xiao, instead of staying by Commander Wei's side, what are you doing coming over to me? Liang Ku also felt puzzled. He had long heard that Wei Lin liked to take adopted sons everywhere, and this Wei Xiao was one of them. What did he want with me? Thinking of this, he turned and asked, I wonder what business Master Wei has with me. Wei Xiao smiled awkwardly and said politely, I heard that Master Liang wiped out the twin whale gang of Wushui Town single-handedly, struck straight at the Ghost Mother cult's nest and saved the people from fire and water. I specifically came to make your acquaintance. Liang Ku clearly didn't want to exchange pleasantries with him and interrupted directly. If you have something to say, Master, please speak plainly. There is no need for such politeness. Seeing this, Wei Xiao finally revealed a smug smile. Good, Brother Liang truly is a straightforward man. Having received permission, he cut straight to the chase. Since ancient times, a deputy's power ultimately cannot match that of the primary official. Brother Liang has achieved such unprecedented merit. Yet under the deputy commander, you haven't received the reward you deserve. Why not come join us? As long as you are willing to nod, I will take it upon myself to reward you with a yellow dragon pill. Hearing of this reward, Liang Ku couldn't help but feel a surge in his heart. A yellow dragon pill was a top-tier pill that required 3 major merits to exchange. The other party actually offered to give it for free. His mind raced, and then he responded with a smile. All right, Master Wei, give me the yellow dragon pill now, and I'll leave with you immediately. These words instead choked Wei Xiao into silence, his face instantly turning extremely unsightly. You must be joking, brother Liang, Wei Xiao replied. Not to be outdone, Liang Ku shot back. Weren't you the one who started the joke, Excellency? An awkward fake smile surfaced on Wei Xiao's face. The deputy commander has certainly taken in a fine subordinate. Liang Ku's gaze was sharp as he delivered an unceremonious retort. Still, I can't compare to Lord Wei's father. Oh, my apologies, your adoptive father. Though Wei Xiao was fuming with rage, he maintained a forced composure. He snorted coldly. You merely got lucky and picked up some scraps before, but that kind of luck won't last forever. I fear some people don't know their place and think themselves superior. Hearing this, Zhangzi couldn't help but chime in with sarcasm from the side. Wei Xiao, did you run all the way here just to make a fool of yourself for me? Before the other could react, Zhangzi pressed closer with a mockery. Failing to recruit me and now being rejected by someone else, are you getting so anxious you're ready to jump over a wall? This isn't your foster father's ship. If you're not satisfied, we can trade a few blows. Seeing the situation, Wei Xiao could only let out a heavy snort, thinking to himself that he wasn't stupid. He was no match for Zhangzi in a real fight. Recalling the purpose of his trip, he turned to Liang Ku and reminded him, Liang Ku, that was just a joke. Now I'm giving you a chance to join me. I can guarantee you a smooth career path. His gaze gradually turned sinister. Otherwise, if some accident were to happen during official duties, that wouldn't be very pleasant. These words sent Zhangzi into a towering rage. Wei Xiao, you dare threaten him to his face? Just as Zhangzi was about to strike, Liang Ku nimbly reached out to stop him. Brother Ran, it's a trap. After a moment of silence, Liang Ku stepped forward coldly and refused. I'll tell you plainly as well, it is absolutely impossible. Upon hearing this, a murderous glint flashed in Wei Xiao's eyes. Liang Ku, you will regret this. With that, he flicked his sleeve and departed. Let's go. This left Zhangzi somewhat surprised, and he remarked, strange, how did that fellow dare to try and poach someone right in front of me? Liang Ku also nodded, saying, it was indeed a bit unusual. Neither of them noticed Wei Xiao's eerily somber expression. Liang Ku, I told you that you would regret this. It seems he already has some scheme in motion. Zhangzi suddenly remembered something and turned back to remind him. Right, I heard there's an event at the Tianbo Commerce Chamber tonight. Don't forget to go early and grab a good seat. Liang Ku was still a bit confused. What kind of event? An excited smile appeared on Zhangzi's face. The Cloud Sea Auction. As night deepened and the bright moon hung high, the surroundings were deathly silent. At the spectator stands within the venue, a man's voice rang out, Welcome lords and excellencies to tonight's Cloud Sea Auction. This person was none other than Zhou Pingzhan, the representative of the Tianbo Commerce Chamber. He announced with a smile, I shall be presiding over tonight's auction. Zhou Pingzhan scanned the room and continued, the presence of all you esteemed lords brings great brilliance to this evening. In order not to waste everyone's time, he briskly clapped his hands and wasted no more words. Let us begin tonight's auction. We present the treasure of the Tianbo Commerce Chamber, the jade green red bridge tree. A maid held an exquisite bottle and walked slowly onto the stage. This drew gasps of admiration and hushed discussions from the crowd below. The jade green red bridge tree, what is that? A rare and marvelous tree. Zhangzi glanced at Liang Ku and explained, this is considered an extremely special and wondrous tree. It does not rely on water to live, Liang Ku asked curiously. Not on water? Then what does it rely on to grow? Zhangzi pointed solemnly at the liquid being poured out. Liang Ku was truly enlightened. Saint's blood? Saint's blood is actually this color? He watched as the small seed took root the moment it hit the ground, sprouting instantly. Under the gaze of the crowd, a towering tree rose from the earth. Zhangzi continued his introduction. There is a hidden world within this tree. Its internal space is immense, capable of storing countless rare treasures. Just as Liang Ku was dazed, Zhangzi added with great interest, normally it can enter a state of suspended animation and turn into a seed, but the treasures inside will not be lost. It is the pinnacle of spatial storage. In an instant the great tree vanished again. The only difficulty lies in the fact that it requires saint's blood to wake it. This condition is extremely harsh. Saint's blood is something one can seek but rarely find. Liang Ku stared at the treasure before him in contemplation. Though it's a wondrous tree, the threshold is too high. Requiring saint's blood to wake it makes it truly similar to a holy weapon. While the crowd was observing, Zhou Pingzhan spoke again. Next we begin the auction for tonight's first item, the red cloud azure flower tree from Lanzhou. Legend has it that those who plant this tree will gain overwhelming fortune. Everyone looked toward the green plant. This tree possesses natural miraculous healing effects, and its sap can be used to refine pills. He wasted no more words and shouted loudly, starting price 300 taels, let the bidding begin. The crowd below instantly fell into a frenzy of competition. 340 taels, 500 taels, 520 taels, 1,400 taels. Hearing this figure, Zhou Pingzhan smiled with satisfaction. 1,400 taels sold. He looked toward the man who had spent a fortune with a face full of smiles. Congratulations to number 32, the lord from the Waterways office, for winning this tree. He didn't forget to remind everyone. I wish to remind the lords attending the auction for the first time. He revealed a smug smile. If two buyers are both determined to obtain the same target, the final ownership can be decided through a duel on the martial stage. But this is limited only to the two highest bidders. Voices rose and fell within the venue. The next item was a red gold saint piece. Seeing this, Liang Ku secretly clicked his tongue. These lords from the city truly spend money like water, not even blinking at 1,400 taels. Zhangzi remembered something and turned to look at him. Brother Liang, is there anything you've taken a fancy to? Liang Ku gave an embarrassed smile. Not yet, he was secretly calculating in his heart. Although he had saved up some money, he only had a bit over 1,000 taels. It would likely only be enough to buy one thing. Zhou Pingzhan continued to announce everyone next. Please look at tonight's mid-session highlight treasure. As a massive object was carried onto the stage, the entire venue held its breath. This was a treasure the Commerce Chamber had acquired from the heart of the Jiangwei region when the red silk was unveiled. A massive silhouette was revealed. Zhou Pingzhan shouted, "These are the golden eyes of a pair of adult golden-eyed beasts." Below the stage, Liang Ku suddenly sat up straight. What? He felt an uncontrollable surge of longing from the marsh cauldron within his body. Could it be related to my marsh velvet? While he was deep in thought, Zhou Pingzhan continued the introduction. As everyone knows, the water-avoiding golden-eyed beast can ascend to the heavens and dive into the seas. It is omnipotent. Its eyes are like torches, capable of distinguishing loyalty from treachery and breaking through illusions. These golden eyes have not yet been extracted, and their essence has not dissipated. The starting price is 800 taels, with each bid increase no less than 100 taels. Liang Ku was determined to get these eyes. After practicing eye techniques, Wu Ziji's divine ability had produced a resonance within him. Since he possessed the natural martial bone, these golden eyes would surely awaken some kind of exotic ability. At this thought, he immediately raised his hand and shouted, 900 taels. Unexpectedly, someone suddenly called out a price from behind, 1,200 taels. This figure caused Liang Ku to furrow his brows tightly. Seeing this, Zhou Pingzhan announced loudly, "Good, the lord at number 78 bids 1,200 taels. Liang Ku immediately recognized the other party, Wei Xiao. Left with no choice, he could only increase the bid. 1,300 taels. He was cursing in his heart, however. Damn it, I'm almost out of money. All of this was seen by Yang Dongshang. He murmured to himself in slight confusion, "Is that little ninth? Is this child practicing eye techniques?" This also slightly surprised Yu Dun beside him. Master, Yang Dongshang immediately sent a voice transmission to Liang Ku. "Little ninth, go ahead and bid. Your master is here." Liang Ku was overjoyed. Its master. At this moment, Wei Lin also looked toward Wei Xiao. Wei Xiao continued to increase the bid. He noticed this was his foster father's intent. Wei Lin was staring at him with a look of anger. With a backer now, Wei Xiao shouted triumphantly, 1,700 taels. He thought darkly to himself. Liang Ku, don't even think about taking these eyes today. This scene caused the surrounding people to buzz with discussion. These two must have a grudge. That young man probably can't outbid Wei Xiao, someone nearby chimed in. Isn't there another way? The two exchanged a look. Are you saying, exactly, go up to the martial stage? The person chuckled. Wei Xiao is a mid-stage galloping horse realm expert. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, Zhang Zi also hurriedly advised, Liang Ku, why not just forget it? Let's see if we can discuss with Brother Ran to trade for something else. But Liang Ku had already made up his mind. Brother Ran, no need to advise further. Without hesitation, he slowly stood up. Master had said that a martial artist must fight for their pride. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he stood his ground, declaring his intent to contend with heaven, earth, and man. With fire in his eyes, he strode toward the stage, pointing at Wei Xiao and saying coldly, "Since we both want this item, let's settle it on the martial stage." Seeing that Liang Ku actually dared to issue a public challenge, the crowd gasped, "Is this kid crazy? Liang Ku actually wants to challenge Wei Xiao, who is in the mid-stage of the galloping horse realm? I heard he also slew a galloping horse martial master in Wushui town." Everyone turned to look at Wei Xiao. Wei Xiao is not one of those self-taught martial artists. Having an inheritance or not makes it a completely different story. Everyone was filled with anticipation for this duel. Though both were in the galloping horse realm, their combat prowess was worlds apart. Seeing Liang Ku dare to provoke him, Wei Xiao was somewhat surprised. "You've got guts, daring to challenge me. You should be lucky that weapons aren't allowed this time, otherwise your master would surely cry himself to death." Hearing this trash talk, Liang Ku sneered in his heart. "Half a month ago I truly would have been no match. But now I have the mirage bug." He recalled the days spent repeatedly fighting Lu Jia and other galloping horse realm martial masters in his dreams, accumulating real combat experience. Now he was full of confidence, having accumulated military merit by hunting water beasts, exchanging for treasures and increasing his integration level. Just how strong had he become? He had already entered a state of battle readiness, his heart filled with anticipation. The system panel suddenly popped up a prompt. Cauldron Master Liang Ku refining Marsh Spirit. Marsh Velvet Rank Integration 11.8 Marsh Spirit Quaching. First layer of Martial Dao Transcendence, Talent Skills, Water Flash, Underwater Breathing, Water Prison, Wave Rider, Aquatic Essence 86,720, River Control 0.01, Water Beast Sovereignty, Jiao Dragon A Wei, Shahu A Fei, Zhanyan Budong, Heavenly Water Centipede, Finless Porpoise. Evaluation. A marsh spirit originating from the Great Lord of the Wai River, a minor figure with some waves and limitless potential. The auction wasted no time. Wei Xiao was the first to launch an attack, his figure bursting forward. The two fought fiercely in the arena for several rounds, neither yielding an inch. Before Wei Xiao could even react, Liang Ku had already found a flaw and delivered a heavy strike. This scene stunned everyone. What? He actually sent Wei Xiao flying. Wei Xiao felt it was a singular humiliation and ground his teeth, saying, "Kid, you've made me angry." His expression turned savage, and seeing this, the crowd cried out in shock. It's the water tiger wandering step, Wei Xiao's hidden ultimate technique, though it's only a medium-tier martial art. Wei Xiao has practiced it to perfection. His movement technique is practically invincible. Hearing the praise of the crowd, Wei Xiao became even more triumphant. His footwork like a fish in water, countless afterimages attacked Liang Ku. Liang Ku's eyes were icy as he locked onto a single direction. "Tiger, I have one too." Under the gaze of the crowd, Liang Ku's majestic presence completely erupted. Before those clones of Wei Xiao could even get close, they were annihilated by a single heavy punch from Liang Ku. Wei Xiao let out a shrill cry, his face full of terror. "How is this possible? To break my ultimate technique with just one move?" Yu Dun on the side was also stunned. Yang Dongsheng watched this scene with eyes full of approval, saying with a laugh, "I'm not being biased, even I might not have done this move any better." His face was written with gratification. Little Knight's fortune was indeed profound. Zhangzi also couldn't help but praise from the spectator stand, as expected of Uncle Yang's final disciple. Seeing that Liang Ku was so difficult to deal with, Wei Lin also snorted coldly. "Buddhist martial arts from the Xuankang Temple? This kid Liang Ku is somewhat interesting." Liang Ku looked at the fallen Wei Xiao and reminded him seriously, "You've lost. Do you still want to fight?" Wei Xiao's eyes were filled with hatred. "You?" Just as he was about to get up and risk his life, Wei Lin barked sternly. "Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough?" Wei Xiao's voice trembled. "Foster father." Wei Lin stared at him fixedly, then slowly announced, "These golden eyes belong to Liang Ku." Liang Ku gazed at this Commander Wei, thinking to himself, "So this is the Commander Wei Lin." While he was contemplating, Zhou Pingjun walked up quickly to report, "Congratulations, young master. The golden eyes are yours. Once the Commerce Chamber has processed them later, they will be sent to your room." Looking at this massive object before him, Liang Ku was filled with anticipation. Finally, it's mine, back in his room. He scrutinized the treasure, wondering how to use it. "How do I trigger the effect of this thing? Do I just swallow it raw?" Without hesitation, he opened his mouth and bit off a piece. In the next second, a miraculous change occurred in his body, and his eyes instantly erupted with a brilliant light. Liang Ku was full of surprise. As expected of the golden eyes, they actually have the effect of dispelling evil. Remembering something, he looked once more at the other item in his hand. The scene shifts to the exterior of the ship, where a cacophony of voices filled the air. "We've arrived. Prepare for combat," the crew members shouted in warning. "Quickly bring her alongside. Drop anchor." While everyone worked with high spirits, Liang Ku sat silently in place, preparing to begin his cultivation. "Let us begin." The fleet set sail swiftly, eventually docking before a deserted island. Amidst the lush grass, a grasshopper landed on the tip of a leaf. At that moment, a lizard crawled up noiselessly from behind. The lizard lunged, swallowing the grasshopper in an instant. The sound of rapid footsteps approached, startling the lizard into a panicked flight. Walking at the rear of the group, Liang Ku issued a stern, loud warning, "Everyone be careful, watch your step." He pushed through the tall grass, his eyes scanning the surroundings warily as he gave instructions. The Ghost Mother cult excelled at concealment and ambushes, so they had to be vigilant of every movement around them. Passing through the tall grass, they reached the edge of a dense forest where a thick fog shrouded the path ahead. Liang Ku suddenly stopped in his tracks. "Something's not right, Brother Ran. The fog is getting thicker." Hearing this, Ran Zhangzi shouted from ahead, telling everyone to assemble and stay alert, while the two at the rear replied in unison, "Understood." A figure suddenly flashed within the dense mist. Zhangzi barked, "Who's there?" Hearing the commotion, the figure nimbly fled into the depths of the forest. Zhangzi furrowed his brows and issued a low command, "Pursue them." Liang Ku's lips curled into a smirk as he replied, "Understood, Brother Ran." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the group vanished from sight. Liang Ku looked around and murmured to himself, "There is something wrong with this fog. Just moments ago, Brother Ran had been nearby." But after a few steps, he realized he had actually become separated. Liang Ku closed his eyes to sense the surrounding space. He noted inwardly that even his aura was being shielded. Suddenly a shout reached his ears. "Liang Ku!" Zhangzi emerged from the mist with two disciples whose expressions were strangely eerie. "We turned back and realized you were gone, and we couldn't sense your aura, so we rushed over. This fog is peculiar." Liang Ku approached, replying casually, "Indeed, Brother Ran. So are we still heading southeast as Commander Shu arranged?" Zhangzi suddenly grinned. "Let's go," as Commander Shu said. Before his voice even faded, a long spear was already leveled at his shoulder. Zhangzi dodged, but his face was full of confusion. "Liang Ku, what are you doing?" Liang Ku narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "I'll tell you why. Brother Ran never calls him Commander Shu. He only calls him Big Brother Shu." With that, his eyes flashed brilliantly as he activated his golden eyes to scrutinize the man. "Moreover, in my eyes, your disguise is far too clumsy." Zhangzi's expression changed drastically. He twisted his neck and ground his teeth. "I didn't expect you to have such a trick. Had I known, I wouldn't have wasted effort on a disguise." As he spoke, he reached out and tore off a human skin mask, revealing a ghastly pale face. "Since it's come to this, let's stop playing. I'll send you on your way now, Liang Ku." Liang Ku sized him up and asked, "Who are you?" Thinking to himself, "Who is this man? I have no memory of him. Could he be a relative of an old enemy?" A subordinate nearby cut in. Stop the chatter, the four of us are all half-step galloping horse realm. Killing him will be as easy as turning over a hand. Another added impatiently. I can't wait, I'm going first, he roared as he lunged at Liang Ku. Let me get a taste of you first, boy. In the next second, his face collided directly with Liang Ku's heavy punch. With just a single strike, Liang Ku sent him sprawling to the ground. The scarred man on the side ground his teeth filled with disbelief. Is he truly only at the half-step galloping horse realm? Immediately, the subordinates charged forward together. All together, Liang Ku sidestepped to avoid a punch, parried a sword blade with his spear and went straight for the scarred man. Catching him off guard, Liang Ku delivered a hook kick squarely to his chin while simultaneously sweeping out 2 more kicks to floor the remaining 2 subordinates. The scarred man retreated several steps, roaring in fury. Bastard, he hissed with a face full of resentment. It's all your fault, you ruined my life, my future, everything. The veins on his face bulged as he screamed. Everything was destroyed because of you. He was about to get up when he was pinned down firmly by Liang Ku's spear. Looking down at him, Liang Ku coldly exposed the truth. I remember now, Lu Jia had a missing son, so you joined the Ghost Mother cult. How did you find me? Liang Ku retracted his spear and said indifferently. Your father established the whale gang to prey upon the people. I merely acted according to the law, and the law is merciless. At that moment a voice suddenly erupted from within the man's body. Young master, it hurts, young master, it hurts so much. Liang Ku was greatly surprised, thinking that the rumors of the Ghost Mother guards having light and dark aspects were true. If this man was the light side, where was his dark side? Just then, from the scarred man's bandage-wrapped arm, an identical half-bodied monster crawled out, wailing, It's killing me, young master, it hurts so much. Witnessing this, Liang Ku froze in place. The scarred man stood up, a second person now perched on his shoulder. Xiao Xin looked toward Liang Ku. His face was full of malice. I remember now, you're the official from the River Lake Bureau who killed the master. In the darkness, the eyes of both entities gleamed. The scarred man whispered, Xiao Xin, let's join forces to kill him and avenge the master. Xiao Xin shrieked in response, I became like this entirely because of him. I want to make him wish he were dead. Liang Ku raised his spear and charged, engaging the two in a fierce struggle. The speed of their exchanges was lightning fast. Seeing his opponent's formidable strength, Liang Ku was secretly alarmed. After the other half awakened, his strength actually soared to the galloping horse realm. Xiao Xin lunged manically with his sword, roaring, Liang Ku, die. Though Liang Ku felt helpless, he knew that Lu Wenyang had never practiced martial arts. He possessed brute strength but no technique. He leaped into the air, slamming his spear down heavily toward Xiao Xin. Xiao Xin tried to counter but was firmly blocked by Liang Ku as his entire aura completely erupted. Liang Ku instantly shifted into a counterattack stance. In the next second he unleashed Dragon Roar and Tiger Howl, slamming Xiao Xin heavily into the ground. Even though he was beaten into a pathetic state, the man still snarled, Liang Ku, you climbed to your rank and wealth over the corpses of my family, didn't you? Liang Ku asked calmly. Are you finished? You're only going to stain my path. Afterward, Liang Ku looked around. Where had Brother Ran gone? A strange commotion drew his attention. What was happening? A voice both familiar and strange rang in his ears. Marquis of Weaning, I never expected you to have achieved the rank of Martial Saint. Liang Ku's expression was dazed. He hadn't yet grasped the situation. Is that a holy weapon? Such terrifying pressure. Sensing an anomaly, he whipped his head around to look in one direction. What was going on? A dark aura was constantly encroaching, demanding more of his attention. He instinctively raised his hand. This was the dragon tiger golden body. This fog truly was problematic. He looked around warily. He had to find an exit as soon as possible. During his search, Liang Ku discovered a massive wooden house. Out of curiosity, he went forward to investigate. There's a room here. He pushed the door open without hesitation. Is this Ghost Mother cult territory? On a stack of dossiers on the table it was written clearly. Great Gone Martial Saint Lord Zhang Dongqi, he gasped. The owner of this house was actually a martial saint. The coffin outside the house seemed strange, yet he detected nothing unusual within. Suddenly a deathly pale hand reached out. Simultaneously, Liang Ku noticed a small golden fish swimming in a water vat. He wondered, is this a treasure fish? I've never heard of such a thing. He used his water control technique to inspect it. After catching the fish he was filled with joy. However, he failed to notice a pale figure quietly approaching. Sensing something was wrong, he spun around and barked, Who's there? The sight before him was something he would never forget. A withered corpse was staring fixedly at him. Though startled, he reacted quickly. It's a withered corpse. Before he could move, the corpse opened its bloody maw and lunged. This aura was clearly at the Lingen realm, and its speed was incredibly fast. Liang Ku was struck heavily and sent flying before he could even make a move. The withered corpse pressed its advantage, preparing for a lethal strike. Liang Ku gripped his weapon tightly, but his speed was far inferior to his opponent's. The corpse shifted instantly and kicked Liang Ku square in the abdomen. He was sent flying a great distance. Suddenly the small fish he had caught flew into the air and dissipated into the void. System prompt, found primordial chi, treasure fish leapt. The system issued continuous notifications. Aquatic essence 1890 3500. Host unconscious waking up. Marsh spirit upgrading integration at 30. Liang Ku lay on the ground unable to move. Sensing the change, he snapped awake and opened his eyes. There was already water behind him ready for his command. He quickly stood up and entered a combat stance. System panel, Cauldron Master Liang Ku refining Marsh spirit. Marsh Velvet Rank Integration 30 Marsh Spirit Quaiching. First layer of Martial Dao Transcendence Master Yinglong Mark Level 1 Skills Water Flash Underwater Breathing Water Prison Wave Rider Vortex Aquatic Essence 0 Sovereignty A Wei A Fei Budong Crab King Centipede Finless Porpoise Evaluation. A marsh spirit from the great lord of the Wai River. Through hard work its supreme power has revealed a tip of the iceberg to you. Liang Ku marveled. I actually upgraded while unconscious. He remembered that fish. New skill, Vortex. Can open a vortex to store water and energy, equivalent to 1,000th of water control power. Liang Ku was overjoyed and immediately began trying the new move. Afterward he turned a cold gaze toward the withered corpse nearby. Time to settle the score. Hearing this, the withered corpse looked up in displeasure. The scene shifts elsewhere. Everyone was hurriedly boarding the ship. Ran Ying asked in confusion, Big Brother Shu, what happened? Why stop the operation so suddenly? Shu Yulong's expression was grim. Those old bastards wanted to drag people down with them to the grave. This black mist is a monster they researched. Madmen raised with the lives of 2 martial saints. The ghost mother cult truly deserves to die. Ran Ying was worried. Then my brother, Yulong comforted her. Your brother is a Lingan martial artist, he should be fine. It's just, at that moment, Ran Zhongzi ran over and shouted, Big Brother Shu, this is bad. Ran Ying cried out. Brother? Zhongzi's face was full of guilt. Blame me for not noticing and losing Liang Ku. I was misled by those from the Ghost Mother cult and got injured, Yulong said with worry. We can only leave it to fate now. I must go inform Uncle Yang. Simultaneously, the withered corpse lunged at Liang Ku, who used his new skill to engage in battle. Although the corpse easily avoided the attack, the two were locked in a fierce fight. The corpse reached out for him with a hideous expression. Liang Ku counterattacked with his spear, his gaze resolute. He thrust his spear straight at the withered corpse. The two clashed head-on once more. The moment the corpse grabbed his weapon, Liang Ku's figure quietly vanished. In the next second, Liang Ku appeared like a ghost and pressed his fingers against the corpse's forehead, catching it completely off guard. Time seemed to freeze. The scene of the battle between the two had completely changed. Elsewhere, everyone had gathered before 2 large ships. Yang Dongshang and the others appeared, their faces etched with worry. Seeing this, someone suggested, how about I go in and look for him? Just waiting here isn't the solution. Shu Yulong flatly refused. No, the black mist before them made everyone increasingly uneasy. The deeper it grew, the more terrifying its power became. Looking toward the direction where Liang Ku had disappeared, a look of unprecedented powerlessness flickered in Yang Dongshang's eyes. Little Ninth's fate should definitely not end here. He must have been delayed by something. Several subordinates in the rear suddenly began to jeer. Brother Wei, I'm afraid Liang Ku has lost his way and won't be coming back. With his level of strength, he wouldn't last half an hour in that black mist before losing his life. Seeing this, another person joined in with a sarcastic tone. Exactly, to wait for him. The vice commander actually forced the ships to stay docked and refused to set sail. Isn't that gambling with everyone's lives? Upon hearing this, others began to clamor as well. That's right, why should we wait for him? Who does he think he is? A look of even greater triumph appeared on the face of the malicious disciple. Liang Ku, I already smeared revealing powder on your subordinate that day. You won't escape even if you grow wings. Recalling earlier, a mysterious person had stealthily handed him something, instructing, smear this bottle of powder on Liang Ku. He was full of doubt and asked, My lord, why are you so concerned about this Liang Ku? The mysterious person only retorted coldly, Are you questioning me? The disciple was scared out of his wits and hurriedly replied, This lowly one wouldn't dare. Wei Lin then reminded coldly, The time has come, depart. Hearing this, Shu Yulong turned back with a displeased expression and reminded him, Wei Lin, I still have subordinates who haven't returned to the unit. Wei Lin paid no attention to Shu Yulong's words at all and gave the order directly, Set sail. Out of respect for Elder Shu, I won't hold your overstepping of authority against you this time. As Shu Yulong was about to argue, Wei Lin cut him off brusquely, Don't let it happen again. Just then, an unusual commotion broke out among the crowd as a light pierced through the thick fog. Look, what is that? A familiar figure gradually became visible to everyone. Liang Ku walked out with steady steps, his expression as composed as if he had just finished watching a grand play. No one could hide the shock in their hearts. It's Liang Ku. The giant warship finally broke the waves and docked, carrying the heroes back from the gates of hell. The whispers of the River Lake Bureau's subordinates rose and fell like the tide. At the mention of the name Liang Ku, no one could hide their shock. Rumor had it that within that deathly black mist he had stepped out proudly carrying a radiant nether lamp, leaving everyone dumbfounded. That lamp was no ordinary object but a supreme treasure left behind by the 2 martial saints who had sacrificed their lives for justice. Now, this treasure rested securely in the hands of a youth. Standing at the bow and gazing at the familiar port, Liang Ku took a deep breath, marveling at how good it felt to be alive. A surge of warmth spread through his chest, and he instinctively tightened his grip on his spear wave subduer. The harrowing battle with that withered corpse remained vivid in his mind. He had come so close. Had he not poured everything into those 2 earth-shattering Jiao-slaying strikes to finish it off, it might have been him lying dead today. Just as he stepped off the ship, Master Yang approached with a stern face, though his eyes betrayed his deep-seated worry. Little Ninth, I heard you were nearly trapped on that deserted island. Liang Ku hurried to force a smile, reassuring his master and senior brothers that he had simply lost his way for a bit. Looking at the demon-breaking lamp in his hand, even the master couldn't help but remark on the boy's profound luck. This lamp was surely something the Ghost Mother cult had painstakingly plotted for, never imagining it would end up as the boy's trophy. However, Liang Ku had barely returned home and hadn't even had a chance to lie down when something happened in the backyard that left him caught between laughter and tears. The moment Auntie Fang saw him, she ran out in a panic, her face as pale as if she'd seen a ghost. Trembling, she reported that a series of wretched and bizarre cries had been coming from the backyard for the past few days. Puzzled, Liang Ku went to investigate, a light sweat breaking out on his own brow as he pushed open the backyard door, wondering which audacious fool had dared to trespass on his territory. The scene that met his eyes was beyond belief. The crocodile and a fay were staring blankly at a plump beaver-like creature. The fellow was clutching a withered branch, howling at the top of its lungs. Nearby, the bald old man was jumping with frustration, scolding the little guy to shut up. As it turned out, this was the beaver genius the old gentleman had personally invited. The old man explained that seeing Liang Ku struggle with making models lately, he had gone to great lengths to recruit this big boss to help. Looking at the beaver with its look of wisdom, Liang Ku could only offer a bitter smile. Just then, Uncle Lu's voice came from outside. "Master, the village head has sent someone with new clothes and a message to remind you that the river god sacrifice ceremony is tomorrow." That night, under the hazy moonlight, Liang Ku sat cross-legged in meditation, focusing his entire being on sensing his newly acquired power. Bubbles of water drifted around him, eventually forming powerful whirlpools. He had finally grasped the logic of crossing the river, transforming every acupoint in his body into spatial gateways to absorb and store water at will. With his current strength, he could store an amount of water equivalent to 1% of his water control capacity, no small amount in the heat of battle. Yet the most interesting thing Liang Ku discovered was that with a mere touch from these whirlpools, the white lotus in the basin withered instantly. This was no inanimate object. It possessed a pulse of intelligence and life. He narrowed his eyes, calculating silently. If he could tame this thing and turn it into a trump card, it would surely become a lethal strike against his enemies. But for now, the most important task was tomorrow's river god sacrifice. He looked at the sacrificial oration on the table, remembering how he had gained 0.001% benefit just by observing the last ritual. This year, as the lead celebrant for the region, he wondered how earth-shattering the river god's favor would be. He unfurled the scroll, his gaze burning. The Weizhong grand sacrifice finally began amidst an unprecedentedly solemn atmosphere. The thundering of drums echoed throughout the Yixing docks, shaking the very heavens. Below the altar, the commoners gathered in a dense crowd, every face filled with piety as they prayed for favorable weather in the coming year. In the crowd, that pair of rivals, Li Liba and Chen Jichang, didn't forget to trade barbs as usual. Liba looked up at the altar, clicking his tongue in wonder at how that brat A Shui had reached such a level of cultivation in a mere year and a half. Beside him, Jichang shrugged with a look of defiance, insisting Liang Ku was just lucky. The two youths bickered and scuffled during the ceremony, leaving the village head, their elder, able only to shake his head and laugh at their childishness. Still, for Yixing to produce a great figure like Master Liang, you, elder, deserve much of the credit. The white-bearded village head replied leisurely, claiming he had seen the boy's great potential since his childhood. The clamor suddenly died down as the figure of the lead celebrant appeared. A Shui stepped onto the stage, dove in snow-white ceremonial robes, looking radiant and majestic, like a deity stepping out of a painting. Every step toward the altar was steady and powerful. As A Shui stood before the sacrificial table holding the oration, the entire stretch of water seemed to hold its breath. He began to recite in a clear voice, "When chaos first split and heaven and earth were born." His voice rose and fell with a cadence that carried an invisible power, piercing straight to the heart. Once the oration was finished, spiritual energy from all directions began to converge toward him. The system prompts in his mind rang out incessantly. Ding, sacrificing to the Weizhong with unwavering sincerity. River god favor +7. However, just as the ceremony reached its climax, a pair of massive blood-red eyes snapped open in the freezing depths of the Weizhong. A colossal Jiao Dragon coiled around a reef let out a frenzied roar of rage. It sensed the spiritual essence of the river being abnormally drained. "Who is it? Who dares to snatch my fortune?" Its roar kicked up a terrifying undercurrent, causing the river surface to boil. The tremors rippled out for 100 miles. In the distant imperial capital, a man draped in dragon robes with an unfathomable aura suddenly frowned, a flash of cold killing intent crossing his eyes. "This vile beast seeks its own death." In an instant, a massive golden sacred sword descended from the heavens, radiating a dazzling light that suppressed both the Jiao and the vast waves. The man's silhouette stood atop the sword's hilt, his voice exploding in the Jiao's ear like a clap of thunder. "Vile beast, do you wish for war? Get back!" The Jiao struggled, shouting. "One of your humans is stealing my treasure." The figure remained majestic. "Utter nonsense, be gone." The sacred sword continued to press the Jiao back into the depths. Though unwilling to yield, the Jiao could only roar in fury. "Investigate. Go and find out." This clash between peak martial arts and an ancient demonic beast happened in a flash, yet it was enough to make heaven and earth change color. Meanwhile, on the altar, Liang Ku knew nothing of the earth-shattering battle below. He saw only a brilliant golden mist enveloping him. This time, as the lead celebrant, the increase in the river god's favor was visible to the naked eye. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He felt this was still not enough. The crowd below gasped in surprise. What is that? They saw a golden radiance swirling around Liang Ku. As the river god manifested, a line of emerald green text flashed across the system. River god favor plus 0.3, plus 0.12. The village head knelt piously beneath the altar, praying for the river god to protect Yixing. Ding, river god favor has reached 1.23. Liang Ku looked shocked, his eyes wide. The favor had actually broken past 1 in that very instant. A mysterious vision suddenly surfaced before his eyes. Within the scorching energy vortex he saw a scene so unfamiliar yet so familiar it took his breath away. A pale blue planet spinning silently in the vastness of the universe. That's Earth, my home. Liang Ku's heart surged with emotion, his eyes filled with shock and moved to his core. Ding triggered eternal quest, return home. Standing amidst the reverence of 10,000 people and the protection of the gods, Liang Ku's heart suddenly sank. The question that had been buried deep in his soul since his transmigration surged up now, stronger than ever before. Can I really go home? The fading light of the sunset cast its glow, staining the youth's cloud-sleeved silhouette on the altar in gold and red, opening a new chapter, one filled with hope but equally fraught with hardship for this young river god's journey. The journey of the modern youth within the body of the young river god temporarily closes here, marking the conclusion of Chapter 95 of the original manhwa. The mysteries of the 10,000-mile marshes and the path leading back to his true home remain grand enigmas yet to be unraveled. Thank you for journeying with us on BALA Manhua Recaps. Please don't forget to like and subscribe to fuel our passion for bringing you even more fresh and thrilling stories. For now, let us venture into the other mystical worlds awaiting you on our channel. Goodbye and see you in the next adventure.